Buenos dias, welcome to day 6 of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship, the penultimate day of action. This is a big one because this is the day where the big guns really start to shine. You want to stay in the mix today if you want to go for those team goals and those individual goals. It's a pleasure to have your company. Thanks so much for tuning in. My name's Sam Bleakley, joined by one of the coolest loggers in the scene, Berlin Alvarez Kimball. You have inspired generations of longboarders around the world. How special has it now been for you to share this amazing surfing we're seeing this week at El Sunzal?
I feel so grateful to be able to be here to commentate, to showcase amazing new generations of women and their talent and their style in this beautiful, perfect wave. Yeah,
it's been a really great day yesterday, and we've got fantastic conditions again today. So a little bit of a declining swell size, but still big overhead sets. And we just got that tide now starting to drop out from high tide just after 4 this morning, as we can see Lucas Yuen up and riding. He made it through his heats yesterday. He's still in the event and he's looking peppery and sharp, representing Chinese Taipei on his Ian Zamora built boards. Just noticing him mixing it up a little bit there, using his other board, so maybe recognizing that there's a little bit of a decrease in swell size, but as you can see, we've still got size. Those big sets are going to be significant for those big scores, but with a really favorable tide today, we got that low tide around 10:32 local time, high tide 4:41 this afternoon. As everything starts to push in, the shape should be spectacular, and we have got favorable winds, and we're going to see some of the best longboarding of the year for sure.
Yeah, the tides are supposed to be absolutely magic, and everyone is raving about it. It's probably hands down the best event for conditions that they've ever had in a contest.
This is JR from the Philippines, Rahilie Esquivel on his Luffy board. You can just see though there's still some really big juicy walls to deal with, but this man and Team Philippines have been looking incredible. A big talent, Mara Lopez, new on the scene, the 14-year-old, along with Cristanto Villanueva, known as King, JR, team captain, also Daisy Valdez in Team Philippines, and JR is going for gold this year. He's set his sights on that title. He took a bronze 2 years ago. Team Philippines could well get in the team medal positions with the performances that we are starting to see. Let's set the scene. Let's set the swell. What are we looking out for today, Berlin?
4 to 6 foot south-southwest direction. A little bit of a northeast, really small north, only 6. And again, you just mentioned the tide, low tide at 10:32, high tide at 4:41. Need a 7.5 high tide. We've seen how big those tides can be.
Sure.
The water is warmer than the air, 85, so back home 29 degrees, and 82 degrees outside.
And when we talk about the anatomy of this wave here at Sunzal, it's a long peeler, sometimes 5 minutes to paddle out, 7 minutes on the bigger days, but it really is about maximizing that first section, particularly in the repechage rounds where you will see 15-minute heats, and this is a big one. Look at that list, Berlin. USA, New Zealand, Spain, Panama. It's Kevin Skavana, it's Jack Tyro, it's Nicolas Garcia Andrade from Asturias in northern Spain, and it's Agustin Cedeno from Panama. We saw Agustin really starting to show flashes of the composure of Piccolo Clemente yesterday. He's got a very similar style. Of course, Kevin Skavana put on some world-class footwork in his heat yesterday, multiple hang tens, a switch stance hang ten. They really lit my flame. It was one of the moves of the day for me. The degree of difficulty in Kevin's footwork is very high, and what I appreciate about Kevin is he has an approach to longboarding that inspires him, and he really wants to demonstrate that he can mix up the switch stances and those lifting tens in all conditions.
And with style, as you're saying, and the same thing, I feel with Jack Tyro, his approach to, his really poised nose rides in the pockets.
Sure.
With control and lovely style. This is going to be a great opening heat to really showcase the art of the snozzle riding.
Absolutely, and considering how young Tyro is, just 18, I love the fact that he's a Keo rider, of course. Keogh founded in Brookvale, Sydney in 1957 by the great Denny Keogh, still making some of the best longboards in the world, ridden beautifully by Tyro, but up and riding on his Jon Garmendia boards. It's our surfer from northern Spain, Salinas, up to the 5, just gets a little bit stuck on that opening nose ride. As we can see, 14 minutes remaining. It was a chance for a quick start for Nicky. How will that affect his psychology now, moving back into the lineup?
Well, it's 15-minute heats.
Sure.
So there has been a lot of waves. If we're looking out past where, right now, just a little outside of your viewing screen, there are a couple waves, but it is going to be about getting, a couple waves underneath when it does go quiet.
Well, we are sandwiched between Guatemala and Honduras, in a country with a rich Mayan legacy and abundance of mango trees, coffee and pupusas, and it is home of the right surf. A lot of good right-handers, but just down at La Bocana, where we'll be hosting in September the World Surfing Games, you can go left, but this wave is all about that foiled, peaky takeoff on the right. As we can see in the middle of your screen, Kevin Scavana on the right in blue is Jack Tyro, and Augustine for Panama sitting there on the left. A little bit of haze in the air as we get to see some of our defending gold medalists, some world champions. Of course, big shout out to Honolulu and Clay, who soon to have their baby, not here defending her title. She's at home in Hawaii. Kai Salas, he is here to go back to back. Can he make an unprecedented third carve on that title? That would be equaling the record of Marcelo Freitas from Brazil, who won the ISA World Longboard Championship 3 times. And this is now, Berlin, the closest event in ISA history to achieving parity equity between men and women participation numbers, and that is absolutely amazing. And of course it's what we should be expecting, because if you go to any longboard lineup around the world right now, often there are more women surfing than men.
Yeah, the explosion in women's surfing has just gone through. If it's one of the highest growing sports in Australia, and obviously nationwide. And look at these beautiful pelicans.
I gave that a perfect 10. Did you see the way, as a group, collectively, they just worked with that airflow just coming off the lip? That was really great to see. And it's very similar to Southern California, isn't it, the way you get to see the pelicans?
It does. And that's Skip Fry's logo is the pelican, and that's exactly what the motivation and the drive was for the way that they use that beautiful wind. Oh, look at this wave. Chalk us through this, Sam.
Straight to the tip for Nicky Dora, as he's known. Holds that 5, stretches in tight for the 5. We can see 4 waves stacked up behind the Spaniard there. Hopefully the positioning will be good for the other surfers to strike, as he just hangs on tight. And now up and riding, it's the regular footer, young 18-year-old Jack Tyro, all style, just in the pocket, perfectly poised, just climbing and dropping, and then a really elegant down carve and staying low to bottom turn out into a drop knee, cut back, and then just stands poised. A little bit of a bounce there, but he's going to regain his composure, cross-stepping forward. May well now find a little silky section ahead, and using that involvement surfing style off the bottom turn, changing planing edges, and he just gets that footwork nice and lively. And here's the stall for the 5. There's the first nose ride, walks out after some really nice smooth arcing lines, and then cuts back with a drop knee, comes cool off the bottom. He's going to get a score on the board, and he really did demonstrate a beautiful performance, elegant, graceful, as we can just see a little bit of a sneaky one for Augustine. That was pretty interesting, the way he really just managed to move around Kevin. You could see that Kevin was expecting to go for that as well, but priority will not have been deemed because neither of those surfers have caught a wave yet.
Yes, that was a good competition tactical, but it didn't really offer him much. So now he's kind of stuck on the inside, and he's left Kevin out the back by himself.
Jonathan Amir for Israel will be coming up next, surfing there in white against Francisco Freitas from Portugal, Douwe Robruck from the Netherlands, and Benoit Piccolo Clemente from Peru himself, a 2019 ISA gold medalist for Team Peru when we hosted this fantastic event in Côte de Basque, Biarritz, France, as Kevin Scavana sits out there waiting for a set. Scores now starting to come through. Nicholas Garcia, a low score for that opening wave. It was just an in and out of the nose. Let's appreciate this from Tyro Berlin.
Look at that nose ride. Really beautiful, technical. Again, almost getting a little bit of a head dip there. And then, goes into this nice down carve and then driving off the bottom. Beautiful style on his, lovely big square tail traditional keel that he's riding. Again, just hits the bump, but, he's just trying to get back into this white water. Beautiful, silky. Look at this watercolor
So
as
nice.
well. There's no wind right now, and he's just really able to go up, just utilize how this wave is just opening up for him as he stalls a little bit, goes up to the 5, and then again just sets up for this lovely, beautiful drop knee to that transition to the bottom turn as well. That engagement of the rail coming from the cutback.
Yeah. I really now appreciate the degree of difficulty now, seeing the way he found that 5 and just see how in the pocket he is right there under the curtain. Incredible. And just the lines he takes here,
Right there.
low and off the bottom, buttery, silky, smooth. Really great surfing from Tyro.
There's just something for me, the drop knee, when it's done eloquently and in the right position, that just really just oozes style from, the traditional side of the longboard. And the way this stalls, everything he's doing right now is so pseudo to this wave. He's not overcooking it. He's doing just what needs to be done, but with such beautiful, beautiful technique. Really well. That draw off the bottom is just so technical from getting that forward momentum from a big heavy log as well.
Yeah, from the South Island, big shout out to all the crew at Sumner. Taylor's Mistake,
Yay.
the home patch for Tyro, and Tyro's looking strong, waiting for that score to come through. It looks like it's going to be the strongest score of this first exchange. Really nice, clean, smooth set. As now we see with first priority, Kevin Scavana paddling behind the peak. He's up. High line, 2 steps, 4 to the tip, gets a really nice tight 5, and then just smoothly drives up and sets up a high line for another touch of the 5 and walks out of that nose ride and into a trademark Scavana drop knee bottom turn. And again, off the top, down to the bottom of the wave, as you can really see that purpley morning light just starting to light things up for Scavana as he uses the switch stance functionally, just facing the wave back to the goofy stance. Trimming in the middle of the board.
Oh, this is so beautiful to watch.
Stalling it with the footwork. Looking for the steep section, rolls into a 5. Walks out of that 5. Hooks back, faces left, kicks out, and that was cool as a cucumber, but technically very, very difficult to do. The footwork, the way he was keeping pace with the pocket, in and out of critical nose rides, and the rail work as well, super dynamic.
That trim was just how you want to see when I, think about longboarding, especially just waking up this early and seeing those two surf. That wave was just magical.
Augustine holds a 5, a little lift on the shoulder there. Walks out of that nose ride as things start to speed up. He's got to deal with some bounce here. It knocks him off. He takes a good opening 5, walks back to the tail. Had to really accelerate through that section to get around it. So he's going to be not too far from the lineup to paddle out more. He's going to be closer than Kevin, who rode that wave right through to the inside and really gave a masterclass, not only in the footwork and the rail work, but the art of trim. And we have just potentially seen that there could be an interference on Augustine. We just saw that on the scoring system. It may well not become official, but if it does, I think that it was too aggressive from Augustine. You could see that Kevin was sitting there ready to go, and Augustine aggressively paddled around him. And I don't think there was enough. It was, had he been further out and further deeper, yes, he could have. We could have accepted that he had right of way then. Without priority, it's the surfer closest to the peak, but it may well not be approved by the judging team. We'll wait and see, as we can now see a nice 5 from Tyro. He really went hard on that opening nose ride. He felt like he needed to go big at the start, but it didn't pay off for Tyro. But you really get to see this morning light really starting to shine up the lineup at El Sunzal, and this is the kind of conditions that competitors dream of surfing in, because for a lot of the year when Sunzal is good, it's quite busy. And now all of these surfers get a chance to surf it with 3 other people, and that is a huge motivation to go for gold and stay in the event.
Well, the opportunity to be able to keep surfing this spot and in such nice conditions only just helps you hone your skill set here, especially for those that are just kind of, it's only your first time. And to have, like you said, to have it with only 4 other people in the water.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? I would have just lost out in my heat to go to the replicharge just to be able to surf this.
There it is. I can see that the penalty, a non-priority interference penalty, so it will halve his second scoring ride. And for me, it was about that aggressive line. I think Kevin was sitting there, and Augustin really aggressively went around him, and I think that was deemed by the priority judge as to have been Kevin's right of way, but Augustin did take the wave. So that's really going to dent the Panamanian's chance of progressing, which is a shame because he has been a standout. We really now get to have a look at this situation. There it is. You can just see he just goes around Kevin. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to be 2 sides to that debate. People will have different opinions, but what do you think about that, Belinda? Do you think probably Kevin was really sitting in the prime spot for the takeoff there?
That's a really unique, you know.
It's hard to call,
It's really hard to call because,
super close.
You know, White was paddling before.
Sure.
And then Kevin was inside.
Yeah.
You know, like, and then, but the way he went around him, you know, so.
And I think that was why, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Up and riding right now on the inside, it's Augustin. He's going to have a hard battle to get the scores that he needs to go through because that second score will be halved, but it's still going to be possible if the other surfers don't go into double figures. And it's been a low scoring heat because we're already down to the last 2 minutes 40 seconds as Tyro comes out of a soul arch and then just presses eject in the middle of that ride, having already done some smooth surfing. A particularly impressive wave on his opening big set as Skavana, with 2 minutes 20 seconds remaining, goes into a nice locked 10 with lift on his Infinity surfboards, his pro model, as he sets himself up again. And look at the way he just hooks back with that footwork. And you talk about another element of Skavana surfing, the art of trim. Talk about how important Skavana's use of trim is in his rides.
Well, the board that he's riding, you know, it's you needing to nose ride, you needing to use, you know, cross step, get that momentum to stall and move forward. You know, if you're riding a really light, high performance shortboard, you know, you can just pump off the tail and get there. But, you know, the style as well that he appreciates and really loves is the art of trim, is about, you know, the functionality of using, you know, that forward momentum and that back momentum. And he reminds me of a really amazing longboarder from Malibu called Dylan Jones. He's an amazing waterman, beautiful style, just like Kevin. So some scores being dropped right now for...
And Dylan Jones, of course, a big inspiration for Carla Roland Zamora, and also a user of the switch stance as well. Yeah,
very much a user of the switch stance. Amazing lifeguard, great waterman. Used to go and surf Porto, like still surfs really big waves.
Well, then let's have a catch up on these scores because it's 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. We got a 5.93 for Jack Tyre's first wave, waiting for his third wave to come through. Live action, our surfer in green from Spain, Nicholas Garcia Andrade, Nicky Dora up to a stretch 5 on his John Garmendia board. Comes out of that nose ride. He really needs to stay with this to give himself a chance of not getting eliminated. Top 2 surfers will progress to repechage round 5. Surfers in 3rd and 4th will be knocked out, carrying some team points as he gets up for another touch of the 5. But out on the shoulder, that wave was hard to ride. 30 seconds remaining. Tyro up and riding on a foamy one, but the speed and steepness, he holds that 5 a bit longer on the second touch of the nose and then cleanly walks out, demonstrating his all-around capabilities, his beautiful aesthetic, the way he really is loyal to his footwork, always going in and out of the cross steps for the rail work, and great trim speed here as he moves forward to just accelerate, back to the tail, to pivot and just stay in the pocket. And now he's got 3 seconds remaining, so he's not going to get another score on the board as we wait for 2 rides for Kevin Skavana to be tabulated. And now there's going to be 2 important rides for Jack Tyro as he really uses his body language to just weave in and out, using that cross step there. A little bit of a midget Farrelly as well in some of his behavior. I really appreciate the tallness and then the flex and the involvement style. You like that a lot.
Oh, I loved everything about that wave. You know, the fact that how he went through that white water as well as if it was still just oily and clean.
As far as effort goes, I think the people who really muscled in there were Tyro and Skavana. My instinct is telling me that they may well get the edge at the end when all the scores come through, but it's going to be difficult to know. I think Kevin took that. Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen any scores drop for red yet.
And I think I really unlucky for Nicolas Garcia. I think that his last set wave was just so hard to ride. He committed to it, but it chandeliered ahead of him, and it didn't really allow him to get back out on the open face. So I'm feeling that Skavana and Tyro have got this, and that it will be Garcia and Cedeno who are eliminated. But we are waiting for a number of scores as we can get to appreciate now this replay of Skavana.
And this is his first wave. Great technical footwork. Again, just look at the way when he does go up to the nose, it is so hot in the pocket, and that faded drop knee turn is just butter. He really has a good toolbox of his approach to the eloquent, and then again that switch stance cut back, and up on again switch stance coming off, and then look at the way he's always looking where he's going.
Yeah, and I love the way he really uses his hips a lot as well in his arcs. He has a variety of those arcing turns. There's so many events at the elite level at right-handers that we're so used to seeing Skavana on his backhand, but have you ever seen him on his front hand? He is amazing in left-handers, as you can imagine. So this is Tyro also waiting for this score.
And this is what I was talking about, the way he navigates in his equipment through that bump. And, that board is quite heavy, but he's just, you wouldn't think it was so foamy and chattery, the way he's able to approach all the different, look in the drop knees as well. And the flow, you saw the best of the best really having a hard time with all of that water and foam in there. And he just glides and cuts through it as if it's, like I said, as if it's a section like this with no foam in front of it. Really beautiful movements back and forth. Again, just really adjusting that weight to stay really in a nice critical part. It's a beautiful dance.
And another reference point, James Parry.
Ooh.
There's a little bit of James Parry in Jack Tyro as well. James Parry, a fantastic regular footer based out there in Australia, originally from the UK, as Kevin Skavana moves into
America.
first. A 4.6 and a 4.57. Tyro now goes back into first with a 5.93 and a 4. So we're just awaiting for that last score of Augustin, but it would need to be a 9.17. So it looks pretty secure that Jack Tyro takes the win. Kevin Skavana gets second. Nicolas Garcia eliminated along with Augustin. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the morning session here at El Sunzal for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship, as we really now get to see the texture and the quality of this cobblestone bottom 300-yard right-hander that peels perfectly down the coast here close to El Tunco, as Jack Tyro's just put on a great performance, getting first ahead of Kevin Skavana and eliminating Augustin Cedeno from Panama and Nicolas Garcia Andrade from Spain. But right now, out there in the water, we have Benoit Piccolo Clemente, our 2019 gold medalist for Team Peru at the ISA World Longboard Championship in France, and he is surfing against Douwe Robruck from the Netherlands, Francisco Freitas from Portugal, and Jonathan Amir. But we're just waiting for a last score to be tabulated for Jack Tyro. Comes in at a 5.5.
Ooh,
so goes into his top 2.
Well deserved.
Solidifies his first position, and it is official. New Zealand first, USA second, Panama third, Spain fourth. And now we kick things off. 15-minute heats, they go fast. It's out there in the water. We have got some big names: Peru, Netherlands, Portugal, Israel, Benoit. Probably the favorite, but watch out for Francisco Freitas. He has been so good. But Douwe Robruck, the youngster from the Netherlands, now here in his third back-to-back ISA World Longboard Championship. The 17-year-old based in Portugal, competing here with his sister Mara, who has now been eliminated from the women's side, and of course Anna Albers, the other Dutch longboarder, had a great run. And then the other surfer, Jonathan Amir from Israel, he came out here 3 weeks early to train at Sunzal before a lot of the international competitors arrived, and he is super quick on his takeoff, straight into the tip. That's his trademark thing. Stalls it, finds that 5 straight away, does a lot of cross-step turns, has a drop knee in his repertoire, a really strong goofy footer, and he's going to be a threat right here. But you can already see there's a lull to kick things off. Don't you just hate that when you're competing Berlin and it starts and there's a lull and all you want is a quick start? Let's get down to the glass, because Jack Tyro, representing Sumner, Taylor's a mistake from the South Island of New Zealand, is on the glass.
Jack, big congratulations. Moving through to the next round. Tell me about the start of that heat there. Everyone jockeying for position, but you got the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, oh man, the start of the heat's always the funny one, because no priority, so it's important to, I guess, take the inside. But man, when you got 4 really great surfers like those boys, you got to make sure you're on that best one of the set. And everyone got waves at the start, which was cool. And man, yeah, it's just a nerve-wracking start, but I was happy I got one. And you kind of just go with whatever the ocean gives you. So yeah, really, really stoked.
I mean, you're kind of a young kid in our eyes. Who influences you for your style of longboarding? It's so fantastic just linking maneuvers out there today.
Oh man, I got to say, literally everyone. I mean, last year at this competition was a massive eye-opener for me. I saw literally almost every single best person in the world surfing, so it was really cool to look at their boards and see how they're surfing. 2 guys I really want to mention is Luke O'Neill from Sumner. His style is absolutely insane. And Kyle Swinton from Aussie. Those boys, man, it's so sick watching them surf. And, style is becoming such a big thing in longboarding, and I really, I don't do longboarding to, hit a massive section with a big board. I do it to kind of look steezy and, feel good. So yeah, no, everyone's an inspiration to me, and it's really cool to, watch other people surf.
And how do you prepare for the next round coming up?
Go with a routine, do pretty much everything I possibly can. Prepare 5 Ps, proper preparation prevents poor performance. But yeah.
I like that approach. Thank you very much, Jack. Look forward to seeing you later on today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Back to you upstairs.
Wow. I mean, that guy knows what he's talking about. He's a wise salt. The 5 Ps. Do you know the 5 Ps?
Yeah, I believe. I just heard him say it, so yeah, now I know it. But it's proper preparation for performance and patient. Can you say it for me again?
Well, we'll come back to that, because we've just got a ride to celebrate for Francisco Freitas. Really nice start for the reigning Junior European Longboard Champion from Lisbon in Portugal, Francisco Freitas, riding his Luffy boards. He's been looking really mature, a bit like Jack Tyro. Both surfers 18. Francisco, different style to Jack, perhaps more on what we might call the progressive side, when Jack more on the traditional side, but both surfers, really covering a lot of ground. And you can have that traditional or progressive line and still use a lot of the wave and a lot of the board. And that was a nice start for Francisco. So we're waiting for a first score to tabulate, and you can see all 3 surfers out back. Listening then to Tyro, as we see Roland, he's going to be coming up in the next round, and this is the crunch round. But these are the surfers who have not yet got a third or fourth. They're still in the main event. You've got Lucas Garrido-Lecker, you've got Stephen Newton, Clinton Guest, and Julian Schweizer in the next heat, but already ready for the heat after that is Roland. Very relaxed, newer to longboarding from a shortboard background, but I think that is helping him a lot. Super confident, and in one of the post-heat interviews earlier in the event, he talked about how he was looking at the waves, wondering should he be on his Elia, should he be on his shortboard, should he go for an air. He's obviously an all-rounder, as we get to appreciate Francisco.
Look at this, that nose right in the color, and the offshores up to a 10. Really composed, beautiful surfing again. Just the way that the water is flowing off those rails, and just speed and the silky, glassy. It just looks magic right now. Just nice weaving, not pumping, not forcing anything. Again, just nice, maneuvers and walking is just clean, and that cut back again is just so beautiful to watch. It's for being on a little bit of a lighter board as well. He's not throwing it around. He's just, really enjoying what is in front of him, and the technical side of it should give him, a good, decent opening ride.
Yeah, 5.0. There's a level of patience to his surfing that I really appreciate. He's got quite wide cross steps, quite wide stance in the 5. Feet comes close together occasionally for the 10s, but what we see is his timing is very natural, and his confidence. He never looks flustered. He's a cool customer, and that was a great start. But it looks like Piccolo Clemente is going to get the deepest of this section. Looks over his shoulder, just making sure he's made the right decision. It's a smaller one, but there's only 9 minutes remaining, and he's all in trim here. And there's the 5. Great read of that first section, but is it going to cooperate for Piccolo? It's not. So he took the risk of getting a wave further inside, but you could see from him looking over his shoulder, was it a mistake for Piccolo?
You know what? It's a really slow start to this heat, so that it's going to be hard. He's only got 8 minutes remaining, and if that's going to be, his opening ride, it is it did come in as a 2-3-3, but he wants to get out there. He's lucky that it's not, a 6-wave set right now, because that would be probably the end.
Jonathan, straight to the tip, like we said. That's his trademark setup, where he stalls it, hits the 5, walks back, speed check turn off the bottom, drives through that with some footwork, and now just a little hop, grabs that rail. He should be able to get back on the open face here, and he does. Walks out of that rail grab, a little weave, cross steps forward, but he's going to have to get back down into the pocket again to get that steeper section. Nice, clean 4 footwork steps up into the tip, and holds that 5 a little bit out on the shoulder on that nose ride, but using the cross step turn to redirect back to the pocket. Very good footwork here, reminiscent of some of the clean, controlled, critical footwork we saw from Kevin Skavana, as he just shuffles into a touch of the 5 at the last moment there. And then up and riding right now, it's our Dutch surfer, Douwe, the 17-year-old. Finds a 5, holds the 5, stays in the pocket, pulls in a 10, riding the Luffy board, same designer as the boards under the feet of Francisco, and he stayed locked on a really nice 5 into another 10, lifting both arms. Again, he's still into a third touch of a super tight 5, and then walks out, accelerates, and this is incredible because he has used that nose ride to perfection, and now he's back out on the open face into a nice arcing S-turn, setting a high line and finding another touch of the 5 in the morning light, and he's going to really now get another sliding high line here as he walks down to the inside and claps. A round of applause for Douwe Roebroek, the 17-year-old who lives in Portugal, is originally from the Netherlands, flying the flag for the Dutch, and that was sensational. The length of time, the confidence to stay locked on that 5, in and out of a 10, back to a tight 5, and then the pacing of that was exactly what the wave demanded. He rode that wave, and he read that wave so nicely.
That was the best description of it. He read it perfectly. He didn't, and we've seen a couple waves come through that have shut down on people, and we're really hoping you see, Green has priority right now, so he's going to take that off Piccolo.
Straight to a 10, leans in, more of a tight 5, and then back to the tail, widens that stance and drives off the bottom. Really cool to see two Luffy boards trading licks here under the feet of Dower and Francisco. Big shout out to Luffy, who'll be tuning in back home in Portugal as he sees his team rider carving off the bottom and leaning into another long 5 and holding that 5 with his arms down, and it's all smooth and clean as he walks out of that nose ride and sets himself up with a really distinctive arcing bottom turn into another top turn, and then he just snakes back and forth, staying close to the foam, eyeing over the shoulder to see if there's a steep section, maybe for another touch of the nose, cross steps forward, finds the roll of the 5 and kicks out cleanly. So Francisco will be in a great position now with a backup score. Piccolo maybe made a mistake going for that small wave. It just put him out of rhythm with that set, but Dower holding true to that long nose ride, and considering that it had been a slow start to the heat, the patience and then to perform at that level under pressure for a 17-year-old, absolutely incredible. But now he needs to get that backup wave because he's only had that one score, but I think it could be the strongest score of the heat.
I think this is going to come in as but this wave right here was just magical to watch. Nice nose ride, type 5 to 10. Again, his feet are, a lot closer than some of the other people on the nose. So, and then back up to a 10 again. And just right, nice in the pocket, just right here is beautiful speed and flow. Again, not really racing to get back on the tail, but doing it with style. And then cutting back into this section. His transitions are really lovely as well. He doesn't interrupt his flow when he steps back, and lovely. Look at this beautiful posed color as well on the nose and clapping. He's so happy for himself, as he should. That was a really well surfed wave.
Dower as well, great shortboarder, and I think that really shines in his read of the wave. I think it's super important to be comfortable on a variety of boards. If you really want to learn how to use the wave, how to recognize the power source to surf in the pocket, irrespective of if you're riding a big heavy log, I think that his shortboard roots really help with his longboarding, and it's nice to see.
It's really interesting hearing that. I remember having a conversation with Melanie Bartels. We were at Honolulu Bay surfing together, and she was saying how she loves to ride a longboard because being a shortboarder, it really gives her a perspective to slow down a bit and see kind of what's in front of you more than constantly chasing it down. So this is really interesting, to hear. Oh my goodness,
Hey,
Hawaiian Superman.
He's the reigning gold medalist. Is Kai Salas. He's coming out soon. First heat will be Peru, USA, Australia, Uruguay. He's getting ready for that second heat in the next main round of the men's. Of course, he was unstoppable last year. That final for me was one of the great performances of Kai's career, and I have had the joy of commentating through Kai's WSL World Longboard title, both of his ISA World titles, but the Kai I see now is greater than ever. The way he has improved over the years has been impressive, as we can see in a Piccolo with a 5, with a 10, holds on to that 5. Back
Here he is.
10. Drives down off the bottom, shakes the water off his face.
Ahí está.
Into that drop knee turn, looks over his shoulder just to see what's behind him. He knows he's going to need a backup wave. Things get bowly, goes into the roundhouse. A 7.33 dropped for Dower Roebuck. He kicks out. Now, interesting, recognizing that he's not got much scoring potential left, so he may well know he needs to shoulder hop something to engineer a backup score. That, for me, was smart surfing for Piccolo, because he knew he was only going to gain an extra 0.01 staying with that wave, but he needs something in the 5s at least if he wants to get through and not be eliminated, as Dower answers back, adding to his 7.33. This wave much more peaky than his opening wave, but he's gone into some cutbacks. Now, will Dower take this through to the inside, or will he opt to kick out and look for more? You can see by his body language he's going to stay with it. A couple of cross steps forward, but that wave is going to die on him, so he's not going to get a very strong backup score. So as it stands, Francisco Freitas in first with a 5 and a 6. Dower only needs a low score to go into first, but that wave may well not be enough. But now Piccolo Clemente is right in the mix.
He is in the mix. I'm really looking forward to see how this is. The nose rides, the poise, as well that re-entry off, off of that cutback was so well done. Smart surfing, I really love watching Piccolo surf.
Unlucky for Dower, I think, that wave. He would have been hoping just for a solid wall. It was one of those peaky ones. So it's not going to be a super significant score, but with 50 seconds remaining, there's a set wave coming through. Jonathan Amir is chasing a 2.44 to move to second, but we're waiting for that backer score. Dower, he's opted to go on the inside, fades in, 6 steps, goes for a heels, a little walk back, doesn't ride out of that walk back. Jonathan on a nice one, gets the 5, holds the 5, goes into a tight 10 there, and then just drives back up to the tip with 6 steps and salutes that front arm with another tight 5 and throws spray, grabs that rail. Berlin, this is potentially a game changer for the Israeli.
Yes, yeah, this is his second wave, so this is going to be quite solid. I feel. Wow, look at that.
He feels it. He's happy. 5 seconds remaining. Francisco Freitas looking to improve on a backup 5. Sweeps around that section. Sets himself up here. Things going to get a little bit peaky, so it's going to be slow, and you'll see him just cutting back to the foam. But if he gets the chance to strike another nose ride, he will. He knows that this will count as he just eyes things up. You can see by his body language that he's pretty relaxed. There's not a massive amount of scoring potential left, but he is setting up a touch of the 5. Back up for another little sneaky roll of the tootsies over the tip. Straightens out all cool. That guy is so chilled, but deep down there's a lot of muscle. He hides that determination by his cool Portuguese posture, doesn't he? And that was an impressive performance from Francisco. I think he's sitting safe. I think, yes, he could slip down to second. He may stay in first, but all of the other surfers are now in a battle for second. Potentially one of them might move into first.
Yeah, that last wave of Dow was a really well-surfed wave, so that's going to be his second backup.
Of Jonathan.
Yeah. And as well as our surfer in blue getting ready to drop his second wave. He's got a 7.33. So
the interesting thing for Dower's wave is we didn't see the start, so we don't know if he got a nose ride. But this is the last ride there of our surfer from Portugal. How was that sweeping roundhouse?
I was just getting ready to say that sweeping roundhouse to that 5 foot, a little bit wide on the nose ride, but still beautiful to watch. And then again, just that little bit of a stall.
Okay, a 4.20 for Dower Robruck. So now Francisco Freitas needs a 5.54. So although it's not huge, that score, it's made a difference. And Dower has moved up into first position. Francisco now needs a 5.54 to improve his situation or move back up into first. The 5 and the 6, do you think this is going to go into his top 2?
I don't know. I don't think this is going to go into his top 2. I think that 6 and that 5 is pretty solid. But Jonathan is what I'm really interested to watch. Look at this wave right here, up to a 5. Yes, a wide 5, but fixes that up right there.
Is it 2 on the shoulder to really go big on the score range?
It'll depend on how the judges perceive that. So up to a 5 to a 10.
That was right in the pocket.
That was in the pocket, and then again, just really fast, speedy, powerful surfing. And then this set up again to the inside.
So he needs a 6.10. I think it's going to be super close. I think the first nose ride may well be deemed to be a little bit out of the pocket, but the second one was without doubt a critical pocket nose ride. It's all to play for. A 5.57 comes in for Benoit Piccolo Clemente. He will be eliminated. So that doesn't do enough for the Peruvian, so he won't get a chance to go for his second gold medal at the ISA World Longboard Championship. And now we're just waiting a last score for Dower, which won't go into his top 2. It was the walk into a 5, a heels and a walk back, and then he came off the shoulder. So it's not going to replace that 4.20. So as it stands right now, Dower is safe. He's either going to stay in first or move down into second. And Jonathan is now chasing a 6.37.
Do I think it's going to come in as a 6.37?
I think relative to the scale, if you look at that 7.33 that Dower got at the opening, it needs to be like about a point below that. And whether it just had the composure at the start, that we saw from Dower, I think the judges will really be studying it. They'll be looking at the use of all of the board, all of the wave, degree of difficulty, pocket work. They'll really be looking at the pocket. And the positive will be that second nose ride in the pocket. The negative will be potentially that first nose
Wide
ride.
stance 5.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be right on the button. My instinct says potentially it's not quite going to be enough, but I could well be wrong. I liked the commitment, but I just felt like there was a refined kind of element in the key waves of Francisco and Dower that just shone a little bit brighter.
I would have really loved to see Piccolo get another wave.
Do you think it would have helped for Jonathan had that wave just had a little bit left on the inside, or do you think that would make no difference?
What was that, sorry?
Do you think it would have helped Jonathan had that wave just kept running all the way through to the inside, or do you think that really the judges have lost interest at that point and the scores are all delivered in that in the first kind of 2/3 of the ride?
It depends how much of a face in a wall that inside section had. Some of these inside sections have had a nice wall to play with, but for the most part, it's still so high tide and there's just so much water over the reef, it kind of just shuts down right now as it enters the deeper water. He'd be losing it right now.
Oh, absolutely. And there's no denying that he has put his heart and soul into this heat and this event. And if he gets the score, congratulations, he'll move up into first or second. If not,
he should be so proud of himself and for his country.
You said it.
It's 100%. He has been ripping, and he's been very gracious. And I guess that's a part of the competition. In order to be a gracious winner, you need to be a gracious loser.
Absolutely.
And hold your head high. The fact that you're here representing your country and you surfed so well, and everyone has noted how amazing all of these guys have been surfing. So at the end of the day, yes, it does suck if you lose out.
Okay, situation. It comes in at a 6.17. It's so close, but it's not enough. Dower Robruck takes the win. Francisco Freitas takes second. Jonathan Amir moves into third and is eliminated. Benoit Piccolo Clemente is eliminated in fourth. Congratulations, Netherlands and Portugal. Wow, that was a good one. We're going to have a rotation. We got Bo and Megan coming into the booth. We're going to go to the break, and it's the main round of the men's next.
Buenos dias. Welcome back to day number 6 of action here for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We are moving through into the main round of the men's surfing. We have 3 heats coming up. Still the top surfers in this draw. And in this heat, defending gold medalist Kai Salas will be up. Kai Salas, 2-time gold medalist here. He's going to be in the green jersey alongside his teammate Johnny Van Hoenstein from Hawaii. We're going to also feature Roland Lefebvre of France in the red and Jefferson Silva of Brazil. He'll be in the blue jersey. Surfers awaiting a start of this heat. We've just had the last heat results come through as we saw Dower Roblock moving through alongside Francisco Freitas. And this heat is going to be one to look out for. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Megan Godinez. Megs, what a morning it's already been. Conditions looking really glassy. We've got the defending gold medalist out in the water, Kai Salas. What are you looking forward to today?
A lot of ripping. I think there's going to be a lot of ripping, a lot of jockeying. We already saw a penalty, an interference in the 2 heats prior, so it's going to be interesting today. A lot of pressure.
It's going to be a lot of pressure, lots on the line. Tomorrow's going to be finals day. We're going to see competitors really pushing hard to get gold and the medals for their country. As we're going to throw it down to Sam. He's on the glass there with the winner of the last heat, Dower Robrock.
Thanks so much, team. Dower, that opening nose ride, it just put my hair on end. I mean, you had the patience and you had a lot of pressure on you. Talk us through what it felt like to hold that long 5 into a 10 on that opening nose ride that got you a 7.33.
Yeah, on first point I felt like I was too far away from the pocket, but I saw the section coming up was going to get faster and more hollows. I was like, I'm just going to get to, and yeah, I was lucky to have such a long wall.
And it must be important to have that good relationship with your shaper. You know, what have you been working on with Luffy to allow you to have the confidence to know that you can trust those really long nose rides?
Yeah, I've been working a lot with Luffy. He just shapes me lots of different boards which I try, and I just tell him what I like and what I don't like, and then he comes up with something magic. So yeah, I'm really thankful for him. Yeah.
Well, it definitely did the magic, but your backup wave, it was so close, only a 4. You know, talk us through what you were thinking at the end of the heat, knowing that all of the other surfers were in contention.
Yeah, my last heat before this one, I made a mistake by not catching a wave on the end, so I was only left with 1 score. So I was like, I'm not going to make this mistake again, and I just picked the first best wave I could find and did everything on it that I could do.
Well, it paid off, and it must be really special having your sister Mara and your mum with you. You know, have you? Has it helped giving you more fire to know that your sister and your mum are here behind you?
Well, it's funny because when I'm in the heat, I don't really think about other things, and I just focus on my heat. So whoever's on the beach, but when I arrive on the beach after my heat, it's definitely grateful to have family there.
Well, you're looking really good. How are you going to prepare for the rest of the morning? Know you're going to have another crunch heat.
Yeah, just gonna stay active and eat some and just be ready.
Keep it rolling, Dower. Incredible performance. Good luck in the rest of the heat. We'll take it back to the action.
Very much, Sam. The future of men's longboarding is in great hands with these teenage surfers. Dower Robrock there, Jack Tyro as well, making it through his heat. I mean, the level that these boys are surfing at is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he took out Piccolo Clemente, which I didn't expect him to be in the repecharge round to begin with, you know. It was interesting. Everyone so far every day has, whether it was someone from Australia, someone from New Zealand, someone from Colombia, someone from Costa Rica, someone from Brazil, they're saying everyone is beatable, whether it's in the main round or in the repecharge. So, and they showed case of that in that last heat. Piccolo Clemente going down. His campaign will be done for the rest of the heat, rest of his campaign, but he did well to represent his country.
Oh, he certainly did. Very proud to fly the flag for their country. 16 minutes left in this first heat of men's round 4. This is the main event, a non-elimination round. 3rd and 4th place will move through to the repecharge. 1st and 2nd moving into round number 5 of the main event. No takers on this first small set, Meg, so they're going to have to sit and wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, and we are in the main round. The last couple heats have been the repecharge, so they've been 15 minutes. Now they have that extra 5 minutes. As you can see, you're going to see a lot more patience, a lot more picking and choosing. In the repecharge round with 15 minutes, you really have to go out there and kind of have this plan of catch anything that comes to you and make it happen. There's not going to be a lot of stand-ups. Really think about it and kick out. We saw that last heat with Piccolo. He rode that inside wave all the way in as much as he could, but as soon as he didn't have that wall, he kicked out and started booking it. He only had 1.5 minutes left. The way that he paddled out, he really needed a second score to back up his first score. But again, the main round, we're going to see a lot of waiting as we see, you know, surfers are going to have that strategy of, okay, I got 20 minutes. I'm going to really pick and choose. So I feel like with the swell going down, the tide sucking out, there's going to be a little bit more of a defensive game. this is the day before finals, so I can only expect to have a great offense as well as a great defense for all our surfers.
And that's the tricky thing about starting heats as well. It's non-priority situations, so you're really having to position yourself. Looks like Roland Lefebvre and Jefferson Silva going deeper on the reef, so toward the right-hand side of screen there. The two Hawaiians having a chat in the water at the moment, just discussing maybe their strategy, their tactics. These guys are a bit too deep.
Yeah, I can almost. Kai probably asked, "What does the time say? I can't see what the time is. What's the time?" He probably asked Johnny that.
Probably, yeah. Johnny's probably got his watch on. He's like, come on, Kai.
Yeah, he's like, "Come on, rookie move. Where's your watch, man?"
So Jefferson Silva currently holding down that inside position. As we were saying, no priority. Make sure you stay tuned to the social media channels of ISAsurfing. All of the live action can be tuned into on Facebook. You'll get a lot of the updates, stories on Instagram. Of course, YouTube. We've got the live feed running there. And if you're tuning into ISA Surf, you've got access to the live scoring updates as well as all of the competitor information, who's representing your country. Of course, Team Hawaii represented for the men's side in this heat. We are going to be seeing Team Philippines coming up in the next heat. Regilio J.R. Esquivel alongside his teammate Crisanto Villanueva, or King as he's affectionately known. And this is where we start to see those top surfers, especially if they're still in the main event round, matching up against their countrymen.
Yeah, I mean, even in the repercharge round, we've seen it from actually day 2 when the seeding, with new surfers coming in to represent their country, a lot of them are getting seeded with their teammate. So having that strategy, again, surfing is an independent sport. You got it. When you're out there, you're by yourself. You're surfing, yes, for your country, for yourself, but you are the only one riding waves. So again, Kai and Johnny, they both surf Waikiki pretty much every single day. But once that horn blows, it's not really any friends.
True. But the great thing about the ISA is that they bring, you know, the country, the nations together, and they are able to fight for team medals. So still gaining some valuable points for their team if they make it a long way through the rounds. We see Team Hawaii here. Johnny the Ripper taking a look at this one, up and riding on the first wave of this heat. 12 minutes left, up on the nose. Nice tight 5 there, touch of the 10 as he steps back. So he has to clear the water out of his eyes. He carves this board back around to the pocket. Beautiful transition straight up to the nose again for Johnny as he's looking to get around this whitewater section. I think he's going to do that, Megs. He's going to get a bit more scoring opportunity here on the inside. Carving beautiful drop knee cut back to rebound off that foam. This wave standing up again for him on the inside. Beautiful style, carving maneuvers. No water on the rail at all, just slicing through the water there. It's going to be a great start from Johnny as we see Kai Salas taking a look at this one. He's looking to get started as well. Defending gold medalist, stroking into this one. He's going to get into it. He is not going to be able to catch that wave, so he's going to be at the back there with third priority at the moment as we await that score to set the scale for men's round 4, heat number 1 of Johnny. Megs, great start there from Johnny.
Yeah, really good smart surfing. I had a chat with him yesterday. I said, you know, this is going to be a marathon. The heats are only 20 minutes, so you got to get started early. And for the surfers that are watching, that are coming up, you guys should really, really pay attention to what the ocean's doing right now, because there is long lulls. This swell is dying. The tide is coming out. Every morning so far that we've had, the tide has been really low, and it gradually comes up through the day. During overnight, we've actually had a big high tide due to that moon coming in and waxing and filling in. So as the tide goes out, there's going to be a longer lull. So it's going to be important for surfers to get busy early in the heat.
Live action. Team Brazil, Jefferson Silva up on the nose. We saw him. Oh, beautiful 10. Holds it for an extended amount of time. I was going to say we saw him yesterday get some really high scores from holding those nose rides for a long time on that outside section. Bit of a smaller wave there, Megs. I think Jefferson just getting things started there, getting his feet in the wax just for a little score.
Yeah, you had a good point earlier. You saw that Kai and Johnny were kind of towards the left of the screen, which is a little wider from the point, and Roland and Jefferson were sitting really deep. As we see this replay on this wider one, that Johnny really surfed very smart. Nice hang 5 through that critical section. And I love the way he swoops his turn. He really negotiates those bumps on the inside. He really is kind of safe surfing. He is surfing only at 60%. He knows that he's going to be up against some big names, and he's going to have that, he's going to grow throughout the competition. That beautiful drop knee. Now he's really starting to set that rail into those turns, just making his way into the inside, and he decides to kick out. Smart surfing from Johnny.
That was a great wave to kick things off. It looks like Roland of France is taking a look at this one. He's up and riding straight to the nose. Doesn't quite get there. He's going to have to reposition himself. Now on the nose, a little bit away from the shoulder as he carves that board back toward the white water again, walking up to the nose. This is better, more critical nose riding from Roland. We see him get a quick 10 there as well as he drop knee, carves his board, rebounding off the foam. Just having to deal with a little bit of wobble on that. He's going to stand back up after that fall, so continuing through to the inside on this ride. See in the background, defending gold medalist Kai Salas up and riding, sticking with Roland here. He's going to decide to kick out. And we'll get a glimpse of Kai's wave here as he brings it through this midsection. Just beautiful, flowing, crisp style of Kai. Stalling with the hand, stalling with the back foot, up on the nose again for a 5. We see him bringing this one right through to the inside as he decides to kick out. Can't wait to see the work he got done on the outside.
Yeah, me too. He really sits and looks at the ocean and kind of sees what wave in the set's going to offer him the best wave. So, yeah, very interested to see what he got done on the outside.
As we see the replay now, Megs, a quick 5. Talk us through this one.
Beautiful sweeping turn, the way that he sets up for this high line. Finds it again, that blue moon tail, really letting his board stick it on the very top line of that wave for that quick, beautiful hang 10. Really perched on there. You saw the air again levitating him up on that wave. Nice carving turns. Little lolly here, but he does that really beautiful sweeping turn. He has one of the best styles, I think, in the game. Nice stalling hang 5, tight hang 5. Walks back and kicks out. He did a lot of beautiful, beautiful work on the outside as we see Johnny paddling for this wave.
Johnny looking to back up his first wave. Score of a 6-point ride, up and riding. 4 steps to the nose, holds the 5. Going to stay on the nose here. Can realize that's a more critical section as he's just trimming that board up for the 10. Beautiful style. Can see him still up on the nose. Now back to the midsection. Drop knee, carve back toward the pocket as we see him setting up for this inside section. Wave goes a little flat. He needs to cut back to the white water to stay with it. Now things start to stand up a little bit more for him as he gets another drop knee turn in. Johnny bringing this one right the way through. Beautiful style, beautiful class from this young Hawaiian surfer as he rides all the way through into this inside section, realizing that he can get back up onto the nose. Beautiful 5 there from Johnny. I love the light that we're seeing in this morning sunrise as he makes his way around this section. He's just going to come unstuck on that end section there. Megs, great backup score. That's going to really solidify him in first place.
Yeah, I honestly think that's going to be better than his 6. All the work that he did outside, it was a bigger wave. The way that he worked it way onto the inside, he got that another really critical 5 on the inside. I think it is going to go bigger than that 6.
Different approach from what we've seen Kai Salas the last couple of days as well. Kai Salas getting 2 waves and deciding to come in. Johnny's opting to paddle back out. 6 minutes left on the clock. By the time that 6 minutes runs out, he's just going to be getting back to the lineup because it's such a long paddle here at El Sunzal. So he's recognizing that he could get another score as he continues to paddle out. We're still waiting on scores of Kai Salas's last waves as well as Johnny's last wave there. Looking at the scoreboard, Roland, the further of France, drops in a 6.5. So currently the highest wave score of the heat. I think that's going to be replaced by Johnny's last wave. Jefferson Silva locks in a 3.33 for that long nose ride on a smaller wave on the outside section. As we see some lines approaching the outside here, Megs.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that score for Kai's last wave. The judges really deliberating on where it was, how technical it was. It was a big wave. It was beautifully, beautifully surfed. So interested to see what that score is going to be.
Jefferson Silva of Brazil up and riding. Up on the nose for a 10. Super critical there. You can see him perched as he wraps his board back toward the white water again, up on the nose. Kind of sets the board a bit high on the wave there, but you can see him dropping down, getting some speed here. Walking out to the nose again. This wave looking like it's going to stand up on the outside. He's a bit away from the pocket of the wave out on the shoulder there. So starting to move back now and get some rail work done through the midsection of this wave. As Jefferson Silva wraps that board back around to the white water. He got some great scores on the nose in previous days. I think he's drawing off that experience. Beautiful drop knee set up here as he just wraps that board back toward the white water, coming through to the inside section. Looking for another trip to the nose here. He's on the nose, tries to fling the tail out. Just going to come unstuck there. So that's going to be Jefferson Silva's highest wave score so far. We'll see if it's going to improve his situation. But we see Kai Salas drop a 7-point ride, the two-time ISA gold medalist and world longboard champion on the WSL Tour in 2023. Still waiting on the last of Johnny, the Ripper, to his last wave score to drop. Do you feel like it's going to be better than Kai Salas' 7?
I think that's why the judges are taking a bit time, is because they set the bar already with Kai's 7. You know, with Johnny's wave, as we'll get back to that as you see Jefferson's replay. Nice, beautiful perched hang 10 out the back. Nice sweeping carve back into the power section. Nice critical hang 5. Does a little shuffle back. Judges will take note of that. Just really utilizing the cross step to get his board back into that midline. Nice, beautiful high line hang 5. Little bit out onto the shoulder. Judges are going to see that. I like this camera view with the drone and how you can see where they're actually standing on the wave as he works his way onto this inside. He did a lot of beautiful carving maneuvers to get back into this inside for this wave to stand back up again. Nice turning back into the rebound off the whitewash. He's going to look for this wall again. Nice 5, and he just kicks out on his nose.
As we see scores dropping from Johnny, 7.67 highest wave score, but Kai Salas up and riding 10, holds the 10 through that beautiful section on the outside. We see him trying to gain some speed, using that board very well, staying in that middle of the board to get around that whitewater section. He does so with ease. The speed that board carries is unbelievable as he makes his way through. I mean, I think the technique as well from Kai Salas is definitely one to speak about, as he just cruising his way through on this inside. He's done that long hang 10 on the outside section, so looking to back that up with another major maneuver here. He's up on the nose, super critical nose ride in the section there, as we see Kai just wrapping that board back toward the white water, setting things up here. Is he going to finish off on the end section? He does, beautifully, really controlled. I like the little double fist bump there he had as well. Kai Salas bringing this one right through to the sand. Also live action, Roland the further. Coming down to a minute left. He's up on the nose, holding that 5, 10. Holding that 10 in this section here. So Roland really bringing out his A game today. We see him gaining some speed along this section. Can he get around it? He does so. So he's got a little bit of rail work to do now on this flatter section. We see him drop knee carve as he brings the board back around to the pocket, stepping on the tail, stalling things as he gets up onto the nose. He's going to hold this nose ride through this section here. Beautiful style there, that back arm up for that balance. Again, wrapping that board back around. This is going to really match his 6.5 that he dropped on his first ride. Beautiful drop knee to set things up for the inside, up on the nose through this fast section. He's just going to have to straighten out to finish off this ride. Wow, a couple of great scores to drop through. The one thing that I've noticed throughout this whole heat is the critical nose rides of Kai Salas and how close to the pocket he puts his board. As we see Johnny the Ripper up just before the hooter, up for a quick 5. Taps that nose as he steps back on the rail. Beautiful rail work for a roundhouse cutback. Rebounds off the foam as he just steps on the tail. Not much more scoring potential he can see in the midsection of this wave on a much smaller wave. I'm not sure if it's going to offer up much else on the inside as he's going to bring this one through. So he goes for a little head dip there, a little shampoo and conditioner.
He always finds it. I don't know what it is. It's like that barrel instinct of his. He really, on the smallest wave, you would never think he does, and he just makes it happen. I'm like, where did this little head dip come from? But
Beautiful switch foot floater there as well to finish things off. Now, still waiting on scores for Roland Lefebvre of France to drop alongside Kai Salas's second wave score as well. So we are going to expect things to change. Jefferson Silva drops a 6-point ride for his last wave score. I do feel like it's probably not going to be enough though. Kai Salas had that beautiful nose ride and a beautiful finish right on the Papusa section as well. Roland Lefebvre though puts together some great maneuvers throughout that whole ride.
yeah, he did really well, as we see Kai cooling off from that morning surf session. Here we have this replay, standing up in the middle of his board on this blue moon. Beautiful, beautiful hang 10 in that critical section, really levitating, pumping down with control. That's what I love about Kai, is how much control he has, especially on such a big board. He's riding a 9.8 Blue Moon Kai Salas model. And mind you, these are the board, this is the board he actually won all his titles on. So he's looking really comfortable with that carving maneuver, stalling on that high line, waiting for this wave to stand back up. Beautiful, beautiful surfing. Looking for this high line again, gets this levitating hang 5 into that critical section. Nice swooping signature Kai cut back. And he looks into this section, really reads this well, because a lot of people were kind of just slapping it and not going over onto the lip and falling down. Covers it and does beautiful with that wave.
Roland Lefebvre feeling very excited. He's been boosted up to first place. A 7.83 drops for his last ride. He's going to take the win in this men's round number 4, heat 1. Kai Salas drops a 7.1, so he moves into second. It's going to be Roland and Kai Salas moving on through to the next round. Johnny and Jefferson going to be dropping down into the repechage round. Still going to have a second chance at the medals contention. We're going to take a short break, recompose ourselves. Coming up in the next heat, Team Philippines.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Live action in the water. Edouard Del Perro in the red jersey representing France, up and riding on the nose, holding that 5. Super critical, almost gets barrel. I think he did get barrel. I'm going to call it a barrel as Edouard moves through this section of the wave here, steps back on the tail, swooping carve back toward the pocket, cross-stepping up to the nose, holding it. Beautiful style as he makes his way back on the board, cross-stepping. Drop knee, cut back, little touch of the rail there to bring things back to the white water. He sets up for another nose ride on the inside. Edouard Del Pello, no stranger to medalists contention, multiple finalist, copper, bronze. He's going to look to go a couple better this year. Cross-stepping his way up to the nose, holding that 5 throughout the inside. Is he going to finish off as we saw Kai Salas do in the last heat? He is, so a really well surf wave there from Edouard Del Perro of France. As we take a look at the copper medalist, J.R. Esquivel from the Philippines. He's got a beautiful backhand style here, suiting the wave of El Senzal very well. Again, up on the nose, so second 10 on this wave already as he cross steps. Great footwork there from Rogelio as he makes his way through to the midsection. Again up on the nose and finds another touch of the 10. This board levitating in the pocket of the wave here. You can see that wave, a little bit of a flatter section there, but he manages to get back up on the nose, stepping on the tail again. Another touch of the nose, another 10. That's number 4 on this wave. Megs just continuing through to the inside section as we see him looking for another nose ride. Holding that 5 here as he wraps things back to the white water again, moving again. 5, that's his 5th 10 as he kicks out. 5-10, 5-10. Oh my goodness. As we see John Garmendia of Spain up and riding, shaping his own boards up on the nose, holding that 5, has to stretch back a little bit, holds it through this whitewater section. Megs does so well to navigate around that on the nose. You can see his weight shifting forward and back, still up on the nose, bit of a tighter 5, but he's out in the pocket, so he's going to get back on the tail to get some rail work done here, stepping back as he cross steps up the board again. Beautiful style from John out of that northern reaches of Spain as we see him just finishing off this ride in the midsection of the wave. And it's going to be Crisanto Villanueva of the Philippines. King up and riding up to the nose, holding that 5. Beautiful soul arching on the nose as we see him again. That foot completely wrapped over. Little bubble there, so he just kind of has to shake that off as we see him back up on the nose, holding that tan. Super critical nose riding. Unfortunately goes down. It looked like he was holding on with his toes for that whole ride. Oh, let's head down to the glass, down to Roland Lefebvre. He's down there with Sam.
Roland Lefebvre, you are in vogue. I mean, you're beating the big names. On that last exchange, you got the scores. You must be feeling on top of the world right now.
No, it's pretty amazing. Maybe it's the best hit of my life, I think. It's wow, to be in front of all those guys in front of me. I was not stressing. I was like, I have to surf on my best and not do mistake or something like this. And I tried to do, but my first wave, I was not like happy with my first wave, so I wait for the score. I knew it was a 6.5. I think Johnny have a 6 point, Kai 7, and Jadson like a 3 or something like this. So I was like, oh, maybe it's my backup, and I have like the second score, so maybe I have to wait for the big one. I knew before the hit that there is not a lot of waves, so I was thinking, okay, this hit is just 2 waves, you take 2 waves. So now you have your backup, and now you have to go high because in front of you they're gonna go high. So I was thinking, okay, let's go to the 10.
Your repertoire, it's really working. It's getting the scores. Is this surfing on instinct? Are you just reacting to the wave shape ahead, or have you got a plan in your head? Have you got a set of maneuvers that you really want to perform?
A lot of time I have a plan of my head, a lot of time. Yeah, normally I watch, I know like every surfer in front of me, so I know how they surf, and I try to do what they don't do. And sometimes it works, but in front of them they do all, so I have no plan, just surf, enjoy. The waves are perfect again today. That was like the perfect size and yeah, the perfect weather. And I was thinking like you have to go high, so directly you have to put like a big maneuver or something like this. If you don't do that, you're gonna lose the hit. So I did that.
Well, very interesting to hear you say doing what they're not doing, having that point of difference. But now with all this success, beating some big names, beating gold medalists, what are your hopes now for today and tomorrow for Team France?
Just, I want all the Team France go far on the competition. I just want that, and I just keep going. You know, like I think it's the best result of my life already. So I just want to keep going and win. I don't know where I go. I don't know, but I'm really happy to be here, and I'm happy to compete for France. It's like, yeah, one dream of my life, and it comes through, so I'm really happy. So I enjoy.
Well, we look forward to watching more of you, Roland. Allez le bleu, and good luck in the rest of the event. We'll get back to the action.
Thanks very much, Sam. Team France looking very strong as they move throughout this competition. Back to live action in the water. J.R. Esquivel dropped the 7.83 on his first ride. Looking to back up that score on this. He already got a beautiful nose ride on the outside section. Again, holding this 5-10. Just switching between the 5 and 10 there as he makes his way back up again for a nose ride on the inside section. Whipping that board through to the inside here as he makes his way down toward the Papusa section. Stretching out for the 5. Again, up on the nose for the 10. He's going to ride out with control. So that's going to be a good backup score for JR. Live action out the back. His teammate from the Philippines, King, up and riding, just deciding to kick out of this one. Well, Megs, lots of scores to come through. Let's update the situation. Eduard Del Perro drops an excellent 8.33 for his first ride, but puts him currently in the lead, of course, waiting on scores from JR and Crisanto. Talk us through JR's wave on this, Megs.
The way that he weaves his board, he knew that that wave wasn't standing up just yet, so he weaves it and finds that high line. Nice hang 5, quick tap of the 10. The fluidity in this guy is amazing. The way, oh, that beautiful hang 10. It is a little bit out on the shoulder, so judges really paying attention to where the critical section is, but he really gives this wave no time to breathe. The way that he just keeps moving and redirecting, and it's not small redirections, it's big, swooping, engaging the tail turns. Nice hang 10, tap hang 10 one more time, because why not? Turning back into that whitewash, quick walk up to the nose for that quick hang 5. Nice work into the inside. I feel like I'm behind commentating on on this wave because he's done so much work. I mean, the way that he really doesn't give that wave any time to breathe. He just really worked it.
John Garmendia quick in and out of that wave. He dropped a 5-point ride for his first wave score. You were watching the replay of JR's first wave, but he drops a 7.8 as we see Eduard Del Perro of France falling off the back of that one. Uncharacteristic fall for Eduard. He likes to get things a couple of waves at the start of the heat, likes to get things started quickly. So he'll make his way back out to the outside section there. As we said, JR dropped a 7.8, very similar wave score to his first wave, so that puts him up into the lead now. A huge heat total, 15.63. As we take a look at the replay here of Eduard's 8.33 Megs, talk us through this nose ride.
Finds this critical section, as you can see, long hang, tight hang 5, and then he gets a little barrel. I think the judges really like that, to be honest. I didn't even think he planned to get that barrel.
It shows how critical it was in the pocket.
Yeah, that himself got that water thrown over him. I mean, he was very much in the critical pocket. Little bit. Now we're working a little bit onto the shoulder, sweeping this cut back, grabbing that rail to control that board. Nice, beautiful high line. Hanging 5 on that top, working his way onto the inside. Nice carving cut back into the whitewash. Good rebound. Working his way. Nice drop knee. Nice hang 5 through the inside here. And this is where he saw Kai finish off his wave. He's like, I can do that too. Let me bash this lip a little bit. And he did so very well.
So judges deeming that excellent surfing from Eduard Del Perro. As we see Crisanto up and riding, using his priority up on the nose, holding the 5 through this section. That oncoming section does well to make his way around it. Again, up on the nose, super critical nose ride. You can see the tail of the board there, just next to the white water. As we see him wrapping that board back around. Things starting to flatten out a bit, so he's going to start to step back on the tail here. Get some work done on the inside, just redirecting that board back to his left to stay with this one, because it's going to start to wall up on the inside again, up on the nose from behind the white water. Drop knee, carve back toward the pocket of the wave, that power source. Again, we see him fading back to the left as he makes his way through to the inside section. He's going to surf left on this one. We've seen this happen a few times in competition so far. So that's going to be a score for King to come through on his last wave.
I reckon it's going to be his high score. As we see Ben Skinner getting ready for his next heat for Team England. He's going to be joining Matu Maturano from Argentina, Rodriguez Fire from Brazil, and Taka Inoue from Japan. That is another stacked heat. I mean, I'm seeing just straight across finals from here on out, and it's going to be insane to watch.
Eduard Del Perro up and riding, 4 steps to the nose, 10 in that beautiful section on the outside. He's going to bring this board back toward the white water for that cut back. Again, just using his rail to drop knee turn as he's up on the nose for another 10 in the midsection of this wave. Little grab rail carve back to the pocket there, stalling things, setting things up for the inside as he's back up on the nose, holding the 5. Eyeing off down the line, realizing that he needs to cut back here. Again, steps on that tail to stall it to get back up on the nose. Good backup score here for Edouard. As we see him moving through to that end section. He's going to bring it right through, back up on the nose there. And he's going to finish off again on the inside. Very, very like his first wave there, Megs.
All the way into the inside, textbook. That 2+1 is really in his favor. The way that he's really engaging that rail, he feels good about that. He really, really does. A little less than 7 minutes to paddle out. We heard from surfers yesterday at how long the paddle out was, but with the swell dying, I'm going to say it's about maybe a 5-minute paddle out, maybe even less, because the tide is sucking out. So, I mean, surfers are going to have to be, you know, not coming in early, surfing it to the very end, and down to the last wire, I think.
And also, because that drop in swell, we're not getting that water movement through the inside as well, which is going to really hinder the paddle time.
Yeah, the current is not as ripping. So I think that, you know, surfers are going to pay attention to where their line is to paddle out, because yesterday, a lot of the surfers took a lot of energy just to get out there for their heat.
Current heat leader waiting on scores though as JR up and riding on the nose on the outside section. Beautiful style. You can just see how clean that board is as he's up on the nose. Beautiful 10 there from JR. A real fantastic surfer on the WSL Longboard Tour from the Philippines. Just waiting, setting up this inside section here. He's going to keep things tight to the pocket. As we see him just riding next to the white water, looking for this wave to stand up. You can see those bumps from the backwash there as he's weaving his board, keeping it on rail, keeping it moving, back up to the nose, holding the 5, brings it back straight toward the beach here. As you see him now setting up, redirecting the board, hanging heels, goes for the walk back. Unfortunately, comes unstuck there. You can see he was in 2 minds. He could hit a little bump and just put him off balance.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of those risky moves today with those hang heels, channeling their inner Connie Stewart. Shout out to Conniella Stewart. He also helped bring home that gold medal last year for Team Hawaii. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot of risky moves as we see this replay. Nice high line. Beautiful the way he sets those Luffy boards really on rail, and then the way that he turns and stomps and stalls all at the same time. Those Luffy boards looking really, really good under his feet. Back into the whitewash. Just working his way onto this inside. He knows that the inside is going to stand up for him, so he's just carving it back and forth, back left and right, looking for that power source. And here this wave starts to stand up for him. Looking for that inside section. He gives no waiting time. He doesn't just stand there. He wants to stay busy. He wants to have the judges keep watching him. Nice hang 5, quick tap of the hang heels, and just gets unstuck. But beautiful ride out on the back as we see replay from our surfer from France, Edouard Depero. Beautiful hang 5 there, swooping carving cutback. That 2+1 really letting him set his rail on the bigger faces. Beautiful critical hang 10. The face kind of getting away from him now, so he's going to turn back into that whitewash. Looking for this wall to stand back up again. Nice high line. Hang 5. Holding it. Nice controlled cross step back. Whipping that board around to find that high line again, and just walking beautifully up into that nose. Working his way into the inside. He sees this section start to stand up. He's saying, I want one more nose ride, and then let me stamp. Let me just seal the deal, send the letter out, and it's gone.
A 6.43 drops for that last ride of Edouard Del Perro. Puts him into second place. In first place currently, J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines. Locking in some almost excellent rides. 7.83 and a 7.8. So sitting in third place, Crisanto. On screen there in the blue jersey, needing an 8.10 to progress through to the main round, number 5 of the men's. And John Garmendia needing an almost perfect 9.76 to change the situation. But do remember, this is a non-elimination round, so surfers in 3rd and 4th will have another chance at progressing through to the medal final. They'll move into the repechage rounds. There's the ocean just going a little bit silent on us. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Now, Edouard Del Perro, he looks so solid on the board his whole wave during his surfing. Is that what you think is the judges are looking for? Just that really controlled, flowing kind of surfing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we also saw that in Kai's heat, the way that he connects and fluidity, and just the way that he is being able to set rail, find high line, and it's just this painting. He's just there. You know, surfers are artists. They're just painting on the wave. They're using their board as a paintbrush, I like to say. So the way that he has control, and I love that he really is using a 2+1, but trying to surf it in a more traditional style. So that's the beauty of longboarding, is that no matter what kind of fin setup you have or the length of the board, the way that you surf, you can decide in that moment whether you want to be traditional or progressive. Right now, the judges are looking for that more traditional surfing, so he's really just swooping out the turns, finding that high line again, getting those nose rides in. So, I mean, those boards are looking really good. He's done a lot of R&D with his brother, Antoine, and as Antoine coming here, being his coach, and rooting for Team France, I think it's boosting his confidence. It's really good to have family here, really have a really good connecting group. So I think, you know, France is looking really, really good with that last winner as well, Roland Lefebvre for France, and the women's side also looking very strong.
Yeah, of course, with Alice Lemoine. She's going to be coming up later on today, actually pretty soon, as we move into the women's main round shortly after this men's round. So Alice and, of course, Ophélie also representing France. She's going to be up in the repechage rounds later on today. So Team France still looking strong. They are 3-time team gold medalists. They won back in 2013 in Peru, and then also in France when they were there in 2019, their home country, and then into El Salvador in 2023. We can see Team France there. The ages of the competitors and also the stances. So, you know, around that 30 years of age, averaging for Team France, as we see Crisanto, can he get to his feet in time? He manages to maybe let go of the rail in time. We'll have to get confirmation on that. Looked like he was up. We see him cross-stepping up to the nose, looking for an 8.96, gets the hang 10, has to deal with some white water, has to deal with a really bit of a closing out section in front of him, does well to get around it. Again, he's going to be up on the nose for a quick touch of the 5, as we see him drop kneeing back through. Megs, a smaller wave, judge is going to take that into consideration, looking for, a near perfect 9-point ride. What are you thinking?
It is a smaller wave. He didn't get any. The judges really want to see the commitment to the bigger sets. You know, there are lesser sets coming in with this, the swell dropping, but he does a lot of work. Is it going to be into the 8-point range? I don't think it is. Just seeing, comparing it to Edward's wave on a bigger set, the way that he got a lot of work done on the outside. So, I mean, great surfing. Again, this is the main round, so they will have a chance to surf in the repechage. But great surfing from all of our surfers.
On screen there, JR coming through. He's going to be moving through alongside Edouard Del Perro into the next round of the main event for the men. Don't go anywhere. We've got 2-time silver medalist Ben Skinner coming up in the next heat representing England. We'll be back after this short commercial break. Welcome back to day number 6 of action here. Matu of Argentina up and riding on his backhand. Quick touch of the 10 there to kick things off. See him wrapping that board back toward the pocket of this wave. A smaller wave to kick things off. Competitors realizing that there's a little bit of a lull in the ocean, so opting to catch waves, stay busy. Matu gets another nose ride on that outside section as he brings it through here. You can see the wave a little bit slower than what we've seen from earlier waves this morning. He's just going to decide to kick out. Ben Skinner dropped to 2.5 as well to start off this heat. We're also going to see Taka Inoue, last year's silver medalist, looking to go one better this year. He's looking in great form, although he had that small injury earlier on in the week. He's looking really strong. We also have another gold medalist from the ISA, Rodrigo Sfire of Brazil in the green jersey. He won back in, I believe it was 2010 for Rodrigo. So 4 surfers here: Argentina, England, Brazil and Japan represented. Doing well for the team medal tally as we see Ben Skinner having a look on his second ride here on the inside. He's up and riding. 4 steps up to the nose, holding the 5. You can see things starting to get a little more critical here for Ben. He's going to stay on the 5 as he steps back, looking for some more on the inside. Again, a quick touch of the nose, drops down the wave. Beautiful style there from the top of the wave as he carves back into the pocket there. Touch of the nose. Again, just weaving his board through, stepping on the tail, keeping this board moving. I love that he has no downtime at all on this wave. Back up on the nose, holding that 5 for a long time. This double scoop really lending itself to those nose rides. The way he shaped the tail. Rodrigo Sfire, previous gold medalist here, as we see him wrapping his board back to the white water, rebounding off the foam. As we see the pelicans fly past. Beautiful shot here. As we see Rodrigo bringing it through to the inside. I wonder if he got a bit of work done on the outside, Megs.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. It was a set wave, you know, so, as we see Taka Inoue on this wave, tap 10, and then this long, nice, close hang 5, swooping down, looking for this high line again. The wall's going to stand up for him. He's in that critical section. As you can tell, that wave was breaking already in front of him. Just trying to find this inside. Let's see if this wave stands up for him. He's wearing that knee brace. You did say that he did have that injury. Nice swooping carve. And the way that he's just moving that big board of his, I mean, he's maybe 5'1", and the way that he just moves that big 9, I think this is a 9.2 longboard. Nice high line again, quick 5, then there's that tap 10, still levitating, and just finishes out in the Pupusa section. Well done ride for Taka Inoue for our surfer in Japan.
As we see Matu of Argentina up and riding on the nose. Critical backside nose ride here. Touch of the 10. He has to step back as things get steep here. Making his way out into the shoulder. Drop knee to set things up here as he's back up on the nose. Bringing that tight 5. See him having to deal with a bit of white water. Fading back to the left here. Staying with the white water to make sure he gets a run at this inside section. The wave again standing up for him. He's back up on the nose. Holding that 5-10. So great nose riding skills from Matias Maturanu as he rebounds off the white water to bring things through to the inside section. Has to get a little lower there. Decides to kick out at the end section. So great wave scores from all surfers ready to lock in. And we are going to head down to Sam. He's on the glass with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks so much, team. JR, congratulations. A great heat to win. Now, let's go back to 2023. You know, you really put Philippines longboarding on the map. You got a copper individually in the final. You got a team copper with Team Philippines. Now, what have you learned from that experience that you're now taking forward to 2025?
Yeah, we've learned so much competing against the best in the world. And yeah, that first year, like, it really pushed us to be better and to train harder. And yeah, this time we're gonna do our best and compete with our best.
Well, you're one of the best. And did that result prove to the Philippines government that surfing needs to be invested in?
Yeah, actually that's our first time, so we got a copper medal, and that really pushed to the Philippine surfing, Philippine longboarding on the world. and I think that's the great start for us, and we will continue pushing harder every time.
You've had so many different board options to play with, but you seem to be happy on your Lufis. Why have you decided to ride your Luis Bento Lufis from Portugal?
Yeah, my Luffy board was really nice, and it holds really good on the nose, like a nose rider board, and it's perfect for the wave condition. So I decided to use it until the last day of the event.
You're looking amazing, JR. We love watching you. You've got a lot to look forward to. We're going to get back to the action. Good luck, and we'll really be enjoying those 10s.
Thank you so much. Finals day. Let's go.
Great to see JR there on the glass, representing the Philippines, doing his country proud as we take a look at live action in the water. Rodrigo's Fire up on the nose for a 10, holding that 10 through this middle section of the wave, so he does really well to control that nose ride. Judges are going to like the critical nature of that as he weaves his board through, looking for an end section here to finish cleanly. He decides to take another 4 steps to the nose, holding that 5. He's going to finish off, rebounding off the foam there, getting that board up and above the lip. He got a bit of work done on the outside section too, so it's going to improve on his 3.63 that locked in for his first ride. Scores coming in. Still waiting on the first of Taco Nue, but he's up and riding again. Beautiful soul arch nose ride there as he just has to navigate through some bumps from our water safety team as he steps on the rail there. This wave, one of the biggest sets, breaking a bit wider out there in the water. 4 steps to the nose, 10, critical, levitating, holding that nose ride. Does really well to step back out of that one with control. You see that little flick of the arms there as he decides to kick out. Taco Nue going to back up a great wave score yet to lock in for his first ride. Team Japan there cheering on his teammate, looking at their phones, looking at the scores that come through. As we see an excellent 8-point ride drop for Tucker's first wave. He's going to do well to back up that score. Rachel Tilley coming up on screen representing the USA. She's going to be up against Elise Lemois, also Maria Fernanda Reyes in the next heat. That is a stacked women's heat coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be bringing you longboarding action all day long here from El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. We've got just over 11 minutes remaining in this last heat of the men's round 4. Beautiful scenes there. We've got so much wildlife, both in and out of the ocean. You see the wind grooming these conditions, still offshore this morning here. We are just past 8 o'clock local time in the morning. So we did actually just see Tucker's wave score being revisited by the judges. An 8.17, so goes a little bit higher for his first ride as we see Matias Maturano of Argentina holding the 5 through this section. Things getting steeper for the 10 on this beautiful peak, that kind of wider section there. Matu doing very well to realize that he can get that critical nose ride, whipping things back to the whitewater here. He's got another section to deal with in front, decides to kick out. Ben Skinner up on the nose for the 10, walking up again, holding that 5 through this section. Critical nose ride, doing well on his own shaped boards there. You see another section to deal with for Ben. He's going to decide to stick with this one, complete that nose ride and ride through. He's eyeing off something further down the line. Does well to stay on the toes, Megs, holding onto that white water to get around this section.
Yeah, that custom double scoop that he's created for himself is looking really good as he gets that levitating hang 10. Swooping carve cut back. I love the way that he goes from top to bottom of the wave, really utilizing the pressure on the wave. You know, surfing reactive sport, you only can give what the wave is giving back to you. So just gets a little hung up on that nose ride, but by his posture there, he knows he's feeling good.
We see the English crew down on the beach there supporting Ben. He had quite a lot of his mates rock up the other day to support him as he moves through this competition.
Yeah, that was really cool to see, and them cheering him on. Like they're here for a holiday, for one of their mates' birthdays, and to come down here, be in the best place in Central America, and just cheering on one of your best friends Are you kidding me? That's so much fun.
So much fun, and they got pumping waves as well all week. We see a replay here, Megs, of Ben's wave here. Talk us through this nose right on the outside section.
The way that he knew that he was in that pocket, beautiful hang 10, he stands up in the middle of his board. He doesn't need to do a lot of work to swing that board around, but this hang 5, look at that wave in front of him. The curl is completely in front on the left side of your screen as he's still kind of on that right side of the screen. So he came from behind the pocket to nose ride. You see that tail set into that wave now as he walks back. He's eyeing down this face of the wave that's down a little bit more as we see this replay one more time. Beautiful levitating hang 10. He reads this wave. He sees that wall start to build up. He sets that midline. He goes from midline to highline, midline to highline. To do that, that's just a little adjustments in your knee. The way that your knee pushes down on that board as he works his way around this white water section. He knows that this wave is going to stand up. His knowledge of this wave is so good. He does a little stall check to get that back into that hang 10 on that high line there. Nice swooping cutback really from the top to bottom. Nice drop knee, really setting that spray into that sunrise on our screen. Quick hand 5, gets a little dug up, but looks at that beach and says, let's go, boys. We got this one.
Taka Inoue up and running on his third wave. Holding that 5 through this section on the outside. Beautiful nose riding skills from Taka for the 10. He's still going to hold this nose ride all the way along this outside section here. That board starting to get more critical in the pocket. Grabs rail, see that single fin. He's riding. Gets that board up on rail as he brings it back to the critical section. Just waiting for things to stand up a bit more on the inside. Wraps a little drop knee carve back to the pocket. Again up on the nose. Does well to negotiate that section. You can see his knees bending, shifting the weight to stay with this wave. So great awareness from Tucker. What he needed to do to stick with this one is he's going to bring it right through to the inside. Taka Inoue rips on all different types of craft. As we see him just straightening things out on the inside. Decides to kick that board away from the breaking wave. Another really good score going to drop for Taka Inoue.
Wow, these heats are making these judges work this morning. I mean, as they should. You know, we are getting closer to the finals day being tomorrow. I mean, we're going to see heats absolutely stacked like this one. All the heats from here on out are going to be stacked. I mean, it is going to be all about strategy, picking the right waves, making sure they make their count. We heard Roland saying, like, yeah, like, I want to have fun. I you know, I'm surfing my best, knowing that what the other guys in my heat can do, but going out there and getting busy, really picking the right ones, as we see our surfers in green and blue trying to dodge that set wave that just came in.
Yeah, they're currently sitting in that, or they were currently sitting in that first and second place. I was just going to say that there were some scores to drop for both Taka Inoue and Ben Skinner, which is definitely going to change the situation. Second wave score of Tucker, so second to last wave of ridden from Tucker in white was a 6.30, so helping his situation move up to the lead. Ben Skinner, 5 minutes left on the clock. He's up and riding on the nose. Beautiful hang 10 there from Ben, recognizing this wave on the inside is going to steepen up. Beautiful down carve there to get to the bottom of the wave. Makes his way back up the top, waiting for things to set up. Drop knee carve here as he brings this one through to the inside section. Realizing that there's going to be more on the inside. He's got a wall in front of him to work with. So let's see if he can get back on the nose, stepping on the tail as he's up, perched for the 10. Holding it through this section here. You can see his weight completely over the front of the nose of that board. Really beautiful rebound off the white water there to redirect down the line. You see Ben looking to finish off on the inside section. Huge float. Unfortunately, just has to throw it away at the end there. But Ben has moved into the lead with an 8.83 in that last wave. Matu of Argentina up and riding on his backhand. Quick touch of the 10. Gets a little hung up on the outside section there. As he cross steps back. Down to the bottom of this wave. Beautiful drop knee bottom turn. Has to grab the rail. Matu looking for a 7.81. Still waiting on Tucker's last wave to ride through, so that could bump up the requirement needed from Matu to move through. He has to kick out of this one. Not much scoring potential left. Wow, that was an amazing ride from Ben Skinner there. Recognizing that wave on the inside, Megs, was going to stand up for him.
Yeah, that was a smart move with only less. He took off on that wave with about 5 minutes left. So he knows, I don't know if he actually even heard it yet, that he's got an 8.83. So he's staying busy. But as we see, the man from Japan getting work done on that outside, holding this hang 5, hang 10, just levitating. He looks so cool as a cucumber, looking like he was ordering for breakfast on that nose there. Oh, that swooping cut back, the way he grabs his rail. I mean, he does a hang 5, hang 10 on this wave where I was like, my knees hurt watching that. And he has a knee brace on. High line again, finding this, and this is the one right here. He just uses his knees to just bring the board back. I've got goosebumps because watching that hurt my knees, like I said. My Lord, the way that he just really just controls that board from every part of the board, from the nose, middle, tail. He knows that board like the back of his hand.
His nose was pointed toward the beach, and he had to somehow, with his weight, with his body, with his knees, wiggle that nose and wiggle the board back to face down the line of the wave.
Yeah, he had, of all board, he had 6 inches that were in front of him, and he was nose riding on it.
And he was rewarded well for it, Megs. A 9.17 well up into the excellent range surfing for Taka Inoue as he boosts himself up into the lead. Rodrigo Spire now needing a near perfect 9.73 to advance through to the next round of the main event for the men. Beautiful speed he gets out of that bottom turn as he sets himself up here on the nose. Holding that 5, has to step back early and grab that rail for balance as he makes his way around that section in front of him. Rebounds off the whitewater here. So that progressive style of longboarding making its way into this wave for Rodrigo. Surfer's looking for a traditional style as he gets his way up onto the nose. Beautiful hang 5 there from Rodrigo, bringing this wave right the way through. As he's going to look for another bit of scoring opportunity on the inside. Just under 2 minutes remaining. As we see him almost take a look at the end section there. His legs are burning. It's a long wave, 600 meters. As we see Matu of Argentina carving on his backhand on the outside, stalling, stepping on the tail. He does get to the nose. Super critical nose right there. Just a quick trip there to the nose as he cuts his way back toward the whitewater section. And again, having to redirect his board toward the beach, back left a little bit. As he sticks with this one, this wave, a bigger set, so breaking much wider. You can see not too much of that steeper section in front as things do start to stand up now in front of him. Quick tap of the 10 there on the inside section. Wrapping that board again, back down to the bottom of the wave, waiting for things to set up. He's going to do another cross step up to the nose. He's back up on the nose again for another 10. Holding that 5, back up for the 10 again, holding it through that section. And again, just a combination of hang 5s, hang 10s on that inside. It looks like he went down on the end section there, Megs, but still going to be waiting for that score. Taka Inoue, 45 seconds left, up and riding, still on the nose. Hasn't left that nose. Was he still there from the last wave? Probably. He hasn't stepped back yet at all, holding that really long nose ride as he carves his board back into the pocket there. Having a look over his shoulder, realizing there's more sets. Is he getting enough time to get another wave?
Sir, what? You got a 9.17 and an 8.1. Did you see his hang 10 and he as looking back like, I wonder if there's a better wave out the back as I hang 10 and just park here and order breakfast.
As we see scenes on the beach, Rodrigo Spire there, Team Brazil. I don't think that wave score is going to be enough. He's going to be relegated to the repechage. He finds another wave, up and riding on the nose. Taka Inoue, 5, tight 5, steps up for that 10 there. He's still up on the nose, Megs, as he brings this wave through. Things start to open up for him on this face. Drop kneeing his way. I'm glad the injury was on his front knee because those drop knees are beautiful.
Are you? Because I'm surprised he doesn't look injured the way he's surfing.
Maybe it's a mind game.
And he always comes in. He's like, yeah, my knee hurts. I'm like,
yeah, of
where?
course it does.
Where? You're not really showing it. What?
Again, up on the nose for Taka. He's just having fun out there today. Really trying to get some more practice in as he moves here through these rounds of the men. Taka again up on the nose. The amount of nose time he's had in this heat, I'd love to count up the seconds he's had of tip time.
Me too. I would want to know that. I can't wait to do his post-heat interview and hand him a water bottle because, sir, that was a full clinic by Taka Inoue. I mean, The way he I am so impressed that he hung 10 and looked out the back. That was that kind of, Connie Tsunami did that last year where he was hanging 10 and he kind of looked out the back to see if there was another wave coming, but then ended up getting like an 8.6 on that ride. I was, okay.
So Tako Nui has caught 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 waves? 5 waves, and they're all over a 6-point ride.
And they're all keepers.
Exactly.
If I was any other surfer, I would have loved to get one of the lower score of his top waves.
Don't go anywhere. We've got 2-time gold medalist Elise Lemoine up against Rachel Tilley, the current WSL longboard champion, in the next hit. We're going to bring in Sam and Bell in for the call.
Welcome back to day number 6 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Thanks so much for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company, and you have tuned in at the perfect time because we are moving into women's main round 4. These are the surfers who haven't flinched. These are the surfers who either won or got second in every single heat they have surfed. They're not in the repechage. These are the people who have really been the front runners. We are expecting fireworks as we see Maria Fernanda Reyes for Peru surfing against Elise Lemoine for France, going for her 3rd ISA gold, unprecedented for women's ISA longboarding, and Rachel Tilley, silver medalist for Team USA from last year. And watch out for the firebrand, Kate Brandy, her cutbacks, her down calves, her flow, really beautiful and strong. Great presence. I'd love to see her get the chance to really put on a show here against some of the big names. All of these women have been medalists in the ISA World Longboard Championship, but every single one of these women can go well up into the excellent range. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Berlin Alvarez-Kimball.
Ooh.
Berlin, there's tension out there
Oh,
today.
mercy.
But it is exciting. You know that the fireworks have been lit, they're smoldering, and they're ready to explode.
Wow, that was really interesting how they just spread out. They were all paddling one way, and then Rachel's just decided she just moved way down south. And you know what? I'm really interested to see how this wave reading is going to work out for her, and it's a pretty amazing positioning as Elise gets the better of that.
In blue, 2 times ISA world gold medalist, world champion Elise Lemoine for Team France. In and out of a 5, calves away, eyes up that line, opts to kick out. Now, what would have been the decision about that kick out? Of course it was foamy, but do you think she knew that there was no point in having that downtime in the foam?
100%. She's such a veteran when it comes to the competition, arena. She knows what's going to work and what's not, and how not to waste time.
And none of these women want to go into the repechage.
No.
Because once you go into that repechage, you still have a chance to get to the grand final, but you're going to have to surf more times, and you're going to be surfing in the 15-minute format, where you may well only get 1 set wave. So all 4 of these surfers want to get 1st or 2nd and move into main round 5.
100%. This is, just like you said, even though conditions are amazing, and I'm sure you would love to surf again. So this is really smart, strategic for Elise. She thought that this wave was just going to really hold up. A beautiful nose right off the back, nice turn. But unfortunately, this whole section just shuts down on her. Had Rachel been able to get into that, I think it would have had a nice opening score for her as well. But again, back to that point where, are you going to really get good scores connecting all the way to this inside, or do you wait outside and catch a good one?
Yeah, as we can see, A score coming through of a 3.33, so Elise will know that won't be a keeper if she wants to win this heat. So she's now back with the pack there, sitting for position. And somebody who was incredible in that last heat, a 9.17 and an 8.17, a silver medalist from last year, is Taka Inui, and he's on the glass.
Thanks so much, Sam and Belin. Taka Inoue, the man from Japan, getting a 9.17, getting the heat started early. How are you feeling?
Yesterday or before yesterday, I cannot make a backup score, so last 30 seconds. This time, first 10 minutes, I get a 2 score. Then I get a good wave. I'm so happy.
Yeah, so going into this next round, you're going to have that great strategy of getting busy early. How's the knee feeling? I know that you had that hang 10 and you look like you were using your knee a lot. Your knee feeling okay?
Yeah, today is a very good, clean condition, better than this injury. Then, yeah, I'm so happy.
Well, you are surfing absolutely amazing, putting on a clinic for everyone to watch. We can't wait to see you. Congratulations. Go rest up for the next round. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Megs. You could really see how he's got to use the knee on that nose ride there, lifting and flexing, but live action, it's Maria Fernanda Reyes for Peru in a nice 5.10 on a Piccolo Clemente board. She has just seen Piccolo eliminated from the event. Unexpected, but of course Piccolo are 2.19 ISA World Longboard Champion. Maria Fernanda Reyes, a former medalist herself, and she set herself up so nicely into that 10. What do you think this wave has now got to offer, Belin?
This wave has a really nice wall on it. She definitely should be able to get a couple nice nose rides and, you know, just get that, like I said, that extra 1 point, that extra 0.5 on this. She's like a really good salsa, you know, just good flavor, not too spicy you can't handle. And look at her flow.
Yeah.
She's just something you just enjoy going back to and watching, because she just knows how to connect those rails well. Her footwork is on point, and she has such nice upright stance as well. It looks so clean and beautiful to watch.
And this is the kind of surfing that took her to silver in 2018 and silver in 2023, as we really get to appreciate the replay here.
And that nose ride, so nice in the pocket, deep as well. She sat way further up the point than the ladies, and that was a really smart, you know, competitive maneuver, you know, tactic to sit deeper, as it's really given her a really long ride and so many opportunities to get this great score she's going to get.
Sure, paid off that decision. We saw them split and she stayed deep. The other competitors went wide, and this is the result. Maria Fernanda Reyes, it could be an excellent range score.
Really lovely cutback. Nice flow. Again, her transitions within her cutbacks, she doesn't lose any of the speed, and that really is going to be, you know, a big separation of the flow and the trim and the functional flow.
Nice.
As well.
Great insight, Belin. And what's quite interesting as well is she drops a 6.83 as we see now Kate Brandy up and riding. These are the types of rail turns that we really enjoyed commentating on yesterday. And there's the footwork. Locks a nice 5, rolls that toe over the tip there, and then goes into a really nice turn. And I love the way she keeps her upper body very composed. A lot of control at the knees and the hips, just elegantly flexing, but done with grace and power. This is a real kind of Hawaiian style performance of flow, of the feminine grace, but really imposing yourself on the pocket. I love her presence. I have not had the pleasure of commentating before on Kate. She's been competing for a lot, but normally Chloe Calmon gets in the team ahead of her. Chloe taking a hiatus from competitive surfing for the ISA. Loved watching Kate, and I hope we can see that surfing on a bigger set wave.
I really look forward to seeing that, because, you know, to see the way she does that power surfing, but so clean, as we see Green, Rachel.
Watch
Kelly.
out on the springers, the spruce wood stringers for her Josh Martin design. New Hoffman fabric inlay. She down carves below the section there and just stays in the pocket. We had the joy of listening to her commentate on a heat with Auntie Megs yesterday. Of course, Rachel herself commentated the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2023. Last year became a competitor again, got silver, and she also worked with the ISA commentating at the World Parasurfing Championship. So she has this multifaceted career, but she is still hunting for that gold. As we can see, Elise Lemoine up and riding. 4 cross steps to a 5, dropping down into that wave on the nose. Back up for another 5 on her Luffy. Soul arching, just pointing that front knee forward. Cross stepping out of that nose ride. There's that widened stance for the cutback as the Pelicans glide past. And now we can really see that trademark open palms approach of Elise. She always has her fingers spread and her palms really open to facilitate her balance, almost like the wings of the bird, the way she uses her arms in her style as she lifts that back arm on the nose and then puts that board on rail and then accelerates. And she's got a lot of experience at Sunzal. Of course, she won her 2023 gold medal surfing here in very similar conditions as she locks another 5, and she's feeling that for Team France.
Oh, how's the hand jive right there? She, definitely going to be better than her 333. She's feeling confident on that, and she's not really one to do that. So, that's a really good pump up for her. Great surfing. Really good surfing.
So Maria Fernanda Reyes with that 683. Instinctively, how do you feel that sits to that reference point with that 683? Elise, are you feeling that that's going to be higher, lower as we get to see the spread of scores? The highest and the lowest eliminated, an average for the remaining 3 for Maria's 683.
I think Elise is going to go higher than Maria. Elise got a couple more nose rides. A little bit more pocket surfing.
Sure, good analysis.
And as well, she did get the length of ride as well, but I think she just did a little bit more flair.
Yeah, bit more flair, bit more excitement. Of course, there are a number of elements that the judges are looking for, but one of the key things is surfing in the pocket with that high degree of difficulty, using all of the board and all of the wave through footwork, in and out of nose rides, engage whale work, as we can see the 26-year-old regular footer Maria Fernanda Reyes, who won silver in 218 and 223, and she's up and riding right now, toes on the tip. Locks a super tight 5, brings those heels close together. Again, another sneaky tight 5 where it's not the perfect 10, but everything's really quite close, and those toes wrapped around that inside touching rail as she goes in and out of more nose rides on her Piccolo Clemente board. And look at the quality of the conditions, Berlin. This is velvet, smooth, textured face ahead, a lot of scoring potential, and a lot of chance for the surfers to really do the kind of longboarding they like to do, whether it's traditional, whether it's on rail and progressive, or whether it's a mix of both.
Yeah, this is exactly like you said. You don't go into a longboard event surfing, survival surf. You really want the opportunity to showcase the really small, subtle technique that really differentiates the longboard style.
Yeah, you know what was really cool about that? When she popped under the water, the first thing she did as she came up, she had her hand above her head, just an instinctive way of making sure the board doesn't hit you before it hits your head, and that's important. She did that instinctively, just in case that board, she needed to catch it and save her head from an injury. As we can see now, Elise's first wave waiting for the score. You think it could be higher than the 683 of Maria Fernanda Reyes?
Looking over this, I think it might be
similar.
Yeah, similar. Now having another little review.
I'm not seeing it going massively much higher.
No, I think it might be par, actually slightly just under.
Well, let's see. It may be higher, maybe low, maybe
this
similar.
This inside section is nice.
Yes, I will agree that she did a lot of good work there. And now we do have to recognize as well that Maria's got a strong backup. So Maria's probably going to be in a solid first position, but there was a busy ride all the way through. So maybe it had a stronger end than Maria's wave, but Maria seemed to have a stronger start. Waiting for this score now to come through.
This is her backup wave, and again, like that 5 to 10 5, and again, lovely cutbacks. What I really would love to see is if she could just swoop a little bit deeper back into the white water and then come off that, that down carve and get those nose rides right in the pocket, because you see her nose ride is so technical. She does hold her feet quite close like that. That is nice. Beautiful work right there. Look at this right there. That right there is the Maria salsa I was talking about. Beautiful swooping turn as well.
Yeah, totally. All the way through to the inside and busy. So this is the second wave. We're waiting for this score. And as she pops up from the shore break in here, if we get to see that last touch of the cross step, and she runs back, she just jumps off. Watch how she puts her hand up high, boom, and that's just like an instinctive way in case
so now
that board's
comparing
in the air.
these, I think I might go a little bit different with the scores.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you now think that Elise could be, well, that we're waiting for that score. Are you now thinking from seeing Elise's that it will be higher than Maria's first wave? I felt like watching Elise, she's going to go higher.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm thinking.
There it is. It's an 833. So Elise's wave does come in higher. Now, the one we were just watching and studying, that's Maria's second
wave. I think it's better than her first one, 100%. I think it was bigger, it was better, way more nose rides, critical surfing.
Yep.
And is it going to be higher than Elise's? I think so.
It comes in at an 873. You called it. Great confidence booster to just really appreciate now for both Maria and Elise that they have got excellent range surfing.
Jeepers.
And when they hear those scores, they will know, okay, this is now starting to work. But now let's put ourselves in the head of Rachel and Kate. They've now just heard that both of these women are dropping scores in the mid to high 8s. What will be going through the mind now of Rachel and Kate, do you think?
Rachel would be, I need to go to work. And you know what? She can put on that outfit and go straight to work.
Yep.
She's a boss when it comes to having to get the score. She knows how to put it together so well. I just think if she gets the opportunity to get the wave under her feet, her board is working so well for her. She's loving it. It's pretty much an exact template of the board that she won on.
And you know what will be in the favor of Rachel is that the backup scores are not strong for Maria and Elise. Yes, Maria's got the 683, but Elise is carrying a 333. So Rachel's backup is pretty decent, and she knows if she can go something excellent range, she's right back in the mix.
She's only needing a 5.5 at this point with those last, with all the waves dropped from everyone. And getting a 5.5 from Rachel is just like going and getting coffee. It's just pretty simple for her.
So Kate Brandy is in first priority, Rachel Tilley in second priority, and now Elise is in third priority in the lineup. Maria Fernanda Reyes is not out there in the lineup. Kate's having a look at this. Opted to go for the first wave of the set. Had the choice. Is it going to be the right decision? Nice weaving, snaking S-turn. There's the 5. Holds that 5 and walks out of that 5 and then just readjusts through shuffling her feet back to the tail. Rebounds off that foam. Stands tall, eyes up the wall ahead of her. So now we will start to see if the 27-year-old made a good decision to take the first wave of the set, because Rachel was sitting out there with second priority as Kate locks a 5, all tall on the 5 and streaking down to the bottom of the wave and cleanly cross steps out of that nose ride. And she's just so beautiful to watch because she's got this nonchalance and this calmness, but you know that there's an ability to throw a really aggressive turn when she needs to. And her footwork, very light-footed, into a 5 again, right through the inside. And here's the shore break. She kicks it into a little dismount there and just ejects. Brazil will be pleased about that. It's going to be a strong score to add to her 4.0 as we now see our surfer Elise Lemoine up and riding out of that 5, widens her stance, just cuts back. So France answering back, and Elise needs to replace a 3.33. And is it going to be an opportunity with 2 minutes remaining for Rachel Tilley to go for the score she needs, as this wave starts to get a little bit foamy through the middle, but it could clean up on the inside, Berlin?
I think that this wave already has given her, you know, a better than the 333. Is it going to be better than her? You know, she's needing a 7.24 to take the lead. Is it going to give her a 7.24? It's really well surfed.
And she would have got this out of priority. So it does look like we can see the spinning red roundabout next to the Rachel Tilley color of green. So we're also going to expect a score to drop for Rachel. Elise has ridden the waves through the middle and the end.
Beautiful.
Brilliantly. Just a little bit of a shallow one on the inside. Super hard to end clean in there. You do see a variety of approaches, and we now get to appreciate an incredible setup turn into a critical 10, now arching along Soul Arch 5 with those hips thrust forward in that nose ride, walking out of the turn, 1 minute 20 seconds remaining into another turn. Already the creativity in the lines of this ride have been world class. I can see excellent range already so far. I can see this potentially going into the 9s if she's ending up getting a nice clean section through the inside, as she looks like she will do, as she just keeps tempo with this wave and already demonstrating an innovative set of lines. The fade at the start already was super radical and clean as she goes loose and lively off the tail, stalls it one more time. Now she'll find another touch of the 5, holds on that 5, does a little stretch back, and then walks out to straighten out and soul arch in the foam and do a little forward dismount. She comes up clean, she's safe, she's good. That was joyous. That was absolutely brilliant. The line at the beginning, I mean, how about that?
That fade was so beautiful. I have to be really careful because I can't say sexy. So that fade was so beautiful, just from just the way she leaned into that to set her line and just pocket surf.
There's a very good chance that 3 of these women will be going for gold. Yes, Kate Brandy could be going for gold. As we can see, team manager Colin McPhillips himself, 3 times
so
WSL World
Look at him.
Longboard champion. He is absolutely overjoyed to see Rachel performing on that last ride. Not sure if this one was in time, but she's up and riding, and we will call it. She's got a 5. She walks back, shuffles back out of that nose ride. Maria Fernanda-Reyes with an 8.73, looking to improve on a 6.83. So she's sitting in a really strong situation, even if this doesn't go into her top 2. That heat total of 15.56 means that both Elise, Kate, also Rachel as well, chasing significant scores. As she gets a high line into a 5, gets a 10. Walks out of that on the shoulder.
She's on fire.
Cuts back. All 3 of these women on fire. I think Kate on fire as well, but I feel as if Rachel, Elise and Maria, they've just got an extra bit of joie de vivre that's bringing a little bit of croissant to the breakfast table.
Ooh,
nice.
Bringing some little spicy salsa and guacamole to this to the table for breakfast right now. I'll
nice.
Tell you what. Oh, look at that. A little bit of a fist pump too.
Okay, Rachel, what do you think?
Rachel?
Yeah, her ride. Rachel.
Oh, mercy.
You think are you seeing a 9 by that number?
I want to watch this replay.
I mean, I think that if Maria got an 8.73,
I personally feel that that's going to go higher than Maria's wave.
I think that
personally, my opinion.
Insane.
But look at this takeoff. She fades and just sets her line right there up to the nose. Beautiful critical 10, absolutely composed, just stretches it back to the 5. Like, she's flying and has not left the nose yet. Just beautiful sweeping cutback. Again, just that transition with that lovely, and this nose rack back up to 5 to 10, just plowing through this little bit of chatter.
Ooh, 9.23.
Just swooping. She has just, like I said before, this woman right here, you give her the opportunity with a nice canvas, and she's going to paint you a masterpiece. And right now, she's just putting down an absolute masterclass.
And it comes in at a 9.23.
There we go. I told you, give her the opportunity to put on that outfit, and she's going to go work.
Brilliant stuff.
And still on this inside, it's not even done yet. It's just like, and then that stretch 5 as well.
However, though, it doesn't put her into first because her backup score of a 6.17 keeps her in second. So now Elise Lemoine is chasing a 7.08 to move up into second.
What a great wave for Elise right here. Is this going to be the 7.08 that she's chasing? That was a nice turn. Again, a quick 5. It's not going to, she hasn't had the high peaking nose rides yet that Rachel did have. The 2 10s in the pocket as well, that long 5. Right now she's just kind of, just doing a nice little rail-to-rail surfing. So right now, it's just going to depend on what she kind of puts together on this inside for herself.
But she needs a 7.08. Maria Fernanda-Reyes is looking solid, so she'll either stay in first or move down into second. It's Rachel Tilley who's under threat from a score coming through for Elise Lemoine, chasing a 7.08, and it comes in just shy of that. It's a 6.67. So Maria Fernanda-Reyes takes the win. Rachel Tilley takes second. Elise Lemoine and Kate Brandy will be moving through to the repechage. Massive result for Peru, and Rachel with that 9.23, demonstrating that this could finally be her year to win an ISA gold.
I would be so happy for her. I really would, to see Peru get up there, and just every single one of these ladies, I am in awe of you, and I so appreciate each one of your styles and your uniqueness and your skill sets. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to commentate on your beautiful, beautiful, feminine, graceful, technical surfing. This is fun.
Yeah, and Rachel will know that she was carrying a low back up there. That's 6.17, but that 9.23, that's going to make her feel amazing. Congratulations, Maria and Rachel. As we move into the heat number 2, we got Tully White, Luana Suarez, Sophia Colhane, Ginger Kaimi. We got Australia, Brazil, Hawaii, Italy coming up real soon as Rachel Tilley celebrates that 9-2-3. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Well, welcome back to a glorious day of longboarding, day 6 at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Main round 3 for the women's, and it's Luana Suarez from Ubatuba Beach, Sao Paulo, Brazil, up and riding in blue, surfing against Tully White and Sophia Colhane and Ginger Kaimi. Luana active, lively off the tail, in and out of some footwork as well, looking crisp and clean, nice and agile as well, always wanting to weave and react and respond. She's going to kick out. She's dropping a 4.10 for that opening ride, and we can see Tully White has a 2.93 next to her name. The 20-minute heats continues. Of course, as you know, it's those top 2 waves that count and are scored. A panel of judges drop those scores out of 10, and that's the number that you hear the beach announcer say once that tally has been tabulated. But right now, Sophia Colhane on her Michael Takayama up to the tip, just pumping from the middle of the board with grace and control, and walks back to the tail there and just keeps pace with the pocket. Now into a nice cutback. Kicks off with an opening 5, back up for another lock of the 5, clean footwork and a really elegant sweeping cutback turn there, staying poised and controlled. This is graceful but strong with great presence, as we're used to seeing from Sophia Colhane, looking lively now on her Michael Takayama, snapping it back off a bottom turn and then just accelerating in the trim spot in the middle of the board, and then really agile back to the tail. She's got an incredible tempo. You know, once Sophia Colhane gets up and riding, I just love the way she just uses that upper body to lead with every maneuver, in and out of a nice nose ride right through to the inside, multiple 5s, little tight 10, and then just a little roll into the shallows, but fingers crossed she'll pop up with a smile on her face. And she is looking good. And with that, we have got Megan Gadidez down on the glass with a very happy Peruvian. It's Maria Fernanda Reyes.
Thanks so much, team. I'm down here with Maria for Peru, putting on an absolute clinic. You were saying that you felt that heat was like a final for you. Talk me through that.
Bueno, sí, era un hit, casi una final, competir con Alice, 2 veces medallista, Rachel también. La verdad que ha sido increíble, así que solamente entré a divertirme y poder surfear unas buenas olas en el Sunsal, y creo que eso es lo que me hizo pasar.
And we're getting down. This is the day before the finals. What's your strategy going into the next couple of heats?
Disfrutar, que es lo que más amo, surfear y divertirme, que creo que es lo más importante. Así que agradecer por lo que Dios me da, estar aquí en un lugar maravilloso con personas que quiero muchísimo y de hacer algo que amo, que es, ni siquiera lo podría llamar mi trabajo porque me encanta competir, así que contenta.
Well, you are looking absolutely beautiful, getting those hang tens out the back. Congratulations. We will see you in the next round. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Megs. Congratulations, Maria. Berlin, a couple of points to pick up on that.
She just said she felt like she was surfing in a final, that everyone in there, and she was absolute honor that it was, she was so happy to pass, and she's so excited to be here. It's hard to even be able to say she calls this a job, to be here to surfing, and her, how she's going to perceive this next heat is just to have fun and really enjoy it, because this is what it's all about, is really having fun. And yeah, she's just really happy and enjoying being here. So good surfing, Fernanda, really happy for her.
Ginger Kaimi holding on tight. She's
Our
got
young
a nice
blood.
opening nose ride there. So Ginger Kaimi, the 12-year-old for Team Italy, also on her Michael Takayama. I like the walk in and out those nose rides. As we can see, Tully White answering back, reigning Australian longboard champion from Allambie Heights, Sydney's northern beaches. Big shout out to her dad, Alistair, who'll be tuning in. As we can see, trademark Tully White, smooth off the bottom, involvement style, rail engagement as well, with that great clean footwork to go in and out of those nice trim sections as she puts a drop knee redirect, comes off the bottom. So we see flashes of inspiration here that you also see in the likes of Jack Tyro surfing, Kai Ellis Flint surfing, that beautiful expressive approach of using all of the board and all of the wave as Tully elegantly cuts back, stands tall, stalls, cross steps into a 5, touch of that 5, walks cleanly, perfectly out of that nose ride. She's going to straighten out and stand high as she just steps off into the shallow sand, and Tully White has demonstrated the full caliber there, the full representation of all of the things she loves to do on a longboard, and she did them all perfectly.
Yeah, her Sean Nettleton surfboard is working so well for her. She surfs a lot with Declan Whiten, who, shout out to Deck. We miss you, bud. But yeah, so you could see a lot of his influencers. We see the whole team of Australia there. We see Donna.
Yeah, and the
we
flag.
see Archie, the flag. And they got the Aboriginal flag as well, too, which is great.
Irukandjis, of course,
the
from that
Irukandji.
northeast part.
That's how they got the name.
Australia, but also one of the most poisonous jellyfish in the world. Bring the
deadly.
Sting.
Bring the sting.
It's a lovely, new branding of the Australian team. A combination of paying homage to the First Nations ancestry, but also celebrating the wildlife. And of course, we know that Australia has got some of the most poisonous wildlife, and that's what you need if you want to win a world title. You need to bring the poison, bring the sting, and bite when it matters.
And a massive shout out to some of our Indigenous surfers that I'm sure, like Jody Barsby, that are listening, Melissa Combo.
Jody.
Legend. Yep. So
Lucas Proudfoot.
Ben Proudfoot, and as well as couple of the amazing Indigenous Lehani Zorik as well, some of the young shortboards. So good on you representing your culture, as we see representing Australia. Tully White.
Nice, and of course we get to see the replay now of Tully's masterclass, straight to the tip. Berlin, what about this?
Oh, did you see those beautiful manta rays or stingrays in the lineup for her as well, giving her a high five? This is Tully's beautiful surfing, a nice carving turn. The drive off her bottom turns is so beautiful. She sends nice and tall as well to give that drive. And then again, little stretched 5 there for Tully.
I love the way she uses her shoulders as well. The way she came off that bottom turn and just kept pace with everything, with that little shoulder movement, subtle but so precise and clean.
And those drop knees as well. She's really been honing her drop knees and just really connecting this inside so well.
The
not
dance of
stopping.
longboarding. Yeah, I mean, this is like a great representation of why a lot of people make an analogy between dance and longboarding.
Yes, it is. It's very feminine. It's very flowy. And it's very gracious. And it's really pseudo to, the women. And I really admire, look at this front angle on it as well. This 5 holding it through that. And you can see the stingrays.
Wow.
Isn't that beautiful?
And as an environmentalist,
she would have been in heaven.
She'll be appreciating that.
Yep.
Of course, an ambassador for Surfers for Climate, Belinda Baggs as well. Big shout out to Bindi if you're tuning in, very much at the heart of Surfers for Climate. And now Patagonia rider as well is Tully. So that's really great to see. And of course,
this
studied
transition right here.
environmental science, but studied the masters as well as far as surfing goes. That expressive body language there is textbook.
It is, yeah, absolute textbook. She's got a great coach that she works with down in Sydney, Jared House, ex-CT surfer, which is shout out to Jared as well.
Nice. I didn't know she was working with Jared. Spent some time with Jared in the early days of some of the Hainan, China events. Great shortboarder himself.
Yes, and it's come into her. You can see as well, just this drop knee is so beautiful, and the lift of the arms as well to come off of it and get the drive. I really love watching her do this, and it's not half of one. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's just really knows how to throw that tail around, and those arm lifts, that's a Declan turn right there.
And that relationship with Sean Nettleton, you know, what is that doing for Tully Surfing?
Oh, it's giving her an opportunity. You know, her partner Archer's an exceptional surfboard shaper, so shout out to Archie as well. And so she knows she gets an opportunity to lean into Archie's insight with her constant surfing, and as well take that to Sean and give some feedback. So she's got a really good team, you know, helping her get the right boards for her surfing. And, you know, having been here several times competing, she understands this wave really well.
That's a great moment, seeing people have a surf lesson further down towards El Tunco Rock, and just the beginning of that passion for wave riding, and then a master just finishing her ride,
watching a
executing
master
it
class
like a gymnast just ending, like a dance finishing. That was really cool. As we can see now, sitting out there in the lineup, it's Sophia Colhane in green, and in white is Ginger Kaimi. Ginger, an extremely talented youngster representing Italy. She lives in Fuerteventura, the Canary Islands, and she's got a 3.2 to her name. And coming up next, it's Natsumi Teoka surfing against Ines Beso from Uruguay, Mara Lopez, another young talent from the Philippines. But watch out for Leah Diaz, the Costa Rican, who has just been incredible last event and this week, and I really can see Leah potentially going all the way to the final. Her quality of her surfing, if she has a little bit of luck, she's certainly got the skills to have a huge result here.
The quality of the young blood coming through is next level, and I was mentioning the other day, you know, it's so nice to see some of these younger girls come into the competitive aspect. Sure. I'm talking about in longboarding, because we already see that in the juniors with the junior shortboards and stuff, but to have it in longboarding now is so nice. As we see, like Sophia up and riding.
And Sophia, someone who has shone since a young age, now age 19, so still very young herself. Regular foot from Oahu, back up to the trim spot there, just doing a nice down carve, setting up a bottom turn, cross stepping, back to the tail on her rounded pin. Michael Takayama, single fin, loose and lively. She's won a WSL event here in El Salvador. Beat her good fan Kilis Kiliapaha in the final. So she's got pedigree here, she's got experience, and she's looking super strong here, adding to her 5.5, which was her opening score. She works through to the inside, cross-stepping back and forth, and then sets herself up high for a 5. Nice trim through that line on the 5, and walks out into a foam climb.
Ooh.
Little nosedive, but everything's going to be
She's
okay.
all good.
Pops up safely, and now we go to 12-year-old Ginger Kaimi, reigning European junior longboard champion. This is an incredible talent. Her mum's Chinese, her father's Italian. She's grown up in Fuerteventura. She shortboards, skateboards, but it's longboarding that she's really found her home. And she is absolutely flying through this section, also riding the Michael Takayama boards, already known globally to be one of the more talented nose riders. And just at the age of 12, the career ahead of this Italian is very exciting, and she's looking strong. She sets herself up here, 3.2 already, and now she's got a nice wall for the inside. Can we get a trademark 5? There's the touch of the nose, walks out. She cuts back once more. She should get one more last nose ride through here. She sets herself up a high line and cleanly cross steps with 4 into a quick 10. Walks out of that 10, and she's going to be paddling back out for more with 6 minutes, 13 seconds remaining.
Ooh.
Sophia Colhane on the inside with Ginger. All surfers now looking like they've got a couple of scores on the board.
Yes, with 6 minutes down, 2 ladies on the inside, and you cannot see in your screen right now, but if we pan out, there's some sets coming through, leaving blue and red out the back. Look at this opening ride of blue.
Luana Soares up and riding from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo. Said that Kate Brandy is one of her inspirational longboarders, so she sets herself up again for another nose ride. The 20-year-old won the Uruguay Longboard Festival in 2024. Would have just come off the back of competing at a WSL event in Brazil, which was won by Chloe Calmon. So great to see Chloe on the comeback. Chloe, if you're tuning in, we miss you.
We miss you.
So many of us have been so heavily inspired by your surfing. As we can see Luana there, rising, dropping, back to the tail, setting up a bottom turn, standing tall. I can hear Team Brazil cheering on the inside as she drives herself through the speed of this bounce. Can she find a lock of the 5? There's a little touch of the tip as she just uses the standing island kick out. And there's a big wave out back for Tully Wright. The Irakanjis all love this, and she locks a 5 on a huge overhead wall and walks back to the tail and just elegantly drives off the bottom, and the precise footwork all close with the steps right through to a nose ride and keeping everything so velvet smooth and uncluttered, and then finding another nice tight touch of the nose as she just now accelerates and then uses that cross step and now trims and then gets low with a switch of planing edges. And Berlin, this is just another masterclass from Tully as she drops back down into this speed section, cuts back, stays poised, uses all of her body to keep that composure, and now sets herself up with a nice clean little ollie kick out. And that was again something absolutely to feast on. If you want to study good longboarding, just watch the video replays here of Tully White. She has been incredible, but so have all of the surfers. Sophia strong rise, Luana, Ginger, the talent from Ginger, just age 12, Sophia herself only age 19. Who is going to get themselves in the final? There's only spots for 4 women, but after having just seen Rachel, Maria and Elise perform, now we're seeing that there's 4 other women who deserve a spot in that final. But watch out for Ginger. Look at the paddle speed. She is going for it on the knee paddle there behind Sophia Colhane.
Oh, she's a little weapon, that one.
She's very competitive, very focused.
She's very focused, and she like I said, I just pull so much of like a young Kelia.
Yep.
And Kelly's as well. A young Belinda.
And her dad, Franco, on the beach, supporting her every move, you know, videoing her, analysing her, bringing her in between rides to study what's happened. And huge focus, you know, still looking to get that kind of sponsorship support. So you're somebody who has been exploring the market to find that person who's really going to back her for the future as we continue day 6 of the 2025 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship at El Sunzal, and Sophia Colhane drops a 5.8 for her second ride. So now Tully White will be waiting for a score. She's going to get the score that she needs to move up into first, but is Luana going to improve her situation? She's got a 4.10 and a 3.83, and Ginger Kaimi waiting for her second score.
Yeah, this wave of Tully coming in is going to be, I'm saying excellent.
Yeah,
high excellent.
A 7.5 for her first ride.
Yeah.
We felt like it was stronger.
It was bigger, and it was like the criticalness of that nose ride was out of control. But as well, you know, it's the smaller technical stuff, like when she fades and like really compresses and drives and lifts off of that, you know, and then sets up. It's the setup to that next critical nose ride and those maneuvers that I really think is kind of separating some of the surfing.
And the continuity, the lack of hesitation through the footwork as well. Once she initiates the footwork, if it is into a nose ride, there's rarely a pause. It's all fluid motion in and out of the steps to the 5 and back. And if she decides not to find a 5, there's a reason behind it. It's because she's just wanting to be in the trim spot in the middle of the board. And like you say, that classic switch of planing edges style involvement surfing bottom turn that she loves to do. It looks absolutely beautiful.
That pivot rail to rail is just so beautiful. I love the drone footage. Watching the women surf, because you really get to see those small things that make such a difference.
One of the greats. I love watching Sophia Colhane.
Oh, yeah.
So talented. She sets herself up on a really nice wall, locks a 5. Great soul arch there, just staying in control of that nose ride and now staying in the trim spot. But look at the footwork, walking out of that nose ride without any shuffling, all clean and controlled and turning exactly when she needed to. And now back to the pocket and sweeping it for a high line. She should get a good bowl section here. There's a touch of the 5, and now as she starts to read things, she's going to fade and again set herself up on the weaving line to get maybe another nose ride. There's the 5 again, and then comes cleanly out of that nose ride, walks down. She may go for the kick out here, and she does cleanly, and that's another strong score for our surfer from Hawaii. As our surfer from Brazil, a little bit of bouncing there, so demonstrating a different approach. Or what we see from all of the other surfers is they use the footwork to keep the board trimming. And what we just saw then from Luana was different. It was a bit bouncier. It didn't look as graceful, but we didn't see what Luana did up to that point. She may well have had an incredible ride up to that moment, because we're down into the last second. There it is. Heat is finished. Waiting now for significant scores for red, for blue, for green. And this is what blue did out back, and it looked really strong.
Oh, what a great nose ride. Still on that. Just flying down the line. Again, a little bit out on the shoulder, but able to, you know, reposition and get back with that board underneath the white water. As you see her, you know, she sees the section fade, sets the line up again, and she sees the shoulder. She sees that come right up to her. And this is, I think, where we kind of jumped into the section of being able to see was just from that point on. So, again, you know, just this chatter right here is kind of affecting her board, but yet nice nose, nice trim work. And again, that 5 just a little bit too stretched, I think, which kind of maybe threw off balance as well. But Sophia, she has that style that Joel Parkinson has, that real buttery, and she's not super flary, but when
making it look easy.
It makes it look easy, but then that's when I was pointing like to the drone. If you see drone footage of her, you'd see how crazy technical. And look at this wave of Tully.
I mean, that was a beautiful bomb, and the precision of the footwork here is next level.
Yes, nice tight steps. Again, not racing, but actually using the steps to do the right movement of the surfboard to get her into that pocket. And then again, lovely, quick 5, beautiful style. And then the driving turns that she does. And the way she comes off the bottoms right here, I just love that.
Yeah.
You know, it's just so smooth. And then this 5, look at her. She just got such composure. And it's so fluid.
Yeah, and she uses the footwork to keep the board moving, which was different to Luana using the bounce. And Tully and Sophia demonstrating you don't need to hop and bounce. You can use that footwork to transfer your body weight up and down the board. But Luana is expecting a score, and the Brazilian team would have liked what she did out back, because she did do a long nose ride. You felt like it was a little bit out of the pocket, though.
Yeah, just a little bit. But what I do think, as we can see this buttery surfing, I really, really love the way she surfs. Really stylish. Again, look at that. Just nice, smooth transitions. Her nose rides are on point. And then she knows how to engage that tail, and that's from having an awesome coach like Auntie Megs teaching her how to, you know, really engage that. And then again, beautiful turning, coming up to a 5, holding that line.
She's gone for plaits today.
She's plaits. We call them braids.
Braids.
But again, she's just effortless with that S turning, and that, you know, the S turning is really functional. It actually keeps that forward momentum.
A 7.4 for Tully's last ride. So we did think it would go excellent range. It comes out very strong. And now we're waiting for Luana's ride, because Sophia Colhane has already got a 5.5 and a 5.8. And a big moment there, of course, Tully with her mother, Donna.
Yeah.
And that's really special, because Donna will be so proud of the way she performed. And there's Sophia just giving her congratulations. And there's Franco, Ginger's father. They're just reflecting on the heat. Ginger drops a 6.23 for the last ride. So she will move into the repechage. And Sophia may well improve her situation to replace her backup score of a 5.5. And as it stands, Luana needs a 5.13. But that requirement could be a little bit higher when Sophia drops her score, because she may well replace that 5.5. As you can see, the body language, Team Brazil, they do not want to see Luana move into the repechage. They want to see her in that main event, because once they slip into the repechage, it's your last chance saloon. 15-minute heat, and you could be eliminated.
I have a feeling Sophia's wave is going to come in higher. So, and, you know, Luana did bump into second.
There it is. Comes in at a 6.13. So now Sophia needs a
6.5
to move up into second position. So
So-
Tully White now safe. She'll certainly be first or second, and it's all now down to this last score of Sophia to see if she can move up into second or
So
first.
comparative to Tully's last wave, which they gave her a 7.4 on, and Sophia's, it was a big wave, nice nose rides out the back, good flow, good technique, compared to Luana's 6.13 that's just dropped.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I felt like Luana's wave came out higher than I thought it would. I think it was off the back of the first nose ride. It was a strong, long nose ride.
It was
but
a great
was
first nose ride.
It was a little bit wide of the pocket, and then things got a little bit scrappy after that. And I think Sophia demonstrated a more composed longboarding, more honouring of footwork and flow and pocket surfing, and a higher degree of difficulty.
Yes.
And she drops a 6.77. She goes into second.
Oh.
Tully first. Congratulations. We'll be right back. We got Japan, Uruguay, Philippines, and Costa Rica. Stay with us.
Welcome to day 4 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. So in today's men's reprecharge rounds, the top 2 single wave scores go to Australia's Clinton Guest with a 9.93 and a 9.17.
Doing well to hold on to the rail. He's got that 5-point ride currently.
Definitely. We're sitting up there, Team Oz, just looking at the surf going, I don't think it can be any better. A dream coming over here. That's what we want to surf.
In Argentina is Sergio Gil with an 8.50.
Cuts his board back toward the white water on this one. You can see Sergio Gil of Argentina.
And in our women's reprecharge division, the top 2 single wave scores go to Puerto Rico's Jasmine Dean with an 8.17 and a 7.90.
Well, yesterday it was really high tide and bumpy, and I thought it would be smart just to take small, clean ones, and normally I like the big sets and going for it.
Drop, and she drives forward and then cross steps into a 5. An incredible good takeoff. Backed up with a nose ride. Good arc and line.
Join us tomorrow for day 5 of competition with more action.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Thanks so much for tuning in This is El Salvador at its finest, home of the right surf, a beautiful country with a south-facing coastline exposed to these south swells that light the place up from now all the way through to October. But there are waves all year, and there's so much more to do beyond the surfing, with hiking and trails and the Santa Ana volcano and great mangoes, coffee, food, pupusas, and it really is a place that you must come and visit. And somebody who is looking so at home here is Australian Tully White, because she just took the win in heat number 2 and she's booked herself a spot in main round 5 for the Irukandjis. She's down there on the glass with Megs.
Thanks so much, Sam and Belin. Wow, that heat, absolutely beautiful. The waves were looking amazing. In one of the waves, we actually saw a couple of stingrays go through that. Were you channeling, I don't know, the Irukandjis coming through? Walk me through that.
Well, it was really fun out there. The waves were just really clean, a great size to be able to feel like you could actually like lean into a turn or just hold on the nose without feeling like you were like riding a bull. So that was pretty fun. And yeah, pretty magic to share a wave with some stingrays, like bring the sting.
The true the true Irukandji way, huh? The board's looking good under your feet. Walk me through what the board's doing for you right now.
Yeah, I'm on a Super Magic board by Sean Nettleton out of Rhino Laminating in Brookvale. That one that I'm on is something that I've been working on. It's a bit different to what I normally ride. I'm quite a involvement style log kind of girl. But, you know, often waves are not 2 foot clean, perfect noosa, papusa. So it's, you know, really fun to be able to have something that's made for waves like this and really just surf how I want to surf.
Well, you are doing amazing on that board, and the conditions are perfect for it. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Congratulations. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Loving that with the manta rays there in the face of the wave. And I think noosa plus papusa equals sunzal.
Yes.
If you combine those two foods and waves, you get the perfect point break of El Salvador. As we can see, Mara Lopez, no stranger to a good point break at La Union. Her home territory has got a lot of great right-handers, and she's perched on the tip with a Soul Arch. So strong and clean for the 14-year-old riding one of JR's backup boards, a Luffy. She hasn't even got a board sponsorship yet, and she's competing at the world level, and she's been throwing down excellent range scores as she cross steps back to the tail and looks so composed. Her trademark is that opening 5 Soul Arch, but look at the way she reads this wave, all instinct, as she sets herself up for another touch of the 5 and cleanly cross steps back to the tail and readjusts for another high line. She may well get another 5 on the inside here and pulls up for a tight 5, walks out, kicks out. She's going to drop a score, but Natsumi Teoka has got an 8.33 for her first wave. As we see Ines Beso for Uruguay, high on the 5, walks out of that nose ride, nice opening nose ride, and then just standing up tall here, eyeing up the opportunity to go into some cutbacks. This is great for the Uruguayan, Belin.
It is great opening wave for Uruguay. Ines, beautiful surfing, you know, connecting to this inside nice rail to rail. I really enjoy watching her surf. Very flowy. As we see the set of the line, nice nose ride. Beautiful surfing from our surfer from Uruguay. I just love saying that word.
Yeah,
and I love her surfing, so it just makes me so happy. I just want to say Uruguay and Ines and surfing. Beautiful.
She's ripping.
That just flows.
New advanced boards on the 9.3. Also a great photographer if you follow her on Instagram at INORWAI. As we can now see Natsumi Teoka getting her second wave. So kicks off with an excellent range score. Natsumi driving through that top turn there, and then 4 steps to a 5, leaning back, pressure over the back foot to keep that board locked in. Walking to the tail, cuts back, gets those quick steps into a little stretch 5, and then stays trimming in the front third of the board, and then elegantly able to just cross step back now to the tail, and now she'll be able to use the bottom turn, which she does, into the top turn, and then cross steps for a line through the inside on the tip, and cleanly cross steps out for another cutback, and sets herself up right through for the very last section. in and out of some footwork, standing tall into a kick out. So she's going to add to an 8.33. So we've really seen a nice spread of performances from these different surfers representing Japan, Uruguay, Philippines, and Costa Rica out back. Has also got a score on the board. So Leah Diaz has got something to come through. She's there sitting in white. She's looking out to the horizon. 10 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, but it's going to be a really strong score for Natsumi, and she's probably going to be in a commanding lead when that number drops.
That was really graceful surfing from Natsumi. And you know what I noticed about Natsumi, besides being like the most professional, beautiful, kind, open-hearted, happy, smiley surfer, is her on point of getting really, she knows how to pick the right wave.
Yeah,
she just knows how to pick the right waves.
She's got competitive. Now she's been a copper and a bronze medalist in 2018 and 2024. The 2018 ISA World Longboard Championship was at Riyuan. Left-hander, small waves, great longboard conditions. Of course, last year she was also a finalist, and the Japan team won Team Silver last year. And they could be front runners for a big result. You have to remember that the reigning team gold medalist, Team Hawaii, have lost Natalia Wonderlich. She has been eliminated. So they've still got Johnny Van Hoyenstein, Kai Salas, and of course Sophia Colhane, who we just saw getting second on that last exchange, knocking Luana down into third. Luana and Ginger will be moving into the repechage. So those surfers who have progressed into that main round 5, they are looking extremely good because they don't have to surf again today. It's all down to their finals day tomorrow, so that's a huge advantage for those surfers. The ones now slipping down into the repechage, they've got to really dig deep and muscle in to stand a chance to go for gold tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be where you get the girls that could have easily taken first or second. They all get together.
Yep.
And it is going to be some serious going down.
Yeah, they're going to be putting their gloves on, getting
yeah.
to the ring. The bell is going to be going.
They're going to get their
rowing.
They're going to get their high heels on, and let's get this dance party going
on the catwalk.
Oh yeah, it's
Natsumi
on.
Natsumi is going to be looking forward to hearing this score drop, Malin. It was good. It was an 8.33 for her opener. We saw her really starting to come alive on the middle section, and again we saw that patience, which we noticed from Sophia and Tully as well, the way that they won't rush things. You know, they surf to the pace of the wave, and I really appreciated Tully saying in her post-heat interview how the size is just nice right now. It's not too big, but it's not too small. A lot of surfers felt yesterday was similar as well, in the sense that you can really impose yourself, put your presence, paint your picture on the canvas of Sunzal. When Sunzal is this size, the speed at which it breaks is just such a great platform for a range of boards, particularly longboards, as we get to appreciate the replay of Natsumi.
Nice 5. She's got such lovely connection. Her style is flow, beautiful. You know, just she knows how to read the wave so well, and again, her footwork, just the way she moves forward and backwards on it. Again, just locked in 5, flying down the line. Again, the transitions here are so eloquent. She, in that nice stretch 5, just to get that forward momentum, she didn't want to, lose that wave, and it helps her connect to this inside. And this turn right here is really lovely to see. I love the way she drops down, touches the water, and again, that beautiful cutback. So graceful, and that 5 was legit. That was so lovely. Yeah, nice chance. She doesn't stop. She stays busy, but it's not chatter, like overwhelming busy, where you just constantly just throwing stuff out. She does it right where she needs to.
Well, big shout out to Leah, because it's her birthday today. Just got the news from Bo Nixon. Thanks for sharing that with us, that Leah is celebrating her birthday on the 30th of April.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Busu Zuzi as well also celebrates her birthday today.
Oh,
Team
wow.
South Africa.
Oh, happy birthday,
That's
Boo.
pretty cool.
Nice.
Last day of April. Good time to celebrate a birthday. So, is it going to be a birthday score? It is. It's a 5.5, so good start for Leah, but she now needs an opportunity to get a backup wave. 6 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. She's sitting out there in first priority. Second priority is with Mara Lopez, who's got a 6.83. Third priority is with Ines, who's got a 6.83. As we can see that lower tide now, it's shallow through there on those cobbles. The great thing about Sunzal though is you can stand on the reef if you need to. If you do lose your board, you're able to safely stand on it. There's a few little sharp ones in there, but as far as safety goes, it's one of the safer cobblestone waves that you will ever ride. Even at low tide, walking over the stones is pretty safe, but no takers on that small set. So the priority situation remains unchanged as we now move into the last 5 minutes 40 seconds, and you can just see on your screen the right hand side there a little bit of a small wave coming through. Is this going to inspire a bit of a repositioning for our surfers? Are they going to opt to move deep, or are they going to stay put? What do you think, Berlin?
I think as that tide starts sucking out, it's going to start, you know, kind of really following that reef, you know,
Sure.
and it sets out at such a big angle.
Yep.
So I think that they might start sitting slowly a little bit deeper as it starts sucking more in.
Well, we've got a whole hour to go until low tide. Local time 10:32. Low tide, high tide, local time 4:41 this afternoon. So we're going to have really nice pushing tide conditions through the late morning into the afternoon, as we can now see our surfer in white celebrating her birthday, Leah Diaz. She's sitting deepest, and she's got right away, and she is opting to go potentially now for this first wave of the set. Here it is, up and riding, the regular footer representing Team Costa Rica. Really nice opening nose ride, walks straight into that 5 and then back on a cut back, and then just comes away from the foam at the right moment and cross steps forward for a second lock of the 5. She needs a score of just a 3.51 to move up into second position, but a lot of surfers haven't got their backup wave as she gets a third nose ride. What do you think of this, Bellin?
Oh, this is a great opening ride. Definitely it's already got the score she needs. Now if she could just keep, you know, building up those points. And I don't know if this inside's going to really reform for her. It might. It does. It gives her a nice section here. She can plow through that white water and get up to the nose again. It will add, you know, that extra little point.
Here it is. A little pounce back to the tip. Holds that.
That was
comes
great.
out. Accelerates.
Oh, winding up the windows a little bit.
But comes out clean, and she's still
she
going.
Makes it work and connects.
There it is.
Yep, nice and able to complete that ride. So
great moment for the Costa Rican celebrating her birthday. She will get the score she needs to move up into second, but Mara Lopez has not got a backup ride, so we now get to appreciate this on the replay. She's got a 5.5 for her first ride. This could be really nice, Bellin.
Yep, great opening nose ride, and again, nice flow, nice style, nice 5, a little bit out on the shoulder, but you know, it's still beautiful to see. And then again, nice footwork up to a 5, nice nose ride, drawing off the bottom. Again, right here, it's just staying nice in the pocket, trying to find this inside reconnection. And she does well to just kind of, you know, S-turn, weave, get nice and low to get that forward momentum for that connection on the inside, which is just really smart. I'm really glad she didn't kick out, because this right here makes a big difference in her score as she, you know, gets this inside connector and then allows her to get a nice 5, powering through a critical part, nice walk back. So that should go into her. And this little one right here.
So this is live action. Mara Lopez, the 14-year-old from the Philippines, up and riding, holding onto a long log of the 5. That was pretty impressive, the way she was able to stay true to that nose ride, despite all the spray splashing up in her face as he sets herself up again with some footwork. So she's got a 6.83 for her opening ride, and we have now seen Leah dropping a 6.07 for her second ride, so it puts her up into second. Natsumi Teoka for Japan has got an 8.33 and a 7.77. She's sitting in a commanding position. What do you think of this from Mara, the 14-year-old?
Just nice little S-turns, because she knows that section wasn't going to open up, and then you see her 5. Look at this. She's just in a great part of the wave. Nice nose riding. Again, a little bit far out, but is able to, you know, to correct that, get back in the pocket. She is a weapon, this one as well. And I say that because I saw her first wave, the way she drove through some of the sections and did not get off the nose and plowed through the white water. And for me, that was just really nice technical surfing. Her first wave with her nose ride was unreal.
Were you competing age 14?
Me? I wasn't even surfing when I was 14.
There we go. So it says so much about, you know,
I was riding horses.
Up and riding right now. It's our Uruguayan Ines. She's got a 5.83 to her name, looking to replace her 3.17, needing a 5.75 to move up into second, but that could change when Mara Lopez drops her last ride. Obviously stalling for the inside here, looking for a nice steep wall, born in Montevideo, and she's just riding her new advanced boards built in Brazil as she sets herself up for a touch of the 5 right through to the inside. 53 seconds remaining. She's locked another touch of those toes over the nose and cleanly walks out. She rode that wave very, very well, but it had a slow part through the middle. She won't have time to go out for more, so it's in reach, that 5.75 that she needs, but the situation could change when Mara drops her backup score, because Mara is carrying a really significant 6.83, which if we look outside of Natsumi, who's got a solid position in first, and consider this battle for second, Mara is actually got the highest scoring ride of a 6.83. As it stands right now, Leah Diaz is in second, but Mara only needs a 4.74. So I think the requirement for Ines could be a little bit out of reach. Yes, it comes in at a 4.3, so she's going to stay in second, and she will move down into the repechage. And Natsumi for sure will win the heat, but will Mara Lopez get the 4.74? I think from those nose rides alone, she may well get the score.
I think she might. I think it'll be close. If not, maybe just a little bit above, maybe just a little bit below. I don't know. We'll just kind of see, I guess, how the judges appreciate the different parts of that wave, which is coming down to the wire.
So congratulations, Ines, on amazing surfing. Actually, she's on Piccolo Clemente. Often rides new advance, but I can see that's a Piccolo from the brand there. Piccolo Clemente surfboards, a single fin. And there it is. It's 5.53. So Natsumi takes the win. Mara Lopez, the 14-year-old, moves through to the main round 5. She won't have to surf again today. What a great moment for those two Asian women who are absolutely on fire. An incredible heat. We're going to have a shift change. Bo's coming in with Meg. Stay with us. We've got a lot more action to come.
Buenos dias and welcome back to day number 6 of action here for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We are moving through into women's repechage round number 4. Heat number 1 out in the water. In the red jersey, it's going to be Caitlin Mickelson representing the USA. She dropped down into the repechage round after her loss yesterday. She's going to be up against Liv Stokes of Canada in the blue jersey and Mel Staunton of Australia wearing the green jersey out there today. Competitors waiting to get things started. We're back into 15-minute heats for the repechage round. So these heats 5 minutes shorter than the main round. Competitors looking to get a quick start here. We've got sets approaching. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Auntie Megs. Megs, what have you seen so far? I'm going to ask you that question again as surfer in blue Liv Stokes just falling off the back of that one. What have you been seeing so far today? Lots of great action already.
Yeah, the waves are absolutely perfect for the surfers to really showcase their talent as we see Red up and riding.
Caitlin Mickelson of the USA weaving her way along the outside section here, stepping back on the tail to carve it back toward the whitewater. She can see a wave, whitewater breaking down in front of her, so she decides to step on the gas and kicks out of that one. So just a few wiggles for Caitlin to kick off that wave there. not deciding to ride it through to the inside, realizing that she wants that nose riding potential on the outside section. That's what the judges have really been loving today. We've been seeing some really high scores drop. I mean, Maria Fernandez from Peru in her heat of that main round, dropping some excellent scores. We saw also in that last heat, the heat winner Natsumi Taoka dropping some excellent surfing as well. So a 3.17 drops for Caitlin Mickelson of the USA for her first ride, and that quick up and down from Liv Stokes puts her in second. Mel Staunton, the Aussie Rules football player, out there with first priority.
I'm really surprised to see these surfers actually in the repechage round. I mean, that's how high level of competition that's here in El Salvador. Just, I mean, all these women, they're representing their country, the best women of their countries, and I'm surprised to see them in the repechage round. But here we have Blue Liv Stokes up and riding for Canada.
Beautiful cross steps to start things off on this wave as she finds herself back up on the nose. That wave standing up in front of her there, Megs. Cutting it back into the white water. Is she going to get a bit more on the inside? She's going to decide to stick with this wave. I think it's just going to fizzle out. You can see a set breaking a little bit wider there. So competitors sitting really deep on the reef to kick things off for this round 4 of repechage, an elimination round. So the surfer in third place will unfortunately be eliminated from the competition. Top 2 surfers moving through to repechage round 5, and that's going to be the play of today, Megs. We're going to be seeing the repechage rounds alternating between the women and the men. Sive Gerard on screen. Backup fin there in her hand. Maybe going to decide to change up the equipment a little bit. We've seen her put on some great performances. Back to live action in the water. This is Caitlin Mickelson of the USA finding another wave here. Beautiful carve on that mid face of the wave. Now working her way to the top. Dropping back down, stepping on the tail to carve back. She's going to look for a bit of nose time here. She stretches out, almost gets the touch of the 5. Wow, 37-year-old. Actually a regular footer, as you see on screen there. No stranger to competition surfing. As you see her weaving this wave through. Tide's dropping out really quick. You can see these waves losing a bit of size as they move through to the inside section. Caitlin there, another little nose ride as she looks to get back up on the nose. Can she get herself up on the nose for another nose ride? Really trying to manufacture a score throughout this inside section, and kicks out before it hits the closeout there on the shore. Megs, great surfing there from Caitlin. It's going to help her situation.
Yeah, definitely. She's got a 3.17 right now. This is going to back her up. I think this is going to go, her 3.17 is actually going to become her backup score at the moment. 10 minutes left. She's going to want to go out there, replace that 3.17. But again, you got 2 other surfers out there. There is a priority system. Melanie Staunton still waiting to open up her campaign for this heat. I mean, it's tricky because there are sizable waves, but with this tide going out, as you said, there is lully moments, but when the sets come in, they do come in. As we saw in the beginning of this heat, they started to really push each other a little bit too deep, but as that water hits the shallower section, it makes it a little harder for the surfers to actually get around the whitewash. So I think when they paddle out, they've caught, for Liv and Caitlin, they've caught their first wave. You're gonna see them reposition where they're sitting.
Definitely, we're going to see a lot of kind of moving for that position as we take a look at the replay here. Last of Caitlin. Megs, just talk us through the approach here to this wave, carving her way along.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of foam in that wave from the prior wave that Liv Stokes was on, but it's just got a lot of foam. She didn't get that nose right in the beginning. She gets that stretch 5 now, but she does very well to keep redirecting that board up and down that face, stalling out that high line, looking to find that wall again. She really wants to make every wave count, and I love that Liv actually paddled to the right of her, so stay out of her actual surfing line. That's actually very, very good surfing etiquette for everyone watching. This big, nice turn, working her way, just trying to find it to stand up again. She really, with these 15-minute heats, they really need to make every wave count, surf it to the very, very last bit of this wave, as she does, and quickly walks back and just pin drops to get behind the wave.
5.67 for Caitlin on that last ride as we see her paddling back out to the outside section. Coming down to 8 minutes remaining. Liv Stokes drops a 4.33 for her second ride. So she's currently in second position. Melanie Staunton looking for a 4.53 now to progress into that advancing position. We see Caitlin on the long paddle back out. As we were mentioning earlier, Megs, smaller waves today, not as much current moving through the lineup, so that paddle time dropping down to around 4.5, 5 minutes from the beach out to that outside section. You can see our competitors out there, Mel in the green and Liv in the blue there, making their way a bit deeper on the reef. I think this dropping swell, meaning the waves are going to hug the point a little bit more. As we see Mel taking a look. Her positioning, as we were saying, quite deep. I wonder if she's too deep on this wave. We'll have to see how things progress as she's up and riding, cross-stepping her way. Almost gets to the nose. You can see her just caught behind this whitewater section. Makes her way out in front of it. Does well on this wave. So I think a good positioning from her on this one. Again, cutting it back to the whitewater, dropping down now as she cross-steps up toward the nose. Carving that board back around. Waiting for things to stand up. We saw a similar approach from Caitlin with the turns on the outside. And also looking to get some work on the nose done on the inside there. Almost gets up for the 5. Has to step back on the tail, and that wave finishes off there. Live action. Liv Stokes up and riding. Great 5 on that outside section. Beautiful wrap around as well to the whitewater. So great start to this wave. Liv Stokes again up on the nose. Another carve. You can see this wave standing up in front of her. She's going to drop down, pace herself as she carves that board back toward the whitewater. Great surfing from Liv. We've seen her put some high scores on the board. She's going to be looking to go one more heat this year. She unfortunately missed out on the medal contention last year, getting a 5th for Team Canada. As we see her bring this wave through to the inside. Weaving that board, cross-stepping, puts her in a critical position. Manages to get around the whitewater as she's staying nice and low. Beautiful carve there. Megs, I love the nose ride she got done on the outside section. And someone else who got some work done on the outside section, Natsumi Teoka, the winner of the last heat down on the glass with Belen.
Oh, thanks for that, Bo. I'm here with Natsumi. Natsumi, what an incredible performance. You look like you're having so much fun, and it was very clear with your scores. Let us know what your scores dropped as, because you're very excited about it, and as well what it felt like for you.
Yeah, my first wave was so clean and grassy. That was dream wave. I'm so happy to get the waves, and also I got that 8 point something. So it was a good start for me, and then my second wave was also very good. So I'm so happy to compete in this amazing condition.
You're getting to the point now where each one of these heats is going to feel like a final for you. The caliber of surfing now is next level. Anyone could walk away with a gold here. How are you feeling jumping into the next heat right now?
I'm just gonna enjoy, and yeah, just relax and then enjoy it.
Well, best of luck in the next heat, and I cannot wait to see you surf the next round. Congratulations. Back up to you in the booth, Bo and Meg.
Thanks very much. Relax and enjoy. I think there's some really 2 key words that competitors need to take through today is just enjoy their experience here at Surf City El Salvador. Beautiful scenes greeting us here for day 6 of competition, Megs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we heard it also from Tully White saying that, you know, it's the conditions are absolutely perfect today. So you're going to see a lot of, you know, even if they do go out, they're so stoked to surf perfect El Sunzal with 2 other people, 3 other people. So they are absolutely stoked. The stoke is so high down there. Everyone's so happy. And, you know, we're the day before the finals. It's very tense times, but I love being here with the ISA. The way they bring the camaraderie and the surferhood together is just so amazing.
Quick in and out there for Caitlin Mickelson of Team USA. Team USA, still a few surfers left in the draw. Of course, Caitlin Mickelson dropped down from that main round surfing yesterday. She finds herself in the repechage round, but still currently in that advancing position. Liv Stokes drops a huge number, a 7.33. So that improves upon her situation, putting her out in the lead currently in this heat. Caitlin in second, Melanie in third. Just a single wave score for Mel. As we take a look at the replay of Liv, great wave, Megs.
Absolutely great wave. Nice controlled walk to the nose, hang 5. Beautiful cutbacks. This is a great display of a wave of all cutbacks, and that beautiful hang 5 out the back, waiting for this wall to stand up. It gets really, really shallow in this section, so it peaks up just a bit, so she does well to navigate that and just engage the rail. That's the difference with her surfing right now, and the judges are rewarding her with that. This wave was a 7.33. As she makes her way into this inside, you're really going to start to see her engage the rail. What that means is she's leaning from rail to rail, and you can see the bottom of her board. That means her rail is catching actually her board. It's not the entire board working, it's the rail pushing into the water and bouncing her back as she does so into that roundhouse cutback. And I mean, those were beautiful, beautiful textbook turns.
There was, what I really liked about it was clean rail work. So there was no catching of the rails at all on the water. You could tell the front of the nose of the board was out of the water, like you were saying. You could see the bottom of the board, but really clean lines.
Yeah, it's not so much of, you want it when you're doing these rail turns, it's all about creating a very smooth circular motion rather than creating edges and cutting into it. It's these very smooth rounding out turns, and that's what judges want to see. That is it's fluid, it's controlled, and it's critical. I mean, there's not a lot of rail. The rail is maybe 2.5 inches thick, maybe 3 inches. So having that to lean on that is tricky.
As we see Caitlin Mickelson up and riding, bottom turning her way on this wave. You see a nice carving maneuver back to the pocket, setting things up here through this midsection of the wave. A little bit of a slopier face on this one. Things not standing up, super critical for Caitlin. So she's going to stick to that rail work, as we'll talking about. And she brings this one through to the inside section, cross-stepping her way on the board, keeping that speed going on this wave. She finds a beautiful section there for a quick hang 5, carving that board back around. And again, just eyeing off what's going to happen in front of her on this one as she brings it through. A little bit of a style there. Throwing the arm back, bit of a soul arch. You see her bringing this wave right through to the inside, back up on the nose for another touch of the 5. Beautiful stall there as she finds a little bit more work on the inside section. She's going to jump off there. Little fist bump. As we see Mel Staunton of Australia up on the nose on this through this inside. I think she got quite a lot of work done on the outside section though, Megs.
Yeah, it seemed that as we saw Caitlin working her way into the inside, we saw Green up and riding in the back, and it was a set wave, so that'd be a fun little replay to recap.
So we're going to wait for those scores. Caitlin Mickelson and Melanie Staunton on that last ride to see who is going to take second position. Was Caitlin's last wave more than a 6-point ride to put her in the lead? We'll have to wait for the judges as we see a replay here, Megs, of Mel's last ride.
Yeah, beautiful positioning from her. Trying to get to that nose. Oh, these sweeping cutbacks right there. That beautiful cutback. Trying to find this face to open up for her. Working her way. Kind of getting into this deep section here. She's going to want to redirect. Just wiggling that board onto the inside. Making her way into this double up. The wave starts to stand up for her now. She stalls. Really puts that weight on that back foot. Nice carving, swooping turn. Here we go. This face starts to clean up, and she just gets toe heavy. I think what happened was she was starting to run rather than walk. And that's what, the board will kick out as you're running because there's so much time that your foot's not engaging with the board, and the wave just kicked the board out in front of her. But a lot of good work done on the outside.
A lot of good work done on the outside. Team USA, Team Australia on the beach, waiting for those scores. The last of Caitlin Mickelson, a 4.17, does improve her situation. Now Melanie needs to get a 5.38 on her second ride to move into advancing position. Liv Stokes is going to get the win in this heat. She's going to move through to the next round. But it's between USA and Australia there. I love this split screen. You can see the reactions of the whole team waiting refreshing the scores on isasurf.org. Let's see who is going to take that advancing position. Both surfers put on a great performance. Shout out goes to, of course, the team coaches, managers, really helping their athletes through. And there we go, last score of Melanie Staunton just comes in underneath the requirement, a 5-point ride. So it will be Caitlin Mickelson, Team USA, Liv Stokes, Team Canada moving on through. Unfortunately, Mel of Team Australia, she's going to be eliminated from competition. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back. We've got the Philippines, American Samoa, and Colombia represented in the next heat. As we see Liv Stokes of Canada on screen, the winner of that last heat. She'll be moving through alongside Caitlin Mickelson in that second position into round number 5 of the women's repechage. Tense scenes down there. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Melanie Staunton from competition, but she should still be really proud of her performance throughout this event. Be putting together some great wave scores. As we turn our attention to the heat in the water at the moment. This is heat number 2, women's repechage 4. Daisy Valdez from the Philippines in the red. Sive Girard representing American Samoa in the blue. And Margarita Conde of Colombia in the green jersey. We see all surfers getting a start in this heat. You can see them paddling back out. 12 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. Time goes very quick when you're a competitor and also a spectator on the beach watching these heats. As we can see some beautiful videography here from our drone operator looking up the coast toward the west here of El Salvador. Surf breaks of El Zonte up there. As we take a look at a replay here, Daisy Valdez of the Philippines, Megs.
Great start for her. The way that she faded into this wave. Nice, beautiful wrap around toes on that hang 5, just navigating this section now, making sure to go around it, not to get stuck behind it. She's really staying next to that whitewash. We're waiting for those waves with this declining swell. We're not really getting that east bow that we saw yesterday, so surfers are going to have to redirect back left to get into this section where it starts to build back up, where these double ups start to reform. It starts to hit a shallower section with this beautiful hang 5, hang 10, levitating, really looking similar to her teammate JR's little hang 10 sections on the inside. Nice, beautiful. As you can see, that board is pretty much almost off of that wave, the way that she hung 5 out of that. Speaking of hang 5, Sive's replay here, that nice hang 5 out the back, swooping cut back into the whitewash, just waiting for this wave to stand up again. Her wave does. Nice hang 5, nice controlled footwork, engaging that rail. And that's what's making that big spray for a lot of our surfers, is engaging that rail, letting that board really push against the water. Nice turning cut back, waiting for this wave to stand up. A lot of redirecting to the left, staying busy. Judges are going to want to see that. Nice hang 5 to hang 10. That section is going to allow a lot of our surfers to get such good scoring potential. So it's very important for our surfers, especially in the repechage round, to make every wave count all the way to shore. As we see green also in this exchange, our surfer from Colombia, Margarita Conde. Nice, beautiful footwork. Nice, slow walk for that hang 5, controlled. Getting back down into the power source of the whitewash. Again, waiting for this section to stand up again. And here we are, it stands up. She's trying to find it. She gets a little hung up on that whitewash. She's really working her way into this inside. Again, 15 minutes. We got to make every single wave count. Complete the wave with finesse, control, really, really good maneuvers, and good exchange from all our surfers in this heat.
I mean, speaking of finesse and control, someone who had that in her previous heat, Liv Stokes is down on the glass with Belen.
Thank you, Bo and Megs. Here I have the Reprecharge Queen as, what is it, something like 30 Reprecharge you've been in?
This is my 4th ISA, and I have gotten out in main round 2 every single time, and I've always made it pretty deep in the Reprecharge, so I've probably surfed like 25 Reprecharge heats in my life, so it's happy to add another heat. Reprecharge heat wins the books.
All right, a solid win today. Congratulations. How are you getting ready for a multi-surf event like this, and what's kind of your strategic coming into that?
Well, it's taken it back to like Scholastic Surf Series and WSA days back at home where you'd surf like 1 million heats in a day. My plan was to conserve my energy, which didn't really work out because like my first one, I kind of fell out halfway through the middle and then I kind of got stuck by a set. But then at the end, like, I don't know, I know that if this day goes the way I'm hoping it will, it's going to be a long one. So I kind of took my time on the paddle out after the 7.33 and just tried to conserve some energy.
So what are your takeaways today that you're hoping to kind of navigate through and put forward into your next heat?
My takeaways is just watching all these inspiring women in the heats before me and after me. Like, everyone's been ripping. It's been on another level. The conditions are unreal. So just, I've been watching, seeing what gets big scores, and I know what I need to do. I just need to execute. So that's what I'm hoping to do going into the rest of the day.
Not only are you an inspirational surfer, but you are bringing in new fresh blood into the teaching element. So you're a teacher now. You've got your students back home watching. So massive shout out to all your students. And anything else that you'd like to talk about, your boards, how your boards feeling out there?
Boards are feeling great. My favorite thing in the world is honestly turning, and my board's just been holding onto the rails so well. So as always, shout out to Michael back at home. He's been cheering me on this past week, and that's really meant a lot. Shout out to my family, my friends, my students who I think are literally in class right now. Yeah, it's been great being here.
Well, congratulations, great surfing, and look forward to seeing you surf later in the day. Back up to you, Megs and Bo.
Well, I hope the students back at her school have the TV on, tuned in, because Liv Stokes put on a great performance. She says she wants to continue executing waves really well. I think if she gets herself on the better waves of the heat, we're going to really start to see Liv Stokes shine as we go to live action in the water. Margarita Conde, up and riding of Colombia, holding that 5, gets the 10 on this opening section, so a great nose ride to start this wave off for Margarita. She's looking to back up a 5.33. Beautiful bottom turn, getting lots of speed through this section here, as we can see her cross-stepping back toward the tail, redirecting that board to stay in the pocket or in the curl of this wave, up onto the nose with a touch of the 5. Again, just redirecting that board down the face of this wave. Things start to get a little slow here. She's just going to cruise through, wait for the wave to stand up again. It's going to offer her a little bit more scoring potential. She decides to stick with it. Bit of downtime throughout this section here. A lot of work was done on the outside section. Margarita Conde realizing that she has only got about 6.5 minutes left in this heat, so trying to maximize the score on this wave. A quick nose ride unfortunately goes down, so that last half of the wave there, Megs, maybe a little bit wasted for her. Live action in the water, Daisy Valdez up and riding.
Yeah, beautiful hang 5 to start. Holding that hang 5. I love how statuesque she is. She's really holding on to the maneuver she's in. She really does well to be in the moment. Beautiful. Just setting her back foot, really engaging that weight and getting that carving turn. But she kicks out. Interesting, because I don't think that wave actually stood up for her. So good read on her. She only has little less than 6 minutes, so she's going to work her way back out to try and get a better wave.
And she only needed a small score, 2.17 to move up into advancing position. You can see Sive Gerard there in the white water. So this is going to be a little bit of a paddle battle to get priority within the last 6 minutes of this heat. Can Daisy Valdez get some strong paddles through? Sive Gerard having to duck under that one. Looks like Daisy Valdez is going to get ahead of Sive here, so interesting times because Sive now probably going to drop down into third after that exchange with Daisy Valdez's last ride. And if Daisy can hang on to priority here, Megs, what's that going to mean for Sive?
Sive is going to want to sit on the inside. She's got a 6.67, which is a great score. Again, Daisy has a 7.17, so she's going to be feeling good about that score, and I think that's why she kicked out. She didn't feel like that was going to give her another opportunity to get another 7. I mean, with these Reprecharge heats, we have strong, amazing surfing women that we heard from Liv Stokes, that there's amazing surfing going around. So that kick out was actually really smart by Daisy. For Sive, she's got a 6.67. Her backup is a 2.67. So if I were her, in the last little less than 5 minutes, in my mind, I would want to replace my 6.67. I want to back up my actual 6.67.
Oh, interesting decision there. Daisy taking a look at that wave. Judges, priority judges, we have a separate judges for the priority, deeming that Daisy didn't commit to that wave, so she stays out there with priority. However, it looked like she was trying to take off in that wave. Daisy maybe not recognizing that she had priority in the later stages of this heat. Last wave score came in at 5.83. Daisy goes to first. Margarita now in second. Sive Gerard looking for a 3.49. 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, stressful times. I mean, that was a smart move by Daisy as well. Sive, you don't want to leave her out the back. She can whip up a really, really good wave. I mean, it's with the ocean right now, with how surfing goes. It is a little bit of luck in there. It is a little bit of really understanding the ocean, really understanding the tides, the swell, the wind, the swell direction. It really plays into it, and I can see that Daisy's actually looks like she's pulling a little bit deeper. She knows that she wants to better that 5.83. She's sitting really nicely at first right now with a 7.17 and a 5.83. But stressful times, you want to leave the heat being more confident than when you entered it. And having, I would love to see my heat have 2 7s. Every wave is going to you want to get every wave to be a 7 at this point in the stage of the contest.
Oh, definitely, 100%. You want to be getting those scores in that good, very good, excellent range on the judges' scale. You see Sive Gerard now moving in next to Daisy. I think maybe trying to get Daisy to have a paddle for that wave, so a little bit of strategy coming into play there. I think what happened when Daisy was looking at that wave, I think she was actually looking at their priority board, realizing she had priority. I'm going to stop paddling. I'm going to sit out here. I'm going to sit next to Sive. However, we've seen from the set waves coming through, there's 2, 3, sometimes 4 waves in a set. So if we get another set coming through toward the end of this heat, we may see both surfers having another opportunity at getting a score.
I mean, that's definitely been a strategy I've taught, is a 5-minute drill. Your goal at the end of the heat is to have priority. So what's the job for the 10 minutes? You better be getting work done in those 10 minutes. Those 2 waves need to be happening within 10 minutes. That 5 minutes, you're playing defense.
Oh, 100%. Or if you don't have that second backup score, have priority in that last 5 minutes.
Exactly. Or trying to even better. Their goal is to have priority. You want control in the beginning of the heat and in the end of the heat.
As we see, it looks like some lines approaching here. The women, 4, 5, maybe 6 set waves. As we see Sive having a look at this one. Daisy opting not to go. So Sive Gerard stroking into this one. Can she get on top of it? She can. She's up and riding. So looking for a 3.49, bit behind the white water here to start things off. She's going to cruise in the middle of that board, cross-stepping, trying to find the nose right of this section. Makes it away around that white water, cuts it back to the curl of the wave as we see her dropping down now as she starts to get some footwork done on the inside. She's up on the nose for a 5. Stepping back here, wave speeding up in front of her, the windmill arms trying to hold on. Bend those knees, I can just listen to you saying, Megs.
Bend your knees.
Sive bringing this one all the way through. Can she get around the whitewater section? It's a really stretched out section in front of her, but she's doing well to stay with it. Looks like she's going to get a few more cross steps in. Can she find the nose on the inside? She does a 5. Unfortunately, that last maneuver not going to count. She goes down At the back, Daisy Valdez up and riding on the nose. Beautiful nose ride on this wave. She holds it for the 10. Amazing surfing here from Daisy. I know her family will be watching back home, her kids, as she steps back on the tail, bringing this wave through. Really great carving maneuvers, cross-stepping again to just find that board speed as she makes her way through this one. Smart surfing from Daisy Valdez, sitting out there with priority, realizing Sive's wave wasn't going to really manufacture a high score, and I really feel like Daisy's going to drop that 5.83 on this wave as she's again up on the nose, tight 5, holding that 5 through this section. Beautifully surfed wave from Daisy Valdez of the Philippines. Goes down there, but all the hard work was done. That was, in my eyes, excellent surfing.
Wow, I think she's definitely going to replace that 5.83. In my opinion, it might even go higher than her 7.17. I mean, that was, like you said, smart surfing, textbook. 15 minutes, 3 waves. Get it done.
So, Sive Gerard looking for a 3.49 to get ahead of Margarita Conde of Colombia. Margarita not having the opportunity to get another wave score to finish that heat. It's going to come down to Sive Gerard on that last wave. Is it a 3.49, Megs? What are your thoughts?
It's going to be iffy. Oh, man. Okay, let's see. This is a smaller wave. She doesn't get that hang 5 that you want out the very, very back in the beginning of the wave. She's just trimming speed right now. She's working her way, trying to find the face. Nice swooping cutback.
Sive Gerard making her way through. We will let you know the score when we finish this replay.
Nice touch of the 5, just working her way in. I don't think it's. It's so. That's rough. That is, if she just had that hang 5 out the back, just a tap, I think she would have got the score. She dropped. We now see the score that dropped. She just comes short. It's a 3.33.
Unfortunately, losing one of our American Samoa competitors. Sive Gerard, not enough on that last wave, so it will be Daisy Valdez of the Philippines in first place. Margarita Conde of Colombia moving through to women's repechage round 5 heat. As we see scenes on the beach here. Sive, unfortunately, not moving through. But we have more action coming up for women's repechage round number 4. We have got our French competitor, Ophélie Acuen, up against Mexico and Portugal. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back after this short advertisement break.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Buenos dias and welcome back to day number 6 of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We are watching the best longboarders in the world. The women currently out there in the water. Ophélie Acuen of France, Coco Bonilla of Mexico, and Inés Martin of Portugal represented here in heat number 3. We see a lovely set rolling through the outside here. Can competitors get into position for this wave? We've seen a couple of slow heats earlier on, Megs. This one looking like it's getting started early.
Yeah, we've got some nice sets rolling in. Surfers opting to take not take any of these. That outside set, though, we're going to see if any of these surfers take it. They look like they have enough time to paddle a little bit more wide. Just missing it. Is Green going to go? She doesn't. But this set was actually the most waves we've seen so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 waves in a set. Wow, we still got a lot of power coming from that declining swell.
Lots of energy in the water. Yeah, Coco Bonilla up and riding here. And she done a few cross steps, decides to kick out of this one. Lots of foam on the face, I think realizing that she's not going to have much scoring potential. But someone who dropped excellent scores in that last heat, Daisy Valdez of the Philippines, is with Belen.
Hi, thanks, Bo, Megan. Daisy, what an exceptional performance. It's not going to get any easier coming into this heat. You smashed your heat. How did you prepare last night and this morning to get out there and surf in that heat?
Yeah, we stay focused and we prepared. We wake up 5 o'clock to just have a quick surf before the competition starts. And yeah, the waves are really, really good. So it's so amazing today.
Speaking of waves, the opportunity to get conditions like this in the heat, we hear everyone saying that this is hands down probably the best conditions some have ever had in a contest. How are you feeling having the opportunity to surf with just 4 girls in the water like this?
Yeah, it's really, really good because you can pick whatever you want if you're in priority. So, and surf with the girls for you in the water, it's just it's only in your heat. So all of the time you surf there, a lot of people, So this is also a good opportunity for us.
It really allowed you to showcase your talent, your critiqueness, your beautiful poised style. Your equipment, what are you riding right now that's allowing you to surf as well as you're surfing?
Now I'm using Luffy's board, but I was sponsored by Ian Zamora. But now just something happened with the board, so I'll use my husband board.
So massive shout out to Ian Zamora and Carla Zamora. Best of luck in the next heat. What are you looking forward to, and is there anything you think you might kind of change in your strategy, or how are you approaching the next heat?
I'm gonna stick to the plan and get a little bit advice from the team and the coaches here. So yeah, just focused and get ready for the next hits.
Well, best of luck in the next round. I'm very excited to watch you surf. You've done your country proud. Have an awesome time. Back up to you, Bo and Megan in the booth.
Thank you very much, Belen. The Philippines really nurturing their surfers, coaches, with a lot of support from the Sports Commission back in the Philippines. As we just see Coco Bonilla of Mexico finishing off that last ride. We're going to wait for that score to drop. Another score from our French competitor, Ophélie, to drop as well in this heat. But Daisy Valdez put on a fantastic performance. She dropped an 8-point ride for that last wave. Combination of hang 10s, hang 5s, and beautiful turns.
Yeah, if I were the surfers coming up in these next rounds, especially with the finals day coming tomorrow, I would take a page out of Daisy's book. I would almost replay and watch her wave and study it and really break it down. But this heat right here, our surfer in red for France, Ophélie Acquin, beautiful hang 5. A lot of foam to work with on this board, but on this wave, but her board is really good at sticking to the water. We saw a lot of boards kind of bouncing around yesterday, but with the perfect conditions, she's getting that beautiful hang 5. Gets a little stuck, but she cleans it up here, trying to find this inside section that's been a really good scoring potential for our surfers in the prior heat. Well, got a little back foot heavy. Goes for a little tap 5 and just gets unstuck.
This looks like a beautiful wave here, Megs, from Coco.
Yeah, the way that she really set up this hang 5, absolutely beautiful. The way she's super relaxed, she's super calm. You can tell, even yesterday, her shoulders, surfers, when they're nervous, their shoulders tend to go up. But you can tell she's really relaxed, she's staying calm. She's taking note that the waves are so perfect today. So she's just going to surf and have fun. She's doing great on this wave, working her way up and down the wave. Judges really liking to see utilizing the entire face of the wave, and she just gets down and gets a little heel heavy, but she did beautiful work on the outside, scoring her a 4.33. Her first wave was an in and out 0.6, but right now she's got a 4.33, and she's going to go out there, look for another score.
Surfers in the next heat getting ready as we turn our attention back to the water here. Ines Martins up and riding for Portugal. Just gets a little heel heavy and unfortunately goes down on the outside section. You could see there was a whitewater section in front of her, so I think trying to step off the nose a bit too early and trying to get that speed, but just unfortunately come unstuck. 7 minutes remaining, so she'll paddle back out and look to improve upon that small score. She'll be sitting with second priority, it looks like. Ofeli drops a 6-point ride for her first wave. Ofeli from Reunion representing Team France here. Team France looking really strong as they move throughout this competition. The two male surfers moving through to the main event alongside Elise Lemoine as well. As we see scores now coming in. Last of Coral Bonilla, a 4.33, so that is going to be her best wave score so far. Now surfers anxiously waiting, coming down to 6 minutes left. Is there going to be another set come through in time? We saw that really large set roll through at the start of the heat. Surfers a bit out of position for that because it has been a bit slower this morning, Meg.
Yeah, the tide is still dropping. We've got about another 15 minutes before it actually bottoms out. But as the tide comes in, the waves should be starting to form and picking up a little bit more. The intervals won't be as long, so that will actually bring in more waves. It's just getting into that position, especially with that we had basically two high tide. We're gonna have two high tides today, so it is gonna be a lot of water moving. It won't be as turbulent as the days prior, being that the swell was a lot bigger on those days. But beautiful surfing, I believe, is going to happen as we see sets approaching.
Yeah, they must have heard us talking about it.
I know.
Huey, surf god, bringing the goods. We call him Huey in Australia. Is there another? Do you have?
We have Hiaka.
Hiaka, of course. Yes.
Yep. And we have Pele, so land, and they're sisters.
Yes.
So makes sense, you know.
As we see surfer representing France up and riding up on the nose. Lovely stylish 5 from her as she carves that board back around, utilizing the whole wave face on this ride. Staying nice and crouched, nice and low to get around this whitewater section. Now she's out on some more open face. Ofeli weaving her board, cross-stepping, keeping her speed up to redirect it back toward the left, stay close to the pocket of this wave. She steps on the tail, getting nice steps toward the nose there. Keeps it under control, gets low again to cut that board back toward the pocket as she is looking for more scoring potential on the inside. You see that back foot really just stepping on the tail. Oh, beautiful hang 10 there. Unfortunately, as she stepped back, just dug the nose in a small bump. So that work on the outside is definitely going to count toward that score. It's going to be a great backup for that 6-point ride.
Yeah, I reckon that her backup, her high score right now, 6.00, is actually going to be her backup score. The turns and the committed nose rides that she did, I think the judges are going to reward her for it.
I think so, Meg. So we're going to take a look at the replay of that last one. Let's see how this score could go up as her best wave so far.
There's that hang 5 out the back. Again, that very beautiful high line, the wave at El Sunzal, really allows you to utilize the top and bottom of the wave. She does so well to get away from this whitewash, but then she starts to find this open face. Little downtime here, so judges are going to see that, but she does redirect left to look for this wall. Just steering with that front foot, gets a little heel heavy, but fixes it, gets that beautiful hang 5 in that critical section. And she's looking solid. I mean, I've surfed with her again, years and years ago, and the way that her performance has been going, she also just got knee surgery. So to be able to cross step and get that hang 10, but she could have just stepped back one more time, and I think that would have deemed a full complete. But good effort. I mean, beautifully ridden wave, and good wave choice from her. Only 3 minutes left in the heat. She knows she needs a backup score. I think that actually will bump, be better than her score now.
So true, Megs. It drops a 6.5, like you were saying. Bigger wave, got a bit more work done on that one. So She is currently sitting in the lead. Ophélie Acouin representing France. Right now, 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Coral Bonilla of Mexico looking for a second wave score. Ines Martin, really slow start from her. Still looking to really get a score of substance on the board. So it's really going to come down to this last exchange. If we get some more waves to come through, Ines Martin's currently holding first priority, so she's going to have pick of the best wave that comes through. She's going to try everything she can to keep Coral off the next ride, because Coral only sitting with 1 wave score. If Ines can manufacture a score on her next ride and secure, you know, that mid-range score, it's going to really help her situation.
Yeah, she only needs a 4.21, and as we saw in the days prior, she can easily do that. She just needs to maybe slow down and not get. She is the only goofy footer in this heat, so really having to look over that shoulder to figure out the next maneuvers. But she is going to need to slow down and really, really contain herself and almost have that mindset and on the wave while she's surfing to tell herself constantly, every 3 seconds, complete the wave, finish this wave, finish the maneuver. I mean, for me, that's what I do. If I know I need a score that's not that high, for 4.21, I'm going to be telling myself, catch the next wave and really, really find the face, find the turns. It's a 4.21. She can do that in 1 wave, so she does have time. It is a minute. We're going to see if the ocean gives her another opportunity as we see Coco paddling a little deeper in. Coco having second priority and Ines just trying to get to sit next to her, but I feel like Coco was almost paddling out to get Ines out of position.
I think so. We have waves approaching. Is Coco trying to take Ines too far out here? We see Coco having a look at this one. It is Ines Martin sitting with priority. She's going to let Coco take a look at that. Deciding not to go, I think a smart move. Not much wall on that wave. The next wave does look a little bit better. Let's see if Ines Martins can get onto this wave. She is going to have a look at this one. She's not going to commit, though, to paddle into it. 20 seconds left. What goes through your mind, Megs, at an international competition here? 15 seconds left. You just got to scratch into something right now.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the whistles on the beach, so I'm guessing I think it was from the Portugal team that they were with.
Coco Bonilla up and riding. Also Ines Martins on the inside. Coco's going to stay with this one. Up and riding. Cross-stepping. You can see her looking over her shoulder, checking where Ines Martins is on that wave. And she's up again on the nose. Unfortunately, takes a fall on that one. So we'll see if Ines is still on the wave. She is still currently on the wave in the whitewater section. I personally need to scrub up on the rule book here. But only because Coco did not interfere whatsoever with the wave of Ines Martin.
But did she hinder the scoring potential?
I don't think she did hinder the scoring potential. That section was breaking in front of Ines.
Yeah, so it did close out in front of Ines, I think, and that's why Coco she had.
But I do wonder if just even taking off on the same wave as a surfer with priority is within that ruling. So did Coco Bonilla close that section down in front of Ines Martins from that paddle in? A great angle here of the surfers as we see catch up with Coral's wave there. It is looking like Coral is going to lock in a 2.5 for that last scoring ride. Ines Martin only a small 0.73 in her scoreline. No call from the judges on that, so it is going to be our surfer from Mexico moving through in that second position alongside Ophélie Acouin of France. Stay tuned, we're going to have a switch in the booth here. Sam and Berlin coming in for the call. We've got the Netherlands, Team Denmark, and Peru out in the water.
to day 5 of competition for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. The highest single wave score in our men's main round 3 goes to Japan's Taka Inoue with a 9.33.
Championship, and he's straight into a buttery roundhouse cutback, grabbing that rail on his back right down to the inside with a soul arch into a 5, into a 10. But this is pretty cool from Taka, all rubbery on the nose.
Team Philippines, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel with the second highest single wave score in our men's main round 3, 8.70.
Nose ride time on that outside section. I think that's where the scores are going to be really going high from, and you can see him again getting back up to the nose. 10, holds that 10 through this section, does very well to control his composure on his backhand here. Beautiful to rail, keeping tempo with the wave as he's back up on the nose for another 10 on the inside. And again, back up on the nose for 4 steps back, carves it back to the white water. J.R. Esquivel, the epitome of longboarding right here, has a goofy foot on his backhand.
Yeah, I feel more comfortable, more relaxed now. Yeah, I got excellent scores. I think this is the best condition so far from the event.
In our women's main round 3, the highest single wave score goes to Rachel Tilley of Team USA with this 8.50.
And the way that rocker really works for her, and that beautiful hang 10 in that critical section on the inside, go into this pupusa section, nice hang 5, walking.
It's so beautiful. I was just trying to stay really calm and like really enjoy myself out there, and it was my goal to get at least an 8, or just like I wanted to get in the excellent range for this one.
And in a tie in our women's main round 3 for the highest single wave score, 8.50, this wave from Mara Lopez from the Philippines. That's a wrap for day 5 of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action.
Welcome back. It's Repechage round 4, heat 4. As we can see, Tilda Rasmussen has dropped a really strong start with a 4.17, representing the amazing country of Denmark in Northwest Europe, and she's surfing against Carla Sanchez, who is now moved up into first, having dropped a 3 and a 1.57. And we have Anna Albers for Team Netherlands. She's dropped a 0.77 and a 0.50. Top 2 surfers advance into repechage round 5. Third surfer will be eliminated. In the screen right there, it's Tilda from Denmark, and on the replay here, it's over to Berlin Alvarez Kimball to talk about Carla Sanchez's ride.
Carla Sanchez opens up nice, fading left and right, just trying to connect this inside, looking to see if it's going to allow her to get up to the nose, or, just nice carving turns. Again, this is her small inside wave. We saw some of the outside waves are scoring quite high, so we're hoping it's going to open up for her, and just kind of coming unstuck, unfortunately.
This is Tilda Rasmussen, straight to the nose.
Oh, lovely surfing from Tilda. Great style. She's been working on it with her coach Wingnut. So again, shooting a nice shout out to him. Beautiful 5 again. Really honing those skills of staying in the pocket as well. A little reverse cutback. That was lovely surfing from a surfer from Denmark. Again, just nice carving, gliding, trying to, just find a section that's going to open up for her again. And I think she kind of looks back to see if there's anything else going to come in. And then moving forward, again, nice cross step. And that was just a quick kick out. I think it should be a really nice opening score.
Sure. She's borrowing a 9.6 Ben Skinner double scoop from her teammate Noah Stender. and she's dropped a 4.17 for her opening ride. She did break her primary 2 boards, the first free surfing, the second coming in on the biggest day 4 days ago, as we can now see up and riding Carla Sanchez for Team Peru. The goofy footer walking forward and slashing back, a nice kind of tall stance, a little flash of the style of surfing we see from Cindy Portier from El Salvador, where she has great presence using a little kind of drop knee setup for the turns. There's a touch of the 5. No toes wrapped around the very tip, but good walk in and out of that section as she drops a second score of a 1.57, and now that third score comes in as a 2.73. So it goes into a top 2. She's got a 3 and a 2.73. Anne Albers has got a couple of scores as well. And with that, let's go down to the glass because Bo Nixon is with a filly from Reunion representing France.
Thanks very much, Seb. Ophélie, congratulations moving on through to the next round. How did you feel out there? Conditions changing a little bit.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's changing, but the wave is still the same. This is low tide now. So we have section and we can go through them easily, nose riding, perfect.
Team France looking really strong throughout this event. What's the team spirit like?
Oh my God, just sustain themselves, like each other. We are a good support. We have a very good coach, has Antoine, who is a gold medalist. So I'm very lucky and confident to be in the French team.
And any takeaways from that heat? Are you looking to improve upon anything moving forward throughout the repechage rounds?
Yes, sure. I want to give my best. That's why I keep going up at 4 minutes. Instead of staying down and waiting for other score, I wanted to go and keep going. And yeah, repechage is a repechage. We are still in the contest, so we have all to give our best.
Bon chance. Good luck in the following rounds. We look forward to seeing you, sir. Back to you upstairs.
Great stuff. Ophélie, 2010 European longboard champion, came onto the scene as an Oxbow rider at that period, and she was one of a new wave of European longboarders who really had a hang 10 dialed in her repertoire. She ended up taking a break from competitive surfing, but has come back stronger than ever, as we can see. Marcela Machado for Uruguay, Ada Van Ackeren for Costa Rica, and Alejandra Zaid for Guatemala. That's our Uruguayan paddling out with this stripy Luffy board there. Luffy's daughter Raquel Bento, she often has that spray on her boards. A really good goofy footer from the Bento family as we move down to the last 6 minutes. And the scores are as followed. Carla Sanchez with a 3 and a 2.73. Anne Albers with a 4.10 and a 0.77. Tilda Rasmussen with a 4.17, but no backup score yet for Tilda. Berlin, what do you think?
I am really hoping that these ladies get a couple sets underneath their feet and really allow them to display some really great surfing, because some of the waves that we have seem to be a little bit more of the inside, don't have much of a wall or a face. So I really would love the opportunity. I just really hope it doesn't go flat, for them.
Well, Tilda Rasmussen looking good on the 4.17, riding her Skin Dog 9.6, borrowed by her teammate Noah Stender. But this is Anna Albers up and riding, looking good on the replay. What do you think of this, Bellin?
This is a gorgeous wave for her. This is a kind of style of size of a wave that I'd love to see some of the girls get as well. Nice transition between her rail to rail, clearly loving her board up to a nice 5. Oh, unfortunately, just coming off. But that was a great wave. I think that's her comes in as a 4. I think that's her 4.10.
Yeah, so that third ride for Anna is significant. She needs a backup score, though. Yep. So Carla Sanchez with 2 low scorers sitting there in first. Not much time left, just 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Tilda waxing up there. This is Aiden getting the wingnut-inspired wax job, which is like the kind of artistic spiral effect that is all the rage in Costa Rica at the moment.
That's funny. I love actually seeing people's boards and how they do their wax jobs, because for me, I cannot handle a smeared wax job.
Oh, no.
Oh, just like I need lumps and bumps. Give me some sex wax. I'll put like almost half a bar of my sex wax on my
You don't
boards.
want mozzarella cheese.
No,
use
I don't want slip and
cold
slide.
water wax in the tropics, because that really doesn't work out.
Oh, walking down is just peeling on the inside of your arms.
Carla Sanchez up and riding, looking to replace a 2.73. Nice cut back there for Carla. 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. First priority out back with Tilda Rasmussen. She needs that second score to stand a chance of not getting eliminated, as a really nice top turn from Carla Sanchez leads into this inside section, setting up for a couple of cross steps maybe. Looking for the wall, fades in, high line, and then that wave just starts to fade out, so she may well replace her backup score of a 2.73. That could be the strongest score of Carla's campaign, so that's really going to increase the requirements for Anna and Tilda. But Tilda hasn't got that backup score yet, but hey presto, she's sitting there with priority, so she's got time, she can be patient. But at what stage do you think she really starts to panic?
I think coming into this 3 minutes, you start to kind of getting a little bit itchy feet.
Wow, talking of itchy feet, how was that crossfade to the spinning wheel of the exercise bike? And that's Layla Brady for Panama, the 18-year-old. She is going to be coming up pretty soon, flying the flag for one of those great surfing nations that has a Pacific and a Caribbean coastline, and that's Ale Zayed for Guatemala. She's also going to be coming up soon as well. So two ladies getting warmed up on the exercise bike. I mean, considering the climate, do you really need to warm up your body here, or is that useful?
It is really useful. You do need to, but we'll chat about that after this wave. This is what she was needing.
Tilda.
But Tilda was...
In and out of her 3 touches of the 5. Walks to the tail on her 9.6 double scoop. This is the OG model, custom board for her teammate Noah after Tilda broke both of her boards. This looks really nice, Berlin.
It does look really nice. She's really enjoying this wave, and this board is working for her. She's able to really utilize her cross steps to get her in and out of position. The flow with it's got a little bit of thickness in the middle of it as well, which is really helping her slide and back into this inside section, which is what she needs. She needs to get as long as a wave as possible and get as many maneuvers as she can, because she's coming down to the 2-minute mark. She might be able to scratch out after this, but this is really what she's needing to focus on. Oh, a little switch dance cutback as well.
Nice.
You hear yelling and hooting from the beach.
Brilliant. Massive support for Team Scandinavia. I know all of the Scandinavians will be tuning in back home. Denmark, Klipmoller represented, Coldwater, Hawaii. Tilda Rasmussen is just going to drop a second score, and she may well move up into first position. That is really important that she had the opportunity there. She played it patient, but it paid off, sitting there with priority, and I think that this is going to be a strong score.
It should be an amazing, amazing score for her. Good backup. Actually, I think it's going to be higher than her first one. What am I talking about?
There it is. It's a 5.17. So she now moves up into first, and with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining, as she gets a high five from her teammate Noah there with the top off. He's the person that has loaned her his board. So great work from Denmark as she moves into first. And Carla Sanchez is now in second. Anna Albers is chasing a low score. Oh my gosh, check this. Anna only needing a 1.63.
Goodness, with 44 seconds remaining, she's looking at the back. As you might not be able to see quite yet, I do see a couple little lumps, and I think she just sees them too. 30 seconds remaining.
A big opportunity for the Dutch surfer here. She's sitting now on the right of your screen. You can see Carla Sanchez. She's currently in second, but there's only 20 seconds remaining.
I think it's going to get to her.
May not have time to get the second wave of the set, but she's going to have to,
needs
because
to go for this
that first lump is just not going to be enough for her to catch. But she really now needs to claw into position. We're down into the last 4 seconds. Is it going to be enough? She needs to pop up really quick. I'm not sure if it's in time. It may be. It may not. But she's up and riding, and she just needs a 1.63. She cross steps forward. She touches the 5. She shuffles a little bit out of that nose ride, but then regains her composure and stands tall as this wave starts to get glassy, and then locks a much more clean roll of the 5, toes over the nose, and then moves back with some cross-stepping for a cutback, stays in the pocket. Was this in time, do you think, Berlin?
I don't know. Her hands just left the rail. Like it sounded like the buzzer went, and then her hands came off. The second buzzer, she was up by the time the second buzzer hit. So I don't know, but this is what she needed right here. And it would be unfortunate if it doesn't come in for her.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it was just a nanosecond too late. So commiserations for Anna Albers. She will be eliminated, and it will be Carla and Tilda who take the win. Congratulations, Team Denmark, but stay with us because we have got a special guest coming into the booth. Find out who it's going to be. We'll be right back after these short messages. Welcome back to the action as Carla Sanchez stays in second position and Tilda Rasmussen for Denmark takes the win with a brilliant display of classic longboarding on her 9.6 skin dog double scoop. And talking of Ben Skinner, who would be in the booth right now other than the big man himself? Ben, a pleasure to have your company here to call this heat.
Thanks, Sam. Stoked to be here, mate. It's been fun watching you guys commentate. You're doing such a good job for us, so we appreciate you guys.
And you've come off the back of a really big win in your main round earlier today, and that must feel great because you don't have to surf again now until finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's amazing to have made finals day and have, you know, made the most of the whole week here, to be competing every day. There's nothing worse than getting to finals day and having to sit and watch. So I'm really excited and yeah, I can't wait to get going, really.
And you had massive support. Your laminator, your business partner, Gracie, Jason Gray, the person that does all of that important work in the building and the designing of your amazing boards. He's here with a team of 11 friends. How much is that going to help you for finals day tomorrow to have that support from Cornwall?
I mean, it's just so special to have them here. You know, Gracie has been, you know, one of my biggest supporters, one of my best friends through my whole life, and we started Skin Dog Surfboards together. We actually had kids at the same time, and Lucas and Ernie ended up 9 days, 10 days apart, and that's really why we started Skin Dog Surfboards. So we have a real special relationship, a special bond, and to have him here with 10 of my other good friends from home. We have Dan Chapman as well, who's also a business partner with us in Skin Dog Surfboards, helped us get into Thunderbolt surfboard technology, and yeah, just been so good to have him. Here we go, we got Red up and right in.
Marcela Machado goes to the nose on Luffy boards. Of course, Luffy Luis Bento, a good friend of yours, also well represented here. I think if you did a little number count, you would find that the most commonly ridden boards are Luffy's and Skin Dogs. I've counted at least 12 Skin Dog double scoops on display. May well be more, but this is a really nice ride for Marcela. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, she's surfed this wave really well. Really nice read. I mean, it's super tricky, and to get that end turn, I mean, that was so well done. I know how hard it is to do that. You know, it's one of those sections that you see coming and you think, oh, I can hit it, but you just never know what it's going to do. So she did amazing there.
And someone who also did amazing, let's get down to the glass, because representing Denmark in style, Tilda Rasmussen is taking the win.
Great surfing, Tilda. A fantastic performance out there. You are riding a borrowed board. It is one of Ben Skinner's. He's on the mic currently. Any words you'd like to say about the board, about how you're feeling out there?
Oh, so I think the board is very nice and steady in the nose ride. It's still a little bit big for me to be able to turn, but I think I just need to manage to try to get enough far back on the board, and then I think I will manage. Yeah, but I really like the board. It's very nice.
Excellent. A hot day here in El Salvador. A lot more surfing coming up if you're to progress through the rounds. How are you going to prepare? Maybe an ice bath?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have an ice bath now. It's I've been going to the ice baths every day, and it helps to keep the cool and the focus. So I'm definitely gonna do that.
What's kind of your pre-heat routine? What do you like to do? Do you listen to music or do you calm your mind?
I like to first listen to music and then stretch a little bit meanwhile, and then talk to my coach Toto about the waves and conditions and what to do, strategies, and yeah, just calm, relax. Yeah, that's my strategy.
And lastly, the waves out there look really nice. You looking forward to surfing throughout the day today?
I'm looking so much forward. I like that the waves are maybe a little bit smaller because it's the same way, a little bit the same that we have in Denmark. So I feel way more comfortable in waves like this. So I'm looking forward.
Well, fantastic surf, and we look forward to watching you later on today. Back to you upstairs.
Really proud moment for Danish surfing. Ben, you know what it's like to help put European surfing on the map. The Danish community will be so excited to see Tilda going so far.
Yeah, she's doing so good. I mean, you can see she's enjoying herself. She's calm. She had a pretty unfortunate mishap breaking her board earlier in an event. But, you know, I think it's worked out well. She's spoiled the board. She's looking really stable and as she said, stable and solid on the nose, and that's getting her good scores and getting through heat. So sometimes mistakes happen like that, and they can be for good fortune.
And for us Northwest Europeans, obviously coming from colder water, colder climates, what have you picked up from your experience in El Salvador about how you deal with the 85 degree Fahrenheit water temperature, the long paddle, and the 83 degree air temperature?
It's really challenging. You know, I love being in the cold. I love the cold water. Being in the sea, it really refreshes you. And over here, you really have to work hard on keeping yourself hydrated and calm. Here we go, we've got Blue up and riding.
Talking of calm, Aiden has been so stylish. Her nose ride's clean and crisp on her Ken White 9.6 Goldie Log model, looking good in and out of a nice fives, tall and loose. You like the look of that outline? Seems to have a wide point back, Ben.
Yeah, you can see she's pivoting really nicely off the tail, and it's giving her a real nice flow through that wave, and it looked really good.
And now with your kind of momentum moving into finals day, you know, how do you prepare yourself, you know, having performed so well in your round earlier on this morning and now looking forward to the big day tomorrow? Is it about just staying relaxed? Do you stay focused on watching other heats, or do you just like to take yourself away from the action?
I just like to keep myself, you know, involved in the event and, you know, very much in the atmosphere of the event. I feel like if you take yourself too far away, it's really hard to get back into it.
Great tip.
So, yeah, that's kind of, I don't like putting my headphones on and blocking myself away, and everyone has their own vibe, but that's mine.
Yeah, you like to be in the heart of the action and the energy, and I sense that that's something that we see from Kelly Slater when he really performs. He really puts himself in the heat of the moment and really thrives off the energy, as we just seen Alejandro Zayed get a nice long wave. She's on a Luffy board that she bought from Elise Lemoine last year, up and riding right now. Marcela Machado looking to replace a 0.83 big overhead wall bend. Talk about how important it is to get behind the peak on these opening sections.
Yeah, the first section of this wave, I was really unlucky there. As you can see, the wave started to go quite fat in that section, and if you're not deep enough on this wave, you can't get to the nose in a critical way. And I think that's really important to getting high scores on this wave, and then you can come back from that nose ride with speed and flow into good turns through the fatter section of the wave, waiting for it to build up through the inside.
And how does it change through the tides? What is the essential difference between Sunzal on the low tide and Sunzal on the high tide?
Well, Sunzal at low tide, the wave lines up so much better. I mean, you can see even now on the waves we're seeing on the screen, the line of the white water that's coming across the screen. At low tide, it's very much more defined, easier to read the waves. When the tide's more full, the waves tend to split into two peaks more. There's a lot of water and it's a lot fatter. So
Well, Ben, we're going to get a little bit of a special moment here. We're going to bring up one of your waves from this morning, and it will be really great to hear you talk us through this one. Up and riding, Mr. Ben Skinner.
It's quite funny, actually. I couldn't remember this wave at all after my heat. I don't know why, but so yeah, it's nice to see. But you know, I managed to get nice and deep on the peak, and that allowed some critical nose rides out the back. As you can see, the tide was still quite high at this point, so it had that middle section, but I managed to get around it. I think I can't remember what actually happens now. But again, you can see the wave starts to build up and gets much more critical through the inside as well. So it's just about getting your timing right.
That tail looks so buttery. You've adapted that double scoop design with the swallowtail, and the way it unleashes through the turns, it looks like it feels beautiful. I can't wait to have a go on this model, Ben.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this board. It's a change that, yeah, here's all the boys. We got Grazy at the front there. You know, you can see I've faded on this wave just to get myself a little bit deeper in the pocket. It's really difficult to hang 10 out here when the wave's fat, so trying to put yourself deep and critical is really important. But the board, this has so much lift and so stable on the nose, as the double scoop does anyway. Adding that swallowtail to the board and a different bottom curve completely and outline, it's just allowed my turns to feel a lot more drivey but whippy at the same time. So I'm really excited about it. I only made it like 10 days before I came here. I've had it in my head for a long time, but I had a pretty busy couple of months before coming here. Unfortunately, Lucas, my son, he broke his legs, so we had a busy month getting him fixed up and healing on the right track. So yeah, I made it pretty late notice, but I knew how it was going to feel already. I dreamt about it and made it, you know, as I wanted it to feel. And first time I rode it is exactly what I wanted it to feel.
Yeah, you talked about that feeling of having a twin fin, and I know, you know, we've been friends for most of our lives. We've surfed together around the world, and you've always been incredible on fishes and twinnies. And the first thing I saw when you went onto the rail, I was like, wow, that's like a twin fin longboard. And then you said to me, yeah, I wanted to recreate that feeling of arcing and turning on a twin fin.
Yeah. You know, I just feel like being able to, the thing I love about an old school traditional twin fin is having that feel of a wider tail, but with the grip on rail from the pin that you get from the swallow. So in a way, you have two pintails on this board, on a twin fin. So that's what I really wanted to add to this board, and I feel like once I put it on rail, I get so much more hold, and therefore I can push harder, and with the right curve through the tail, it rolls so easy onto the rail, and then I get the bite. So I can really push hard, and then when it comes off the rail, I get that release that I get from that feeling from a twin fin. So, but with a big 11-inch Flying Diamonds fin in the back there, it's like I can push as hard as I want. So
and
it feels incredible.
Nose ride and get lift, as you did this morning, and you will do as we move into finals day, as we move now into the last 2 minutes with Marcelo Machado looking to replace that 173, and as it stands, Alejandro Zaid for Guatemala, the goofy footer, has got a 5.23 and a 4.47, but up and riding right now it's Aiden Van Akkeren from Costa Rica, all stylish and tall with a 317 and a 39. She's chasing a 580 to move into first, but she's looking really elegant. Very good with the footwork, Ben. A very graceful surfer in the school of Wingnut, who would have been a big inspiration to this young surfer surfing at the likes of Ollie's Point in Costa Rica.
Yeah, so much style and grace that she has. Her footwork's really nice, and obviously, as I said before, that board's allowing her to pivot so nicely on the tail, linking things really nicely. She's looking for a 5.8 to take the lead here, and you know, I think it could be close.
And she may well replace her backup score when that comes through. So now the pressure is on Alejandro Zaid to replace her 4.47. Cross steps forward, back to the tail, stands tall. Talk about what will be going through your mind as a surfer now as she reads this section.
Yeah, as I said, she's coming into the middle part of the wave. You really got to like come back to the power source through the middle part of the wave to allow yourself to be deep again into this section now where it starts to steepen, and make the most of it. But I think, you know, it's a very difficult wave to read on the inside. Every wave's a little bit different. She's doing a really good job. As you can see, you start to hit the bumps. Just getting the right line through there is really important.
And she's done a really good job, and she's looking to replace that 4.47 to improve her situation, with a score coming through for Marcelo Machado from Uruguay, chasing just a 2.07. And as we move down into the last 12 seconds, Aiden is up and riding. So we'll be waiting for 2 scores for Aiden as she goes for a little switch stance with some nice clean footwork, toes on the tip there, and she kicks out, and we'll wait for those scores to be tabulated. But Ben, it's been such a pleasure to watch you surf this week, and you've got a massive day tomorrow, and I'm sure you've got a lot of fans tuning in around the world who are really inspired by not only your family with Lucas and Lila and Levin, and of course your wonderful wife Michelle, but also your shaping and your performances. You've been going for gold for so many years, and some final words to say what you're really looking forward to about tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, having the support from home, and obviously, you know, doing this is a big part of my life, and Michelle's obviously allowed me to do that. So big thanks to her, and you know, I love you all at home, you kids. You know how much I love you, and I'm here to win for you. And to everyone else, my sponsors and supporters, just thank you, and let's go tomorrow. I can't wait to get going. I feel like I'm just getting started, and yeah, tune in.
Ben, pleasure to have you coming. Looking forward to tomorrow. Stay with us. We'll be right back for the continuation of Day 6 live from El Sunzal. Welcome back as we just wait for those last scores to come through for Aiden from Costa Rica. She's chasing a 4.65 to move up into second. As it stands, Alejandra Zayid for Guatemala is in first. She's looking strong. There's no scores waiting to come through for Marcela Machado, so it looks certain that Ale will get first or second, and the last score comes in. It's not enough, so Alejandro Zayid takes the win. Marcelo Machado for Uruguay takes second, and Aiden van Akkeren, despite some incredibly stylish surfing, she stays in third. But Belén Alvarez-Kimball, Aiden can hold her head up high because she has been really impressive this week.
She's been an exceptional standout for me. Her beautiful style, her critical nose rides, her flow, very, very proud for her, as she should be for herself, for Costa Rica. So look forward to seeing her next year, hopefully here again.
Let's set the scene. It's Hiroki Yoshikawa for Japan, Layla Brady for Panama, and Chaimei Chen Minami for Chinese Taipei. Of course, Minami, the daughter of Tomei. Tomei also surfing for Chinese Taipei, now eliminated, the last surfer left for Chinese Taipei, and Minami is in green, Layla is in blue, and Hiroka is in red. We continue with these 15 minutes. It's repechage rules for the 15 minutes for this event. So the surfers in first and second will progress to repechage round 5. The surfer in third will carry team points but be eliminated as we continue to move through what has been a really wonderful morning, Berlin. There was a little bit of tension in the air this morning. That's now started to settle a little bit. People are starting starting to feel a little bit more chilled, but for the big names, they really need to perform. Some have already booked themselves a spot in the next rounds of the main event, but others have got to work their way through the repechage. They've got to claw their way back for the opportunity to potentially get in a grand final tomorrow.
Well, that's it. The ultimate goal of coming to this event is to win. You know, and when you do get knocked into the repechage, you know, it makes that pressure come because you have to surf so much more. But to be able to go straight into that next round and have some downtime, be able to reset is and like you said, you know, we're getting down to that nitty gritty where you're here. You got your performance head on now.
Minami up and riding, sets herself a nice mid-trim line, cross steps forward. I was talking to her team manager, Keenan, and she said that she's super relaxed today. A lot of anxiety and challenges that she's had to go through this week with the big surf and the super challenging entry and exit around those high tides. Getting in, not so bad. Getting out, really dangerous on some of the days. But now she's confident, relaxed, happy, and Keenan was really positive about her now starting to shine in the heats, doing the surfing that he knows she can do under pressure.
Yeah, that's it. And yeah, really giving her a chance to showcase, you know, her talent in a safe space too.
Talking of showcasing talent, the Japanese styler all the way up to her second nose ride with that quick footwork, and then puts that Ruji shape on rail. Her father, a fantastic surfboard shaper, back up to the tip, holds that third nose ride, and then walks back with those arms lifted out to just release some of the spray from the rail. And again, a little flick of spray as she kicks out, all cool, and she's going to paddle out wide, and suddenly you start to see the tempo and the momentum with the Guatemalan flag held with pride for Alejandra. And there's so many similarities between the way the El Salvadorian flag and the Guatemalan and Honduras flag look. They've all got the blues at the tops and bottoms and the whites, but you can really see the difference between what's on that white. And in the El Salvador flag, you've got the 5 volcanoes and the coat of arms, as we can now see Chinese Taipei moving through the foam, cross step forward, cross step back. There's the 5. Locks in a nice 5, holds that 5 with composure and control, cross steps cleanly out of that nose ride, just widens her arms, patiently redirecting, stylishly setting up off the bottom as things get speedy here, and she cross steps forward and then back to the tail. This has been a really nicely put together ride, and this could be a significant score to book herself a spot in the repechage round 5 as she works right through to the inside, Melin.
The flow, as I say that, I'm so sorry, I feel like I just jinxed you. I was just getting ready to say her flow and her delicate approach to her surfboard riding is really a pleasure to watch. And she's had a lot of growth in her surfing from
last year.
Yeah. And when I was saying earlier, you know, she's having the opportunity to really shine and excel in a safe space. What I meant by the safe space was feeling confident now in her own head, in her own body, being able to really showcase the tides right now that these ladies have. This is A++ conditions.
Yep.
Like I think on a handful of times have I ever, let alone gotten conditions as good, just in general.
Sure.
Let alone have it in a contest.
Yeah. And she really put on a good performance on that ride. I like the footwork, and I love the fact she got hold on the nose on that middle section. And with that, somebody who's flying the flag for Guatemala, Ale Said, is down there on the glass with Bo Nixon.
Amazing surfing in that last round. Moving on through in this competition, it was good to get some nerves out of the way. How do you feel?
I actually was feeling not too good before the heat, but that heat definitely helped to get me feel better. I did hit with my hand, and I was out of breath for a second. I thought if the swell comes and it hits me, I was gonna have to get the jet ski. But I tried just to calm myself down, breathe calmly, and paddle back out. I really wanted to pass this heat because that means I go up in the ranking from last year. So I'm really happy, and I feel like I still have a lot to keep going.
I'm glad you're okay after that. And tell me, what kind of waves are you looking for out there today? What's the shape of the wave that you're looking for when you take off?
I just surf here every day, so I don't know, whichever wave calls me that has my name, I go on it.
I love that. You're kind of just in rhythm with the ocean. Did you feel in rhythm out there today as well?
Today, not this heat. At the beginning, not so much. But I got a couple, and it was enough to pass. So I'm really happy. The other competitors were really good. So
You put on a great performance. We look forward to seeing you on later today. Congratulations moving through to the next round. Any words that you'd like to say?
sí, me gustaría dar las gracias al Comité Olímpico de Guatemala, a la familia en casa, a todos mis amigos que me están viendo en todo el mundo, porque me han estado apoyando muchísimo y de verdad que gracias a ustedes sigo aquí, sigo motivada y sigo para adelante y llevando la bandera más linda del mundo hasta donde podamos.
Thank you, and back to you upstairs.
Massive congratulations, Ale. A regular at Sunzal, spends most of her year here in El Salvador. Of course, Guatemala, just a short drive, 3 hours up the coast before you're at the border. So she regularly has the opportunity to go back home and do work in her native country. And she knows Sunzal, and, you know, don't get fooled by that persona, because she is muscly in the lineup on busy days. She's the first person to exchange a few words for anybody snaking her or taking more waves than they deserve to have.
You know what? And in some places, you know, you just, especially being a female, you know, you do need to be able to have that a bit of assertiveness, you know, but do it in a gracious way, but still have assertiveness, you know, to stick up for yourself.
Layla Brady, looking at this, she's got it up and riding a high line, drops down into the middle of the wave, cross steps forward, touches the 5, walks out of that nose ride, cuts back, controls that opening section, stands tall, 2 steps forward and a nice tight step into a touch of the nose, shuffles back out of that nose ride, but now she'll gain her composure to potentially find something on the inside. What do you think, Belin?
I think that was a great opening ride, well, second ride. This is definitely gonna, you know, make her feel more confident and comfortable. She did a great performance sliding in into this next repecharge heat from yesterday.
Yeah, she was strong yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm really hoping that she kind of carries that feeling and confidence into this heat and gets a wave that's going to allow her to showcase that talent she portrayed yesterday.
So a 6.5 for Hiroki Yoshikawa's opening wave, but look at this, Belin. A 5.33 for the second wave for Manami Chen from Chinese Taipei. So for Manami to hear that she's keeping close in the score range to Hiroki will be a huge confidence booster.
And you know what, that was her surfing as well. When, you know, her nose riding wasn't super high in the wave. It was right nice in the middle, and it was just a nice flow as well, and it looked really poised. And you know, as the wave started to open up for her, it really showcased she could do those really nice, feminine, lovely rail-to-rail transitions, and it's just nice to see great surfing scored.
And let's not forget, the written backwards flow is wolf, and you still have to be strong. So to hide that grace, to hide making the hard look easy, it takes a lot of grit and resilience and determination, and that's the art of longboarding.
It is, as we see this wave of Hiroka. Lovely nose ride, holding that. Again, just nice connection into this inside. Really lovely feminine turning from her, but still, you know, some power to it. A nice little drop knee. I love her drop knee.
Little spray she throws as well out of the turns. And what about this now for the 5.33 with that nice nose ride in the middle?
And this is what I'm talking about. She knows how to, she's not super, super high in the wave. Well, this one kind of pulls her up a bit, but beautiful nose riding, nice style. She's not rushing anything. She's just feeling her board going with that, finding the flow in her cross steps. As well, this cut back, just really leaning into those turns, not being over the top, because she doesn't want to get shut down and get behind the section on this wave. She really needs to pull it all out of the bag, because you let Layla get a wave underneath you, Layla will show up.
And how proud will her dad to maybe
Oh,
right
yeah.
now to have seen her really starting to shine on that 5.33. I've seen glimmers in the free surfs as well. We know that every year she's improving, but she's got a big community behind her at home in Chinese Taipei, as El Salvador also has a big community behind them. Thanks for hosting us, Surf City. Later in the season in September, we will be back with the ISA for the World Surfing Games at La Bocana in September. Just down the beach here. This is El Sunzal, and of course we can share heats between La Bocana and El Sunzal. Finals at La Bocana for the shortboards, but many of the repechage rounds will be happening here on the long right point of Sunzal, as we can just see a little bit of a jockey for positioning. And now with that small set coming through, who do you think's the front runner here with priority?
Well, with priority, we've got priority with Green, and she needs only a 1.68 to take the lead, down to 3 minutes. She's definitely going to want to utilize that priority and get rid of that 0.87. Second priority is Hirokia, so she's going to try to keep, probably Layla. Will keep them off, not keep them off away, but she's going to try to get the best of all the sets that are going to come through.
Sure.
As we see, Layla doesn't get that.
She went inside to try to get that score out of priority, but that wave just didn't have much scoring potential. So
No.
2 minutes 30 seconds remaining.
But look at this. The girls right now, just from what I'm seeing in the screen, you're seeing a lot of waves kind of breaking a little bit more towards, it looks like they're sitting a little bit wide. But maybe it's just because they're waiting for some of the sets. But they do have time. They got 2 and a bit minutes.
Yeah.
So.
But they're all carrying a low scoring backup wave, all in the 0 range. A 0.5 for Hiroka, a 0.93 for Layla, and a 0.87 for Minami. So an opportunity to replace that is going to be important. And that may not even be on a set, as we can now see Hiroka in second priority is the one that's pushing everyone a bit deeper. Now, she could catch this if she wanted to, but she's opted to leave it, and now Layla could well have a shot at improving on her backup. 0.93, is there going to be a chance for the other surfers? Smart surfing from Hiroka there. That was a good one to leave, but now it's going to be Minami, who had priority but doesn't go. Did she pull out of that as a mistake, or did she think there was something better behind? What do you reckon, Belin?
I was looking at that inside wave, so I didn't see the opening of that exchange. I was just seeing what Layla was doing, if she was going to turn around and try to catch that. But I didn't see that first part. But look at this surfing still.
This is nice from Hiroka. I think that Minami there was just kind of muscled off that wave. I think she wanted it, but just didn't want to impose herself on the situation, and the savvy contest tactics of Hiroka just managed to sneak that one away from her, and she's riding that nose in and out through this last section. You can just see the low tide bathymetry there of the cobblestone setup, but is it Minami in the background, or is it Layla? We'll wait and see. It looks to be Layla. So with 40 seconds remaining, Layla Brady did get that next wave through from the inside, and did Minami miss an opportunity with first priority over Hiroka to take that set wave?
Some people do not have that. That's not their personality.
It's exactly what we saw with my daughter Lola. She was the same. She was there with first priority, but she just didn't have it in her to impose herself on it. But if you want to go far in these competitions, you need to work
know
the
how to
system.
use the priority system. And using the priority system is not being mean or rude or wrong, but look at this.
However, it has paid off. Can she get the wave up and riding right now? Minami, can she hang on to this ride? She's got a beautiful wall ahead, so her tactics have proven to be exceptional, but now she needs to do a little bit of damage here, because there will be a good backup score for Layla, and that wave has just ran away from her, and now she's fallen. So she is looking to replace a backup score of a 0.87, but when Layla Brady drops her ride, we will know if it's something that only needs to be in the ones. If it's the ones, yes. If it's in the 2s or 3s, I'm not sure she's got it.
Yeah, this is going to be unique. And I was just going to say, there's many surfers I know that would rather lose out in a heat than come in and ruin a friendship. And some people really do have, you know,
Yep.
they're just like, you know what, your friendship is, and some people can really differentiate the friendship and the competitiveness, and some people just can't. And that is a massive difference if you want to be a world champ or not.
There, the Pelicans getting ready to find the next set and just coast down the Pacific, as we can see ourselves looking up towards El Zonte, and behind us is Sunzal as Layla Brady comes in waiting for a score to drop. She will improve on her backup of a 0.93 to add to her 3.33. Hiroka is going to be in a commanding lead when she drops a solid score to add to the 6.5. But we have to remember that Hiroka took that wave in second priority when Minami was sitting there in first priority, could have easily taken that. And now we wait for scores to come in, and it's a 1 for Minami. So Layla Brady needs a 3.08. Now, we didn't really see the ride, did we? So body language expresses a bit of confidence, though. It comes in.
Didn't come in.
At a 2.67. So Hiroka Yoshikara takes the win. Minami Chen for Chinese Taipei stays in second.
Wow.
Layla Brady gave it everything, but is eliminated. But congratulations, Japan and Chinese Taipei. As we shift into the men's repechage Heat 5, we're going to have Bo and Megan back into the booth to celebrate Sun Zhao and the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to day number 6 here, Surf City, El Salvador. The ISA World Longboard Championship. The men's repechage round number 5 is in the water. Already a quick start for a couple of our surfers. As we see the names up on screen here. Lucas Garrido representing Peru in the red jersey. Stephen Newton from the USA in the blue, Clinton Guest of Australia in the green jersey, and Julian Schweizer of Uruguay. He'll be in the white. Quick start there from Stephen Newton, dropped a 4.5 for his first wave. Lucas also getting started, just a small 1.53. Clinton also sitting on the outside, had a small wave, and here's the replay of Lucas's wave next.
Beautiful carving turn into that high line. Hang 5 just kicks out. He knows it's not going to offer him anything, but surfer in the green, Clinton Geist from Australia. Nice hang 5, tap 10, holding that hang 5, just making his way around this whitewater section, decides to bank off of it. The wave is not going to give him too much, so he pin drops to get back behind the wave. As we see the replay also of blue Stevie Newton, our surfer for USA, deciding to get a little progressive and hit that whitewash. Like Ben said, it is starting to create those double peaks because that high tide is pushing in, so surfers will adjust to where they are sitting in the lineup, and just doesn't give him a little bit more offering. Surfers are pushing each other really, really deep in this heat, as we see red up and riding.
Lucas Garrido up on the nose for the 10, stands tall, hands behind the back, great style from him as he cuts this board back toward the whitewater. Beautiful drop knee, bottom turn there to set things up as he takes a couple of stabs. Bit of a soul arch here, just keeping that board speed up, back up on the 10. Beautiful touch of the nose there as he drops down this wave, trying to get around this whitewater section. Will this wave open up for him on the inside? It looks pretty fast through this section here. like you were saying, Meg's just gone past the low tide, so these waves are going to really hit the point, and these rock bottom break very quickly. Lucas doing well to find some more open face here, but a lot of downtime through that midsection. And tries to go for the helicopter on the inside. He is going to land it, so Lucas Garrido bringing a little bit of pizzazz to that end section of the wave. I thought he might have just ridden that wave for nothing at the end there, Megs, but he managed to manufacture a little helicopter.
Yeah, I think he was. I think surfers are getting really itchy, really hungry to get their heat started early. I mean, we saw the surfers sitting really deep and opting to sit on the deeper peak rather than the west peak. I think it's a smart idea right now because the tide's still filling in, so it's not really connecting just yet. But we saw the surfers get that nose right out the back, walk back and hitting the lip and waiting for that section to reform on the inside, but they're sitting very deep. So I think right now they've kind of pushed over to the left a little bit more east so that they can get more completed waves. And we just saw the last score for Lucas Garrido, 5.17.
Yeah, we'll bring you those updates as we're going to head down to the glass. Hiroka Yoshikawa is down there with Sam.
Thanks so much, team. Hiroka, congratulations. Now that last wave, you were in second priority. Did you think Minami would give you that wave?
It was so lucky. I have only one wave, so a little bit nervous, but it's fun because Minami from Taiwan, she's one of my friends. It was fun.
And you surfed it brilliantly. You're looking very strong. How did you train coming into this event in El Salvador? Which waves were you surfing?
I went to Australian body for practice, and I used different board from Japan. Normally I use more heavier, longer longboard, but now I choose more smaller board.
And your dad, Ruji, is your shaper. Is that special to have him building your boards for you?
Yeah, I honored to use my dad's board at this world competition.
And you're the silver medalist for the team from last year. I mean, you must have been so proud to win that silver. Are Team Japan aiming higher for Team Gold this year?
Yeah, for sure. Taka and Natsumi got a really good score this morning, and they push me up. So I try to do my best and having fun.
You're looking amazing. I know you've got a big heat coming up. We look forward to watching more of you, Hiroka. Congratulations. We're going to get back to the action.
Congratulations to Hiroka there. As we see live action, Stephen Newton bringing this wave right through to the inside. Got a lot of work done on the outside. Clinton Guest, though, up and riding. He dropped in a 6.27 earlier on his first wave, carving that board back down the face of this wave as Clinton rides high again, sets up for another carving maneuver, setting things up here, going to start to walk the board. 2 steps up, 2 steps back to the tail as we see him weaving. Little drop knee turn there as Clinton takes a look over his shoulder, sees if there's any more waves coming through. He's deciding to stick with this one through the midsection of the wave. See him stepping on the tail there, getting a little bit of a stall as he makes his way up to the nose for the 5. Quick touch of the nose, stepping back on the tail for some more rail maneuvers. Again, sets up things here for the inside. Beautiful critical nose right there. Again, just going from that cut back maneuver to walking the board again, stepping on the tail, things setting up here for him. 2 steps and then another 2 to the nose, hanging 5. Finishing this one cleanly on the inside. He's going to just ride down this wave. And just comes unstuck at the end there, but a lot of good work done on the outside. We saw him drop that 6.27 for that inside wave ridden. He kicked out of that wave, but the beautiful nose ride on the outside section. Team Australia down on the sand. Got Archie Bemrose there alongside, I believe that's Tully White holding the Australian flag. As we await the scores for 3 rides. We also saw Julian Schweizer of Uruguay up and riding during that interview. So I think a pretty good wave score to lock in for our surfer in the white jersey. And of course Stephen Newton, the 2-time winner at the Pan Am Games. No stranger to competition. He's looking to improve his first wave score of a 4.5 to move up. As we see scores beginning to drop through for our competitors. A 6.07 for Julian Schweizer. Just a single wave score. We'll take a look at Stephen Newton's replay of his wave, Megs.
Yeah, a little bit on the inside, but he knew that this wave was going to stand up for him with this tide sticking out with that hang 10. Beautiful, beautiful section there. Really beautiful turning. I love how much he engages that rail and just swooping it and holding, letting the rail and the fin work for him and just pushing that his weight against the water to really engage his surfboard into the wave. Finding this high line. Just gets a little bumped off there, but he regains control, working his way, waiting for this wave to stand back up again, and it does, and he gets another beautiful critical hang 5, working his way into this pupusa section as we see Julian Schweizer up and riding.
This is live action here, 5.5 minutes on the clock. Julian weaving that board through this section, carving on rail toward the white water, setting things up in the critical section here in the pocket. Another drop knee carve as he brings this wave through, so getting 2 waves pretty quickly. He's going to be looking to back up that first wave score, 6.07. Julian been putting some great performances together throughout these rounds as we see him cross-stepping his way from behind the white water. Has to step back on the tail again. This wave doesn't have that long stretch out wall as we've seen as he's now up on the nose. Quick touch of the 5, wrapping that board back toward the white water, staying close to the pocket as he stretches out now for a nose ride. Things getting a little tricky for the end section, but he decides to do a little float off the foam. He's going to finish on the sand, 4.5 minutes left. Is he going to decide to paddle back out?
He's looking at his watch, and I think he's opting to paddle back out. He's got a 6.01, 6.07, excuse me. And that score right there is going to be a very well scored. I think it's going to be close to that 6-point range, maybe even a little higher. What do you think, Bo?
Could go a little higher. I'm going to leave it up to the judges. I don't think we saw the outside section enough of his wave as we see Clinton Guest locking in a 7-point ride for his last wave. Lucas now up and riding, looking for an 8.1 to move into first. Up on the nose, holding that 5 through this section. A little bit away from the pocket. He's going to cut back and rebound off the foam there. All of that aggressive longboard surfing. Getting that board above the lip as he's just stalling, using his weight, shifting up onto the nose. Up for a quick tap of the 10. Held that 5 for a while there as he decides to drop down, carving that board back around. Goes for the switch foot here, showing the judges control. Presses on that back foot, bit of a stall. You see him making his way through this section here. A bit more water moving on the low tide on the inside. He has to deal with some bumps, but up for a quick touch of the 10 again. You see him cross step back toward the tail. Beautiful control on this board throughout this ride, especially with that switch foot earlier on. As we see him again making his way up to the nose, finishing things off on the inside very cleanly. So Lucas, another great score to lock in for him. More waves coming through at the back. Stephen Newton up and riding straight to the nose for a 5. He's going to wrap that board on rail right back to the white water, rebounding there, and another big powerful turn for Stephen there. Sets things up for a nose ride, gets a tight 5, and he steps back on the tail. That was a lovely down carve, utilizing the whole face of that wave from top to bottom as he's up on the nose again, riding through this section. No downtime whatsoever for Stevie on this one. As we see him bring things through to the inside section again, stepping on the tail. This wave has a lot of great steep wall in front of him to be able to get lots of work done. I'd be happy if he pulled out there, and he does.
Wow. I would not want to be a judge right now. The display of surfing we just saw with that exchange, I mean, absolutely great. I'm so surprised to see these men in the reprecharge round. But again, I'm going to touch base on how well everyone is surfing. The level of surfing right now, I mean, every heat from here on out is pretty much a final in the reprecharge and in the main round. So, oh man, second to the last day of the competition. I mean, things are gonna get, like Ben Skinner said, he's like, I'm just starting, I'm just beginning. You're gonna see surfers building that foundation, the beginning days of the competition, and they're slowly gonna start what we call building house. Right, you got the foundation down, you're going to start building up the drywall, putting some beams in, maybe a nice light fixture, and then the roof. That's the last thing, and that's what you want to do. Put the roof on the very top of the final day.
That's it, Megs, building that house. Things are heating up, not only in the water, down on the sand as well. We've got our competitors preparing, getting ready for a big day of action. Lots of surfing to come for the repechage rounds. We're going to be switching and alternating between the men's and the women's repechage rounds moving through today. I'm going to wait to update you on the scores because all 4 surfers waiting for that previous ride to drop, and it's probably going to be one of their best rides as well, as we see Julian Schweizer up and riding of Uruguay. And he's up on the nose for that 10, holding that 10, holding the 5 as well through that section. Does well to drop down, get around the whitewater. He finds himself back up on the nose, cross-stepping back. Nice, really low compressed cutback for Julian as he, again, has a tight 5, little wobble as he steps back there. So he's going to step back again on the tail, bringing this board through to the inside section. He's just going to set things up here, cross-stepping his way. Can he get another nose ride in? He has to do a little bit of a bounce to shift his weight in order to keep the board moving through the inside section. Gets another tap of the 10 through this inside. Does well to read this wave, finishes off again on the sand. That's 3 waves to the beach for Julian. Clinton Guest up and riding now at the back, holding a 5 through that whitewater there. As we see Clinton step right back on that tail, throwing buckets of spray and setting things up. Looks like he's going to go to the nose on this one. 4 steps up, 5, 10, steps back. Clinton surfing with real maturity here, dropping down. As we see him almost pull into a little tube, gets a little rinse of the hair. Very critical surfing from Clinton. So we see him stalling, stepping, waiting for this wave to offer up another nose ride section through the inside. He gets the 5, he steps back for another little tiny cut back there to set things up again on this end section. He's going to opt to hit it this time. Can he ride out? Unfortunately not riding out of that one, but got some great work done on the outside.
He'll feel good about that. He'll feel good about that little head dip, little shampoo shower as he makes his way in, as he hears the horn.
But the thing is, Megs, Clinton won't be feeling safe. Although he's currently got the highest wave score so far, we're still waiting on last wave score of Stephen Newton, currently on screen there. Just a good view of sportsmanship. Also waiting on the last of Lucas Garrido, I believe maybe last 2 rides of him. Also Julian Schweizer. And of course Clinton's last ride as well. So all surfers are going to be on the beach waiting to hear scores. Team Peru over there supporting their teammate. We're going to take a look at the replay here, Megs, of Clinton.
His last wave right here, beautiful hang 10 in the pocket. All that board is stuck in that whitewash. That's allowing him to levitate on those hang 10s. Nice stretch 5. A little bit of a smaller wave, but I think he did this to really try and keep his competitors kind of on their edge of their toes, make them a little nervous. Also, the heat was ending, so he really wanted to make sure this counted with that beautiful hang 10. As he works his way onto the inside, this is where he gets a little head dip. Woohoo! Shampoo, shower, head and shoulders. And this nice carving turn. I love the way he surfs, the way that he really is fluid and connecting everything leading up to the absolute next. And when he is cross-stepping back and forth, he's not only just walking back, he's actually shoving the board where he wants it to go of the opposite way he's going. So when he's walking back, he's shooting the board forward. And this is the last wave of white, our surfer from Uruguay, Julian Schweizer. Nice, beautiful hang 10. Oh, wow, this is a beautiful wave standing up for him. Nice tap hang 5. And this is where he talked about his compression, the way he gets very low and stands back up tall, just almost gets a little toe heavy, working his way through these chops. Nice redirect back into the whitewash, making his way in. As you can see, you can kind of tell the difference. When you're walking on the nose or walking towards the nose, it's really important to also shove the board back, because that's going to allow the tail to get caught by that whitewash to hold the nose ride. So you can tell by our surfers who are really, as you can tell, Stevie does so very well.
And Steven drops an 8.17 on this ride. So Megs, talk us through this score going into the excellent range.
I mean, that carving turn, all that spray really getting that rail engaged. Nice tight hang 5. working his way into this inside, this swooping carve, not rushing anything, really knowing that if he did push even more, it was going to kick that tail out. So nice control for him to work onto the inside, nice hand placements, just really leading with his hands, almost points to where his body wants to go. Getting this high line, shoving that board back into that whitewash, really crucial, really critical for the surfers, and kicks out. He did beautiful, beautiful work on the outside. That big, big turn in the beginning, I think the judges really, really like that.
Yeah, they really did like that. Alongside those nose rides as well. Clinton Guest drops a 7.23, puts him up into first place. Stephen Newton now down into second. However, it is all down to Julian Schweizer to lock in a score. He needs a 7.28 to move into advancing position. Unfortunately, last wave of Lucas Garrido drops a 7.23, one of the highest waves in this heat, but not enough to put him into advancing position. Like I said, waiting on a score of white, Julian Schweizer. Stephen Newton must be tense times on the beach, knowing he's currently in second, but he could be relegated into third. That last wave of Julian, a smaller wave, but critical nose rides on the inside section, and he managed to finish it off on the sand as well. Team USA, Team Uruguay, it's very, very tense times.
Yeah, he needs a 7.28. We see his teammate Nacho waiting for those scores, looking at his phone for those live updates. He's got a 6.07, and it's not enough.
5.93 drops for Julian Schweizer on screen. So it will be Stephen Newton down there on the sand with Team USA moving on through alongside Team Australia, Clinton Guest. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action coming up next. We've got Jack Tyra of New Zealand, Francisco Freitas of Portugal, Antonio Dantas also representing Portugal, and Sophie Alguil of Argentina.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back, surf fans across the world. You are tuning in to the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Beautiful scenes down here at the beach of El Sunzal for our competitors as the drone flies around. And take a look at this lineup of the waves, Megs. Absolutely firing. And you know who else was firing in that heat? Stephen Newton. He's down on the glass with Sam.
It's actually Clint that took the win. Steve went into first, but Clint on that last exchange, you went back up into first. Julian Schweizer was in the mix as well, but you got to be feeling good. But you're doing it the hard way in the repechage from the beginning. Is this your sixth heat?
Sam, heat number 6. But look, not complaining. The waves are absolutely pumping, so more heats the better. Just trying to make the most of it.
And talk about this canvas at El Sunzal. I mean, it looks dreamy out there. I mean, longboarders around the world tuning in, they just must be wetting their lips to surf this place. Talk about the repertoire and what this wave allows on a longboard.
Sam, it's so dreamy out there, sitting on the beach watching it. You know, when you paddle out there, you're going to get opportunities just to produce your best surfing, and that's really exciting. Hang 10s and then walking out of your nose rides into some real rail work. You can demonstrate really your best nose work and rail work. If you push it out there, it's an absolute dream to be here surfing these waves.
And unfortunately, Melanie and Archie out for the Irukandjis, but were you inspired watching your teammate Tully put on a show earlier this morning?
Yeah, Tully's been on such a roll. The wave magnet, like, she's just in tune with the ocean. So just really enjoying my time with Tully, Archie and Mel. Like, they've produced some amazing surfing, really inspiring, you know, digging deep, fighting hard. which isn't easy here for your first time. So inspired by them, and we're just having the best time traveling around down here at the comp. It's been awesome. Go the Irukandjis.
Well, keep bringing this thing, Clint. You've got more to come. We're loving watching you.
Thanks, Sam. Let's go.
So yeah, Clinton Guest getting some great wave scores there to take first position. As we take a look at the surfers in the water, sitting out there in this beautiful sunshine of Surf City, El Salvador. We've got 11 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock in this heat. Scores dropping for surfers currently in the water. There's our surfer in white, Sofia Gil with a 6.5, currently sitting in the lead. Francisco Freitas of Portugal with a 4.67. Looks like we're waiting on a wave score of Antonio Dantas. He's sitting at the back currently, so we'll see what work he got done at the start of this heat. Jack Tyro of New Zealand, 2.83 for his first ride. Makes beautiful scenes here in Surf City.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the waves have been perfect. Every post-heat interview, everyone keeps saying how lucky they feel, how great it feels to be in El Salvador surfing an absolute perfect right point break.
Oh, absolutely perfect. And a perfect wave to display the world's best longboarders on as well. We've been seeing some really high scores dropping across the women's and men's divisions today. As we take a look at replays of the first waves, Red Megs talk us through Sofia Gil.
I love that he stood up, and I think he started his watch as like almost a timer for himself, but he does very well to catch this set wave. He knows he needs to get his campaign started early. He's getting around this whitewash section that we know is going to start picking up and connecting through as the, actually not connecting through with the tide getting higher. Ben said that it kind of gets into this double break, so we're going to see a lot of surfers again redirecting. As Sofia makes his way into this inside, this is his 6.50, getting started early, really wanting to make most of the 15 minutes in these repocharge heats. Nice carving, swooping back up into that face of the wave, navigating these bumps. That chatter is going to start, and it's not so much from the wind, it's from that tide starting to fill in, and he does very good to kick out and get back out there for another wave.
We see a replay of Francisco Freitas as well, up on his backhand, Megs, walking up the board, cutting back to this pocket. What can you see on this wave?
So cute, cool as a cucumber, and I love the way he changes directions of his shoulders. He really decides to open up his shoulders. Surfiel, you could tell he leads with his shoulder, his right shoulder, rather than, as we see our surfer in blue, he really faces his shoulder towards his nose as he walks towards the nose to get those hang fives and those hang 10. Again, navigating this bumpy inside section, waiting for that pupusa section to stand back up. Here we go. You see his shoulders are completely almost facing the nose. So very different surfing, but I love his style. Very cool, calm, collected. Again, walking, shoving that board back, but does very well with all that work he did on the outside.
Francisco there dropped a 4.67 for that ride. Remember, Sofia Gil currently in the lead, a 6.50 dropped for his wave. And we can see Antonio Dantas drops a 4.17 for his first ride. Team Portugal in this heat, they'd really be hoping that both surfers move through to collect more points for the team medal tally. But they're both going to have tough work against Sofia Gil and Jack Tyro of New Zealand. Take a look at a replay of Antonio's last wave.
Yeah, the way that he's sitting pretty fairly deep, I believe. Nice tap of the 10, just working his way down. Also facing his shoulders towards the nose of that wave, almost just gets behind that little double up, but working his way into this inside, really getting that rail engaged, digging. Wave didn't offer him enough to get into the inside, but he did beautiful work, got him a 4.17. Good start to his heat. 7 minutes left in the heat. He's got second priority, so he's really gonna do well to choose his wave very wisely. That wave didn't open up for him, and it still got him a 4.17, but that's, to me, that score I would want to throw away.
Yeah, definitely. You'd really want to improve upon that scoreline, especially this far ahead in the competition as well. You really need to be dropping those higher scores to move through.
Yeah. You need those 6s, 7s. You know, we're going to start seeing people start to surf rather at 60% yesterday with the bigger waves. They're going to be surfing at 80%, 90%. You know, like we heard Ben Skinner say, this is just the beginning. I want to be surfing. He's going to open up. I can't wait to see all the surfers start to really open up as we go through on this day and into finals day tomorrow. I mean, we're going to be seeing surfers surfing 100%. Their best surfing that they're ever going to do, I think.
I agree with that, Meg. It's going to be an amazing day of action for finals day tomorrow. I hope that you've got day off work planned, something cool planned to sit and watch some incredible longboarding action as we crown our gold, silver, bronze and copper medalists alongside that team medal as well. Now, Megs, attention back in the water. Jack Tyro sitting at the back, first priority. He's positioned himself really deep on this point break.
Yeah, it's really interesting, but his board has been really good under his feet. It's a heavier board, so it's getting him a lot of speed, actually, and the way that he can navigate those kind of tricky sections as we see the peak start to kind of split up a little bit. It's still perfect. It's dropping down the swell, so it's creating not so much of a force coming from the east. It's all the water's coming from the west as we see him stroke into this one, Bo.
The only regular footer in this heat, up and riding now, cross-stepping his way up to the nose, holding that 5 for a quick tap there, decides to cut back a little bit, waiting and getting into the more critical section of this wave, up again on the nose, holds that 5. Unfortunately, is going to go down on that section there, Megs. He really needed to make something of that wave to get himself back in this heat, because there's 5 minutes remaining now. He's going to have to get 2 wave schools really to progress through.
Yeah, at this point in this heat, he's really got to be surfing to get an 8, in my opinion. I mean, he's going to have a backup score of a 2.83. You know, he's going to have to, he sat, you pointed it out, he was starting to sit a little deep, and in my head, the coach's mindset started to kick in. I was like, that's a little too deep. You might not want to paddle into that. And with first priority, I would be sitting wherever I wanted. So it might have been a defensive tactic to try and get his competitors sitting with him. We saw that earlier with the women's heats. We saw surfers trying to push their other competitors deeper, even without priority. So yeah, with 4 minutes left, he's got last priority, but don't count out the middle ones right now, because as that tide starts to pull in, there is the medium ones that start to have that face, that pick up on the inside. So we're gonna have to wait and see if another set comes through for them.
And that's the thing, Megs, if another set comes through. Jack's got 2 waves. He's in second now, so still, you know, it could be some smart surfing from Jack there, just getting 2 waves. We do see, looks like a set approaching, but Francisco, Antonio, both of Portugal, only looking for tiny scores in the 1 point range to take over that advancing position, and not much needed either to go up into first. Let's see who's going to take it. It is first priority, Antonio Dantas. Can he get onto this one? He's stroking into it. He's not going to be able to catch this wave, so priority switches now to his teammate Francisco Freitas. Jack Tyro makes his way up into third priority. Sergio Gil now in that first priority. Francisco in second. But maybe Antonio repositioning himself on the inside, trying to look into that little one. Jack opting to go deep again.
Yeah, that is an interesting tactic. I mean, he could have ridden out of that wave, actually, had he got a little bit heel heavy on his back foot. He could have helped that nose lift just a little bit, but there was that little bump that's starting to come in with that high tide, and it just caught him. But with his board, the way that his board has been working for him, he has been getting those hang 5s, those long, beautiful hang 5s in the critical pocket. And that's due to his board having that bigger tail, heavier poly board. And actually, he's one of the surfers, even when it was really big and bumpy and choppy, his board didn't really disconnect from the ocean. He really knows the anatomy of his board to really set into his rails, and he's really good at feeling the pressure change in his feet to know when to sink into the rail or when to back off a little bit, just to take an easier turn, because we did see a lot of surfers kick their tail out when they were trying to push it too much. And we heard a couple surfers from their post interview say, you know, I'm just trying to take it easy. I'm not trying to really push in. There was a little bit more bump, so I didn't want to push it too hard. And with the tide coming up, surfers are going to really have to pay attention to where those sections are and to adjust their mindset, also their feet, to make sure their board stays connected with the water.
Definitely, Megs. I love that insight. Thanks very much for sharing that. I agree.
I'm going to Venmo
100%.
request you later for that tip, buddy. I'm telling you.
Well, if I was
it's
surfing
not
out
free,
there-
sir.
if- yeah, that's it. I hope some of the competitors are listening in, because Megs has some great insight into competitive surfing. A coach herself, you've competed here at ISA before with a copper medal. Action in the water. Sofia Gil of Argentina up and riding, holding that 5, looking to back up that 6.5. I think he's on his way there. He's got a long nose right on this outside section. You see him crouching, getting a tighter 5. Wow. That's some great tip time. Steps back just in time before that nose catches, so does well to navigate that section. As you see him cutting back now into the white water, bringing this wave through. One of the biggest sets in this heat, so it's breaking a bit wider, but it's going to find him some more open face here as he's back up on the nose. Great surfing from Sofia Gil, rebounding off that white water as we see him bringing it right through to the inside, making the most of this wave. Up on the nose again, does well to control that footwork back to the tail. Stands tall. I say that's a no claim. No, and then he claims
there it is. Little flex of the beach. I mean, he's going to feel really good after that wave. I mean, I think it's going to better his 6.5.
Jack Tyro finding a wave here in the mix as well. We see 2 steps up again onto the nose, holding that 5. Can he get the 10 through this section? He's going to decide to step back. Beautiful drop knee. Just stay composed. Keep it steady. Keep it flowing through here. Great style from the young Kiwi surfer as he just steps back on the tail, whipping that board back around. This is really interesting. We'll see if any other surfers have caught waves as this heat has now ended. Jack bringing this one through right to the inside. If he can finish strong, get a good score for this wave as he's up on the nose. Beautiful critical nose ride through that section there. Beautiful drop knee as his elegant style screaming across the faces here at El Sunzal. Cutting back to the white water. You see him stepping on the tail again, walking up to the nose, on for the 5, quick tap of the 10, and he finishes with a floater on the end section there, dropping into the foam. Were there any other waves ridden before the end of this heat? Because that might solidify his place through to the next round.
Yeah, we're still waiting on scores for surfer in red, Jack Tyro, that we just saw. Blue, Francisco Freitas from Portugal. And a score also for white, Surfer Gil in first right now, still needing a backup score. He only caught 2 waves. And I think that wave, I think that's going to be the highest score of the heat.
I agree as well.
I think he's going to solidify his place into first. It's just going to be that battle between Francisco and Jack for that second spot.
We see Francisco now on the beach. So he caught a wave in that time. There's a spinning red wheel next to his name on ISAsurf.org and the live scoring updates. All competitors now on the beach shaking hands. Great to see them congratulating each other, putting on great performances for their country. Of course, Team Portugal in this heat. It is looking like Antonio Dantas is not going to be able to have another wave, so he might be missing out on moving through as we see the replay here. Francisco Freitas trying to back up a 4.67, Megs.
Yeah, this beautiful long hang 5. It's really out in the shoulder, but he is doing work to get his way back into this inside section to get a little bit more closer to the pocket. This wave a little running out away from him. As you can see, it's not creating a big face for him, but it is starting to stand up right here. Nice relaxed hang 5, just cool as a cucumber, this guy. Even in his interview, he's so calm, so collected, so just very focused. Yeah, focus is the right word. Beautiful tap hang 5 comes in. He only needs a 1.03, but that was before Jack Tyro took off on that last wave. So we're waiting on scores. 10 times both.
Do you know what, Megs? I really like the way Francisco surfed that last wave.
Yeah.
Controlled, smooth style through the transitions there. He drops a 5.77, so situation as it stands. Judges still waiting for scores to drop. Francisco Freitas up into second. Jack needing a 7.57 on his last ride. Megs, it's probably almost there, but he didn't look as in control as Francisco.
I know that, but I might have jinxed it. That bottom turn, it kind of disconnected, or that cutback turn. He caught that chop, but then the next turns after that, he started to slow down a little bit and draw them more out and just kind of not even put so much weight on the rail. He did get that engagement into the board engaged in the water, the turns after, but it was a little smaller. So interesting to see what's going to happen.
And it's going to be tense times for you at home as well, watching in. We're going to take a short break and bring you the official results when we come back. Welcome back to the ISA World Longboard Championship for 2025 here in Surf City, El Salvador. As we see a paddle in the water for that heat, we are going to bring you this live action. This is Rafael Cortez of Chile up and riding, holding that 5 through this section, stepping back to get around this white water. Can he get around it? Looking like he's got a lot of ground to cover. He's going to try and stick with this one as he makes his way through. You can just see this wave rolling off in front of him. Some great work on this wave. The start with the nose right. He does make it around this section, so he's going to have a little bit more scoring potential. This wave going a little bit flat for Rafael. So he's going to try and look to put a score on the board as he gets up for another 5 through the inside here. Driving that board back around to the white water cross, stepping his way up to the nose again for another touch of the 5. Wraps that board back around and rebounding off the white water to finish off. Just comes a little unstuck there. As we're going to go to Surfiel Gil, who locked in an excellent ride for his last wave. He's down on the glass with Sam.
You compete for about a decade now, but this is the first time we've done a post-heat interview. I've been looking forward to it. You've been inspiring me, inspiring the world, but you inspired yourself then. Talk about that 817.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool wave. I enjoyed it a lot. The coach told me before, like, you don't need to get the nose right from the outside to the inside. And I was on the nose by thinking about the coach, like, it's not necessary, but it's good, you know? So I'm happy to make the heat. First position, I don't know, man. This is cool, warm times, you know, good waves, warm water, with friends, with all my team, supporting me, with my family, my friends, my girlfriend, so I'm enjoying a lot.
For me, you're one of the more creative longboarders in the world. Your variety, your flex, your nose ride poses. Who inspired you in longboarding when you were growing up?
Harrison, Roach, Piccolo Clemente, Taylor Jensen. Yeah, that's the pretty much I see when I watch on YouTube. When I'm on YouTube. But there's a lot of surfers I like. You know, the Wignut, which is like, you know, it's an eminence of longboarding, world longboarding. You know, old longboarding. So I like that so much. And I don't know, my brother Daniel Gil, my father, which you know, it's every time inspiring me, every time, every wave, you know, every step on the board, they're with me, so that's it.
And your sister, a great longboarder as well. I know you're 9 kids, you all surf, a rich family of surfing. How proud is it to fly the flag for Argentina?
Yeah, it's I'm very proud. You know, the Argentinians, we are like, we all pushing as one. You know, so that's cool to feel all the people at home supporting and jumping and screaming like like it was the last day of the earth. You know, so I'm happy with that. It's always good to have people supporting us, and we did a lot to be here. You know, as Argentinians, as Latin American, we did and we do a lot to get here. So it's a privilege to be here. So to pass around like this, it's a very, very honor.
Well, I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to call you the Lionel Messi of longboarding. We love watching you. Looking forward to watching more action coming up.
Well, compare me with Lionel Messi. I can ask enough. I can ask too much. So thank you. Gracias a todos. Gracias familia. Gracias amigos. Gracias. Los amo con todo mi corazón. Gracias, chabón.
What a cool interview down there on the glass with Sergio Arguil of Argentina. He'll be moving through alongside Francisco Freitas of Portugal in that last heat. Jack Tyro, unfortunately, not doing enough to see him advancing through that round. And we'll also lose Antonio Dantas of Portugal. Less than 10 minutes currently in the heat in the water. And we see a huge score dropping through for our competitor. Representing the Netherlands, living in Portugal, Douwe Obrok. A 9.10. Can't wait to see the replay on that one, Megs.
Me too. Wow. 9.10. Setting the standard fairly, very high in this heat. I mean, the other surfers, you know, 10 minutes, little less than 10 minutes left. They're going to have to get their work. They got their work cut out for them.
They sure do. We saw Raphael take off on a wave earlier. We've also got Tom Breen in this heat representing Ireland and Augustine Cedeno. But it is Tom Breen, the Irish surfer, up and riding for the 5. Quick tap of the tan, walks his way back to the tail. Beautiful drop knee carve back toward the critical section. He's up again for a nose ride. Holds this one for a bit longer with a touch of the 10. Again, a beautiful flowing carve up to the top of the wave. Drops down to the bottom. He's just composing himself. Beautiful carve there. Whips that board around as he's back up on the nose again. Tom showcasing some great surfing throughout this event. It looks like he's getting better through every heat. Back up on the nose again for another touch of the 5. Just digs a rail there on the inside section as we see Agustin Cedeno up and riding of Panama. Beautiful style as he walks his way up to the nose of this board. Wraps those toes around the nose. 4 steps back to the tail. Really casual, cool style. Up again with the touch of the 5. Brings that board right back around to the whitewater. You can see those arms rotating as well as he's just shifting his weight forward and back, waiting for this wave to stand up. Gets a little bumpy, but gets up to the nose again and holds a 5 through this section. Great footwork, great style. Just see that really relaxed style when he steps back onto the tail here to finish this wave off. Great start from all of our competitors. Wow, Megs. Things are heating up.
Oh, absolutely. 8 minutes left. I mean, the exchange so far. I mean, even our surfer from Augustine, that last ride, he had so much steeze and so much relax. You know, we're in reprecharge round 5. I would be so tense, but for him to have that cool, calm approach, it's going to be so important for surfers to have that going into the next couple of rounds, especially this is the day before our final day of competition. We will be medaling our surfers tomorrow, so a lot of pressure for the surfers as we see a beautiful, beautiful set out the back.
These scenes at El Sunzal here at Surf City, El Salvador really makes you want to come down here, sample some of the beautiful warm waves along the coastline. There's numerous waves here, known as the land of rights, but plenty of lefts as well to go around. So definitely a place on everyone's bucket list as we see Rafael Cortez up and riding of Chile, up on the nose, holding this 5, really wiggling that board, directing it along this wave, up for the 10, gets back onto the tail, now sets his rail for some turns back to the whitewater. Again, setting himself up to get on the nose for that 5, tight 5 as well. As he steps back, he'll grab rail, cut back toward the white water there. As things start to get a little flat through this section on the wave, but he's going to stick with it, stay close to the white water, stepping on that back foot, setting things up for the inside as he whips that board to rebound off the white water. As we get a panned out shot there, also Tom Breen up and riding out the back. We see Raphael bringing this wave right the way through, staying high on this ride as he gets up for another nose ride, another touch of the 5, and he's going to kick out on the end section there. We might try and catch up with Tom Breen. Here he is up and riding, kicking out of that one. So a couple of rides from Tom Breen yet to lock in, and still waiting to see Dower Robrock's wave currently sitting in the lead with that 9.10.
Wow, I mean, the effort from Tom Breen right now, being from Ireland, having to be in, what, a 5 mil wetsuit a lot of the time, at this time of the year, right? And then having to transition to here where the water is sometimes a lot of times warmer than the air.
Here we go, Megs. Excellent surfing from Dower. Talk us through this one.
Oh, beautiful. Nice hang 5, levitating up there, holding it, then to that relaxed, beautiful 10, still going back, holding that 5. He's still going. Then to a nice, beautiful 10. My goodness. I mean, this is why he's got a 9-point ride. So cool, calm, collected, really pushing that board up against this wave here, waiting for this wave to stand back up. He's got a higher line approach, redirecting his board back left. Now finding this face again. Nice swooping carve back into the pocket. Nice drop knee, hitting little bank off of that whitewash. Another carving turn, having this wave stand back up, stalling on that tail. Nice tap of the 5, working his way into this inside section. Not rushing, not pushing anything. Oh, that wave was absolutely butter.
Now we know what the judges are looking for, those nose rides on that outside section, as we take a look at a replay here of Tom Breen.
Nice little tap at the 10. Nice swooping carve, drop knee, really shoving that board back into the back of that wave, letting him get to those nose rides. Nice, cool, calm, collected, back into that high line. Nice drop knee, really engaging the rail when he gets that drop knee. Nice soul arch hang 5, slowing things down a bit, waiting for this wave to pick back up, shoving that board back again for that quick hang 5. And this is where he just mistimes the turn. There is a little bit of a flat section as he went out more into the wave, and it just gets the rail dug in, but he got a lot of work done.
I was going to say, Megs, I don't think there was anything else he could have done on that wave, and a 7.67 drops for Tom Breen on that ride. So a great start for him. Currently in second, Agustin Cedeno, a 6-point ride on his first wave, still waiting on scores. Dower looks like he's locked in another ride, so waiting on that second wave score alongside Rafael Cortez and Tom Breen's second ride as well. You see Rafael Cortez lock in a 7-point ride for his second wave score. And waiting for scores to drop in as we take a look from the drone. We're down at El Tunco at the moment, looking toward El Sunzal where the contest site is. Looking up toward the west here along the coastline of Surf City. You can see we've got our competitors in the next heat. Our water patrol out there as well on the jet skis, keeping our athletes safe. As we see up and riding Rafael Cortez. Very quick up and down for him, currently in the lead, but things are going to change very soon as Tom and Dower yet to drop another score. We'll bring you that update. 2.5 minutes left remaining in this repechage, round number 5 for the men. We'll have 3 more heats of this round coming up after this, and then we'll be moving back into women's repechage.
Oh no, I see a bunch of sets.
Oh no, or oh yes?
Oh yes, actually take that back. I'm just saying oh no because the judges are still working on those scores, and there's gonna be a lot of jumping in the colors. There goes that rainbow little transition of the boards going up and down, the colors jumping from first to fourth, fourth to first. So we see these sets rolling in. I'm interested to see what the surfers do. You see Tom Breen starting to move in a little bit. He's got third priority, but he does drop his second score of a 5.10. So right now, he is in first place. He has third priority. He's waving his hands, wanting to know the situation, but we see blue up and riding.
Rafael Cortez of Chile up and riding on this wave as he gets a quick touch for the 10. He held that 5 for a while on the outside, wraps this board back to rebound off the white water. See him bottom turning and just bringing that board back around to the pocket of the wave, trying to stay close to where that power source is. Gives him that critical section to be able to complete maneuvers. As we see him just wiggling his board through, a couple of cross steps up as he steps back again on the tail to bring this one through the inside. Quick whip there as he starts to walk the board, looking for a nose ride here on the inside section. Gets a quick 5 out on the shoulder as he brings this one through to the sand. Let's see if that one's going to improve upon his 4.17. Currently sitting with a high wave score of a 7-point ride out there. So Tom Breen, as it stands at the moment, has moved into first, but we're still waiting on Dower Robrok's last wave to come through. I don't think we saw it on the screen, so be interesting to see if it does change the situation. Agustin Cedeno currently with first priority, stroking into this one. Looks like he's going to get a chance to stand up on this wave. Looks like he's just stroking into it. So using his priority on this one. Not much of a wall in front of him just yet as he steps on the tail to set things up. He's up on the nose. Not a real critical section though for Agustin as he's again up for the 5. Steps back on the tail. He really had to take this one because that is the end of the heat as he's up again on the nose. Has to shuffle his toes forward to get the 5. Rebounding off the foam there as he turns his board back toward the white water. This will be the last ride, last scoring ride of the heat as we see Agustin bring it all the way through for Team Panama. See what else he has on the inside for us, just waiting for things to set up. He gets another nose ride, holding that 5 through this section here as he cuts that board back. Beautiful relaxed style from him as we see that drone angle switch over and he finishes it off cleanly on the inside. A much smaller wave, but he was looking for a second backup score as we see Tom Breen there and Dower coming on in from their heat. Still waiting on Dower's second wave score. We didn't see that on the screen, so be interesting to see where that comes in at. And of course Agustin's last wave as well, his second ride ready to drop. Tense times on the beach, all competitors now on the sand. Agustin is going to be replaying that wave in his head to see if it would be enough. Currently looking for a 5.18, but things might change if we see Dower's wave drop in.
Yeah, that he's in 4th right now. He needs a 5.18. I think that wave will be pretty close to it. He will maybe jump in to 3rd or 2nd at the moment, but judges really deliberating, setting that, you know, Dower set that bar very high with that 9.10 ride. So they're looking back at that score to compare it. And also to Tom Breen's 7.67. So that's kind of the bar that has been set. So judges really probably taking a look at that replay, really trying to kind of dissect every part of the wave as we see his backup score comes up in at a 5.57. Still waiting for that score for white, and it does drop. It's not enough. It gets a 4.07. So Tom Breen drops down to 2nd and Dower into 1st.
There you go. This is Dower Robrok from the Netherlands taking the win in that last heat. Tom Breen from Ireland moving through. We will lose Rafael Cortez and Agustin Cedeno. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action coming up with men's repechage round. We're going to bring Sam and Bell in for the call.
Welcome back to the action as we move into women's repechage 5. 3 heats coming up, and kicking things off is Liv Stokes for Canada, Margarita Conde for Colombia, Ophélie Acouin for France, and Carla Sanchez for Peru, as we just get to see the contest zone there. The judges positioned in the middle of that building as we now see the lineup with Canada, Colombia, France and Peru represented in red, blue, green and white respectively. I'm Sam Bleakley, back to call the action with Berlin Alvarez Kimball. Berlin, we've just seen the Europeans get the edge on that one. A fantastic performance from Dow Roebuck taking the win and Tom Breen taking second, but right now it's our South American surfer Margarita Conde from Colombia with a nice nose ride, charging out of that nose ride, keeping that board in trim and then coming off the bottom, off the top. Really nice, powerful setup as she uses that top turn and goes back into the cross steps, and I like the way she just stood tall there, not over rushing things. Now just weaving back and forth, just S-turning as she stays and just repositions her front foot. You can just see her feeling out the wax and making sure she's got the grip she needs as she cross steps forward and drives into this inside section and locks for the touch of the nose, but that wave just starts to shoulder out, so she'll get the first score on the board. And up and riding right now for Canada, Liv Stokes. What do you think of this, Berlin?
Oh, this is a great ride. Beautiful wave, nice wall for her. As you can see, you're holding up a nice 5. Again, nice poised. Liv, oh, that cutback was lovely. Really nice turn. She calls herself the queen of the repechage. She said she's been in like 30 repechages in like over 4 years, something to that point. So, you know, this is a great wave for her. She said she's made it into the main event from the repechage, so she's going to be hoping this wave will allow her. Look at great surfing. Again, just nice cross steps. This wave is really giving her some fun little nice maneuvers.
Yeah, busy, active. I really like the
busy.
down calves as well. Sweeping turns, throwing spray in and out of nose rides, lively, obviously wanting to really be busy, and a quick start as well for Liv Stokes. Margarita Conde waiting for a score to come in and up and riding right. The goofy footer Carla Sanchez from Peru, as we can see Ophélie Acouin on the nose, out back. Carla Sanchez all smooth with the cross steps, and it looks like Ophélie falls on that wave, so we're not quite sure what happened to her on this ride, but here's the close-up. As she just sets herself up, moves through to the inside. This may well be the wave that she got on the shoulder after that. As she just walks out of the nose and kicks out. So, Ophélie, 2 waves to score, a 2.33. That was the second ride. We saw her falling in the background while Carla Sanchez was up and riding. So she's a fair ways in. She's going to be potentially the last to get out there for priority. 10 minutes, of course. Those first 5 minutes can go so quick if you don't get a significant start, Berlin.
That's very true. As we saw, you know, some of the waves earlier just getting a little bit wave starved in the first part of those heats. So again, girls knowing they need to go to work. They got 10 minutes remaining. At this point, we're only looking at having 5 waves, you know, on the board.
Well, the Europeans are doing so well, and it's Dutch surfer Dow Roebuck down on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Team Dow. That 9.10. How are you feeling about that wave? It was so beautiful, the way that you did those beautiful drawn-out turns. Talk me through that wave.
Yeah, it was like a really nice wave, looked really good, and I could set it up in the outside section for a nice nose ride, and I could fit 2 hang tens in there, so that was really nice, and later it just felt really nice to do those long turns, so I'm happy.
Yeah, that board looking absolutely great underneath your feet. I know the repechage, it's 15 minutes, you know, in that heat. What's the strategy going into that? You know, you only have that paddle out is about 5-6 minutes. So did you have a strategy going into this repechage heat?
Well, I kind of wanted to like catch my first wave really early in the heat, so you have more time for your second wave and just paddle back really fast.
I know you did some great paddling there. You only caught 2 waves, but they were the solid scores of the heat. Great job. We'll see you in the next round. Go rest up. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Megs. Congratulations, Dower, and congratulations, Tom Breen, as well for Ireland, getting second in a very stacked heat. So the Europeans really starting to shine. We saw Tilda Rasmussen taking the win earlier for Team Denmark. So the Netherlands surfers, the Danish surfers, the Irish surfers really standing out here. But all of these people have got good experience now at Sundsvall. Now Douwe was representing Team Netherlands 3 years ago, and he was a bright spark. You saw a real talent, and now he's matured, he's refined, he's learned a lot more. He's been in back-to-back finals for the European Junior Longboard Championships, and he is shining, and he's going to be so pleased to go and surf these empty waves once again with just 3 other surfers, as we've got 8 minutes remaining in this heat. Who's the standout so far, Berlin?
Right now, Margarita's a standout with the 6.17. Hasn't had her backup score yet. And then Liv's first wave just opened up a 7.5, Sam.
Nice start. And I think it was those slashy turns that
yeah.
really electrified that ride. And it's nice to see her just recognizing that, yes, she's got a real controlled style, but I think she just entertains the judges a touch more when she gets a little bit more aggressive on the rail work, and that paid off.
Yeah, and then that second nose ride that kind of connected to the inside, you could see she kind of just powered through a little nice white water section too, so it was a little bit more critical. And that's really nice longboarding. For me, I really like to see powering through white water. I like seeing wide out the face nose rides.
Yep.
For me personally, like I prefer that really in the deep pocket, that Ashley Lloyd style nose ride, that Brittany Leonard.
Sure. And it's harder to do.
No, it is really hard to do, and you know what? Like it takes years and years and years to hone those skills, and to be able to execute properly.
Yeah, and it takes risk. It's those sections that you think you can't make on the nose. When you commit to nose riding those and you have the right board, they're the ones that feel amazing, look amazing, and garner the better scores.
I agree. Ophélie, look at this last wave dropping for her, Sam.
6.93. So we saw her 2.33. She fell. We saw the end of her 6.93. She obviously did enough to get that score. So she's now up into first, but we still need to get a second score for red and blue. And up and riding right now is Margarita Conde for Colombia, adding to her 6.17. 4 cross steps to a 5. Walks out of that nose ride, cross steps back to the tail, goes low. What happened there?
I think she just leaned over her inside rail a little bit too much, and then had that, weight from the head and the shoulders and the chest just pulling her over.
So she takes a fall. She's going to get a score to add to that 6.17. Moves her up into first, but it's only a 3.10, which is not a bad score considering she did fall, and that was earned from that opening nose ride. And she will be disappointed with that fall, because when she hears the beach announcer say 3.10, she would have thought, well, if I could have stayed with that, I was sitting on at least a 6.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that was just like a timing thing, and then just overturning on that with the body.
5 minutes 25 seconds remaining, so waiting for a second opportunity for Liv Stokes to get a backup. A 7.5 she kicked off with. She's sitting out there with first priority, so she's in the driving seat now. Yes, she's third on the leaderboard, but she's got the strongest score of the heat so far, but also carrying good scores. It's blue, Margarita Conde with that 6.17, and green, Ophélie Acuen, the regular footer with the 6.93. Ophélie from Reunion, so her training ground is the incredible long bending reef pass of St. Lou, one of the great tropical left-handers on the planet.
They used to have a CT event way back, I shouldn't say way back in the day, but back in the day, yeah. And then they had to pull it away. But yeah, I have visions of that beautiful wave.
Yep. They had the Oxbow World Longboard Championships there.
Oh, as well they did.
Russ
Yeah.
Kealana, he won his third World Longboard title at St. Lou. I remember young Matthew Muir, really a standout there back in those days. Chris Griffiths representing Wales.
Guts.
Charging.
Yes, guts.
Look at those palm trees. Doesn't that make you want to come and visit El Tunco?
Yes, this is
Surf City.
Sorry, this is just like the Latin Hawaii.
Absolutely.
Add a little bit of black sand to it.
That's where we do the post-heat interviews by the glass there, and this is what the competitors paddle out to.
Oh, yeah.
Sundsvall, of course. Yes, it's afternoon coming up, so we're starting to get a little bit of texture from the sea breeze, but at 12:20, that tide is still very favorable, because On local time, we had low tide at 10:32. We got high tide at 4:41. So that pushing tide will really start to keep that curving shape of those rights all the way through to the inside as Carla Sanchez in third priority, up and riding, fades in, cuts back, regains her balance. She's got a 4.5 and a 2.83. Stalls, looks over her shoulder. You can see by her body language she's not 100% convinced about this wave, but she's staying with it, and she takes a fall.
Carla from Peru, as we see Liv taking off on her backup score.
Yeah, super important opportunity for Team Canada here as Liv Stokes is up and riding, but that wave running away from her. She's standing tall. Is she going to stick with it? Hard to tell from the body language at the moment. Could well open up for her, Belin. Do you think she's going to open up for her, or it's just going to be too difficult?
I don't know. I'm trying to see if she's... I'm looking over my shoulder to see if... unfortunately, no. She might be able to. I think she might just get a little bit into it.
There it is.
Yes, it is. Yep, she's going to connect there. Good on her. That was perseverance.
Yep, but a lot of downtime to get to this stage. So a couple of cross steps. Can she find a nose ride wall on the inside? Nothing on the outside, just all foam. And here it is. There's the first touch of the tip as she just runs back from that cross step. And here it is onto the inside with 2 minutes, 16 seconds. Frustrating for Liv because that wave did not cooperate. I think it's worth her paddling out and going for a shoulder hop. She's got 2 minutes remaining. I think she should be turning and scrambling because that may not be enough of a significant backup to get the score she needs. It's leaving it wide open for all the other surfers to get first and second, as we can see a really nice set rolling through as Liv Stokes gets a 3.5, but it's not a strong backup score because Ophélie Acouenne is up and riding. She's got a 6.93. And she's looking to replace a 2.33. Really nice opening 5.
Beautiful.
Holds that nose ride, walks out, and then into a nice low bottom turn, and then stalls in the middle of the wave, and then just cuts back gently, carefully, just making sure that she stays out the way of Carla Sanchez on the way back out. But here it is, the steep section with a stall with 2 steps forward. Not finding the nose ride wall on that section, but carving back down to the bottom and looking to find some time to get her toes on the nose. She's really graceful and elegant, but she'll really want a nice nose ride section to at least touch that 5. There's the 5. Holds it for a good amount of time and then sweeps back a really nice turn on a bottom turn as well, following that with a nice soul arch 5 through to the inside. Now Ophélie is way back in the mix. She's going to replace her 2.33, of course, and she may well get something that's a really strong score that could put her up into first position, with now pressure on our Colombian to get a backup score.
I really appreciate Ophelie's surfing. It's very graceful, it's very feminine, it's beautiful, it's to the point.
Sure, and it comes in at a 6.83. So she moves up into first,
Well
and now
done.
Margarita, with 23 seconds remaining, is chasing a 4.83. She's sitting out there with first priority. That's a very attainable score considering she's already got a 6.17 and her backup score of a 3.10. She can improve on that, but will she get away as we move down into the dying seconds, or is it enough for Liv to hang in there by the skin of her teeth? There's the hooter, and it looks like our surfer from Colombia in blue was not able to get a backup wave. So Ophélie Acouenne for France takes the win, moving forward into repechage round 6. Liv Stokes from Canada stays in second, also progressing, and Margarita Conde and Carla Sanchez for Colombia and Peru respectively will be eliminated.
Good job surfing, Margarita and Carla from Peru. You did your country with so much pride, and to be at an event like this in surfing, you know, it is an honor, and it's something that you will carry in your legacy. So congratulations, and congratulations to Liv and Ophélie surfing so well.
We're going to have a short break, but we'll be right back for heat number 2, women's repechage round 5.
Oh.
una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Thanks so much for tuning in to day 6 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship as Miss La Union herself, Daisy Valdez, queen of the Philippine surfing community, walks to the tip and gets a 5 and locks back into a cutback, and she gets back up for another touch of the tip. Big shout out to Ian Zamora, her shaper, who'll be tuning in, cheering for Daisy. Of course, Ian has seen a great run from fellow team riders like Lucas Yuen for Chinese Taipei, and right now it's Daisy's turn to shine as she sets herself up with some quick footwork through to the little bowl section, and that wave will end for her, but she's going to drop a score for Team Philippines as we continue 15-minute heats, and she's surfing against Caitlin Mickelson, who's up and riding for Team USA. Caitlin on her fantastic drop knee turn there, slashing it back and quickly, elegantly cross-stepping forward, accelerating all the way through to the inside, might find a touch of the 5. There's a nose ride and she walks out. So Caitlin will drop a score, Daisy will drop a score, and they will leave our surfers from Guatemala and Chinese Taipei out back. And somebody who looked great, she's born and raised in Reunion, she's surfing for France, it's a filly, and she's down there on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, team. I'm down here with Ophelie, the last winner of our heat, looking ever so graceful and beautiful surfing. I know you just got knee surgery about 6 months ago on your birthday. How's your knee feeling?
It's feeling really good. I'm very confident on him because I strengthened him hit enough to be here. Actually, it's my first contest since the surgery happened. So yeah, I'm so stoked to be here and so glad, and yeah, I feel so lucky.
Amazing surfing. Only 6 months after your knee surgery, a lot of physical therapy. I know this is your second interview on the glass and you're looking for your third one. What's the strategy going into this next repechage round?
Okay, I know that I need to level up because it's gonna be more and more physical, and yeah, here are the best women and I'm just so stoked. So no strategies, just focus on my surf and be happy.
I love that tactic. Be happy. The happiest surfer is the best surfer out there. So good luck in the next round, and we'll see you then. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Congratulations, Ophelie, flying the flag for Reunion. Surfing for France, looking good and up and riding right now. It's Alejandra Zayed for Guatemala. Cross steps forward, sets herself up on a new line, readjusting that rail. Back to the tail, no nose ride so far. This wave peaky so far. As she lines up over her shoulder. She's going to have to readjust her line once more if she wants to get a nose ride wall. And here it is. Can she strike? 2 steps forward. 4. Gets a 5. Holds on that 5 for a few yards and then cuts back. A little wobble and a bounce, but she gains composure and control and stands tall. Nice and smooth with the setup here. There's more cross steps. Might find a touch of the 5 as we go into this wider shoulder. She's going to have to redirect towards the foam, and she's come right through to the inside. So nothing significant out back, but she did get a couple of quick nose rides through the latter part of the ride, and she's going to get something on the board. But I feel as if Daisy and Caitlin look to have more dynamic rides, as we can now see Manami up and riding the regular footer. Can she get a nose ride early in this wall? She's got 2 steps forward. Is it a chance for a 5 just here? That wave gets a bit foamy now. She'll just have to hang on tight. And now what's the different approaches when you get stuck behind the foam here? Well, obviously, she went for the dismount. But the difference between like the penguin stance, the rail grab, the stand tall, or the go down low?
If you can see a section in front, me personally, parallel.
Yep.
not grab your rail.
Yep.
You know, just or sometimes you just get that parallel, but like one leg just a little bit in front of it, and kind of drive as well, like with your arms. But if you can't see it like close enough, get out of it.
Yeah, sure.
Get out of it.
And
you know.
what I really appreciate is the backside surfers who use the switch to face the wave.
Oh, yeah.
And it just gives them that extra bit of acceleration.
Ashley Lloyd was so good at that, and so is Cassia and Carla. But yeah, Ashley and Cassia, so good at being able to do that. And as soon as you turn around, just drive that speed.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. As we continue day 6, the penultimate day of action at the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship, with 143 athletes from 44 nations represented, near 50-50% parity between men and women, and new representation from teams from Norway, Poland, Tahiti and Thailand, and defending gold medalist Kai Salas here looking for gold. Also Rodrigo Schweier, he's just about hanging in there still in the mix. And silver medalist for the team standings, Japan, they have been looking really good. I've been impressed with the energy of the team and the skills they've been displaying. But a standout for the last couple of days has been some of these new European surf nations rising up. Of course, Ireland has a rich long surf history with world-class waves, but Denmark, for Tilda Rasmussen to still be in the event, I know the Danish community are really proud about that, and they deserve to be here because they've got a vibrant surf community to raise her, and this is the fruits of their labor.
It's great when you see a country such as Denmark get the opportunity to showcase, some style and some talent coming from them. I know personally, having seen, the rise of, the Latin community.
Yep.
It is such an honor, and it's I don't know, it gives me warm fuzzy feelings if, to see the acknowledgement and the hard work put in and be able to show up to a place like here.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what the ISA stands for, as the world governing authority recognized by the International Olympic Committee, known as the IOC, for the sport of surfing and all other wave riding activities. The ISA's mission is to create a better world through surfing, and beyond these annual World Surfing Championship, of course, there's development of all these federations that have supported these surfers from Denmark, Mexico, Japan and Uruguay coming up and directing Olympic surfing, and the programs and certifications for instructors, judges, adaptive surfing and surf schools, and those yearly scholarships to undeserved under-18 surfers. There's so much breadth and depth to what the International Surfing Association does.
And it's really beautiful being able to be inclusive of the paras, the under, the disadvantaged, or, reaching into communities that would never have had the opportunity to enjoy something like this. And you never know whose life you change giving them a chance, because you could really inspire someone to come from nothing and really, be able to excel in life.
And let's celebrate two big names at the inaugural 1964 ISA World Surfing Championships in Manly, Australia. Who are those two big names who shot?
Phyllis O'Donnell and Midget Farley.
There we go, you said it. Big names, guiding lights and up and riding right now. Alejandra Zaid looking really velvety and smooth, but also strong as she rebounds off the foam. And she's got a 3.33 for her first wave, so this will be her second score. And already for me, it looks a bit more lively than that opening score. Can she find a 5? There she does. Rolls those toes over the nose on her Luffy that she got from Elise Lemoine last season, and then she kicks out. I've actually had a go on that board. When we were here working for the ISA World Masters last year, we went for a surf together at La Paz. She borrowed my Skin Dog 9.4, and I had a few waves on her Elise Lemoine Luffy model, and it's a really nice board. It's very light. It's got a lot of rocker, but it nose rides really nicely.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to getting in a bathing suit and going for a surf today. I've asked a couple. I had mentioned that I wanted to go for a surf, and a couple of people have been like, "Oh, you can go ride my board." Nice. So I'm like, between a Kai Salas, a Ben Skinner, a Sean Nettleton, I'm like, oh, wow, this is so exciting. I get to go test drive a couple. I just really like to acknowledge the passing of Phyllis O'Donnell just not too long ago, and pay homage to, she was a legend. She's a giant. And we're all, like I said, we're all on the shoulders of giants and women that put it out there and put themselves in a situation where it was uncomfortable at the time to really break down the barriers. So our pioneer women that, went through so much to give us the opportunity to be in the water and give us a space. So yeah, massive acknowledgement to Phyllis O'Donnell, and we do miss you. We miss seeing you around. She lived in Kingscliff. She was in a home down in Pottsville.
Sure.
But yeah, it was a really beautiful send off for her. And Steph Gilmore paddled out on one of her boards from the 1964 championships in Manly, and we spread her ashes out at Kira, which was one of her favorite places to surf. So yeah, I'd just like to acknowledge the passing of a giant, but yet her energy is amongst all of us for sure, and she would just be in heaven watching all these women surf.
And the Kingscliff community represented with Archie Bemrose
Yes.
for Australia. He's
Mhm.
unfortunately eliminated, but these women are still in the mix with 3 minutes 50 seconds remaining. Alejandra Zaid, she's dropped a 3 for her last score, so she's sitting there in first. Caitlin Mickelson has got a 5.5, but she's waiting to get that backup score, so she's got the best wave of the heat. Daisy Valdez with a 4.33. She's looking strong, but it also needs to get a backup wave. And Manami Chen from Chinese Taipei, she's got a 197, and she's looking to get her second score as well as we move down into the last 3 minutes 25 seconds. You can just see how the swell is starting to drop away, everything getting smaller, but still some really nice scoring potential.
Look
on
at
the
this.
sets. Caitlin Mickelson
Smart. If she can get into this is smart.
Here it
Oh,
is.
there she is.
paddling hard.
Oh no, unfortunately. That's okay. She's still got time. 3 minutes remaining. Caitlin is really a great competitor. She's smart. She knows what she needs. And I know if she gets the opportunity to get a backup score, she's got a 5.5 in second right now.
Sure.
So, and the other girls, like I said, Blue's needing a 3.54. Daisy's needing a 1.18. All these, you're now into that stage where anyone can make it through.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Caitlin's son Maddox, who'll be tuning in with Dad Niles. I know they'll be listening. Caitlin, great pedigree, 3 times North American WSL champion. She's won the Mexi Logfest. She's got second on the World Longboard Tour before. Of course, she studied a Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology at California State University, and she works as a physical therapist in Carlsbad, California, and she's here waiting to get an improved backup score to add to that 5.5, and I feel like she's potentially going to get the opportunity on the inside, but no, that wave not standing up enough for her, so no movement, no changes.
That's okay. She's in second right now. It's like it's right now is when you want it to go flat.
Yeah.
Just go flat for me, you know. But like I said, you get a wave under her. She's gonna show you why she has all those amazing accolades.
But Daisy Valdez, she's a big threat right now because she's got that good score of a 4.33, the second highest score of the heat, and she's sitting in priority. She hasn't got a second wave, but she's going to get first pickings of potentially this small set wave that's just appearing on your screen, and you can really now start to see the body language of the athletes as they move for position with surfer in green, Daisy in first priority. So now she's got to make the decision as to whether she wants to stand her ground and wait for that bigger looking second wave of the set, or is she going to turn for something earlier? Here it is. Now you will notice if Daisy makes a move for this. She's got first right away. Second will be Manami. Manami is in blue, sitting just a little bit to the right side, so you may well see Manami appearing, and Daisy's certainly paddling. But it's Caitlin Mickelson up and riding on the inside, adding to that 5.5. Nice lock of a 5. Walks out of the nose, accelerates back up for another section. Cross steps forward and goes into a really nice, radical but graceful roundhouse cutback with a nice soul arch bottom turn, lifting her arm up high, back into the tip, and then really puts that board on rail, throwing spray, but with elegance and control in the down carve, and then just snakes it back and forth, weaves it, sets herself up now for the touch of the 5, right through the inside, and this is going to be really significant for Caitlin. She's stayed on the inside. The fact that she was out of priority may well have helped her. She just straightens out and is absolutely feeling over the moon, because she's going to add a very strong score to her 5.5 as Manami adds to her 1.97, and we move into the last few seconds of the heat with scores coming through for white, but out back it's red and inside it's green. So there's going to be scores for all 4 surfers as Daisy Valdez drives through this section here, stands tall, cuts back. She's going to set herself up through the inside. She'll give this everything for Team Philippines. There's the stall, there's the 5, holds that 5, walks cleanly out, straightens out and controls the land. You can see by her body language she was happy with that. Alejandra Zaid, she cross steps back, and I'm starting to think that this could be about Caitlin and Daisy. My feeling is that Caitlin's going to get a really good score to go to the 5.5, and I know that Daisy doesn't have that body language unless she's got a good wave. As you can see, that beautiful Takayama under the arm of Caitlin Mickelson, and there's a Luffy being borrowed for Daisy. She often will normally be on the Ian Zamora boards, and there's Caitlin just with the team just waiting to hear that score, and I think it's all going to be about Caitlin and Daisy.
I'm pretty sure that Caitlin just stole the show on that one. Really, I told you, she is smart. She knows what she needs to do, and she just puts it on when she gets the chance. So I definitely think Caitlin is going to go into first place.
Yeah. And it really worked for her to be on the inside.
That was so smart.
Priority. Yep. She was always able to see what was happening. She positioned herself there. She did go for a couple of waves earlier that she was not able to catch, then lost her her line in the priority, but it benefited her, and she had wise positioning, just making sure she could keep an eye on everything, and then when that set did come up, she got the score, and Caitlin Mickelson takes the win. It may well be Daisy who goes to second. We're going to go for a short break, and we're going to find out the scores very soon. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to the action as we just wait for this last score to come through for Daisy Valdez and this last score to come through for Alejandra Zaid. Minami Chen from Chinese Taipei drops a good score of a 4.5. She temporarily moves up to second, but we saw the end of Daisy's ride, and I felt body language demonstrated that it was going to be significant. We also saw the end of Alejandra Zaid's ride. Slightly different body language compared to Daisy, and also a much smaller wave by the time it came through the inside. So there it is. I sensed it was good by the way she looked. 7-1-7. Daisy Valdez moves up into first. Caitlin Mickelson slips down to second with a 5.8 and a 5.5. Alejandra Zaid needs a 7.97. It's not enough. She gets a score of a 3.6. She goes to third. Minami, big shout out to Minami Chen from Chinese Taipei. A great result. Also eliminated Alejandra Zaid, but Caitlin Mickelson and Daisy Valdez, they continue. They move through to the next round as we start this last heat of Repechage round 5. Heat number 3, Tilda Rasmussen from Denmark, Coral Bonilla from Mexico, Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan, and Marcela Machado from Uruguay. That's got to feel good for Philippines and USA winning that. But now we turn our attention to the lone European Tilda representing Denmark, and a Central American Coral Coco Bonilla representing Mexico, a South American in Marcela Machado representing Uruguay, and the Asian surfer for Japan, Hiroka Yoshikawa. 14 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. Berlin, we've really seen how important wave selection is, and look out who's on that first wave. It's Hiroka Yoshikawa, always good at getting a busy start, talking about her Ruji shapes that her dad designs, and talking about how she's been doing so much training in Australia before coming out here, and starting to experiment with adding a little bit more weight to her board to cope with the speed and the chop of Sun Zhao, and she's looking great on this wave, in and out of nose rides, off the back of Team Silver for Japan last year. What do you think of this opening score?
It was beautiful so far. Really nice trim, nice nose rides. Clearly, the difference in her board's way is helping her.
Sure.
And it's so imperative to get to understand why your equipment works the way it does in the waves that you're surfing. And I can't explain that enough. Work with your shapers.
Yep, and someone who shaped her way through to the win. It's Daisy Valdez representing La Union, Philippines. She's on the glass. Look at that beautiful scene there. All those volcanoes, all those coffee plantations, all those mangoes and cashew trees and palms and coconuts. As we can choose where you want to stay. Do you want to be in front of El Sunzal and have that short walk, or do you want to be in El Tunco and enjoy some of the music and the culture in the evening as things come to life? Or you may want to be in front of La Bocana, which is a really nice peaky A-frame. As we go back to live action, it looks like our surfer in red on the inside, Tilda Rasmussen, and it looks like our surfer Coco Bonilla on the outside. I'm not quite sure if there was any priority yet. There probably wasn't, so there was no apparent interference. So let's continue to narrate this for Tilda, because she's in and out of those nose rides on her 9.6. That's a borrowed board. She's still getting used to this board, but she's looking good, looking strong on the nose rides, and really putting in a dynamic drop knee turn. That's great. We haven't seen that in the repertoire from her in the jersey yet this week, but I've seen it in the free surfs, and she's demonstrating that she's got a few tricks there to really start to showcase that she's been working on. That was a really nice drop knee.
Where did she do? I haven't.
Where did that come from?
That just came from out of nowhere. So, like you said, I think she's just. Yeah, and some people, that's what they do.
Okay.
Just wait for it all and then just blow up.
There we go. With that, let's go down to the glass. We've got Daisy Valdez. She's ready. Let's hear from her.
Thanks so much, team. I'm down here finally getting to interview Daisy. How are you feeling? That was an incredible display of patience that you had. You only had that 4.33 in most of the heat, and that last 30 seconds. Did you know that set was coming?
Yeah, I got a lost priority for the first, but then I said there's a set coming in, so I need to just paddle like wider a little bit, because when I sit in the dip, it's closing out. So yeah.
Beautiful surfing. I love the way you stayed patient. You understand the priority, playing that defense and offense. Were you nervous going into this heat, going up against like Caitlin Mickelson and your other surfers in this heat?
No, just say relax, because if I get more like pressure on me, I can't handle the pressure. So I just need to be relaxed, and it's not that really hard to get out when you like caught inside now, because the waves are good. The waves are smaller than the other day.
Yeah, so having that into the next round, is that going to be your strategy, your tactic? Just stay cool, calm, collected, like Daisy should?
Yeah, I should stay focused and just go for the goal.
Go for the gold. I love it. Well, you're well on your way into the next round of Repercharge 6. Go get some rest, and we'll see you back then. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, for me, the undisputed queen of Philippine surfing, and she's just told us what her aim is. It's to go for gold, Berlin.
You know what she just said, which is, I love, she's just going to keep having fun and, just keep focusing on herself. But I love the way she explained the lineup right now. Is just how, you're wanting to sit a little bit deeper because it's looking like it's, but she's just like, I'm just patiently waiting for those wide ones. So really understanding how this wave works. And I like hearing people's insight as to, because some people are so strategic in their planning, and this is what I'm going to do, and then other people you hear, they're like, oh no, I'm just going to go out and have fun.
Yeah. Let's catch up on this. 9 minutes, 20 seconds. Coco Bonilla with a short score, a 0.5. Something bigger will come through for Tilda Rasmussen. She was deeper on that section, and there was no priority, so she got a decent ride out of it with a couple of nose rides and a really dynamic drop knee turn. Hiroki Yoshikawa drops a 6 for her opening wave, and we're now waiting to see if there's going to be an opportunity for Marcela Machado from Uruguay to catch her first wave as blue fades into this. It's Coco up and riding. Nice deep fade as she cross steps with 4 nice clean steps. Nice tight feet on the nose ride. Super stylish, walking back to the tail. Cutting back with a nice bottom turn after the cut back. And again, locking in a 5, touching the 10. Walking back cleanly out of that 5 to 10 combination, and really beautiful, expressive turning, but also done with a nice upright stance as well, with elegance, and then just kind of climbing and dropping and finding a speedier section to get a 5 nose ride as she goes back again to the tail. A little speed check and some elegance standing tall as she goes back down into this last section here with a stall. 4 steps maybe to the tip. There they are, a lock of another 5, and her footwork is so precise, and I love the way she's tight with the toes on the nose when everything, that back foot comes in real close even though she's hanging 5. So that's a really nice display of classic longboarding from Coco Bonilla, and it's going to be a good score with 7 minutes 50 seconds remaining. And Tilda Rasmussen having a look at this, but it's going to be Marcela Machado up and riding. I'll leave this to you, Belin. What do you think?
That's a lovely looking wave. Nice wall on it. Just needs to get back into the whitewater section so it lines up for her. And unfortunately, just getting bounced off. That is our surfer from Uruguay, Marcela Machado.
You need to go to Uruguay.
I need to go to Uruguay, Paraguay, Peru. I need to go to Argentina. And now I'm finally here. But I've been to Costa Rica, I've been to Brazil. But yeah, I need the Panama as well. So yeah, those countries I need to go visit. So I will be hitting up all of my friends that I've connected with here to come and stay at your house.
Absolutely. We've got Caramba, La Paloma, 2 kind of important areas. There's popular coastal cities with like thousands of visitors in summer. And we can definitely have a big shout out to Nacho Piñatero, who's really helping put Colombian Uruguayan longboarding on the map, and Julian Schweizer as well. Unfortunately, narrowly missing out on getting through the previous men's round. Francisco Freitas just about got the score he needed at the end, but up and riding right now. It's the Japanese longboarder Hiroki Yoshikawa with a 5, and really nice close feet 5 as she just sweeps her turn back and locks into a second nose ride, accelerating and dropping down into the lower part of the wave. And I love this bowl section when people come out of a nose ride at the bottom of the wave, pedal, and then set themselves up for a high line as things start to get a little bit peaky here, and she'll stall and she finds another 5 and she leaves that back arm up and then throws a little bit of a slash turn there as she gets another touch of the 5, and she's already got a 6.0 for her opening ride, and a little drop knee for some variety. This is going to be a really strong backup.
That's it was a great wave. Surfer in white up and riding, Marcela Machado from Uruguay.
So she took a fall on her first wave. It was only a 0.8, but she's got composure here up to the 5, little soul arch, and then a little bit of a leash tangle there. You could just tell as she walked out of that nose ride, she just had to get that leash untangled from around her toes. But she's stalling for another 4-step walk up into a stretch 5 out on the shoulder, and then she just readjusts, stays low, and then pounces forward with 4 more steps, and then just quickly moves away from that nose ride to just dismount from the tail after completing that last touch of the 5. She's going to get her best score so far. She's going to add to that 0.80 with Tilda Rasmussen dropping a 5.27. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Coco Bonilla drops, because her footwork and her nose riding was really dynamic, but when Hiroki Yoshikawa drops her next score, it feels like Hiroka's going to be in a commanding first place position.
I agree with you. And what I really liked about Marcela is when she turns, she uses her rails to turn, not her upper body.
Yep.
And that you notice that with some of the competitors is like, they just turn the shoulders, and that's what's kind of moving the board, where instead of, cutting back and actually using the rails or the fin to engage and pivot.
Yep.
There's a big difference within that. So I really appreciated seeing that from Marcela. From Marcela.
Coco on the Brawner boards. She grew up between Baja and Ontario. Of course, her father Mexican, her mother Canadian. And she loves to surf at Todos Santos. She's been surfing since the age of 2, competing since the age of 12. But on your screen right now, it's Tilda Rasmussen from Klipmuller. She normally rides Columbus surfboards, but right now she's on a Skin Dog double scoop because she broke her other boards. She got third in the European Longboard Championships in 2023. The same year, Emily Curry won the Longboard title. But right now, with 3 minutes 50 seconds remaining, Tilda needs a backup wave, and we've just seen a 6.5 come in for Coco Bonilla. Really good score, but she also now needs a backup wave to replace that 0.5. So once Hiroka's score comes in, we're expecting her to move up into first because she's already got a 6, and then it's going to be a real battle for second place.
Coral's wave was really, her surfboard looks really good under her feet. She has really lovely control, nothing forced, nice flow, really good style, and her nose rides are really in the pocket.
This is great because Tilda is in first priority, Coco is in second priority, and already you can see by the paddle angle and body language that Coco wants to push Tilda a little bit deeper there, as we can see a 7.4 being dropped for Hiroka Yoshikawa. And on your screen right now, the last of blue comes in at 6.5. You can see those spread of 5 numbers. What we do is we eliminate the highest and the lowest and take an average out of the remaining 3. And I'm really noticing the tactic of Coco here, pushing Tilda deeper. Does Tilda need to move that deep, or was she already sitting in the good spot?
I think Coral knows what she's doing.
I completely agree.
Coral knows what she's doing.
She's pushing her deeper. She's making sure she plays the game. She's hustling. She's sitting on the inside. But it looks like Tilda is paddling for this. It's going to be very hard to catch, though. She may well get stuck above that.
Ooh.
She does. She will lose.
Interested to see what the priority does.
Priority. It
All
will
right.
go to Coco Bonilla. And now with 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, Coco played the game and it paid off. She worked it. She put a little bit of pressure on Tilda, who ended up sitting a little bit deeper, but perhaps if she stayed in that wider position in the first place, she may have been able to get into that on the bowl. And right now Coco is going to have choice of this wave, and she's going to be paddling in. Is she going to be able to catch it though? Yes, she is. She's up and riding. Coco Bonilla chasing a score now to replace that backup 0.5. Locks in a nice nose ride. I love the way her feet are tight and close on those nose rides. As we can see our surfer Hiroka Yoshikawa also surfing out back with a nice sweeping down turn, and Coco all smooth and elegant with the footwork, but also really nice with the rail work as Hiroka falls. But Hiroka's already got a couple of good scores, a 6 and a 7.4. Now Coco wants this wave to deliver through the inside. She's already got a good score. If she can get something in the 6 range here, she's going to be sitting really strong. As we can also see Tilda up and riding on the split screen there. Great work from Action Sports Productions to bring you both of these shots as Tilda now up and riding, still going through. Coco's wave didn't deliver too much through the inside, but she did some good work outside. What do you think of this inside section for Tilda?
I think that if she works her surfboard right, she might get something out of it. If she's not able to navigate her surfboard through that little fatter section, she's not going to get there right. But she is kind of connecting this inside. But I think Coco got the better, will have the better because she's got the 6.5 in this one. And Tilda has a 5.27. So I think out of the exchange, I think maybe Corals. I didn't get to see Reds straight up out the back.
So we can see Hiroka Yoshikawa is up and riding. It's probably not going to be significant for her, but she's already sitting pretty solid in first. But watch out because Marcela Machado is only chasing a pretty small score, and she's looking really nice. Marcelo on the inside here with 6 seconds remaining. All of the surfers will come in waiting for an important score. We think that Hiroka's looking pretty strong for a first or second, and I think it's going to be a real battle to see who comes in behind Hiroka as Marcelo
lovely.
ends cleanly.
That was a really nice nose ride from Marcela.
So we didn't get to see the beginning of Tilda's wave. We did see the beginning of Coco's wave. Coco's wave didn't have such a strong end. Tilda had a really strong end to her wave. I just think it's completely even Stevens. This could go to anybody.
It could go anyway.
And even now Marcela is in the mix from that last score. So Hiroka's probably not going to improve her situation. So it's going to be a kind of, if anybody gets a 6, it's likely they may well move up into second. We're going to go into a short break. Stay with us. And as soon as we're back, hopefully we're going to have the results and find out who it was who took second behind Hiroki Yoshikawa if she stays in the lead. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the scenes down here at El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. Still waiting on the results of the last heat to come through. Bo Nixon in the booth, joined by Megan Godinez to call the action. Meg's 10th times on the beach down there, waiting for Marcela Machado. Her last wave drops in at a 3.97. She's currently sitting in 3rd place, so it's not going to help her situation. However, we are still waiting for the last score of Tilda Rasmussen of Denmark to see if she is able to put herself up into advancing position. The last score comes in at 5.23. It's not enough. Hiroki Yoshikawa takes the win in that last heat from Japan, and Coral Bonilla of Mexico in the blue jersey will be moving through to the next round of women's repechage. Official results up on the screen. Unfortunately, Tilda Rasmussen alongside Marcela Machado put on some fantastic performances throughout the week here in El Salvador. We're going to move through into men's repechage. Heat number 1 in the water of round 6. We have Johnny the Ripper from Hawaii in the red jersey. John Garmendia of Spain in the blue. Clinton Guest of Australia in the green jersey, and Francisco Freitas of Portugal in the white jersey. No scores written just yet. 30 seconds gone in this heat, so 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Competitors sitting on the outside waiting. We've seen both Clinton Guest and Francisco Freitas surfing lots of times in the last couple of days. We saw Johnny Van Hoenstein and John Garmendia of Spain drop down from the main rounds of the men's event earlier today. So they've been doing some great surfing throughout this week as well. 14 minutes left on the clock there. We're going to have more heats of the men's repechage coming up after this, and then we're going to be switching back into the women's repechage to right out the afternoon, and I think back into the men's as well to finish off. So lots of surfing for our competitors in the repechage rounds today. Thank you very much for tuning in wherever you're watching across the world. Whether you're watching on ISAsurf.org, you can keep up to date with the live scoring, see who's representing your country, and catch all the replays and highlights from the action the previous 5 days of competition. Of course, follow ISA Surfing on Facebook and Instagram. You'll be able to see insights into the athletes and also the stories behind the scenes. Megs, fantastic conditions here. Most of the day we've had today. Really nice, clean, glassy conditions.
Yeah, even with that tide going down from this morning, the conditions have stayed really, really good. As we can tell, there are longer lows. That swell is dropping, but still offering lots and lots of waves for our surfers to surf. We saw Clinton Guest earlier on in the day put on an absolute show. But yeah, we have Johnny that dropped down from the main round. So this will be his first time in the repechage. So it's going to be interesting to see his mindset, now that he has less time on the clock from the main round. So hopefully he gets his campaign started early as we see green up and riding.
Clinton Guest of Australia, quick trip to the nose here as he's going to hold this 5 through this section. A bit of a tighter 5 there for Clinton as he works his way through. Done some great nose riding on the outside section, sticking to his strategy as he wraps that board back around to the critical section of this wave. Again, stepping on the tail. Beautiful swooping turn from Clinton. From really high on the wave down to the bottom. Little snapping maneuver to set things up on the inside. We see Clinton wrapping that board. Really quick transition. Tries to get up on the nose for a quick touch of the 5, but unfortunately weights his back foot a little bit too much. The board shoots out as we see our Portuguese rider Francisco Freitas up and riding as he just skips to the nose there and decides to kick out that wave, looking pretty foamy. Not much of a wall on the inside. Live action at the back. John Garmendia of Spain. Beautiful rail carve from John there. Be great to see if he got any work done on the outside as well. I expected probably be a nose ride on the outside section. I know John quick to the nose when he takes off here, weaving his board through the midsection. Eyes off down the line. Looks like something is going to stand up for him as he continues through. Quick touch of the 5 there for John as he makes his way through. The wave starting to stand up there again. Another quick nose ride for John. Of course, riding his own shapes as he again takes 4 steps to the nose. Beautiful cross step. Good footwork back to the tail. Another trip to the nose. So Megs, no downtime at all through this middle section of the wave. He decides to kick out right at the end there. Great surfing.
Great surfing. He got busy on that entire wave, all the way from the outside into the inside. Like you said, there wasn't that downtime. He really engaged all his turns and his nose rides. Everything led up to the next, and that's what the judges are going to want to see, that fluidity, that creating that painting with perfect even strokes of every single maneuver, as we see Johnny Van Hoysteen up and riding for his start of his campaign, stalling that tail, getting that tap hang 5, looking for this wall to stand up a little bit more. It looks like it's going out to sea just a little bit, but it just doesn't reform for him.
Yeah, we'll talk about wave selection in a moment, but someone who had some great wave selection on that last heat was the winner down on the glass with Belen.
Thanks for that, Ben and Bo and Megs. Hiroka, congratulations. Great surfing, amazing performance. Can you give us a little insight? Your father makes your surfboards, and I know that he made your surfboard specifically for here. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
He made a surfboard for here, and it's more shorter, and the board has a locker and more narrow. It's a good riding. It was a good riding. Sorry.
And how great that you get the opportunity to work with your father making surfboards, and it allows you to perform the way you do. How did you feel surfing your board in perfect waves out here?
I felt great. The waves were still clean out there, and I was so excited surfing today.
How did you feel about the scores and positioning out in there today? Was it easy for you to find good waves?
I learned the position from the last heat, and today my surfing is really good, better than yesterday. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, congratulations. Excellent surfing, beautiful flow style. Best of luck for your next heat, and we hope you get an opportunity to keep advancing and make it to the final. All right, congratulations. Back up to you in the box.
Thanks very much, Belen. Hiroka putting on some great performances today to make her way through these repechage rounds. Megs, I want to get back to that conversation about wave selection. Of course, Johnny the Ripper, he's had some real great success in events previous, but unfortunately just that wave selection there letting him down.
Yeah, I think with that mindset from yesterday, how big it was and how much how much water was moving, it's kind of, you got to be really, really, really picky today. Of course, you have 3 other surfers. There's priority. But he will want to look at the landmarks. We heard Hiroka touch base on, the positioning Having that landmark to me is very, very important. I said this earlier on in the competition that landmarks play a key, especially when the water is moving, the land's not. So it's the one thing you can reference, you know, even with your competitors, even in the free surf, everyone's moving, everyone's paddling around each other. So having that landmark is going to be super important. And I'm pretty sure, you know, these surfers in this competition, in this heat right now, are no stranger to contests. So I imagine they have a landmark. Are they the same landmark? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, probably not. I think
Yeah,
everyone
I
has
don't
a
think
different
they
eye.
would.
Even though it might be on the same line,
Mhm.
I think they just might look at different things and triangulate their lineup as well.
Yeah.
Maybe look at something high against something lower on the landscape. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see and have a chat. They're not going to give away their insights though.
No, absolutely not. I mean, maybe not on camera, but
Yeah,
you
true,
know,
that's right, maybe.
you got a little, hey, how's it going? Make the conversation nice and flowy. You know?
I agree.
Yeah.
To take a look at a replay here of John Garmendia's last wave. That was a 5.17 megs.
Nice quick start. Like you said, he likes to get those nose rides out the back nice and early. Nice swooping cut back into that whitewash. And this wave right here, he has a look back. He's saying, oh, do I want to kick out now or do I want to ride that wave in? And that was a good call from him because this heat is only 15 minutes. So again, the wave that you catch, you need to make sure you're making it absolutely count into that high score. Nice hang 5 in that critical section. Love how much work he's just doing to keep that board busy but in control. Nice hang 5. Really tucking that tail back behind that wave for him to levitate into that high line. Nice. I love how he really kept control in that sticky situation where there are all those bumps in there. So good ride for Jon Garmendia for Spain.
So first rides of all competitors in. It is Clinton Guest setting the scale once again in this heat. A 6.33 drops for Clinton of Australia. Jon Garmendia, as we said, a 5.17. Johnny drops a 3.5 of Hawaii, and Francisco Freitas up and riding now, just a small score, 1.6. He'll be looking to improve upon that as he's up on the nose here on his backhand, holding that 5, cross-stepping back, bringing this board back around to the pocket of the wave, where he's going to set up for another turn. Bit of work done here with the footwork, up onto the nose, holding that 5 through this section. Does really well here to stay up on the nose. You can see the tail of the board there, at the back of the wave. Still holding this 5. This is the longest nose ride we've seen in this section of the wave by far, as now he steps off the nose there, back to the tail, wrapping around, looking to get to the nose once more. A little bit of a underwater submarine there, but he brings it back up. He's going to paddle out really strong. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Let's take a look at this replay.
Wow, he was sitting really deep as he stood up behind the whitewash, but does so well to work his way around that power section. Nice carving turn to set up for this high line. Doesn't see that wave allowing him for that nose ride, but then he works it back into that high line. And here's this hold. Nice, beautiful hang 5. Just staying so poised and proper, and just look at that tail in that behind that wave, really catching it so that he can stay on that nose. Even that at one point with the drone shot, you could even see the tail kind of sliding, but the fin choice is also really, really key. It really was helping him stay in that high line. So great surfing for our surfer from Portugal.
Jon Garmendia of Spain looking to back up a 5.17. He's up to the nose, really tight 5. He's just going to set up things here, looking to get to the nose once more. Holds the 5 through this section. Great poise there to be able to make it around this fast section in front of him. Stepping back on the tail as he makes his way back up to the nose. 4 steps, has to step a bit wider now, brings a tight 5. Beautiful style there, lifting up that arm as we see John stepping now back onto the tail, kicking out of that one. It's going to be a great backup score, a smaller wave from his 5.17 as we take a look at 3 minutes on the clock, and we're going to turn our attention to the outside to see if there are any more waves ridden. Clinton Guest currently sitting with the highest wave score of the heat so far, but just with that single score at the moment, Megs, in his wave count.
Yeah, he's got a 6.33. I know it's a marathon, so he's going to want to make sure his next wave And he's been having that really good track of that next wave being his higher score. So he's setting his own pace, scoring a 6.33. In his head, I can only imagine in his head, okay, I got a 6.33. What can I add that I didn't do on the wave previous to get my score up there, right? So surfing, it becomes it can be as simple as addition. You know, I stood up, that's a 1. I cross-stepped to the nose, that's a 2. You know, this is just coming from a coaching standpoint, not from a judging standpoint, but that's how I usually tell everyone back home too, is you have to think of surfing as an additional equation, right? It's a score all the way up to 10. How can I fill the gap to make it up to 10? And it's really important that surfers pay attention to that. I mean, everyone's different, but I like to keep it simple and just keep it straight math.
I love that, Megs. I love that you just look at it as an equation and that, you know, you're kind of trying to build that score. Of course, doing 10 maneuvers on the wave isn't going to give you a 10.
Right.
But at least you're starting to link together maneuvers and get the number of maneuvers up. Of course, maneuvers in the critical section are showing commitment, control, grace, style, speed are all part of the judging criteria. But you have to be doing it in that critical section of the wave.
Right, because if it wasn't in the critical section, you know, at this high level of competition, anyone can be out in the shoulder doing it, right? But it takes that control, that commitment that you said the judges are looking for, that's going to get them into that excellent score. And, you know, I say a math equation, an addition equation, I will say it to someone else who takes information different to say, all right, we're building house. You're not building the scaffolding first, you're building the foundation. So everyone takes information different as we see live action.
40 seconds left. John Garmendia of Spain getting a third ride as we see Clinton Guest on his second wave. I love this angle from the camera. We can see both surfers. John Garmendia, beautiful nose ride on the inside. That board spinning out from underneath him as you see Clinton Guest now making his way through this section here. Drops down the wave, beautiful carve around. You can see him cross-stepping up toward the nose. He gets a quick touch of the 5 as he then wraps his board back around to the white water. Does look like we've got waves from other surfers as well. Clinton Guest, a quick nose ride on the inside. He's going to do a beautiful little cross-step as he makes his way down to the inside. That will be Clinton Guest's second wave. He took off on that with 40 seconds left. It looks like we do have waves from the surfers out the back as well. This is Johnny the Ripper of Hawaii finishing it off nicely here. I'd be so interested to see what he got done on the outside, but he looks confident going into the end of this wave. Maybe throwing his arms up, not sure. No, I don't think he was sure of what he needed for scores, because obviously other surfers now waiting for those scores to lock in. He had a small 3.5. He's going to have to go pretty high to be able to back it up. On screen it says a 2.84, but we're going to be waiting for scores from other surfers as we see a replay, Megs.
Yeah, he got this right before the horn blew. Nice sweeping drop knee straight back into that hang 10. I mean, the way that he connected this wave, it was absolutely amazing. He's working his way into the inside. That work on the outside, I mean, and then this quick shuffle, that quick cross step all the way up to that nose, banking it off. I mean, beautiful, beautiful ridden wave.
Now, we saw Johnny get some lower scores for smaller waves in the heat earlier on today. This wave being a bit smaller, obviously it's going to be compared to Clinton and John's wave here. John did some great work on the inside, really focusing on Clinton at the back though, because he's the one that needs to drop a good score to keep his position up in first place. Clinton on the nose there, drops down around this section as we see him do some work on the inside. Clinton Guest, he drops a 4.73 on this ride, so really improves his situation. He's got a 6.33 and a 4.73 as he brings this one through to the inside. Still awaiting scores from Johnny Van Hoenstein and also from Francisco Freitas at the end there. John Garmendia drops a 3.07, so that's not going to change his situation. Replay now, Megs, of Francisco's wave.
Yeah, this is the one where he caught behind the whitewash, gets that nice, beautiful hang 5 in the pocket, sweeping cut back. Little downtime here, just working that wave, waiting for that wave to stand back up. Nice hang 5, and this is this hang 5 he holds. He holds. He's letting this board really work for him, really just transitioning ever so slightly the weight from his front foot to his back foot. I mean, that front toe, those toes were not going anywhere. Nice sweeping carve back into the whitewash. Nice cross step. Gets a little submarine, as you said, and just does a beautiful kick out.
So, as it stands, last score coming in for Johnny Van Hoenstein. Not enough to put him into advancing position. A 4.80. Team Hawaii losing out here in men's round 6 of the repechage. As we await a score of Francisco Freitas, currently in 4th, needing a 4.58 to move up into advancing position. It will be Clinton Gass moving on through in that first place. Who is going to join him? Is it our Portuguese surfer? Or is it going to be John Garmendia? Clinton Gass there, Team Australia. Really happy with his performance. He's been coming up in so many heats throughout the days, and he's still keeping the stoke high as we see that last score come in for Francisco Freitas. Not enough. It will be Clinton Gass moving through for the Irukandjis. And John Garmendia of Spain. Stay tuned. We're going to be back with more action. Men's round 6 of the repechage. Hello surf fans, you are watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship here at El Sunzal. Fantastic conditions for our competitors out there in the water. Bit of a paddle battle here. You can see some sets rolling through at the start of this heat. We're into heat number 2 of men's round 6 of the repechage. Matias Maturano of Argentina in the red, Jefferson Silva of Brazil in the blue, Dara Robrock, who's been on an amazing run of surfing here. He's going to be in the green jersey representing the Netherlands. And Stephen Newton of the USA dropped an excellent score earlier on today. Can he back that up? As we see surfers taking a look, it is going to be Dara Robrock having a look at this. He's deciding not to go because Stephen Newton down the line is up and riding on this wave. But one of the biggest set waves, definitely. He goes to the progressive style of longboarding. Huge re-entry off the top of the wave. He's again up into the lip and then carves his board back around to the whitewater. He's going to look to mix it up with some nose riding time. He gets a quick touch of the 5, bringing this one back through to the critical section here, setting up, trying to get to the nose, knowing he needs to mix up the variety of maneuvers. Stephen Newton wraps that board back to the pocket as he steps up onto the nose again and just loses that wave. But a great start there from Stephen Newton to kick things off. 12 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, the way that he did that really big carving turn was looking a lot like his coach, Colin Phillips. So
there he is.
Yeah, there he is. Speaking of the man, ex-world champion of longboarding. Great, great style. I remember watching him and Bonga Perkins and Josh Constable. They were in a bunch of longboard surf movies. Like they had Local Color. CJ Nelson was also in that one. I remember wanting, every time I surfed bigger waves, like at Haleiwa, that was a movie I put on.
Just to pump you up.
Just to pump me up, you know. If I couldn't, we didn't have footage back then to rewatch. I mean, I was so lucky if I had my mom or my dad on the beach filming, but most of the time it was my dad filming on the beach. But yeah, the way that he engaged that rail, I mean, he's starting to build his house. I see the drywall coming up on this plan there.
Jefferson Silva of Brazil up and riding, loves getting to the nose here. We've seen some fantastic 10s from him. He's just going to get a 5 to kick things off as he drops down this wave here, using the length of that board to whip it around back to the whitewater. You see surfers staying close to the whitewater there. That is the critical section, what we call the pocket of the wave. You see Jefferson deciding that this is not going to stand up for him on the inside, so deciding to kick out, paddle back out. As we take a look at Matu of Argentina up and riding, beautiful critical nose ride on his backhand. That mid-face carve down the wave, it sets up another quick little cross step, getting to the nose on the tight 5 there as he again finds the tail of this board for some more rail work. He's going to be patient through this section here, things going a little flatter on the wave. He's going to have to carve that board back toward the left-hand side of the wave as he continues on. Grabbing rail now, getting really low on his board to control it through the bumpy whitewater section. As he rebounds off the foam, again, brings it around. Lots of setup work here to try and get to the inside section. Is it going to be able to get more scoring potential on the inside? He does. He's up on the nose for a quick 5. And this wave finishing off. Now I'm going to get the name right this time. I'm going to throw it down to Clinton Guest of Australia. He's on the glass with Bellin.
Thanks for that, Bo. All right, so apparently you own some real estate on this glass right now. So this is your third heat. No, this is your second heat. Making it into a third heat now. Yeah. Absolutely ripping out there. You've got good equipment under your feet. You're surfing confident. Your lowest scores have been like a 6.5. How are you feeling now coming through this repercharge and spending a lot of time in front of this glass?
Yeah, a lot of heats have been going my way, and I feel like, just making smart decisions out there, knowing the right waves to catch, and doing my style of surfing's been paying off, and just really enjoying surfing pumping waves and trying to showcase my best surfing. It's getting me up and about, and I'm really fired up to keep it going.
The difference in being able to get good equipment under your feet. You know, every shaper has their amazing skill set, but it's just about connecting with the one that works best for you and what you're trying to bring the best out of your surfing. And you found that in this beautiful board. Can you give us a little insight as to what you're riding and ripping on?
Yeah, so after last year, just identifying the Skin Dog dynamic double scoop, really performing out here. I spoke to Ben Skinner and Harley Ingleby and got one back home, and been putting some time in when it's bigger and bumpy, and it just really matches this wave's tempo and lets me get on the nose and hold it, and really slashy turns and feels good on rail. So it really matches the speed of the wave. It wants to go with it, and it's feeling really nice out there. Let's go.
Well, congratulations on your surfing. Impeccable performance. Everyone in Australia would be screaming their heads off for you, so best of luck in your next heat. Go get rehydrated, and I hope you have heaps of fun in the surf out there because it's pumping.
Let's go, Bellin. Let's go, Team Oz. Let's go. You.
All right, back up to you in the booth.
Thanks very much. Lots of passion there from Clinton. He'll be moving on through, coming up again later on today. Let's fingers crossed that these waves stay pumping for the athletes. It's been a great day of action so far. Halfway through this heat, 7 minutes 30 seconds left on the clock, and we'll update you with the scores. It is Stephen Newton dropped a 7.33 for his first wave, that progressive style of longboard surfing, but also mixing it up with some traditional surfing in the pocket with those nose rides and beautiful carves too. As we see a surfer in red, Matu, in second place currently. He dropped a 5.83 for his first ride, and Jefferson Silva a 3.83. As we see Stephen taking a look on this one in that third priority. The others have left him outside there with this wave. He's up on the nose to kick things off. Steps back onto the tail, has to deal with a bit of chop on the face. Extends those arms for a carve down this wave. Has to deal with that whitewater section in front of him. He's found himself on two of probably the biggest waves in this heat so far. He managed to get some good surfing done on the outside. Talk us through the end of this wave.
He's redirecting left as we see that this high tide is starting to kind of split the peak, so it's not really giving him that inside, but there it is. It's starting to pick up again. Now he's behind that white water, but he's working his way into this inside. Nice swooping turn as he sees the surfers for the next heat paddling out. Beautiful kick out. I can hear Team USA really hooting and hollering down there because that was a beautiful ride from Steven.
Yeah, you can definitely hear the cheers there from teammates. As we take a look at the back, it's going to be Darryl Rubrock sitting with that second priority. He's up and riding, but Jefferson Silva has first priority, so Jefferson going to take this wave as he's up on the nose. 5, quick touch of the 10, steps back and holds this nose ride for a really long extended time on that outside section as he gets another tap for the 10. One thing I will say though, I didn't see that wave breaking behind him, so a little bit out on the shoulder as Jefferson wraps that board back toward the whitewater. See him again bring that board through. Jefferson looking like he's riding quite a long board out there in these conditions. We've seen Kai Salas riding 9/8. Jefferson now setting up for some time up on the nose, holding that 5. He steps back, going to kick out there before the end section of that wave, so it's going to be a good score for him to back up. But Douwer getting things started, 5 minutes left, up to the nose, 5-10. Beautiful style from this young surfer representing the Netherlands. We see him step back on the tail. He's got a great style, real traditional style of surfing. Beautiful little touch of the nose there, just really well paced throughout this wave, making the most of it. Really foamy, but he finds himself again up on the nose. Super critical nose riding as well. Darryl Rubrock, as we see him again, walking up to the nose, perching for a 5, touch of the 10, holds it. Beautiful, just the style he has, the grace in his surfing as well. Touches the nose again, that wave closing out of the inside. A lot of the hard work was done. He needs to put in the hard paddles now, makes to get out the back.
Yeah, he needs to start stroking his way out, and he does. He knows he's only got about 4 minutes left. We know that Daisy said earlier that it is easier to paddle out, so he's really hoping one swings to him as he's paddling out.
Matias Maturano of Argentina. Matu taking a look at that one, just with a one-wave score of a 5.83. As you said, Megs, under 4 minutes now left on the clock. Waiting for scores from last of Stephen Newton as we watch the replay here. This is actually his 7.33.
His first wave going straight into that whitewash. Oh, I love to see it. Very progressive surfing. But then he slows it down. He does a nice swooping cutback, waiting for this wave to stand up again. He knows he just has that nose facing the sand, gets that quick footwork to that nose. Nice working of that tail. The judges really love seeing that work of that beautiful, beautiful carving cut back straight into that high line. He's really good at turning, roundhousing almost, and banking off of that whitewash and then finding like that high line again. This is his second wave, is 6.5. Nice, beautiful hang 5 out the back, working his way into the inside. You said he's caught the 2 biggest waves. Great tactics, trying to stay busy. Again, redirecting that board. That high tide starting to really split up the peak, creating these 2 peaks. He gets a little bit hung up here, but he gets to that nose, walks back ever so gracefully as he's working his way around this whitewash, trying to find another face to get that last nose right in, avoiding the surfers, and he just kicks out. Beautiful ride by Stevie Newton.
Darryl Rubrock drops to 6.10, so he's back in the conversation, but with only 2 minutes left on the clock. I take a look over my shoulder. I'm trying to find where Dower is out in the lineup. He's actually almost out the back with the other competitors already, so that's 2 minutes gone from when he finished his last ride. He's put in some really strong paddles. He'll be moving onto screen very shortly as we see surfers out the back there currently with priority. It is Matu of Argentina. He needs only a small score right now to move into second place because Dower does not have that backup ride. Jefferson Silva now moves up into second place. Jefferson's last ride, a 5.40, but it is Matu holding down priority, so he's going to use that on this ride. Up to the nose, 4 steps. Little nice. I love the way he used his weight there over the front of the board. Again, touching for the 10, holding that nose ride, whipping that board back around to the whitewater. This is really going to back up that score that he dropped earlier. Again, tight 5, up for the 10. as Matu brings it back to the inside. Current heat leader on the outside. Stephen Newton also getting some work done. Stay with Matu on the inside as he goes up to the nose, holds that nose ride, really brings that board back to the whitewater. You can see him working it through the inside section here, wanting to continue through. He's done some great nose rides on the outside, utilizing the full length of this board as he makes his way up on the nose again for a quick touch of the tan and finishes on the sand. So that's going to be Matu there, finished with that heat. We're going to wait for that score to come through. Only 2 waves from our surfer from Argentina. Smart move there. And it looks like Stephen Newton was up on that wave behind, probably not going to improve on his situation. Jefferson Silva, though, in that really tricky spot in second, looking to back up a score as he takes 2 steps up on the board. Another 2 steps will get him up for the 5. See Jefferson cutting back into the whitewater. You see him on his backhand here, seeing what else he can manufacture on the inside. Jefferson's going to stick with this one because there's only 5 seconds left of this heat. That's going to be the end of it. Did Dower get another wave on the outside? We'll have to have a look. Stay with Jefferson Silva here because this is going to really help his situation. He's trying to drop a 3.83 to back up his 5.4 as we see him on the nose through the inside here. That wave getting pretty small as we see Jefferson just bouncing off the white water. Now, did Dower get another wave before this heat finished? Megs, you're nodding your head because you looked
yes,
over.
I looked over because I just heard screaming and hootering and hollering, and I had to just look over, and he was on one. So I want to see, we're waiting for judges to deliberate those scores. We're waiting for scores from all 4 surfers.
Dower coming in on his belly, so it looks like he may have had a fall out on the outside there, or maybe he's just navigating the shore break. It's going to be so interesting to see if we can get a replay of Dower's last wave because he's sitting right on the bubble there, as is Matu and Jefferson. I have a feeling Steve Newton may even be biting his nails at this point in time, especially if Dower drops a big score for that last ride. Jefferson could improve the situation, as can Matu. Matu put together some great nose rides on the outside section. Some real critical surfing from him on his backhand. Of course, we're going to take a look at a replay now of Matu's wave, Megs.
Nice tight hang 5 there in the pocket. Nice 10 there. Let a bit out on the shoulder, but that wave running away from him really quickly because of that high tides. But he does so well to cut back into the power section. Nice 5, tap 10, hang 5. Swooping back, we see Stephen Newton in the background there. But we're going to focus on Matu. Nice high line. Looking for that wall to stand up again. Nice stretch, hang 5. Turning back, rebounding off of that whitewash. Redirecting back left. Keep redirecting back left. Nice drop knee to get back into that right face. Keeping redirecting, waiting for this wave to stand up again, and it does. It's getting into the pupusa section, but he gets that tap, hang 10. Turns out, rides away cleanly. As we see the replay here for Jefferson Silva from Brazil. Just getting that nice hang 5 on the outside. Nice turning carve, swooping, letting that spray really get behind that wave. Stalling at the top. Waiting for this wave to stand up. Getting that hang 5. Little shuffle back. Judges are going to take notice of that. Beautiful hang 5s for Jefferson, though. Waiting for this wave to stand back up. Redirecting that board back right and left. Instead of hopping, the surfers are really going to want to just make their way, tail surf that in, getting that smooth control, fluidity down, waiting for this wave to stand back up. At this point, he is looking to get a 5.93.
Yeah, Matu dropped a 5.5, a surfer in red from Argentina, so that put him into second place currently, but waiting on scores for both Dower Robrock and Jefferson Silva. As we see Kevin Scavana on screen, flying the flag for the United States of America. Stevie Newton coming in from his heat there. So Stephen Newton dropped a 5.97, not enough to enhance his situation. He's currently holding the lead. Matias Maturano on screen, currently in the second place, but we are waiting for Dower Robrock's last wave to drop in. It drops a 6.53, puts Dower up into second. However, Jefferson Silva still waiting on that last score of the surfer from Brazil, needing a 7.23 now to move into second place. I don't think it's going to be enough, Megs, for Jefferson.
Man. It was a smaller wave. It seemed like he did have some critical nose rides though, and some good turns. But the judges are looking at the different scores right now because he does need a 7.23. I don't think it's there, and it's not. It's a 5.13, so he's just missing out 2 points shy of the score that he needed.
Be Team USA, Stephen Newton moving on through, and also Douda Obrock of the Netherlands moving on through. Ofeli on screen there, waiting for her next heat to get started. We've got one more heat of men's round 6 of the repechage to bring you. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be lots more action coming up. Stay tuned.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Hello and welcome back as we see these beautiful scenes here of El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. Pelicans flying over the competitors there as they set up this next heat. Men's repechage round 6, heat number 3. We have a previous gold medalist finding himself in the repechage rounds, Rodrigo Spire in the blue jersey of Brazil. He won back in 2010. He's going to be looking to back up another medal 15 years on from that final. Joining him, we have Crisanto Villanueva of the Philippines. We also have Sophie Arguil of Argentina in the green, and Tom Breen representing Ireland in the white jersey. Looks like there's a paddle on the outside to try and get things started. A set moving through, competitors finding themselves deep on the reef. This is a great angle here, Megs, of some landmarks on the beach that you could line up with. As we see Tom Breen taking a look at this one, a bit too far forward. And it's going to be King Villanueva up and riding. No, sorry. Yes, it is King. Sorry, I just couldn't see with the drone flying through there. Holding that 5 through that outside section. Great surfing, beautiful drop knee. Almost carves it down, but decides to keep his speed through this section. As we see him powering his way through the white water, finding some more open face to get some more work done. King's going to step back. Beautiful drop knee turn. See how far his back foot was onto the inside rail. Thanks, that was fantastic.
Yeah, even on that turn too. It's like on very well past the stringer. So good tactics from him, really understanding his board. This board looking a lot flatter than the boards we've been seeing from other surfers. As he just goes down in the Pupusa section, that section's getting a little hairy as the tide starts to come in. As we see Blue up and riding. Our surfer from Brazil, Rodrigo Spire, just an in and out, wanting to really utilize his time, knowing that that wave wasn't going to give him any more scoring potential. So he's going to make his way back out with just a little short of 13 minutes left in the heat, Bo.
Yeah, Rodrigo, no stranger to competition, of course. As we mentioned, gold medalist here at the ISA World Longboard Championship 15 years ago. Still representing his country, still putting on great performances throughout this event. We saw King take off on that first wave there. He's going to set the scale in this heat. Judges are going to be referring to the rides based on that, as we see Tom Breen of Ireland up and riding. Beautiful extended drop knee carve down to the bottom of this wave. Sets himself up for a hang 5. As he steps back Sets thing up again, another drop knee carve, back to the pocket, riding his Skin Dog surfboards. Again, beautiful drop knee as he just starts to step on the tail, 4 steps, quick tap of the nose as Tom wraps this one through to the inside. Tom's really been finding his feet throughout the heats as he moves through these repechage rounds. Beautiful drop knee again, wrapping back to the white water. He decides to kick out there to get back out the back. You can hear the cheers from Team Ireland on the beach there. And we're going to take a look at a replay here of a possible interference call to kick things off at the start. Sofiel Gil up and riding in the green. We see Rodrigo Spire in the blue on that inside position, paddling for the wave. Megs, Rodrigo Spire holding this nose ride through this wave as we just call the action here. I think he decides to pull off this wave pretty soon. Megs, can you tell me the interference rules for our surfers?
Well, right now, the beginning of the heat, there's no priority given. So it is the surfer that's sitting the deepest, but Sofiel did stand up first. So it's kind of that situation, and Sofiel Gil does get the interference on him. He wasn't, even though he did stand up first, the thing is that he has to give way to the surfer who is deepest. Rodrigo's Fire, they didn't stand up from a very big time difference between the two of them standing up. So it was really unfortunate that Sofiel Gil didn't kick out sooner. It's just so unfortunate to.
This is a great view of this here. So you see Sofiel Gil. Rodrigo's Fire was already paddling on the inside. Sofiel Gil, you saw him sitting on his board. He spun his board, trying to get into this wave. Rodrigo's Fire, the judges deeming that Sofiel Gil interfered and hindered the scoring potential of Rodrigo's Fire on that. So a non-priority interference, which means his second highest wave score will be halved for a non-priority interference call. If you start getting into those priority interferences, that's where you start losing wave scores.
Yeah, that's when you start losing that that backup score. So it is going to, as we see Blue up and riding on this wave.
Rodrigo sitting with priority, deciding to use it on this one. And a kick out. He's just trying to keep Sofiel Gil off of these waves. Good tactic, because we've seen Sofiel have some great nose rise on this outside section. Rodrigo possibly identifying that Sofiel is going to be one of the top contenders in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, using that tactic. I mean, even for him, though, that pushed him in deep. And after getting that interference, that's going to mess up with your head, whether you got the interference or you gave it to that person. So even taking off on that wave, he was sitting really deep, trying to really reposition himself. Didn't get into that position he has. So, I mean, with 9 minutes left, we're waiting on a score from him. During that wave, he did continue. So repositioning himself, he's going to have to kind of relax, slow his heart rate down. I know things are starting to get really heated in heats, you know. It's hot. El Salvador brings the heat. The heats are bringing heats. So we really got to just...
It's hot.
It's hot.
Muy caliente.
You know? Muy caliente. The heats, the air, the water, as we see Green up and riding Sofiel Gil.
Yeah, Sofiel Gil finding himself on a smaller inside wave, up on the nose, holding that 5, going back to what he knows, and that's those nose rides out on the outside section. Decides to kick out of that one, but Crisanto Villanueva of the Philippines drops a 7.50 to kick things off. Judges recognizing that the nose riding skills on that outside, alongside the beautiful turns he was able to combine on the inside. An almost excellent scored wave, as we see Sofiel Gil just drop a 2.5 for that. Judges deliberating on Tom Breen's last wave as we see him paddling in here to this wave. He's up on the nose, quick tap of the 10, holding that 5, steps back cleanly, he's putting pressure on the tail, decides to cut that turn short because he can see a section standing up in front of him, and beautifully well red wave as he decides to nose ride through that section, steps back for the drop knee, carving down. As he again back up on the nose, so Tom Breen getting a great backup score here. We see him right down to the bottom of the wave now, staying right in the pocket of this wave. There's not much face on this, that's why he's positioned right in the white water there, waiting for things to stand up in front of him. We see that score come through for his first wave of 4.5, as we see Tom stretching out for the 5, up on the 10, because beautiful nose riding skills as he's going to decide to kick out of this end section. Team Ireland there. Really happy with Dom's performance on that ride. Lots of screaming coming from the beach. We can hear him from the booth here, Megs.
Yeah, they're excited. I mean, as we see live action, we'll get back to that with Blue. Rodrigo's Fire, quick step to the hang 5, getting down to that middle face. He just gets a little bit hung up with that walking back, but he recovers, finds this high line again. This wave's starting to kind of get away from him, and it's starting, but he slows it down almost with his back foot. That was so interesting to see. Swoops, carves back into the pocket, waiting for this wave to pick back up again. Really good at redirecting that board, really using his upper body to lift the board up with him as he's turning. And that's how he's getting these really big sprays off of the back of the wave, is the way that he transitions his weight from up on the top of half of his body to the bottom. It's really pressuring, putting that rail into the water, engaging as he gets into this pupusa section. He's actually opting to ride a 2+1 as well.
He is opting to ride that 2+1. So the difference in those fins, 2+1 is going to give you a little bit more of a carving maneuver on the open face, a little bit more stability, where that single fin is going to give you more of a pivot turn, but also hold in really well for the nose rides. Am I right in saying that, Megs?
Yes, you are, absolutely. The 2+1 actually gives you more surface area for the water to catch as you're turning. You know, you are putting pressure and your weight onto a rail that's maybe 2 to 3 inches thick. So what you want is something to catch that outside water to really engage. And with the single fin, it does give you more of those drawn out turns and allows you to really go up and down on the wave rather than a really quick snap. But with the single fin, when it starts to get choppy, you see a lot of our surfers get the tail kicked out, and that's due to them not distributing their weight properly. They really want to spread their stance. I told Tom actually yesterday, he said, he was like, yeah, that wave was so big and bumpy, and then all I could hear you screaming in my head was, bend your knees. And he did, and he made it through, and now he's surfing in this heat, and he's got a 4.5. We're still waiting for a score to come in. I'm guessing that's going to bump him up to second right now as we wait for Rodrigo's Fire's second wave to come in.
Yeah, Rodrigo dropped a 6.5 for his first ride. That was during that paddle battle that he had with Surfiel, or the interference call on Surfiel as well. Surfiel dropping a 4.6 for his previous ride. Still waiting that last of Rodrigo's Fire. Probably going to put him up into the lead. And of course, Tom Breen is going to change the situation again. Sets approaching the lineup. 4 minutes left. Ah, the beautiful food down here, Megs.
Oh, wow. I'm definitely going to need that on my break. I feel like, is that a fruit tart?
I don't know. Tell you what, someone with a cool fruity style is king, up and riding as he drop knee carves along this wave, cross-stepping 4 steps, quick touch of the nose. This is going to bring this one through. Grab rail, drop knee carve to the pocket there, setting things up perfectly as he takes another trip to the nose. You see him again stretching that back foot way back on the tail above the fin as he makes his way through the inside section here and just catches a rail as he goes back with his back foot on that turn there.
Yeah, he didn't have enough pressure on his back foot lifting the entire board out of the water. So instead of putting pressure on his back foot to lift the board, he actually just sunk his heels in and it actually just caught. So that's what happens with these fatter, flatter boards, is that that tail, if you see him paddling, that tail is almost as wide as his nose. So he has to be careful. It's going to put him into those nose rides as we saw and keep him there as long as that back half of that board is behind the wave. But when it comes to turning, he really needs to do well in putting pressure on the back foot as almost like a gas pedal and then his front foot as the steering wheel.
Tom Breen up and riding. This will be his third wave score to come through. Beautiful style on the nose there from Tom as he makes his way through the midsection of this wave, carving that board back around, not opting for the drop knee turn on that cut back there. As we see him set up some footwork toward this section of the wave, gets a quick touch of the 5, wrapping drop knee, cut back toward the white water. Very quick transition to get up to the nose for another quick touch of the 5. Again, extending that board back, rebounding off the white water. Great surfing from Tom. He's really starting to build some momentum throughout his heats here. As we see him again just driving that board through the white water, setting things up for the inside. I'm sure you're going to hear some screams, some cheers from his teammates. Again, up on the nose for a 10. Can he get back in time? He does. He rides out cleanly with control. Tom Breen putting some really well-surfed waves together to add to his scoreline. As we see scores dropping for Rodrigo Spire, 1 minute 30 seconds left. An 8.07, excellent surfing from Rodrigo on his previous wave. Backed up with a 6.5. He currently has a 14.57 heat total. Still waiting on the last, though, of King's wave to drop in from the Philippines. And also, we are waiting for Tom Breen's 2 previous wave scores. So, like you keep saying, Megs, that rainbow of colours on your screen is just going to keep changing. 1 minute left on the clock. Tense times here as all surfers are paddling back out toward the lineup to try and get their final waves. Surfing Guild sitting out there with priority at the moment. He drops down into 4th position. We've got scores coming in for Tom Breen's previous rides. A 5.73 and a 5.27 for Tom Breen. He's currently in 2nd place, still waiting on the last wave score for Crisanto, and he's up and riding again. This will be the final wave for him as you see him drop knee carving his board back toward the white water. Lots of setup work here. Lots of turns he has to do before he can find a nose riding section. You see him stepping forward, stepping back on the board, trimming that board speed, and it looks like he's got a little bit of a wall in front of him. Decides to drop knee carve back around, rebounding off the white water. I'm not sure if this wave's going to go up into his top 2 wave scores. Decides to kick that one away. Are we going to see any more waves ridden? I think we are as the camera pans back out. Sergio Gil up and riding of Argentina. He's been doing this all week long, standing tall on the nose. Love the hands on the hips. That hood ornament, love it. As he stays on the nose for this ride here, all the way through this section. This is the longest nose ride we've seen. He's just claiming it. As you see, a cool style there from Sergio as he wraps that board back toward the white water. What a nose ride he's put on for us on this wave. He's back up on the nose again. Sergio Gil, remember his 2nd highest wave score will be halved. Another little touch of the hips there, and again just holding it. Just like, what? This wave is amazing. Just standing up in front of him to be able to stay on the nose. A quick touch of the 10. Oh my goodness, he's drawing some inspiration of Taka Inoue, who got minutes of nose riding time. Sergio Gil showing the passion the Argentinians have. Riding that wave all the way in. Basically on the nose for the entire ride.
Wow.
But he's still got that penalty in his scoreline. Not going to matter, you don't think, Megs? So, Rodrigo Spire, the last wave surfed of the heat. This is going to count for Rodrigo. Already some good wave scores surfed. He wraps that board, full roundhouse cutback back toward the white water. As now he sets up some nose work on the inside. He's up on the nose, holding that 5. Drawing some inspiration from Surfiel in that last one as he again wraps it back for a roundhouse cutback, rebounding off the foam. That's the 2nd one. So we'll see Rodrigo possibly improving upon his 6.5. We'll see how high the judges go for this score as he brings it through to the inside. 4 steps up to the nose, holds that nose ride. He looks like he's going to finish off cleanly on the inside. Oh my goodness, I need to take a breath, Megs. This is crazy.
I don't blame you. I mean, they're going to be comparing that 8.07 as we see King work his way up to the beach, getting over those beautiful cobblestones. Great surfing from all surfers. I mean, okay, going back to Sergio Gil's. Oh man, okay, now he's comboed.
So, there we go. Sergio Gil has no chance now of progressing through this heat. Unfortunately, even with his last ride still yet to lock in. We're going to take a look at a replay here, Meg. Now, I've noticed that King waxes his board all the way to the rails, and he's going to have to with drop knees like this.
Yeah, absolutely. That board is very, very wide, so he's going to have to, and you can see, you pointed out that even with that drone shot that we saw, that the way he dropped knees, the way he positions his foot is almost on the rail, the inside rail that he's turning on. As you can see, that his whole ankle disappears because it's setting into that water. Nice rebound as he gets that little dolphin dismount there. Beautiful, beautiful surfing from our Filipino surfer.
So, tense times on the beach, I do believe. Sofiel Gil drops in a 7.77, like we said. Not improving his situation. He's going to stay in 4th position. It looks like Tom Breen is going to stay in 3rd position as well, with no more scores coming through for him. We're just waiting to find out who takes 1st and 2nd. We'll bring you those results after this short break, and we're going to change commentators in the booth here. We're going to bring in Sam and Belen.
Welcome back to the action as we are just waiting for that last score to come in. There it is. Crisanto Villanueva stays in 2nd. Rodrigo Schweier takes the win. Tom Breen ends his run for Team Ireland. Sofiel Gil for Argentina. He will be eliminated, but amazing nose riding from who I am calling the Lionel Messi of longboarding. If you know your football, you'll know Lionel Messi, the great Argentinian footballer. Sofiel Gil, incredible on that long nose ride. And Tom Breen, massive congratulations for what has been an incredible run. He can fly the flag. He's proud. He's done well. And he'll be hungry for more in the coming competitions. And he would have picked up so much from this success.
Oh, definitely. The amount of growth that you have from making it through those heats will definitely go towards next year. He's so proud of himself. He's so proud of his country and proud for his country, as he should be. He's done amazing.
We'll set the scene here. It's repechage round 6, 3 heats. Heat 1, Elise Lemoine going for a 3rd gold medal. Ginger Kaimi for Italy. Ophelia Cohen also for France. Caitlin Mickelson, Team USA. Now, having 2 French surfers, 2 teammates, will that be beneficial for Elise and Ophelia?
I know that if I've ever been in a heat with a fellow, countrywoman, you definitely drive off of each other, and you find that you push each other. Yes, you're there to win, but as well, you also drive off of each other. You're telling each other, go, 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 that was a good one, or you got this, or like, especially, if they have priority and you don't, and you drive off of each other for sure.
So we're still on those 15-minute heats, no takers so far, 30 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. We'll have 2 more heats of this women's repechage round 6, then we'll move into men's repechage round 7, which will be 2 heats, and we'll finish off the day with women's repechage round 7. And those surfers who progress out of that round 7, they have a chance to go into finals day. And finals day tomorrow, we're going to have the opportunity to crown our gold medalists, our team gold medalists. People will win silvers, they'll win bronzes and coppers. But right now, sitting deepest is Caitlin Mickelson, opting for a very interesting positioning in the lineup there. What do you think about that, Belin?
She wants to wait for it. Oh, if I was her, I'd be wanting one of those sets that tide's coming in. You're just going to want to get a big one with a nice wall. Maybe she's trying to draw people down her way and come inside. She knows what she's doing, and she'll have a plan.
Yeah, and we saw the tactics of Coco Bonilla in a recent heat, just drawing surfers deeper when she was out of priority and it paying off. So I sometimes think that your positioning can be a bit like a game of chess. Do you take the risk and go deep, or do you sit wide knowing you'll be able to make the section? And live action, as we can see, Ginger Kaimi, she's looking for that shoulder. She doesn't catch it. Elise Lemoine was also close as well, but she doesn't get that. So will there be somebody popping up to their feet on this beaky wave? And it looks like coming deep from the section, it's Caitlin Mickelson. Great line with 4 steps to the 5 and holds that nice nose ride. locked into the nose, dropping down, speeding, accelerating. So that super deep positioning from Caitlin Mickelson pays off as she just powers her Takayama off the top. Beautiful rail work as she just sweeps and unleashes from the tail as she cross steps forward, goes back into the bowl section and just comes coolly out of that bottom turn. Now she's really going to set things up for a nice wall on the inside as she stalls. Might get the chance for another 5. There it is. Holds that 5. Walks out of that nose ride. Cross steps to the tail. She's going to be able to kick out, and she's clapping because she is ecstatic. That was a really strong ride, and it came off the back of savvy positioning from the get-go.
That was so smart what she did. She went deep, and then as soon as everyone paddled for that wave, she just jammed to the right position. She saw where that wave was going to break, and that had such a long wall on it.
Okay, with that, let's go down to the glass. Good. Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil is taking the win, and he's with Bo.
Rodrigo, I'm seeing glimpses of your gold medal back in 2010. Tell me, how did you feel out there in the water?
Lembrando uma década onde você teve medalhas de ouro, como você está se sentindo lá fora?
Cara, estou me sentindo bem. Está na repescagem agora e o foco continua. É o mesmo caminho, um pouco dolorido, mas a gente vai chegar lá.
He's feeling good. He's focused on the repechage. He knows the way, and he's confident that he's gonna make it.
One more heat coming up today. How are you going to prepare for that?
Mais uma bateria no dia de hoje. Como você vai se preparar para isso?
Manter o foco, descansar um pouco e lutar da mesma forma. Vamos buscar aí chegar no Finals Day.
Get a little rest, keep the focus on, and we do the same plan and hope to get in the final day tomorrow.
Can you tell me a little bit about the boards you were riding out there? You're riding a 2+1 fin setup. Can you tell me a little bit about how that feels?
Você pode falar um pouco da prancha que você está usando? Você está usando uma triquilha?
Sim, eu estou usando uma triquilha Luffy. É uma prancha que eu gosto muito e para essas condições aqui eu acho que é a prancha ideal para o meu surf. Então eu estou mais à vontade com ela e é o equipamento que eu vou usar até o fim.
He's using a Luffy tri-fin, and he feel really good with the board, and he's the good board for the conditions here, and he's gonna keep with the board until the end.
I think that's a great idea. We look forward to seeing you come up later today. Good luck in the rest of the competition, and back to you guys upstairs.
There we go. We see a smile at the end. That's the Rodrigo Schweier smile I like to see. Is Elise Lemoine going for 3 gold medals. Gets her toes on the nose on the inside. She won here a couple of years ago, and she's feeling pumped. She won her first in 2019 in home territory in Biarritz. Ginger Kaimi on a big bouncy wave, and she just drops down low to hold on to that rail, and she's hanging on tight and cross-stepping forward. Nice footwork into a 5. Walks out of that nose ride, sweeps that turn. 12-year-old Ginger Kaimi looking for her first score of the heat. Caitlin Mickelson with a 7.17 for her opening wave as Kaimi with her footwork so fast. Sets herself up right through the inside, just stalling, looking over her shoulder. Can she get a nice chance for a little nose ride through the inside? She can't. She ends her ride, and Ophelia Akuen is on a nice sweeping down calf. Berlin, world-class surfing yet again. It's been an incredible day, and the show continues.
The style that I'm seeing and the quality of surfing that I'm seeing from everyone in the past few heats is just, it's so fun to be here to commentate and to describe how technical, how amazing, and how great the wave is, the energy here, the contest setup. It is just, it's the dream contest area.
Absolutely. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Caitlin gets a 7.17. We're expecting a strong score for Elise. Ginger looked like there was a lot of bounce in the early part of that ride, but she did regain her composure and get some touches to the nose and some strong footwork through the later stages. Ophelia did have a wipeout in the middle end part of that ride, so at the moment it could well be Caitlin that stays out in front unless Elise goes higher on the score, and Caitlin's already out back looking for her second ride, so that tactic to sit extremely deep is paid off. Is she going to swing and get this wave here? She's tempted, or is she going to turn? She has a think about it and decides to play the patience game. Good call.
That was a good call.
There we go. 6 minutes 50 seconds remaining. Waiting for scores to come in for Elise Lemoine, Ginger Kaimi and Ophélie Acuen for France, Italy and France. Of course, 2 teammates here. The gold team medalist from 2023. Elise Lemoine won her title that year, her 2nd gold. She's going for an unprecedented 3 gold medals to equal the record on the men's side by Marcelo Freitas for Brazil. And as we move down into the latter stages, I think the momentum is with Caitlin Michelson, but Elise drops a 6.33, so that is a nice score for the French surfer. She can build on that if she gets a second opportunity, and waiting now for what I think is going to be lower scores for Ginger and Ophélie.
Yes, they both, Ginger's had a great takeoff, and then unfortunately, just kind of lost balance, and then she did so well to navigate. As we see, this is Caitlin's opening ride, a 7.17, a nice nose ride. Powering through that section, comes back into the middle part of the board, pumps off the middle range of it, and again, just chasing, just weaving. She's got a little bit of downtime. Nice turn there. Again, this is such a good-looking wave.
Yep.
It looks really fun to surf. As again, she's just kind of just drawing some lines, some nice S turns, and then she's setting up for a wall. And then we see lovely cut back to this inside section where this is where she gets her nice second big nose ride, holds that line.
Nice.
And then connects it on the inside and then kicks out, and you see how excited she is.
Yeah, she's feeling it.
7.17, great opening ride for our American.
Great surfing. I love the
USA.
flow as well, just the way she just eyed up those opportunities for those big sweeping turns. So she's setting up now for her second wave. Paddling in, high line, stalls, 2 steps forward, just runs back to the tail. No nose ride wall on that takeoff, but a nice cut back. And now she has that high line. And again, cross steps forward, goes back to the tail, 2 really nice sweeping turns, a big wave. Peaky as well, difficult to get behind the section for the nose ride, but she's been good off rail. She set up some cross steps, but hasn't found the opportunity to really get a 5. And again, we'll go into a nice cut back, and this is now the stall. And there's the roll of the touch of the 5. And takes a fall on the corner there, but it's a decent backup, 4 minutes 20 seconds. She would have loved to have had a little nose ride to stand up for her earlier on that wave as Ophélie gets her toes on the tip. Can she get a 10? There's that trademark 10 from Ophélie. I'll never forget when she first came on the scene in the kind of 2004, 5, 6 period, and she just kind of really was the best female nose rider in Europe for about 8 years, and it was great to see. She just really was famous for those long hang 10s. As she sets herself up now through the inside, stalls it low, but gets bounced off, but did get a significant nose ride. She would have liked to have had a cleaner finish. She's going to add to a 3.5. Ginger Kaimi gets a 4. So all surfers now, have got that kind of lower backup score other than Elise, who's still just sitting on a 6.33 waiting for her second ride, and she's sitting in second priority. So we get to look down the coast there. You can see that tide is really starting to fill in now. It's getting higher and higher. What have you got to say, Belen?
I was just going to say, I'm really interested to see how the woman who knows the game, and then you've got the young up-and-comer who I've seen now a couple of times in her heat have priority and not take it. So it will be really interesting if she's had that insight as to if you're in position and you've got priority, go.
Yeah.
Do not let being so kind and sweet interfere. If you're wanting to make it past this heat and you've got Elise next to you and you have priority and a good wave comes to you, don't sit there.
Yeah, but Ginger, I tell you, she is serious. Like she's like really knows how to work the game. I've seen her across the last 2 years at European Juniors, Salinas Longboard Festival, and she's super focused and knows how to play the system. And I think
that's good.
The youth of her, sometimes people get excited about, wow, look at the talent. But actually, if you strip that away and watch her tactics and her technique, she has studied the art of competitive surfing. And they have a plan, they have a system, she knows how to hold tight. And what she is, since a very young age, she's an incredibly strong paddler. I remember watching her when she was just age 10 on a big day in the northern coast of Spain at a competition, and it was near impossible to get out back. But what we saw from her was she couldn't duck dive, she could only roll, but she chose the line between the lulls to get her way out back, and the reed of the ocean was born of growing up in Fuerteventura, which is a big gnarly place to surf.
It is super gnarly.
Yeah.
I've been there on a surf trip before, and I know exactly what you're talking about. But being able to identify those little reverse currents or currents that are within the waves that's amazing, because so many people do not, still even at this level, do not understand how that works.
Absolutely. As we see Elise paddling for that wave, she's in second priority, so it now means that she'll shift down to fourth priority. 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Wow. This is a massive moment, Berlin, because this is repechage. Elise is our 2 times ISA gold medalist, going for her 3rd gold medal. She's carrying a 6.33. There's only 1 minute remaining, and she's just lost her list in the priority system. And you can now see Caitlin moving in. Elise in 4th priority. Caitlin now with a backup score of a 5.33, looking strong in 1st place. And now Caitlin is moving in to shadow Elise, who's trying to get out of all of the surfers' way so she can maybe snag the backup score. So this is a massive moment. Will we see the elimination of Ginger Kaimi and Elise Lemoine and Caitlin and Ophelia progressing, or will things change in the last 30 seconds?
I'm really, this is the first time I've really seen this come up yet. You haven't, we saw a little bit in one of the previous heats, but this is very much, I need to hold my priority.
Elise only needs a 2.10, and she's got 10 seconds remaining. She's giving everything to try to catch this wave on the inside. She's going as hard as she can. Will she be able to get it? She's up. She's chasing a very low score. It's just in time. She wants a 2.10. She's standing tall. No nose ride section yet. Some cross steps. Bearing in mind she's only chasing a 2.1. I think she's done it. There's the nose ride. There's the soul arch. There's the walkout. And you know what? Those other competitors, they gave her that. They could have reacted. All of them could have reacted. Ophelia and Ginger could have come in and shadowed her and got close and made sure they took the wave off her. But I think that Elise has done what she needs, chasing only a 2.10. Bearing in mind that none of the other surfers have got a score to tabulate.
That was really smart of Elise. That was really, really great competitive tactic of just trying to get away.
Yeah, that was the savvy competitor coming out in her. She went for that wave when she was in second priority, missed it, realized she had to react quickly, came far inside, just about got the wave, and chasing just a 2.10. I think that nose ride alone puts her in the 3 mark. May well fall something. I mean, it's a very small wave. It could land at something like a 4, but my feeling says she's got the score and she's going to move up into second position.
We have been wrong.
Absolutely, we've been wrong loads this week, but we've been talking about our reasoning, our explanation of the rides. There it comes in, a 2.43. It's enough. She moves up into second. Ophelia Akuen eliminated, along with Ginger Kaimi and Caitlin Mickelson, and Elise Lemoine progress through to women's repechage round 7, which will be coming up pretty soon as the surfers move back into the inside, and Caitlin played the field perfectly then.
She surfed very well. Again, that just comes down to a lot of experience as a competitor. So congratulations, Caitlin and Elise, for passing through, and well done, Ophelia and Ginger. Great surfing, and look forward to the next heat.
We'll go to a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to the action, up and riding live. It's Liv Stokes from Canada on her Michael Takayama. Straight to the nose, soul arch on the nose, walks back and cuts back on the single fin, throwing some spray, surfing against Leah Diaz from Costa Rica, Kate Brandy from Brazil, Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. Liv, loose and smooth through the inside, rolls a 5, walks out of that nose ride, and then back to the tail with again a nice turn, and getting real electric on those rail turns as well, and really putting some energy into that carve and throwing spray. She's got a good start. It's going to be a good score. It's the first score to come through. She got that wave quick, and she's leaving the other 3 competitors from Costa Rica, Brazil and Japan out there waiting for their first rides.
This is going to be very exciting. This could be a final. Do you know what I mean? As we see Liv on a nice opening nose ride, just kind of gets down a couple layers and a couple steps. She did well to navigate that. She looks behind her, and then again up to the 5, holds the line, and then chasing this section. Lovely cut back. Again, that transition from rail to change her line was so well done. She knows how to engage, her fin and flow quite lovely. Back up to a 5. And this is going to be a great score for her. Again, a nice little check turn. How was that?
Really nice to see.
That was almost like a little bit of a shortboard check turn. That was a little bit of spray coming off that too.
I'm loving the turns that we're seeing from Liv Stokes today. As we can see, Casa de Mar Rock, Casa de Mar Hotel, Casa de Mar Apartments, Casa de Mar Pool, and the site of the opening ceremony. If you look around isasurf.org or follow us on socials at ISA Surfing, you can see some of the brilliant video footage of the opening ceremony, as we had the Sounds of the World ceremony there, and we had a gathering of 143 athletes from 44 countries. You can see the El Salvadorian flag, the top blue stripe symbolizing the sky, the lower the sea, the middle piece, and the coat of arms with 5 volcanoes that really reflect the volcanic landscape in the back of El Sunzal. As we move away, and you can see the cobbles, the shape, kind of a little bit like trestles in the scale and the size of those black basalt stone cobbles.
What it does as well kind of reminds me of is just that peninsula, that kind of rolling bay of J-Bay.
Yeah, exactly. J-Bay, of course, that last section, the point, the great longboard wave. You've got tubes, super tubes, and here we have Sunzal with Kate Brandy up and riding, stalling. 4 steps to a 5 and gets a nice close feet nose ride on the 5 and walks out, and then really nice down carve turn, just having to wash some spray out of her eyes quickly. So that spray created, I think, from her own powerful cutback. She goes back in for another nice nose ride, and this is locked and smooth. This is a really nice opportunity for Kate to express herself. We've loved her surfing all week, really clean in the footwork and beautiful off the tail. Look at this. There it is.
This is what she was looking for. I spoke to her earlier. This is the wave she needed. She was like, I just want something with a little bit more, a little bit bigger, something to showcase not only my turning, my nose riding, but my turning.
This is a great shot. As we can see, Team Brazil, they're cheering. They're absolutely overjoyed. Kate Brandy all the way through to the inside. She's going to drop a significant score. The reference point now is the 667 for Liv Stokes from Canada. How do you feel that falls against that 667?
I think that's going to bump a little bit higher than the 667.
Great. I love the insight. I'm putting you on the spot, Berlin, but this is what I want to do. I know that you've got all of this incredible history around surfing. You not only do you know longboarding, you know all forms of wave riding, and it's really inspiring to just see you give this insight and really celebrate the qualities of the skills that we're seeing on display from these longboarders, and recognizing where things are difficult and when things are hard. And somebody who really put on a really good show, Caitlin Mickelson, she took the win. Let's get down to the glass and hear from her.
Caitlin, smiles all around. You did really well in that heat. You found 2 great waves. Other competitors only finding 1 really good score. Was that your strategy going into it?
No. Those girls surf really good. I expected them to get 2 waves, so I just knew that when I got my waves, I had to surf them to the top of my abilities.
You look like you did really well. How did it feel out there with the heat of the day? You've got 1 more heat coming up today.
Oh, it felt great. That was definitely a good heat. I feel like my board's working really good underneath my feet. I've really paced myself. I still have a ton of energy, shockingly, after surfing 3 heats. And I'm excited for number 4 because I just feel like I keep going up right now. I got a good rhythm going.
You certainly do look in rhythm with the ocean. Did you feel that out there as well?
Yeah, you know, I feel like me and the ocean are really connecting right now. Everything just feels fluid. Nothing's forced, what's really nice.
We'll let you get some rest. Good luck for this afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you surfing again. Back to you in the booth.
So much, Bo, and congratulations, Caitlin. Of course, she's going to be surfing up pretty soon in Repechage Women's Round 7. We've just heard from the officials that they will be changing those to 20-minute long heats, so rather than the 15-minute long for the Repechage, and there'll be 2 heats for the men and 2 heats for the women, and that will really give 4 surfers a chance to still stand an opportunity to go for gold tomorrow at finals day, even though there will be more rounds they need to get through.
Yep, it's great to have the opportunity to, you know, not just rush and actually pick and choose waves of quality that are going to, you know, really showcase your style. And our surfer in blue's score came in. I was wrong, and that's okay. I thought that it was going to be higher than Liv's, but Liv must have got some better nose rides off the back.
Yeah. And it's fine for us to be wrong because we're just explaining what we're seeing. Of course, we're not qualified judges. We're not doing the judging, but we're just giving our insight, painting those pictures, giving our details and our thoughts. The judges are looking at things from a slightly different angle. They've got the opportunity of the video replay, but right now Leah Diaz is up and riding, and she's got a nice wall ahead of her. She cross steps forward, back to the tail, cuts back, rebounds off the foam, deals with that section really nicely, just goes low, just gaining composure, now stands tall again and sets herself up with a little bottom turn into a cut back, and again just using the footwork to keep that board trimming. May well find a touch of the 5 on the inside. She gets that 5, she'll end that ride, she's going to get a score, and answering back it's Hiroka Yoshikawa. This is Hiroka's first wave. We haven't seen Hiroka up and riding yet, so a slow start, uncharacteristic for Hiroka, who normally gets a very quick start to heats, but this looks nice. Can she find the steep section to get her toes on the tip for a 5? She stalls it. There it is, a wrap of the 5, holds that, walks back, and again she's going to have to redirect to get behind the section, sets herself up, a couple of little drop knee stalls there. This wave is going to get very shouldery, she's going to kick out. So it was an okay wave, but I felt like she just was a little bit away from the rhythm of that wave. It just felt like it was all happening just slightly deeper in the pocket. But look at this for Liv Stokes.
Gorgeous.
Really perched on the tip. Strong, composed, with rhythm. Can she drop down into this section? Not quite. So had she been able to just come harder on that cut back a little bit earlier, she may have stayed with it for a bit more, but a nice nose ride from the start. So it's not going to be as strong as her opening 6.67, but with 5 minutes 50 seconds remaining, she may get a chance for another set.
Just the fact of the side, even though it was a short and ridden wave, the quality of her nose ride and her flow was beautiful. It was really nice to watch.
Yeah, and it was one of the more lifting, locked nose rides we've seen on the earlier sections.
And as time progresses, I think so is going to be the importance of actual really good pocket nose riding, and I would really love to see that come out. You know, really, really good, tight, not super far out on the face, because I think Auntie Megs was talking about it. You know, and anyone can kind of ride the nose way out on the face, but to hold it really in the pocket and actually put your board in the place where that water is holding your tail down, and being able to really balance on the nose as well while you're flying. That's what we want to see.
Absolutely, and you could just see those beautiful waves coming through unridden as our surfer in green, Hiroka Yoshikawa, paddles out. She's going to be waiting to drop a score. I think Hiroka's going to be in a tricky place here, though. I don't think it's going to be a super significant score, but she's got time to get a backup. And we can now see up and riding once again. It's our surfer from Canada, Liv Stokes. Can she lock that 5? She's dropping now into this wave. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Oh, she put that board on rail, but it was a tricky one with the rhythm of the wave from the start. A couple of efforts to find the 5. She didn't quite get a clean hold of the nose, and then when she walked back, you could just see there was a few wobbles in there.
I think that whole wave just was a little bit off for her. You can see just as she went to first put her foot on the nose, she was a little bit off, and then catching that rail. So that's just gonna be a throwaway for her. I think her first wave is better than that one anyways.
Big opening just happened for Hiroka there. I thought Kate was going to get that wave, so now you would anticipate that Hiroka will move up the priority leaderboard and have the pickings of the next wave ahead of Kate. I'm not 100% sure about that, but we can now see Kate going onto the inside. Hiroka is too far out to catch that. Kate's really keen to get this. It's going to be a difficult one to catch. She's not going to be able to catch it. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Still awaiting for that second score of Liv, and there'll also be a third score of Liv. That second score based purely on that really nice nose ride. Could be quite good, actually.
And there we go. Good. At least I called that one right.
Yeah. A 3.
Like I said, that wave, her second wave, even though it's really short and small, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice in stature, and yeah, way better than her wave that, she just kind of got a little bit off timing. And so good on you, Liv. You did well for that one.
So doesn't carry that 2.27, but now sitting in first, but she won't want to have that 3 as a backup. So all of the surfers have got an okay leading score in the 5 to 6 range, with Liv having the edge with a 6.67, but nobody's got a significant backup. Liv's backup of 3 is the best, but Leah is carrying just a 1 as a backup, and both blue and green, which is Kate from Brazil and Hiroka from Japan, they have not got a backup. So now what tactic will come into play? Will we see a little bit of the approach of Elise, where she came right on the inside and got the backup score that she needed, or will we see patience as we move down into the last 2 minutes 20 seconds?
I think it's going to come down to understanding. Again, it goes back to where are your indicators as to when sets are coming and getting into position. So when they do come, because we've seen if you can peg off one of those sets in the right place, they just go forever, and they're gonna give you that big score that you need right now. But actually, none of these ladies, they all need a 1.5 just to advance either 4th or 3rd.
Okay, now we can see that turn from Leah. We can also see Kate Brandy having a look, but it looks like Leah is gonna get that 3rd wave. She's aiming to replace her 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. This looks decent. It's a small wave, but she might get a nice nose ride. She does hit that 5, walks out of that 5, is standing up still. Now she's got to deal with the foam. She'll want to stay with it in case it opens back up. She'll want to keep control, though. She won't want to do too much rail grabbing, but she can obviously see that there's no more scoring potential. So, or was there? Should she have kicked out of that? What do you think?
I don't think she could have plowed through that section, to be quite honest.
Kate Brandy having a look on the inside. This looks promising for Kate. She's going to add to a 6.5. She stalls it, gets a nice nose ride. Go Kate Brandy. Really nice on the tail there. And that's a really good, smooth, but positive and powerful redirect cutback. Again, back onto that rail. As we can see, a surfer outside, and Kate takes a fall, so she will get a score. Hiroka now outside on a bigger wave, a bigger wall. She's going to add to her 5.83, and now Hiroka is right in the mix, because already you sense that to add to that 5.83, knowing that this wave is way bigger and longer than the wide rise that we have just seen from red and blue, I think Hiroka could well really solidify second spot with this ride as she works it right through to the inside. And now is it going to be Liv Stokes in first and Hiroka Yoshikawa in second when these scores drop?
I'm just kind of wondering if there's anything coming out the back with 13 seconds left. Oh, there we go. Now we can kind of see what's red gonna do. She needs a 1.18. She's got a decent backup score, hopefully getting ready to drop.
But there's no time.
There's no time.
Clock has ticked away, so waiting for a fairly okay score for Leo. It will improve on her 1, but I feel as if Kate is gonna get a fairly good score, even though she did fall. I think that that's going to be a strong score, but I'm wondering if Hiroka's now got the best of this exchange. Let's have a look at this replay now of Leah on the inside.
Okay, nice takeoff, sees the line, goes for the 5, holds that. Nice footwork back. Again, this is where that section just kind of shuts down on her.
2.9 it comes in, so it replaces her 1, and now this is Kate.
Here we go, up to a nice 5, holding that 5. Nice turn. Okay, great transition, sets the line up again. Again, really beautiful swaying cutback, engaging of the rail, but comes off.
Yeah, so that was really going to affect her score, and this is Hiroka. Is this going to give her the edge?
Nice nose ride, really good, I was going to say dangerous part of the wave, like steep part of the wave, consequential part of the wave, great 5.
I think she's got it.
And yeah, I'm pretty clear to say. And again, the swing, the turning, beautiful flow back up to a 5, still holding that 5. I'm pretty sure that she's got that.
There it is. She moves up into first. So Hiroka Yoshikawa gets a 4.77 and a 5.83. She goes to first. Liv Stokes goes to second. Kate Brandy will be eliminated along with Leah Diaz. Great surfing from both of those women. And big shout out to Kate. I mean, her turns, they have been a joy to watch. Congratulations, Japan. You've moved through. Coming up next, we got Brazil, Uruguay, Philippines, and Mexico. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back. As we can see, Daisy Valdez up and riding for Team Philippines, making this ride all the way through. She's surfing against Luana Suarez and Ines Bissau and Coral Coco Bonilla for Mexico, Uruguay, Brazil, respectively. But it's Daisy Valdez who gets the strong start, just connecting nicely through all the way to the inside, standing tall, using those quick cross steps, and setting her sights on the inside section here as we move towards the high tide. She's going to stall it. She may be able to get one little touch of the 5 and not quite, but deals with that really well. She fell and managed to kind of twist around and somehow grab her board in quite a spectacular fashion.
And that comes just...
Here's a big one.
Oh, Lord.
Great example of the technique of just pushing the board over the top there. Ines having a look at this for Uruguay. She's going to struggle to catch that wave, so it's not going to be a scorer. Out back, are we going to see somebody up and riding on this second wave? 2 waves pretty close together. Is anybody in position? It doesn't look like Coco is in position, but Ines is having a look to shoulder hop that. She decides not to, and it's Daisy Valdez who's going to get that first score coming through.
You know what I appreciated about, even though she did fall, from a safety perspective, is the way she did go to try to save her board, and that's honing your skill. If you don't wear a leg rope a lot, or you grow up not wearing a leg rope, that's the first thing you do, is so you don't lose your board. And so just the fact of trying to grab that it just goes to show she's understanding about her equipment.
Let's go down to the sideline. We've got Hiroki Yoshikawa on the glass.
Hiroka, fantastic surfing today. It looks like you're building a lot of momentum moving through the rounds. How did that feel out there for you?
Oh, I feel great. I couldn't get a wave first 8 minutes, so I'm happy to get last few minutes or second. I got a good one.
Yeah, it looked like nervous times out there, very tense toward the end of the heat, but you managed to get a good wave score. What are the kind of waves you're looking for out there?
The wave's still good, no better than yesterday, so I was so excited.
And what's your strategy going into this afternoon? You'll be surfing again as well. Are you going to rest up? Are you going to keep watching the waves?
Oh, the finish today? Oh, okay. So just relax and I take an ice bath here. Yeah.
Nice, definitely something to recoup. I do believe you will surf again today. So are you going to keep watching the waves as well?
Yeah, I'm looking for surfing tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. Back to you upstairs.
Okay, Bo, definitely make sure that Hiroko knows that she's got to go back in, because she's going back in again pretty soon for a big one. And right now up and riding, it's Coco Bonilla. Nice high line, cuts back. Great presence from Coco. I love the maturity of her surfing. She's young, she's just 17, but she's looking like she just feels every ounce of energy in every wave she catches, and she's got a real wisdom in the way she lines up behind the sections. Her footwork is great. She's also an excellent shortboarder. That wave not delivering a massive amount of scoring potential though. It just didn't really stand up much for her. A 2-2-3 she drops, and here's blue, Ines Beso for Uruguay. She's got a nice couple of cross steps into a turn on her Piccolo Clemente board. Often rides the new advanced boards shaped by Nico Carbone, but now on the Piccolo Clementes for this event. As she widens her stance for some cutbacks, standing a little bit taller here, just staying patient, hoping that this wave will stand up. But also it's the art of getting behind the section. Not easy to do at high tide. You have to really kind of hook back to find that little steeper wall to hit the nose. And now it's Luana on what looks like to be one of the bigger waves of the heat as she goes straight to a 5. This is a really strong start for Luana. Stays on the nose and really nice and clean into that second nose ride, and again now into that third nose ride. And I just love to see her maintain her composure here. She doesn't need to hop. I trust that Luana can really iron out some of the bounces and hops, because she's got great nose riding and great tempo, and if she can maintain her composure, she's going to get a good score. That was nice.
That was really well surfed. I appreciate, what she's trying to do, but I love the nose rides.
Yep.
Would love to see using the footwork and using the forward momentum of the cross step and the back step of the cross step for the the gas and the brake. So I know that the judges would appreciate that as well. So like just great footwork, great nose rides, but I think that if she does work on it just a little bit, it will bring her scores up a little bit more.
Daisy Valdez gets a 5.33, so she's in pole position, but we are waiting now for a score for Luana, and it comes in at a 6, adding to that 0.2. So she's out there now in first, pushes Daisy down into second. Ines Beso from Uruguay is waiting for a score. If it's a 5.34 or higher, she'll move up into at least second. But it didn't have a significant nose ride. It didn't feel as strong as the waves we saw from Luana and Daisy.
Luana's nose rides were really beautiful, and like the way she went to the nose ride straight off the takeoff as well and held that line, a little bit adjustment and then goes back again and then goes back to the nose ride again, you can see that that's what they were appreciating, was the nose rides of that wave.
Coco Bonilla up and riding. A 3 drop for Ines. Coco's first wave, a 2.23. There's a nice bit of footwork, locks in a 5, holds that 5 with poise, walks really nicely, and I love the way she uses that cutback.
So smooth.
Very natural, really
Very
smooth. Back up for the tip ride, and then again a really nice cutback, and just arcing away from that foam with so much spontaneity and flow and freedom as well. That's a good word for her. She surfs with a lot of freedom. She looks uncluttered. Everything looks to be coming naturally towards her. She gets back up for another tip ride and drives out of that nose ride through to the inside. See the bounce of the shore break there, but she is absolutely delighted as Daisy Valdez is adding to that 5.33 with a big drop. Daisy, high line, back up to the tip, holds that nose ride, walks out. Radical nose ride, high degree of difficulty through a very quick, tricky section, and now going into a down carve, and then pressure on the back foot over the fin as she stalls it and gets back up to a tip time on the nose. And now she's just setting up again for this wide section. She sees the little peak ahead, using her footwork. She may well get one touch of the 5 here. There it is. Can she strike? Nope. She recognizes that there was no space to get a roll of the 5, but she did some great critical nose riding in that first section with a high degree of difficulty and very quick footwork running out of the danger zone.
Yeah, definitely. The first part of that wave was really, really precise and well timed. Great nose riding. It's definitely gonna, bump her into first position. That last of Coral of Coco was really beautiful, and I definitely would like the way her transitions are just so clean as we see Luana.
Straight to a 5, holds a long, streaking, stretched 5, and then comes back to the tail, and then just changing that foot positioning from the toe to the heel side over the fence, stretching out for another 5, and then from the middle of the board, just change direction, and now a little bit of staking back and forth. Footwork could do the same job as she kicks out because that wave's dying out. That's going to be a really good backup for Luana.
I really would love to go and check out her board and see, because you know, different boards, like we said, work differently, and she might find that what's working good for her in Brazil, it's maybe a different wave, and maybe you know, it'd be a really good learning opportunity to see if fine-tuning her equipment for different waves work really well.
Yep.
Because sometimes they might just be, you know, you're bored and that's how you're feeling. You need to gain the speed to get through those sections. Her nose riding is so beautiful and on point, and she's really getting those really well rewarded scores because of her nose riding right now.
Ines is sitting out there waiting for her second wave, so we're waiting for a significant score for Luana and for Daisy and for Coco. We really like the nose riding and the flow we saw from Coco. We really like the commitment on a bigger, faster wave with a high degree of difficulty that we saw from Daisy. And Luana was just solid. She got those nose rides and she weaved a couple of direction changes. Didn't seem as significant as her opening 6, but it feels like it's going to be a strong backup wave.
I agree with you on that. It will definitely bump that the scores that everyone else is going to need to attain. But what Ines. So Ines is very patient. She's a little bit quiet right now. So I'm really interested to see what she's thinking with just under 4 minutes remaining.
I'm thinking that Daisy could move up into first when her score drops, because it was a big, fast wave. She really committed to a super difficult right in the pocket fast nose ride and ran out of it and got up for a second. Good rail work, as we can now see some repositioning of our surfers as this set comes through with 3 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Ines will be sitting out there with the first priority, but she's a little bit too deep for this one, so it's caught all of the competitors unawares, and they're not going to be able to get an easy slingshot into this from where they're sitting, as we can just see Daisy going over, and it may well now be in somebody's mind shoulder hop one of these, but Ines is on a big overhead wave, one of the biggest waves for the last couple of heats, as she rocks onto the tip, walks out of that nose ride. So this puts her right back in the mix. If she can ride this wave well with some distinctive moments, something critical she really needs. It's been big, it's been peaky, but it just feels like she needs something distinctive to really stand a chance.
This is really similar to what Caitlin did. She kind of went and sat in the same place and waited for that roll in. And this is going to give her a great score if that wall opens up for her to get a good, decent nose ride as well. You know, it's going to be a great backup score just for the size of it and the takeoff and the nose ride. But as we see, surfer in red.
Nice lift on the nose, 4 steps running up to the tip and holding onto a stretch 5. Dealing with the bounce, good footwork back from that nose ride, and then just lining herself up from the middle of the wave. She'll cut back a little bit, bottom turn, use some cross steps. This is looking really nice for Luana. Still awaiting for her backup wave to drop, but this is great. There's a 5. This is really going to put her in the driving seat as she cuts back. Coco Bonilla drops a 6.3 for her last wave. Luana setting herself up through the inside, shuffles into that last nose ride, shuffles back off that nose ride, jumps off the board, but she did get a lot of great footwork and flow and linking maneuvers between nose rides and rail turns up to that moment.
I feel that wave might be better than her 6-point ride for her footwork that she did apply to that within her nose rides. It might fall just under, but I feel it's within that similar range. You know, like as we see. Coral.
Yeah, 6-3. Deservedly so. It wasn't the biggest wave, but it was brilliantly ridden, and I think that's right there as a fair score relative to the scale that has been set, and I appreciate that she earned that from some really controlled surfing, but she's carrying that low backup of a 2-2-3, and bearing in mind there's only 50 seconds remaining, is she going to find an opportunity to get a second wave? We've got scores still coming through for red. 2 scores, in fact, we're waiting for red, a score for blue and a score for green. and Coco will be amongst first priority out there, but is she going to be able to get close enough to this set? She's going to have to paddle really hard. This wave on your screen, that they're just going to appear once that white water moves through. You're just going to see Coco there. She's going to have to really dig deep to catch this. I don't think it's catchable. So she's unlikely to get a wave before we end.
Needs to move in.
Daisy Valdez has got a big score to drop, and I just fear for Coco carrying that low score of a 2.23. I just don't know if that's going to be enough once Luana's backup score comes in and once Daisy's backup score comes in, and knowing that Ines has got a really strong wave as well. Ines on the inside, kicks out, so she'll get a third score, but it's her second score that's important. We're expecting something pretty decent from Daisy and decent from Luana. Had Coco been carrying a better backup score, I think she'd be really safe, but I think it might be between Luana and Daisy as we wait for scores to come through. Ines getting a 4.13. Now Luana is waiting for 2 scores. We're expecting her to move to first or second. Daisy's waiting for 1 score, and I think as it stands now, it looks pretty clear that it's going to be Luana and Daisy.
I agree. Both of those women, you know, again, coming from third and fourth back up to first, and great surfing from Ines and Coco as well. But again, we need to wait.
Yep, absolutely. And she would have been pleased about that 6.3. She would have loved to have had the chance to get a set at the end. The way she rode that 6.3 was just perfect.
And, you know, myself being Mexican and, you know, a surfer, I'm very proud for Mexico. I'm very proud for her.
Yep.
And she has done her country so proud. And I am so honored to have called her surfing.
Sure.
So
And I know her dad, Pablo,
felicidades, Coral.
will be on the sand there cheering her. A 7.03 for Luana. She goes up into first, so now Daisy chasing just a 3.2. She's got to get it on this.
Look at this nose ride. Great pocket surfing. Getting back to her, you know, back to the tail. Again, just catching a little bit of bumps right there. But then here comes the setup again. Nice 5, holding that 5.
It was a big wave as well.
It was a solid wave.
Fast.
Yeah, and, you know, well surfed. And I think the navigation of and footwork to get her to this inside section where it really kind of allows her to shine a little bit more.
Yeah, but I think she ended cleanly. You
She
know,
ended it cleanly.
Didn't make a mistake at the end by nose riding and dagging the nose. It ended up being a clean kick out.
Yep.
I think it's going to be a significant score. It is. It's a 6-7. Daisy second, Luana first. Coco Bonilla and Ines Beso for Mexico and Uruguay respectively. They are eliminated, but congratulations, Brazil and the Philippines moving into repechage round 7. We're going to be shifting into men's repechage round 7. 2 heats, 2 20-minute heats. We're going to have Bo Nixon and Megan Godinez coming into the booth to call the action, as we can just see Coco getting out. But stay with us because we'll be right back.
Welcome back to live action here. Clinton Guest of Australia up on the nose, holding that nose right through this section. He does well to stay on his feet there, getting that weight right on his toes as he makes it around this huge oncoming whitewater section. Clinton Guest back out onto the open face. Of course, representing Australia. This is the 3rd time he's surfing today as he cuts his board back toward the whitewater. And again, on rail carve, so he's got a great nose right on the outside section, stalling, looking for another bit of tip time on the inside as he brings that board back toward the whitewater, looking really solid on his feet. Another touch of the nose. He brings this one right through to the pupusa section. He's got a little bit more on offer in here as he gets up for a nose right, a tight 5. He's going to kick out there safely. So a really quick start there from Clinton Guest. These are 20-minute heats moving into men's repechage round 7. The contest director, the technical director, deeming that we do have a bit more time in the schedule, so we are able to push the heat time up to 20 minutes here. I think it's a good call as we see the 2010 gold medalist Rodrigo Schweier from Brazil taking a look at that wave. He was a little bit deep on the peak here. Lots of action to come. Bo Nixon, Megan Godinez with me in the booth. Auntie Megs, what are you seeing out there today?
I mean, with this high tide, we're seeing a lot of... That set was really big. I feel like that was one of the bigger sets that's come in today. That high tide push coming in. I mean, it's going to be... The contest director having that decision to make this heat 20 minutes, I mean, that's going to be so great for the surfers, having that extra 5 minutes. That alone is just a paddle out. So it's going to be really cool to see what they do in that time as we see Blue Dawa Robrick paddling for this wave. Let's see if he gets into it. Yeah, he does.
Dawa Robrick up and riding. He's been putting some great heats together. The young surfer representing the Netherlands, holding that 5 on that takeoff there as he brings it through to the inside, carving turn back toward the whitewater, weaving that board. No downtime at all on this outside section. Dawa there, small drop knee carve back toward the pocket again. Just the way he twists that foot to drop the knee is beautiful as he fades right back behind the pocket of the wave. Has to turn that board back toward the pocket. Like I said, smooth transitions between maneuvers as he does a small cross step up to the nose. And again, looks like he's setting up for another nose right on the inside here. Holding that 5, quick touch of the 10. He's going to ride, almost right out of it. I spoke too soon there. But Dawa Robrick getting things underway in this heat. 16 years of age, I believe, Megs.
16 years old, and to surf like that as a veteran, speaking of veterans, we see Green up and riding Rodrigo Schweier. Nice, beautiful hang 5. Oh, tap up the 10. In that critical section, we saw that whitewash just barrel his feet as he works his way onto the inside. Nice carving turns, really setting that rail to get that board around and redirect it back into that whitewash. I think he's still using that 2+1, really letting that board drive against the wave, just working his way onto the inside, looking over his shoulder, waiting for this wall to stand back up into this pupusa section. This high tide still coming in, so this section getting ready to get a little bit more sketchy as he just pin drops just to make it back out of the wave.
Yeah, Rodrigo mentioning he's riding a Luffy board, 2+1 setup. It's feeling really good for him out there. He likes the way it kind of keeps its speed and holds its speed on this wave at El Sunzal. So we're going to wait for those scores to lock in. Clinton Guest already getting a start in this heat. 6.83 drops for the surfer in red representing Australia. As we are going to throw it down to Sam. He's down there on the sidelines with the winner of the last heat.
Great, thanks so much, team. Congratulations, Luana. Kate's going to do some translation. Kate, on behalf of the longboard community, we've loved watching you surf this week. Very inspiring. But now we'd just like to ask Luana how the conditions are changing as the tide is coming in.
Ele quer saber como que as condições mudaram desde manhã com essa maré enchendo, né?
Ah, tá uma condição boa, consegui pegar 2 ondas ali para estar passando a bateria. E é isso, deu para encontrar. O mar daqui não é perfeito, então só a gente tentar encontrar a onda, né?
Yeah, she said the waves here are perfect, but you have to choose the right waves. 2 waves in 15 minutes it's a pretty short time, but you have to do what you have to do and go for the next.
And I know you've got a big heat coming up. Lastly, you've got Rodrigo Schweier in the water now. Is it inspiring to have Rodrigo in your team?
Ele quer saber como que você acha que o Rodrigo te inspira estando já na água junto com você, na bateria, próxima bateria, como é que isso te afeta?
Ah, inspira muito, né? Ele é grande competidor, não só no surf, mas uma mente competidora ali nas táticas de bateria, que muitas das vezes a gente não ganha com o surf, né? Ganha com a bateria. Então, ele é um ótimo surfista, um ótimo atleta.
He is a amazing surfer, but amazing. It's amazing. He has a strong mind. Sometimes in the heat you don't win for surfing, but you win in strategy. So she said she learns a lot from him, and she tries to bring this in the heat.
Luana, I know you have a big heat coming up. You need to go and get ready for that. We wish you best of luck for the rest of the afternoon. Congratulations.
Yeah, great surfing there from Luana, of course. Her teammate out in the water at the moment, Rodrigo Schweier, drops an excellent 8-point ride to add to his heat total at the moment. So all surfers sitting with one wave score. Dower Robrock, a 5.33. Small correction on his age. He's 17. Still young.
Still young.
Still very young.
Still one of the youngest surfers in this contest.
One of the most mature surfers as well in this contest. He's been making his way through these repechage rounds. He was through in the main event quite a long way as well, coming up against the top surfers, and he's taking it to them.
Yeah, his last heat, he won that at the very last 20 seconds. I did not think that set was going to come, but he trusted himself. He trusted his plan. He went out there and got that securing spot.
As we see the scores on the screen. So an excellent ride there from our gold medalist 15 years ago. He's looking to recapture another medal for Team Brazil. Clinton Guest of Australia with priority at the back, so he has choice of the best wave that's going to come through next if he's in the right position for it, of course. And then Dower Robrock, 5.33, however, I think, like we were saying before, smart decision to increase these heat times to 20 minutes as we've headed just up the coast a little bit. Beautiful scenes here of Surf City, El Salvador. Plenty of things to do when there's no surf, but there's always surf here. Plenty of things. You can go in, check out the waterfalls. You can do some hiking in there as well. Lots of retreats, yoga, fitness. Surf City really becoming a hotspot, not just for surfers, but for their partners and families, and of course the local population of San Salvador to come and visit for holidays. We can see the beautiful point break of El Sunzal for our surfers here as we bring you the replay of Rodrigo's wave, Megs.
Nice swooping cut into that high line. Nice long hang 5 into that tap 10. The judges really liking that he was behind the section, so it was a very critical section for him to navigate as he works his way, really engaging that rail. You see those turns, his tail almost wanting to slip out, but that's what that 2+1 is catching and not allowing that tail to really slip out. It's creating a really good drive to open up those turns. Nice work here on the inside. Looking over his shoulder, waiting for this wave to stand back up. Just redirecting his board. Finds that high line again, hang 5, quick tap 10, and then straightens out pin drop to go behind that wave. Beautiful, beautiful ride for him, scoring him an 8-point.
Clinton Guest up and riding, looking to back up a 6.83. Will it go higher than that? Let's take a look as he's on the nose, streaking across this outside section, drops the arms for a brief moment there to show the judges he is in control. Steps back at a perfect position for that down carve and whips that board back around. Has to deal with a little bit of white water, but gets around that with control. Back out in the open face for some more carving maneuvers. Back into the pocket. Clinton Guest getting really great nose ride on that outside section. Again, looking to try and get to the nose, but he decides to step back and set things up through the midsection of this wave. There, on the tail for a stall, up on the nose. Quick touch of the 10. Walks back. Again, setting things up by cutting back toward the power source of the wave. Decides to kick out of that end section there. Wow, Megs, that nose ride on the outside was amazing. As we take a look, live action. Dower Robrock as well on the nose on that outside section, holding the 5, that board levitating, keeping him up high on the wave as he now drops down, has to deal with this standing up section in front of him. Does well to get around it. Looks like he's going to try and get to the nose again, but decides to step back and carve that board down the face. Again, stepping on the tail, getting to the nose here, up on the 5. Good time. Good timing on that nose ride as he steps back on the tail there to bring it round. Having to deal with a few bumps on the face of this wave, but does well to navigate that. Not quite at the nose on that nose ride there as he draws his board back around, staying in the pocket of this wave. 1, 2, 4 steps up to the nose. He's going to finish off cleanly on the shore break there. So waiting for those scores of both Clinton and Dower to come into play. I loved Clinton's wave, Megs. That nose right on the outside section to that carving maneuver on a single fin.
Yeah, that was really, really cool to see. The way he has control of his board, you know, he really takes his time and really reads, and it's almost like a Sherlock Holmes moment. He can tell what's going to happen next on the wave, and that's really important for our surfers to pay attention and get that under their belt of knowing what the tide's doing, knowing what the swell's doing. I mean, that wave was well overhead for him, and for him to see how much he had to almost calm himself down after walking back. I mean, when you're on that nose at a high line and you're walking back, you're walking backwards on like a 1-story building on a board that's maybe at most 23 inches wide. So you're really getting those gymnastic skills in, walking back and forth on that board. But I really, really love that critical nose right out the back.
Yeah, Clinton dropping a 7.5 for his last wave score. That puts him up into the lead at the moment. Of course, Rodrigo Schweier with that excellent 8-point ride. Waiting on Dower, Roblox wave of the Netherlands to drop for him. Maybe not as high as Clinton's wave score, just because he didn't have the
control.
Yeah, the control, I feel like, throughout the midsection. He had a couple of good nose runs on the outside. His carve definitely wasn't as on rail and as critical as Clinton's, but I still think it's going to be a great score, probably going above his 5.33 for that size of wave as well.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I think it's going to be in that pretty good, solid range. I think it's that 5.33 is going to be his backup, I think.
Rodrigo's fire up and riding. Team Brazil up on the nose, holding that 5. Can he get the 10? He does. Gets a bit of hang 10 time on this wave after a long nose ride. Just throwing the board back toward the white water here. You can see the way he drops that front arm to do the rotation as he's back up on the nose. Super critical nose ride on his backhand here. So Rodrigo making the most of this wave already. You can see not much downtime. He's just really working this board through, coming through to the inside section. Has he got something to finish off for us? He throws a turn up into the lip there before the wave closes out. He does well to ride out of that one.
You can hear Team Brazil really love that wave. And I want to add that if they had kept the 15 minutes, this would have been his buzzer beater wave. So resetting that mindset after surfing no more than an hour ago, that they really need to, as you can see, he looked at his clock to make sure, is this a 15-minute heat? No, it's a 20-minute heat. Let's paddle back out. Let's put pressure on the boys. Make sure I can keep that 8.0 as that standard. I'm going to keep surfing better and better as the heats go on.
I mean, the level of surfing is just rising. There's no scores under a 5-point ride in this heat. Megs, talk us through the last of Rodrigo.
He got into this one really early, getting into this beautiful long hang 5, and then that 10, really putting all his weight over that nose, setting this rail, really pushing that board against the water, finds this line again for that nice critical hang 5, getting down to the bottom of the wave, setting his rail, banking off of that whitewash. As you can see, when he bottom turns back up into the face, you see the side fins catch, and that's really letting him drive that board up into that top of that face. It's catching the water so that board doesn't actually slip out under him. Good navigating for him.
Another excellent score drops for Rodrigo, an 8.23 to add to his already excellent ride of an 8.0. 16.23 heat total. Clinton Guest now down into second place. And Dower Robrock only needing a 7.27. Now I say only, that's because he's got excellent surfing in him. He can do it pretty much in his sleep. We've seen him drop really high scores throughout the competition. And he's got second priority out in the water. Clinton with first priority. Clinton's going to really sit on Dower in the last 3 minutes of this heat. If another set comes though, like we've been saying, Megs, 3, 4, maybe 5 waves in a set, so there may be some more opportunity for waves to be ridden throughout this heat, but some great scores being locked in. We're getting right to the pointy end of competition. Tomorrow being finals day here, we're going to be crowning gold medalists and of course the team gold as well. Whew. This is tense.
Heavy, heavy times. I like that you said that with the priority, he's going to want to be sitting on Douwe Robroek from Netherlands. It's going to be really crucial that he has to really pick the wave that he's going to play defense against Douwe, because any of these waves so far have been coming in, so I can almost bet Clinton was watching the wave prior to see which wave was the best wave out of the set, because Douwe needs a 7.27. Yes, he can do that in his sleep, but he needs a wave that's going to allow him to do that. So Clinton getting those really high scores early on, he's going to do well to play defense right now. I mean, he's either going to sell him on a really bad wave, and it might be the first one, might be the second one, or he's going to take the wave away from him that he can't, and then leave him. But that's a risk, leaving him out the back with the choice and the pick of the litter. It's tricky. This is the part of surfing, the gambling part. I personally don't like Vegas, so I don't like the gamble, so it stresses me out.
Of course, as we see some small lines approaching the lineup, 1 minute, 10 seconds left on the clock. I don't think these are the biggest sets we've seen of the heat so far. They may, however, make their way toward the competitors out there. Clinton Guest currently sitting in that advancing position, first and second, moving through to repechage round number 8. Third place eliminated from the event. On the inside here, underneath priority, Rodrigo Schweier taking off on a wave. I don't think this, I'm not going to say anything as he goes up into the lip there for a backhand re-entry, carving off the top of the wave here as he brings this one through toward the inside, just carving that board around as Rodrigo makes his way up to the nose, gets up there for a 10. So that's a nice nose ride through that section. As we see him cross-stepping his way back, he's eyeing off that rebound section. Huge hit off the lip to finish that wave off. Very progressive style from Rodrigo on that last ride. We see a very different approach from Clinton and Douwe in the red and blue jerseys, the more traditional style. And the criteria for longboard surfing, definitely that more traditional style. As we see the end of the heat, I don't think there's going to be any more waves ridden in that heat. Gold medalist Rodrigo Schweier of Brazil moving on through to the next round of the repechage alongside the Australian Clinton Guest. And we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with more action. The next heat of men's round 7 of the repechage.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Hello and welcome back. You are watching the final heats of action for day number 6 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship here at El Sunzal. Best longboarders in the world have been putting on a great show today. We've been running through women's and men's rounds of competition. On the screen there, celebrating his last heat win, Rodrigo Schweier of Brazil, making it through with a couple of excellent scores. He'll be moving through alongside Clinton Guest of Australia, and unfortunately we're losing one of the younger competitors, but we'll be seeing him in future years make his comeback, Douwe Robrock of the Netherlands. As we turn our attention to the heat in the water now, 19 minutes left remaining. It's John Garamendia of Spain in the red jersey, Stephen Newton of the USA, he'll be in the blue, and Crisanto Villanueva of the Philippines in the green jersey. Some of these boys surfing for, I think, the 4th time today. Lots of surfing going down. We have a paddle here from Stephen Newton. He's up and riding, getting things started early. We've moved to 20-minute heats in this round. Stephen getting a quick nose right in to begin with. He's again up on the nose here as he comes around this whitewater section. Stephen eyeing up something down the line. You see him weaving, dropping down to the bottom of this wave. Bottom turn, so carving that board off the top, unfortunately just going down. As we see that little break in the momentum during this ride. And Stephen wrapping that board back to the whitewater again, up on the nose. As he cuts the board back toward the whitewater again, stepping on the tail to set things up for another nose ride on the inside section here. He's had some excellent scoring rides earlier on today. This style and the way he set up this wave is very similar to those rides. So we'll see what the judges put in for that. But Stephen Newton finishing right on the rocks at the end there, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful ride from Stevie as we see green up and riding king, our Filipino surfer. Nice, beautiful hang 5, quick steps to the back, another quick tap of the 5. He is behind that white water, so he's going to have to make his way around, find that open face. And he does. He has a beautiful, beautiful drawing line. Grabs that rail. That stance was very wide. Beautiful, beautiful. Really engaging that rail and that wide set board. Nice. Drop knee back into the whitewash, waiting for this inside section to bump up for him. Nice, beautiful cross step. Tap of the 10. And just pin drops down underneath that.
I love King's style and approach to a wave. I've seen the
haircut.
And his haircut, of course.
Yeah,
love it. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it certainly does match it. But what I was getting to saying was that looks like we've got Rodrigo Schweier down on the glass there with Sam for the interview.
So much, team. A very happy Rodrigo Schweier. Put on an incredible performance. I got your teammate Jefferson here for some translations. Jefferson, I'd just like to ask Rodrigo about some of the heroes of Brazilian longboarding who he's looked up to.
Digo, ele está fazendo uma pergunta sobre os heróis brasileiros de longboard que já participou do ISA, caras como Marcelo Freitas, entre outros. O que você acha disso?
Eles foram sempre nossos ídolos. Picuruta, Marcelo, Phil, né? Foram os que levaram a bandeira aí primeiro que a gente, e agora a gente só está retribuindo, continuando ela de pé. Pros próximos agora pegarem ela, né?
So many names, I recognize those. Razman, Picaruta, Alex Salazar, of course Marcelo Freitas. Now he holds the record for the most individual golds in ISA longboard history. 3 gold medals. Now what I want to ask is Rodrigo himself aiming to get 3 gold medals in his career?
Ele falou sobre o Marcelo Freitas, que é o cara que detém 3 títulos mundiais. E o que você pensa sobre isso, né? Sobre como que você acha que vai ser isso aí daí para frente? Se você quer conquistar isso, qual que é o seu objetivo aí para você?
O objetivo é sempre, né, bater recorde, conquistar passo a passo antes, né? Mas o Marcelo é um ídolo e a gente carrega essa bandeira que eles levaram. E agora a gente está aqui para representar, fazer o papel, tentar levar essa medalha para o Brasil.
He say he just want to keep the working what Marcelo do some years before. He want to keep on working hard to do the same or better. And that's it, make it just a good working and keep working hard to be world champion again.
Well, congratulations, Rodrigo. You make it through to finals day. Some last words about what you're looking forward to in tomorrow, finals day.
Ele quer saber o que você fez, você fez um bom trabalho hoje, o que você acha para amanhã, qual que é a sua, né, sua perspectiva para amanhã, para fazer as baterias?
Manter o foco da mesma forma, crescer a cada bateria, dar passo a passo. Vamos ver o próximo round e vamos com tudo aí.
He wants to keep the focus on the event, keeping strong, and maybe not, maybe want to win the event. Yeah.
Well, we'll look forward to watching you tomorrow. Congratulations, and we're going to get back to the action.
Thanks very much, Sam. Rodrigo's Fire moving through the competition into the repechage rounds for finals day. He's booked himself a spot in finals day, Megs. Always a great goal to achieve for all of the surfers as we head to live action in the water. Up and riding, John Garamendia of Spain. He's cross-stepping his way up to the nose. Beautiful drone action following him along this wave as we see him carving back to the pocket. See John, so there's two maneuvers on the outside again, looking to try and get up to the nose, but has to just step back onto the tail. As we see him making his way through, there we go, there's the stall, setting up for the nose ride. There's a little shuffle, but then steps up to the nose, stretches out for the 5, has to cut back to stay with this wave through the inside section. He's got a little bit more work to do for us as he's back up on the nose and steps back as he kicks out there at the end Papusa section. 13 minutes left on the clock. That'll be a first wave score for all of our competitors to lock in, and once that falls, we'll be able to update you with the situation.
Great surfing for him. He got his campaign started a little later. I think, you know, getting into these repechage rounds, the surfers are very tired. I mean, I wanted to ask you, being in the repechage round, you know, having to surf 4 times, I hear some of them being super excited to be able to surf for 4 times, and some of them just like, wow, this is a lot. It's true, just a long way to the finals day. And
It is a long way to the final. I mean, we're seeing, I think it's 9 rounds of repechage, 10 rounds of repechage heats to make it through to the gold medal final. So that is a lot of surfing, especially on a day like today, where we started in, I think it was round 4. So I think this is sometimes the 4th time competitors are surfing in the water. It's a long day. However, I'm going to bring a couple of things into it. One, the waves are pumping.
Yeah.
How awesome that you get to surf with 2 or 3 people at El Sunzal on a day like today when the waves are firing. That pumps you up.
yeah, I think that's why people were super excited, and I love Stephen Newton's insight into having those coalition contests back home. It was like practicing for this, because those coalition contests are only 15 minutes long, as we see this replay of King on this beautiful hang 5. Nice way into this inside here. He almost wanted to walk the nose, but he did decide not to. That was a very smart move from him. He grabs this rail for that very spread out drop knee, getting back into that face. Nice levitating hang 5. Big another drop knee. Just really cool, calm, collected. Even the way that he surfs, it's just so, he just draws his hands up and then puts him back down. It's like he's truly dancing on the wave.
And what I was getting back to saying about King before we went to that interview there was that we've seen him put together some great surfing, but there's these short little moments in between transitions where he either catches a rail or missteps a little bit. If he can clean that up and show the judges that transition between maneuvers is really smooth and flowing, we're going to see some really high scores drop here.
Yeah, I think for him, his board looks very wide, especially the back end of his board. So it does help him stay up on that nose, especially on the bigger, steeper waves. But when it comes to turning, you saw earlier on that drone shot where his foot was closer to the rail that was turning, and that's because he needs to have all that weight. He needs to set rail, he needs to even put his weight over when he's turning, his back foot is what's catching him, and his entire top half of his body is over towards the whitewash. So really having to spread his stance out, as you saw, it's that board, but it's the way that he can levitate it is amazing, first of all. But you are right, there's these choppy sections that he does need to figure out, whether it's either soften the turns or start turning from more of the bottom of the wave. Try not to go too far out into the shoulder, because that board, it looks like it needs speed. It definitely does. There's a lot of surface area for that water to hit the board on the bottom, so it's actually slowing him down. He needs to almost turn sooner, in my opinion. That's what I would tell him.
Thanks, Coach Megs. I love it. I love that insight. It's fantastic, and I hope that King listens back to this, because we're not taking anything away from his
not at
surfing.
all.
It's just if he could add that to his repertoire, it would skyrocket his performance. But he's already dropped the highest wave score of this heat, a 7-point ride. John Garmendia of Spain, a 5.33. Stephen Newton, a 4.5. So all surfers getting started with their first wave scores. They're going to wait for the last 8 minutes, 45 seconds of this heat to lock in another wave score. Currently in the lead, Crisanto Villanueva out there with priority 2 Meg. So really commanding and controlling this heat.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes left. All surfers have 1 score on the board. Stephen Newton is in third with
4.5.
4.5, yes, sorry. 4.5. Jon Garmendia is in second with a 5.33. And King out the back with a 7.0. So right now, 8 minutes left. I think Steven's tactic is almost treat it like another heat. I would tell him, all right, we got 8 minutes left. Your job is to catch 2 waves. I want that 4.5 as a replacement. I don't want that as your it's good that there is that backup score, but this next wave, I want you to be shooting for a 7, an 8, even a 9, because the scores that everyone's has been dropping has been big, very into the excellent scoring range. So I think for him, he could, it's really hard. We've been having a lot of buzzer beaters, and the waves are still pumping. I'm really actually surprised to see how good the waves still are, because we did get that wow, beautiful shot as we see the upside down pig El
Yes,
Tunco.
the Rocket El Tunco there into the hotel of La Bocana. Of course, the ISA holding events at La Bocana, the surf break, which is just to the right-hand side as we pan back out from the drone there. But we have live action in the water. Crisanto up and riding, a bumpy one. He grabs that rail as you see him make his way back toward that power section of the wave where that white water meets the open face. That was a lovely drop knee carve for him, but this wave really slopey, not too much of a critical section for King. He's looking to back up that 7-point ride. He realized that Megs decides to kick out, but out the back, Stephen Newton up on the nose, riding through this section here. Stephen's going to cut his board back toward the white water, continuing through the midsection here. You see him trying to get some more scoring potential on the inside. I'm sure he got some work done on the outside as well. And all surfers, Jon Garmendia getting waves here, up and riding. Beautiful, stylish, tight 5 to kick things off on this wave. And a wrapping carve back toward the pocket. Again, up on the nose next to the whitewater section. 4 steps back, brings that board back around. Really carving, weaving, utilizing the rail of this board to continue speeding down the line as you see him setting things up on the inside section here, stepping up to the nose. He does get the touch of the 5, really wraps that board back to the pocket. 0 downtime on this wave as he brings it right through. Another touch of the 5, holds it through the Papusa section, and he's going to ride out cleanly as well, just ducking under that wave. Jon Garmendia, I feel like he's going to drop a great score. This may change the situation.
I think so too. That beautiful hang 5, tap 10 out the back, that's really going to set the scale for the judges. They're going to reference King's 7.0. That wave that Jon Garmendia caught was a set wave. It was out the back, and he rode it all the way in. There wasn't a lot of that downtime that we've been seeing from our other surfers. He's really just maneuvering his way, not hopping, maneuvering his way, setting the rails back and forth. And I think, I think you're right. It's going to be a great score for him as we see the backup score for Crisanto, a 3.50. So 5 minutes left. He's going to have some time to get back out there, reset, and look for another 7.
Yeah, that wave didn't have any critical section on it, really. It was really slopey, didn't find much of a pocket on the wave, quite bumpy. So a 3.5 drops for King from the Philippines. But waiting on that last score from Jon Garmendia of Spain. He needs now a 5.18 to move up into the lead. Stephen Newton's going to replace that. We're not going to replace, so he's going to definitely better that 0.84 that he's looking for. As we see scores trickling in from the judges, nothing locked in just yet. 4 minutes, 15 seconds left as we see the next round of the women's repechage paddling out, having to stay away from that contest area to the left-hand side of another stacked heat for the women's repechage round coming up. There's going to be another 2 heats of them before to finish off the day as we anxiously await scores, but still a bit of time left on the clock, so there could be another opportunity for more waves to come through for these competitors.
And there are only 3 surfers in this heat, and having just 2 other surfers to worry about is such a game changer to me. But there is something about having 4 surfers, because when something happens in the heat, say like that interference,
yes,
then the focus goes on to 2-2, where they're starting, 2 surfers are starting to battle, and then the other 2 start to, as we could tell in King's heat with Sofia Gil, and having that interference, so you have to almost just be in your own world when it's 3 people in the heat. I feel like, again, it is when you paddle out there, you are by yourself, right? You're surfing for your country, you're surfing for your nation, but you're the only one paddling out. You could have all these game plans, you could have all these strategies, these tactics, but when you're out there, a lot can change.
Yes,
you know, and
certainly can.
And I want to make that a point, that even when you do paddle out and you did all your homework before the heat, so many things can happen that we can't see as spectators. We can't see that. When you're out there, you're looking at the clock, there's so many things you're thinking about. You start to almost reevaluate the wave that you're on. I heard Ben Skinner say, I don't even remember this wave, so actually this is really nice to watch, because I'm the same. When I'm surfing, free surfing, I don't remember. You're so in the moment and so in the zone that having that focus for 20 minutes, it's almost like you have to let yourself kind of like black out. It's really interesting. And I feel like surfing is probably the only sport that can do that in my eyes. I can't think of maybe snowboarding, maybe skateboarding, again, individual disciplines. But yeah, it's so cool how surfing can give you that really like honed in energy.
As scores start to drop for our surfers, a 5.27 last of Johnny's up and riding. He's into the lead at the moment, so he's trying to improve upon that 5.27. Carves that board back to the pocket. Again, walking up to the nose, standing tall for a tight 5 as he presses on that back foot, brings that board back around. He has a look over his shoulder to see if anyone else is up and riding as John brings it through to the inside. Again, stepping on the tail, cross-stepping up to the nose, quick touch of the 5, brings the board back to the pocket of this wave. John put on a great performance on that last ride there, and this wave looking to back it up. I don't know if it's going to be as good as his last ride. Yeah, got a lot of work done on the inside section, and this time that wave not offering up him much scoring potential as he rides through to the inside. King with priority, up and riding, holding that 5. Beautiful, solid nose ride. And just the poise he has there to the drop knee cut back toward the white water. Stepping on that tail, waiting for things to stand up for him on the inside. Is this wave going to offer him more scoring potential to add to the maneuvers he's already done out the back? Beautiful style drop knee carve there from King. Again, just setting things up through this inside section. He's going to step on the tail there, stall it. He really wants to get back up on the nose. You can see him stalling, waiting, cross-stepping up to the nose. Quick touch of the 5. Does another beautiful drop knee to finish off right on the shore break there. That wave really opened up for him right the way through to the inside. And that leaves Stephen Newton at the back in 3rd position. And that's going to be time on the heat mag. So Stephen Newton not making it through for Team USA. Unfortunately, we're losing him from competition. He had a great run of heats today, put on some excellent surfing. Congratulations, Stephen. Hold your head high. You've done some really, really amazing surfing for your country. We're just going to wait to see if the situation changes at the end of the heat. Crisanto Villanueva drops a 5.87, puts him up into the lead with the last ride. John Garmendia of Spain in second place. Makes some beautiful surfing from King.
Yeah, I love that tight 5 out the back. And I feel like he almost like maybe heard me over the broadcast, because the way that he slowed down on this wave was really, really crucial for his surfing. That he's not digging his rail. And then what he's doing, this turn right here, he's leaning so much far back. So he's absolutely killing it on this wave.
Moving on through Team Philippines. We are going to take a short break. We'll be back with women's repechage round number 7. Welcome back. We are into the last 2 heats of the day for the ISA World Longboard Championship here at Surf City, El Salvador. Beautiful El Sunzal point break for our longboarders. Moving into women's repechage round 7, heat 1. Caitlin Mickelson has been on fire all day today. She's representing USA in the red jersey. Liv Stokes, the queen of the repechage from Canada in the blue jersey. And Luana Suarez of Brazil in the green jersey. All competitors winning their heats earlier on today to make it through to this round. We've seen great surfing from all 3 competitors, so it's going to be a really tight heat to finish off this women's round. Number 7 of the repechage. Lots on the line here. It is elimination rounds. We'll be saying goodbye to that surfer who ends up in 3rd place, as we just wait to get a start here from the ladies. Looked like a big set that rolled through and caught them out of position. And we're going to throw it down to Sam with the Filipino surfer, King Villanueva.
Thanks so much, Bo. Crisanto, I'm sure you just want to let out a big yahoo right now.
Oh, yes. I'm scared that my hit, because every people were there, the lineup is all good, so I'm get nervous there.
You surf so composed, and you've had a hard run. You had an interference in the early round. You had to get through a heat on just that one scoring ride. You know, you've come from adversity, but now you're really starting to shine. You know, what has been motivating you this week?
Of course, my sponsor and then JR always remind me like, oh, for interference in your next hit, you didn't do it again. So I'll put in my mind like, okay, I'll do my strategy. So yeah.
And I just noticed you've just given the lucky green jersey to Daisy Valdez. She's coming up next. You swapped around the jerseys there. And to have such talent in the team, you know, how special is that? You know, you guys from the Philippines are just really red hot.
Oh, yeah. Daisy said to me like, that t-shirt is lucky, so I'll get it. And like, oh yeah. So big thanks to everybody and all my coach. Like, you can do it like that, yeah.
Do you see similarities to sections at Mona Lisa Point, your home spot here at Sunzal?
It's more different because in Point Break it's a little bit not far, but here it's too far, and then long paddle, and then I'm get tired for my paddle, so 3 minutes paddling to the lineup, so crazy.
Well, I know you're going to have to support Daisy now. You're going to give them all the energy they deserve. But lastly, I just want to say now, what are your aims for tomorrow? You've made it to finals day. You've got a chance to not only go for an individual gold, but team gold for Team Philippines.
For tomorrow, I wish like all my waves like get perfect, and then And then all good for my friends, like, and then JR and all team like said to me like, you can do it for finals, and then go for the gold. Yeah.
Thanks for the great energy, great vibes, and amazing surfing, and good luck tomorrow, Crisanto.
Yeah, very good luck to Team Philippines. 3 surfers left in the draw. Of course, JR alongside Crisanto there in the men's side. Daisy Valdez, of course, coming up next. We saw Mara Lopez, a young Filipino surfer as well. But we have Caitlin Mickelson up and riding Team USA in the red jersey. Live action in this heat. Cross-stepping her way across the face of this wave. As she steps back, redirects that board for another few cross steps back toward the left. And now turning that board to redirect down the line of the wave. See her stepping on the tail, throwing some nice spray here. We've seen Caitlin drop some great scores earlier. She's finding another quick start in this heat here. As we watch her bring this wave right through the midsection, coming into the Papusa section on the inside, stepping on that tail, stalling, getting to the nose again for a hang 5, holds that 5 through that section, does very well. Again, just a lovely, beautiful turn there on the inside, and she's going to kick out. Great wave score to kick things off for Caitlin Mickelson. She'd be very happy with that. She was the only surfer into the previous heat to find 2 good scoring rides. The other surfers only finding 1 wave of consequence there. 13 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. What do you think she's thinking as she's paddling back out?
Well, in 20 minutes, there's already been about 7 minutes that's elapsed. I think she's going to want to go out there. She's got this score right now, but she's going to want to, I can guarantee you, she's going to want to catch 2 more. Just to solidify that stamp.
Should be watching Luana Suarez there up and riding, but unfortunately just kind of catching the nose a bit, having to sit down on her board. Looks like Liv Stokes is going to be up and riding for Canada. Stepping on the tail there, redirecting the board to 4 steps up to the nose. She glides through this wave, takes a look around, see what's happening on the wave, cuts that board back to the white water, sets herself up nicely to get a bit more tip time, and unfortunately just hits a bump, too much weight on the front foot.
Yeah, they're actually going very, very wide right now too, just to try and, they're almost racing it right now because I think their mindset coming from the reprecharge being 15 minutes for their prior heat, they're almost rushing. So it's really, really crucial for them to relax, calm down. There's that extra 5 minutes. Really make sure you're making those waves count. As we see Blue getting ready for her next heat, Hiroka Yoshikawa, really, really surfing very well. She's up against Alice Lamon from France and Daisy Valdez from the Philippines. I mean, if that's not a women's final, I don't know, man.
Exactly.
Oof.
Hiroka's been on fire the last few heats, winning every heat throughout the repechage round on her way to progress through. This is the round number 7 of the women's repechage. So we are waiting for scores for Caitlin Mickelson on that long ride to come through. Also Liv Stokes. Let's take a look at Caitlin's wave, Megs.
Nice wave out the back. Quick hang 5 there. She's racing down the wave. But here, this is where the other surfers made that mistake of turning a little bit too far on the outside. She redirects that board and really almost goes left at one point. Nice drawing turn, setting that rail, throwing that spray around, stomping on that tail to try to get another nose ride. The wave doesn't stand up for her. As you can see, the wave is starting to come at her. So that high tide really filling in a lot of water in these sections. Nice hang 5 in that critical spot. She's gonna get one more turn. Yep, one more little spray and kicks out. Yeah, it's with all that water starting to kind of sit in that spot. That's the thing with when the swell doesn't come, the water doesn't drift out into the channel as fast. So it does have these bigger, thicker waves, and the surfers are gonna have to really redirect. She did really, really good to notice on that wave that, all right, this double up that's gonna come at me, I need to almost follow it and almost direct it to go back left, because that wave, as soon as it hits that shallow section, you don't want to be behind that whitewash because you're not going to be able to do those critical nose rides. So she does very well to read that wave, and she does get a 5.33. So this is, to me, a keeper score with 10 minutes left. She's going to want to go out, look for that 7. We did see these other the other surfers in the prior heat, in the women's round, dropping 7s. Those single scores, 7.33, 6.83. So she's going to want to have that as a solid backup. Right now, she's paddling back out. We see some lines coming in. She's going to want to find the perfect wave right now. I mean, we're at the end of the day, she's surfed about, I think, 4 times, if I'm not mistaken. This will be her 4th time. So she's got a lot of practice in already. Again, getting into this hot water, this hot air, it is going to tire her out. But being from the USA, having these coalition contests, those are almost good practice for her, as we see her paddling for this inside one, not having priority at all, but knowing that she does want to get busy. She is a little too far on the shoulder to catch this wave. It's kind of a good thing she didn't catch it. She's got quite a bit of time, 9 minutes to get back out there, wait for that good wave that's going to give her that 7, 8-point red.
Yeah, great insights into some of the strategies there. The way to surf waves, especially here at Sundsvall, very different to where a lot of these surfers are practicing. They're surfing, as we heard King saying, yes, he's on a right-hand point break, but it's not as long as this one.
Yeah.
This is a leg burner.
Yeah, for sure.
Caitlin Mickelson up and riding, finding wave on the inside underneath priority. She's up on the nose, looking to back up a 5.33. Again, a touch of the 5. Does really well to find some speed to get around that section. Gets a little knocked from the white water there. This wave really racing out in front of her as we turn our attention to Luana of Brazil up and riding, holding that 5, really long, stretched out hang 5. She just brings that board through. You can see that foam from that set wave, just making things a little difficult to navigate for Luana, but she does really well, keeping that board moving on rail, a couple of steps up to keep that board speed. Again, looking to get a nose right here on the inside section. Does well to stretch out for the 5, holds it through those bumps as she whips that board back around. And again, a touch of the 5 here, so 3 good nose rides on this wave, and she kicks out right at the end section there. Does very well. Team Brazil, I can hear him in the background as Liv Stokes, aka the queen of the repechage round, as we heard earlier, back up on the nose for a lovely 5. Whips that board back around, and Liv just got such a clean rail work. We mentioned it earlier on today. When she steps on the tail, you see the whole board out of the water, whipping back around to the white water. It's great style there from Liv. She's super happy, positive person. Back up on the nose. We see her stepping on the tail again to finish off this wave. A great wave score there for Liv. Going to really help her situation there. She's looking to improve upon that 3.67. I think she'll do that.
Yeah, I believe so too. That board looking really good. That signature baby blue that she likes to ride. That pintail that Michael Takayama's been working on. That Sophia actually has a similar board to that. Really being able to drive out of the turns, and that's how we can see it's not with a square tail. You're creating edges for the water to cut through at a faster pace. So that's why with those big block tails, you can actually see when they turn, they actually almost look like they skip a beat when they turn. But with the pintail, that water really rubbing against that rail, that back half of that board, letting the water rush past it instead of creating that, that really 90-degree kind of push against the water. It's just this really fluid flow of water going past into the tail and out, back up the surfer.
Yeah, I love that. The pintail as well. You kind of think of it as like an extension of the square tail. So there's like that little bit extra length in the rail to really hold it on edge as it carves through the water. But that square tail has that, like you said, just that edge that the water's going to release off, so you can get a little bit more of that kind of pivoty turn. But yeah, the pintail really helping to bring that and carve that board around.
Yeah, and also fins are really important. I think a fin with a very big base and a very thin rake is really crucial on what type of tail you're riding. That's really important, as we see the replay of our surfer from Brazil in green at Luana Soares. Nice stretch 5, really holding that hang 5 up there. She gets a little bumpy out into this foam. She's looking ahead of her, trying to see if this wave will stand back up for her. good. I love that she didn't just stand there. She was really working that rail, the inside rail, the outside rail. Now for that stretch 5 again into this pupusa section. Nice rail carving turn. Another hang 5, walks back and kicks out. I could hear right after that Team Brazil was very, very hyped on that wave.
Very hyped up. Still waiting for that last score to come in for Luana. We see a 3.83 drop for Caitlin Nicholson. She's in second, but a 5.6 drops for Liv Stokes. She's now moved up into the lead. Can Luana Suarez drop an 8.16 to move up into advancing position? She's only sitting with that 1 point ride where the other surfers have a couple of good scoring rides. Luana drops a 6.67, now needs a 2.49.
Yeah, there's little less than 5 minutes left. We're at 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
So being Luana out in the water, you probably want to position yourself more toward the inside to try and snag a wave with 4 minutes remaining, because you know the other two surfers have priority at the back. So Luana, I can hear Team Brazil yelling to her, and they've been yelling to their teammates earlier on in the day as well. Kate Brandy was out there, but couldn't quite hear the yells from the teammates, and I saw her unfortunately just out of position for some of the better set waves. As we see waves approaching the lineup, under 4 minutes left now. We see Luana making her way across the screen here to try and meet this wave. It looks like it's got a bit of a wall on it. She's deciding to go, looking for a 2.49. She's up and riding. A couple of steps. Didn't quite get to the nose. Looks to get the nose right in. Touch of the 5. Again, up to the nose. Holds it. Weight forward. I love that commitment that she has on the nose as well. It's just starting to hold that position there as she rides through. Just having to deal with the bumps. You saw the whole bottom of that board then. Does she have enough speed to continue on? No, she doesn't. Falls off the back of that one. Ooh. Just really that nose ride to count toward the 2.49. Possibly she'll get it. I love that commitment, like I said. Caitlin Mickelson having to deal with a few bumps on the outside section, but does really well to step back, carves her board back around, presses on the tail, gets up for a really stretch 5. Don't know if her toes actually wrapped around the nose then, as we see her carving back again, stepping on the tail. Again, didn't quite get to the nose either, so we see Caitlin stretching out there. As we see her setting up another nose right on the inside section. Again, stretches out for that 5. Has to cut around Luana as she surfs through. There we go, up on the nose. Much better nose ride from Caitlin there. You can see her hold that. She's going to pull out of this wave to finish off. So looking to improve a 3.83. Liv Stokes, meanwhile, current heat leader up on the nose. Beautiful start to this wave. Again, up for the 5. You can see it hasn't really broken yet. Not super critical. Liv Stokes, we talked about her rail work all day, unfortunately coming unstuck.
Yeah, there was that chop in that wave that kind of got the best of her. She was turning from the middle of her board rather than her tail, so her tail didn't have pressure to sink in and engage the rail. Actually, she was, the way when she turned, it had that spit out because all her weight was more towards the middle, so that tail didn't have that resistance to push against. But she will paddle back out and regain priority. There is 1 minute and 40 seconds left. She does have a 5.60 and a 3.67. I mean, we called it. Caitlin had that 5.33. She was going to want to get 2 other waves and replace her 3.83. I think she will with that nose ride on the inside. She did have those nice carving turns out the back. But curious to see what the judges drop for her for that.
Liv Stokes, a 2.4, not going to go into her 2 highest scoring rides. Waiting on the last of Luana though. This is a very important score. Caitlin Mickelson looking to improve upon the 3.83. There we go. Situation change in the water. Luana Suarez drops a 4.07 on her last ride. Boosts her up into first place. Liv Stokes in second. Caitlin Mickelson's third ride yet to drop, looking for a 3.95. We were talking about it just earlier. It's going to be right on that button, I think, with those turns and that nose ride on the inside section. Tense times out in the water. 35 seconds left. Looks like the ocean's going a little bit flat. There's a couple of lines on the outside. I wonder if they will make it in time, but Caitlin Mickelson is right on the inside because she's just finished that wave. Still waiting for the last score. Remember, third place will be eliminated. Top 2 moving through to tomorrow's finals day. As we see Luana making her way to the inside. Smart move here from the surfer of Brazil. She's listening to her teammates, hearing the whistles. She's up and riding. Current heat leader. Beautiful start to this wave. Almost loses it, but does well to keep her composure as she rides through, back up on the nose, holding that 5. You can see her really just taking her time, being patient, stepping back on the tail, setting things up on the inside here. And we are looking at Luana just trying to get back up on the nose. She did some great work already out on that outside section. This is a bit of a smaller wave, hugging the point as she rides it through to the inside. So Luana in first place. Scores waiting to drop for Luana. Also a score on our screen waiting to drop for Liv Stokes. She's in second place. She's going to be moving through no matter what. It's Caitlin Mickelson finding herself in third. Team USA out of competition.
Yeah, we're still waiting for scores from Caitlin and from Liv Stokes. As we see, this was right before the Hooter. She's trying to stay on that nose just to work her board back into the face of the wave, and she does. Nice hang 5, really so arching it there. It is a smaller wave, but I love the face on this wave. She's gonna hit it. She does come back down, and she just gets unstuck on that board.
Liv Stokes looking to replace a 3.67. So my mistake, we are waiting for a wave to come in for Caitlin.
Yeah, this is the wave that we're waiting on. This was her last wave. And this is the wave. She was a little far out on the nose rides. Her toes not necessarily going there. Yep, just a little, couple inches short of the nose. But good, beautiful footwork. I love the way that she resets that rail to come back into that whitewash.
So bigger wave for Caitlin Mickelson. Nose ride's not really counting on the outside, but she gets to the tip there, not super critical. She's got lots of great turns on that outside section. She's happy with it. She's pretty stoked, looking to replace a 3.83. Liv Stokes trying to replace a 3.67. Liv Stokes had a great nose ride on that last wave through the section. She tried to bounce off the top. Team Brazil there, of course, Luana moving on through, winning that last heat. But it is going to be the story of second place at the moment and who's going to progress through. Brazil.
I can hear them, actually.
Of course.
We can hear them on the broadcast also, as well as right behind us in the broadcast room here.
So, I misspoke earlier. Caitlin Mickelson, her last ride drops a 5.67. Oh my goodness, the situation is changing in front of our eyes. That 5.67 boosts Caitlin Mickelson up into the lead. Now Luana Suarez from Brazil down into second place. Liv Stokes needing a 5.15 on that last ride to move up into second place. Is that going to be enough, Megs? I am not sure.
It was a smaller wave. It was one of the cleaner faces of the choices from the surfers. She did get that hang 5. It was kind of like the beginning when she stood up. That hang 5 was a little like she was kind of stuck out the back, so she was staying probably a good foot from her nose just to get back into that wave. But she did a lot of work when it did.
I don't know. Another score to drop for Luana Suarez as well on her last ride.
Wow, tense times. Tense times. I mean, that extra 5 minutes, though, has...
And there it is. Liv Stokes, a 4.83 drops for her. Does not change the situation. Right at the end of the heat, Caitlin Mickelson moves her way up into advancing position. It will be Liv Stokes. How exciting was that last heat? Stay tuned to ISAsurf.org. There's one more heat coming up to finish off the day action. It's going to be heat number 2 of Repechage 7 for the women. Woohoo! What a day of action it has been here for the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship. Surf City El Salvador producing the goods here, and El Sunzal, the surf break for our competitors out in the water. We're moving through to women's repechage round 7, heat number 2. It's going to be a big one. We've got previous gold medalists Alice Lemoine of France alongside Hiroka Yoshikawa of Japan and Daisy Valdez of the Philippines. 2-time medal winner Alice Lemoine looking to progress through these repechage rounds. She almost got knocked out in her previous round of competition. She only needed a small score and managed to find a tiny wave on the inside to get that. So she keeps her hopes alive and keeps Team France's hopes alive as well for that team gold. They've gone 3 times for that gold medal. And we're going to throw it down to Sam. He's down there with Luana Suarez on the glass.
Thanks so much. Luana, a lot of emotion there. I know you've been through a big roller coaster. You've made it to finals day. I'm just going to ask Kate to translate. Let's just ask about what her approach was, her plan in that heat.
Ele falou que foi uma montanha-russa de emoções nesse dia, mas você está no Finals Day amanhã. E qual foi a sua abordagem nessa bateria para passar?
Bom, tô bem cansada. Meu Deus do céu, minha cabeça vai explodir. Vamos lá. Eu tive que surfar, né? Não tenho o que fazer. É manter a calma, tentar encontrar as duas ondas. O mar agora ficou meio difícil, mas graças a Deus é tudo certo. Confio no meu surf, confio até os últimos minutinhos. E é isso, feliz demais.
She said it's the high tide is difficult, the wave is really bumpy, but you have to trust in yourself, in your surfing, and go for it, and be calm and confident, and just do the waves.
And I know, Luana, you experience epilepsy, so how do you cope with the epilepsy in big moments like this? What are the techniques you use to stay strong?
Quais são as suas técnicas para controlar a epilepsia nesses dias?
Bom, não posso ficar muito no sol, mas aqui é bem difícil porque a água já é quente. Agora, nesse exato momento, a minha cabeça está doendo muito. Meu rosto está até fumegando um pouquinho, mas mantenha a calma, né? E vambora.
Yeah, she's experiencing a little headaches, and I don't know how to speak when the skin is, and she's trying to control it and she's trying to escape from the sun and stay hydrated and trusting that everything's gonna be fine, and that's it.
And Luana, there's a beautiful film I've watched called The Moon Also Rises, all about your story. I'd just love you to share some words about that wonderful film.
Ele quer saber do seu filme Na Borda Festival. Ele quer saber algumas coisas. Conta um pouco sobre o seu filme.
O meu filme conta a minha história da minha transição com o surf e com a epilepsia, que é o meu adversário maior na minha vida, e mostra a minha realidade, onde eu vivo, a minha família, até estar aqui onde eu tô hoje, e mostra quem é a Luana Soares e essa minha transição com a epilepsia.
O nome é A Lua Nasce no Mar? The name of the movie is translated is The Moon Borns in the Ocean, A Lua Nasce no Mar, and tells her story with the ocean, her story with the surfing, and the surfing with epilepsy, which is really hard for her, but it's the story of her hometown and what it's like to live there, and she shares all the story, and she wants you to watch it.
I've watched it, it's beautiful. You've had a really long day. I'm going to let you relax. Congratulations, it's been a great performance. Well done. We're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
What a story there from Luana of Brazil. Fantastic. Make sure you do go and check out her movie. Fantastic insight into her life and growing up, and also just how she's gotten to today and where she's at in competitive longboard surfing.
Yeah.
As we bring you... Yeah.
That's why it's so cool to come as a team. Like she was saying, she was getting some headaches, that her skin, her face was starting to get sensitive. So it was really cool to hear that, as a team effort, they're making sure she's getting water, she has shade, she's staying hydrated. So yeah, really cool story from Luana.
Yeah, super cool. Action in the water though, you saw it during that post-heat interview with Luana. We're going to get some scores to drop through as we see Elise Lemois taking off here on a big wave, cross-stepping her way up, jumps toward Daisy, and it looks like there could have been Daisy in the way, hindering the scoring potential of Elise. So Elise having to jump off. We're going to get confirmation of the judges of that. We see Hiroka Yoshikawa up and riding on the nose, holding that 5. She did really well to navigate through this section. A bigger wave as she steps on the tail, brings it through, gets a little wobbly on the toes here, and then weaves her board through this section as the wave goes a little flat, but gets too heavy on the heels and goes down. Hiroka Yoshikawa drops a 4.33 for that ride. Elise Lemois a small 0.50 for her score, and there has been an interference called on Daisy Valdez of the Philippines, a paddling interference, getting in the way and hindering the scoring potential of Elise's ride. I thought actually when I saw it in live action, Megs, that there was a little bit more space between them, but looking back at that, I think if Elise was going to hold her position on the board, it would have, Daisy was right in her way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she was up there ready to get to that hang 5, and it looked like the way that the wave was breaking, she could have probably tapped 10 or held a very long hang 5. So, unfortunately, getting that interference from Daisy.
It's an interesting call of paddling interference because it's very borderline because, of course, Daisy looked like she was actively trying to get out of the way from Elise's line.
Yeah.
But a paddling interference usually called when a surfer is trying to maybe position themselves to hinder that scoring potential.
But we did see from surfers today when surfers did have a line, especially on the inside, surfers really redirected their board actually south, which is right side of the screen, to avoid the surfer's line, and be the one to get the hit from the whitewash. I think, it is a bigger wave, so you don't want to get caught on the inside, but you also don't want to be in front of someone's line paddling out. I mean, at that point, to me, when someone is already in motion on the wave, that surfer has priority.
Totally.
So your job as a person paddling out is to get out of the way.
Totally. Exactly. So unfortunate start for Daisy Valdez. However, it is a non-priority interference, which means her second wave score will be halved. Her highest wave score still counting toward her total heat tally. So she's still not out of the running yet. We have seen some small scores throughout the heat, so if she can manage to find herself on a couple of good scoring rides, she may still have the potential to move through in this round. At the moment, though, it is Hiroki Yoshikawa out in front with a 4.33, 11 and a half minutes left on the clock. You're watching the final heat of today's action, women's repechage round number 7, heat number 2. We're going to be moving into finals day tomorrow. We see a little bit of a paddle there. This is really interesting. We've got Elise Lemois in second priority and Hiroka there as well. They're right next to each other, really pushing each other hard to sell each other into a wave that might not offer up too much scoring potential. And that way the other surfer will get the jump on priority.
Yeah, I love that Daisy, in all her post-heat interviews, I just go with the same strategy. I stay cool, calm, collected. I talk with my coach. I just want to have fun. I just want to surf my best. And, even with that interference, I can imagine her almost like getting rattled for a bit second, but then gathering her thoughts. She has priority. She's not frantically paddling around. She's just waiting on the back. She knows that the wave will come. And then when it does come, it's her job now to do the work. So we saw some beautiful scores that came in from her in the previous heats. I mean, that could also be her mindset. She could be like, I'm going to go get an 8. I'm going to go get a 9.
Exactly, as you see the competitors there paddling over this one, but it is going to be Hiroka Yoshikawa up and riding up on the nose, and that wave has a lot of speed. She's trying to carry the speed on the nose, but that board looked like it stopped a little bit, so she just hit the eject button. Elise Lemois paddling now, so she's going to go back into second priority. We've got Daisy Valdez holding priority at the back. The last couple of heats of Elise, she seems quite rattled, Mix.
Yeah, I feel like this is very unlike her to be in the repechage round. So I think when she got knocked out of the main round, it really messed with her head. But, what you need to do is understand that in ISA, you have that second chance of reprecharge. You need to treat it as if it was its own competition, and then start to feel that pressure as the day goes on, going into the finals day. But until then, your job is to surf within those 15 minutes, getting 2 solid waves.
Daisy Valdez using priority there to try and paddle into that one, so she loses priority. Elise Lemoine of France, 2-time gold medalist, finding herself in the repechage round, paddling for this one, not opting to go that one either. Will she lose priority? I don't think she will. The P1 still sitting next to her name as it stands. She was sitting furthest out. We'll see Elise try and take off on this wave now, stroking into it. She's up and riding. 4 steps up to the nose, holds that 5. Beautiful nose ride to start things off. The wave getting steeper, pushes her down the line with speed. A little setup turn here for more footwork as she brings this one through, stepping on the tail again, carving back to the pocket. She's looking to get her campaign started here, coming down to 8 minutes left on the clock. Carving that board back to the white water again, stepping on the tail as she brings this wave through. And she's going to do a bit of setup work here, waiting for this wave to steepen up. She finds a couple of cross steps to keep that board trimming, keep her footwork moving. She's going to bring it right through to the inside, gets on the nose for one last 5 there, that weight on the back foot. She's going to rebound off as she rides through to the inside, looking at the judges saying, that was a good score. What do you think, Megs?
Yeah, she's going to feel good about that one. That was a set wave. As we get back to live action here, blue up and riding, Hiroko Yoshikawa for Japan. Nice big wall right in front of her. Let's see what she does. She gets that stretch hang 5. Beautiful cross set back, really shoving that board in front of her so she can get into the back of the board. Nice redirect. She's just trying to look for this inside. As we saw in the 2 previous waves, the second one, she had a lot of speed. She was going into that fat section, and it really just almost stomped that emergency brake on her, and she flew forward. First wave, she was really wide, but she does really good to kind of get her way into the inside. There's still 7 minutes left. She's going to get back out, really reconnect, try to get another wave as we see Daisy paddling for this wave right now.
Daisy up and riding. 4 steps to the nose. Beautiful 10 to start this wave off. Holds the 5 as well through this section. Does so well to stay on the nose. Daisy looking to really get a great score here as we find her back up on the nose, holding that 5. So great nose riding skills for Daisy of the Philippines. Can she bring this one through to the inside? She has to get right back to the white water, unfortunately falling off the back of that one, Megs. It looked like, amazing nose rides. It looked like she was a little bit out on the shoulder of that wave as well, though. Lisa's nose rides maybe a little bit more critical.
Yeah, well, Daisy's wave, when she stood up, she was in the critical section. So that first hang 5, hang 10 was actually in the critical section. And then as she dropped down to the face of the wave, she started to get out of the critical section, kind of working it past that wave as we see Hiroka's replay. Nice drop down the face of the wave. Just trying to find this wall. Again, these waves really that high tide making it difficult for that connecting inside to really happen for our surfers here. She gets back into that power source, almost roundhousing her way into that whitewash, looking for this to stand up for her. She's just redirecting the board slightly, just moving her back foot. She's not really moving her front foot unless she really needs to start walking. Her back foot is really doing all the work, having that weight distribute back and forth from front foot to back foot. As you see Alice's replay here, that hang 5, nice in that critical section, walking back, waiting for this wave to stand back up. Nice carving turn down the face of the wave, looking for this double up, turning back into that whitewash, setting that rail, really letting that fin catch that water so that she can turn on that rail, looking for this to stand up again. Nice cross step forward, cross step back, working her way up that nose, getting into that inside section. Nice hang 5, just all that weight on that back foot, just having that front foot on that nose, and she does that little tap carve down the face of the wave, and she feels good about that. The judges scored her a 6.33.
So great score there for Elise Lemoine of France. 6.33, highest wave score currently. Still waiting for that wave score of Daisy to drop. She did some great footwork and nose rides on that outside section. We see Hiroka dropping a 5.67 for her previous ride. So she's currently up into the lead. Waiting on that last score for Daisy. It's going to count. It's going to be a full wave score for her because she's just had that one wave ridden so far. 4 minutes remaining. Competitors on the outside are going to sit and wait for another set wave to come through. I mean, fingers crossed we get some more action as we can out this heat. Daisy Valdez drops a 7-point ride. Even with that one wave score, it goes ahead of Elise Lemoine of France. She's currently in second, sitting with first priority as well. She's going to want to keep Elise off any waves that come through, and any wave she catches is going to improve her scoreline. But, Megs, it will be halved.
Yeah, so right now she's going to look for another 7. She's going to sit out the back. We have some waves coming in.
See, this is it. Elise sitting on the inside, looking at this one, deciding not to go because this doesn't have much scoring potential. It could have been a vital wave, though. Elise, what does she need? A 0.68. Daisy deciding not to go on that one, allowing Elise to just get to her feet. 3 minutes left. Elise is up and riding. She's got the 0.68. She's going to move up in the rankings here already. So she's walking the board. Can she get to the nose? She finds a 5. A little bit of a flatter section. Has to step back. Wrapping this board back toward the white water. As we see her setting things up for the inside. Bit of footwork. Carving that board back around. Bit of a smaller wave here, Megs, as she's bringing this board back through the inside here. Waiting for this wave to stand up. I don't see too much of a wall in front of her, but she's going to start the cross step to walk up. Can she get a 5 before this closes out? She's holding that 5 on the end section, but comes off the 5, so not going to be a super high wave score, but will put her in advancing position. Daisy now needing a pretty good score because, remember, it's going to be halved. So she's probably looking to back up that 7 with another score of around a 7 or that kind of
Even
high
higher.
6 point, maybe even
yeah,
higher.
because even if she does get an 8, judges do deem her an 8. They do have to cut it in half. So with an 8, it will be a 4. I mean,
Elise's last wave, I didn't see anything of like major maneuvers on that wave, so I don't see it going super high. I was gonna throw out some scores there, but I'm not excited. I'm gonna wait for the
it's the
judges
last
to
heat of the
decide.
day.
It
Last
is the
heat of
last
the
heat
day.
of the day, of course. But I don't see that going into like good surfing. I think it's kind of that average range score. So Daisy's probably going to need something in that very good range of scoring, which that 7-point ride sits in currently, to move through. Of course, Team Philippines are going to be cheering for her. Elise Lemoine drops a 4.83, moves her up into first place. Hiroki Yoshikawa now drops down into second. Daisy Valdez needing a 6-point ride to move her up into the lead, because that 6 will be halved for a 3, equaling the score of Hiroki Yoshikawa. But because Daisy has the higher wave score, that's going to put her in that advancing position. So looking for a 6-point ride, less than 1 minute remaining. Lines approaching the surface as well. I take a look over my shoulder. A set coming in. Who is it with priority? It's Daisy Valdez from the Philippines. Is this wave going to make it in time? Looking for a 6-point ride. She had a 7-point ride on her last, so we know that she has the capabilities to produce a score that is going to go into that range. Is she going to make it in time? 30 seconds left. Set approaching.
No.
It looks like there is this one wave here that's going to feather up. There's also a smaller one behind it. So if Daisy doesn't get this one, she may have the opportunity to get the next one. She's out of position. Has to bail the board. 18 seconds left. 15 seconds now. On the outside, there is a set coming. If Daisy can regain her composure, get on the board and paddle into this one and get to her feet, with 5 seconds left, she needs to go. She needs a 6-point ride. She's up before the hooter. This wave is going to count. She needs a 6-point ride. What a way to finish off the day. Daisy Valdez of the Philippines needs to take a deep breath. She gets to the nose, gets the 5, holds the 5. Extended nose ride through this wave as she drops down the wave face. Daisy Valdez sticking with this one. She knows that this is her last chance at a shot of progressing through to finals day tomorrow. Fading back to the left, staying in the pocket of this wave. She gets the connection through to the inside. That's key. Again, up on the nose, holding the 5. 10, holds the 10, and she falls on the inside. Megs, I love your passion here in the booth. You could hear it through the mic.
Wow, that was
wave.
so intense. I was at the edge of my seat. I pretty much just had to stand up because, wow, that crunch time and only needing, with her having that interference, the mindset that she was in, the calm, the coolness, as we see this replay, this happened literally 3 seconds before the hooter blew. And you can see it kind of rattled her just a little bit, but she gets that stretch 5. Beautiful, beautiful hang 5, working her way into this inside. As you can see, the sun setting in the background. That really white lit backlit there. Working her way back left, looking for this double up to form for her. A lot of downtime though. That's the only thing, is there is that downtime, but this 10, this commitment, but it hits a chop and she just goes down. But round of applause for Daisy Valdez as she makes her way onto the inside.
She threw it all on the line. She needed to throw it all on the line. Score drops through 3.97. What a fantastic effort from Team Philippines. Daisy Valdez can hold her head high, and we are going to throw it to the highlights of today's action. You're going to see some top scoring rides. We had Rachel Tilley, a 9.23, and Taka Inoue, a 9.17. Oh, what beautiful scenes there to replay the highlights of today. We can see Elise Lemoine, 2-time gold medalist. She's making it through in that first position, also making it through Hiroka Yoshikawa. And we are going to go down to the glass. Sam Bleakley with the winner of the last heat, Elise Lemoine.
Thanks so much, team. Elise, it's been a hard day for you. I mean, first of all, let's go back to the previous round where you were chasing just a score in the 2s at the very end. I mean, what was going through your mind at that moment?
Oh, wow. That was so hard in my mind at this moment, and I lost the priority. So, yeah, it was hard, and I remember last year I lost like the same thing. I have a 9 and I need a 2, and I didn't find, I cannot find the 2. So this year I was like, okay, you need to have this wave. Never what's happened, but yeah, I got it. So I'm super happy.
And then you've come back strong. Talk us through this heat. There was a non-priority interference with Daisy, but she was still potentially getting close to the score at the end. But you stayed focused, and talk us through your 2 best rides.
Yeah, for sure. That was tough because at the beginning we didn't have so many waves at the heat. So finally I get the bomb and I saw Daisy, and I was like almost
2 times cross step on the board, so I say what I doing, and I just jump because my board gonna straight to her. So yeah, this is not good, but yeah, that's contest.
Absolutely, and you've done well. You're now in finals day. Okay, so let's look back. Your 2019 gold medal, 2023 winning here. What have you learned since the last time you won gold?
Yeah, for sure. This morning, that was a tough hit with Rachel and Maria. Like, we surfed like incredible, and it was nice like to share this hit. And yeah, now I'm in repechage, so I want to do my best to go to the final with the girl and to meet my best friend Rachel.
And it would be unprecedented if you can get that third individual gold. But what about team gold? You know, what are the hopes for Team France?
Yeah, for sure. We want to win this gold with the team. And yeah, Edouard and Roland did an amazing job, and Ophélie also surf amazing. And we have an amazing team. So yeah, we try to do the best to win this gold for the team.
Congratulations on an amazing day, Elise. I know you got a big one tomorrow. You can go back home and relax because you've made it to finals day.
Merci beaucoup et à bientôt, et gros bisous à toutes mes copines de la Réunion qui sont en train de me regarder avec leur thé. Gros bisous à Johan, à ma maman qui me regarde. Je t'aime fort, maman, et on va aller loin, ma petite Zoé et tous mes amis de Biarritz et à tous mes sponsors. Et vive la France et go la Team France, on va aller loin.
Allez le bleu.
Team France looking very strong. Of course, the two male competitors moving through into the main event round of the men's. We're going to be moving into finals day tomorrow, but let's talk about some of the action we saw today. Some really high scores dropping from a lot of the athletes. On the men's side, it was Taka Nue up into the 9s. We had Eduardo Perro in the high 8s as well, alongside Ben Skinner getting a really high score in the 8. But for me, it was the women's day of action. One heat in particular, Megs.
Yeah, it's that heat with Elise, Maria, and Rachel. That's how Elise got into that repecharge round, but she knew she needed to reset. You could hear her nervousness going into it, but dropping, I mean, Rachel getting a 9.23, Maria getting an 8.73, and Elise getting an 8.35. I mean, those are finals day scores, and we're not even into the finals day, so I mean, I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. I mean, I expect to maybe see some 10s drop tomorrow. What do you think?
Oh, I definitely think that competitors are going to be throwing it on the line. And although we've got the best longboard competitors in the world, we've also got the best waves in the world right behind us as well. And it's going to be firing again tomorrow. We're going to be moving through. It's going to be the last day of action, finals day. Competitors vying for individual medals, but also that coveted team gold medal as well. We're going to have a call tomorrow, 6:45 a.m., getting ready for a 7 a.m. start for finals day. It's going to be a huge one. Megs, thank you so much for your insights into the athletes and into some of the strategies as well today. It's been great to have you calling the action, and we really look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Make sure you do stay tuned to ISAsurf.org and, of course, all the social media channels, and you can check out the replays and highlights of the previous week's action. Thank you again, and we'll see you on finals day tomorrow.